But Mater Gil eyed Pinor and kept her place. "Are you deaf to the tribunal's order?" Ulster asked. He waved to the guards, who reluctantly approached the old swordswoman. "The child is frightened," she said in defense, holding Shishin's hand. Shishin stared around at the number of people, her eyes wide, her lower lip trembling. In her fear, the numb side of her face seemed to droop worse. Mater Gil was stripped from her side forcibly, leaving the girl alone before the table. Shishin tried to wander back toward Pinor, but a guard held her by the shoulder. Jabib, by now, had crossed around the long table. He knelt before Shishin with a smile and whispered soft words for her. Shishin listened but was clearly nervous, glancing frequently back at Pinor. Once he had her attention, Jabib raised his voice so the others could hear him. "Now, Shishin, my little dear, do you know why you are here?" Shishin shook her head slowly. A hand raised to suck a thumb, but Jabib guided her hand down. "You must pick your champion." "Do you know what that means?" Shishin's voice was a wisp before a gale. "Mater says I'm supposed to point to Papa." "Oh, so you want your Papa to die then?" Shishin's eyes grew round, tears welled up. "Die?" Jabib nodded. He turned Shishin's face toward Ulster. "That big man is going to slice your Papa's belly open with a big sword if you pick your Papa. Do you want to pick your Papa?" Tears welled up and ran down her cheeks. "No," she said in a strangled voice. "I don't want Papa's belly opened up, dot." Pinor could stand no more of it. "Leave the child be," he said, his heart aching for his granddaughter. "Please." Jabib patted Shishin on the head as he stood. His voice rang above the murmuring crowd. "You have all heard her words. She declines Pinor." Ulster stepped forward. "She must choose a champion or face me in the duel. Jakra has been issued." Pinor spoke up. "End this, Ulster," he said. "Take me if you wish, but leave poor Shishin out of our squabble." "And kill a shaman? Bring a curse down upon my boat? I don't think the crew would stand for it." Pinor just stared at Ulster. "So you would slay an innocent child? Before your entire crew?" "It was not my choice," Ulster claimed. "I had only meant to have her punished. 2 lashes of my whip was what I planned to teach both of you a small lesson. But you have set this new course, not I." Grimacing, Pinor could not argue against the keelchief. The shaman had thought himself so clever, so wise in passing winters. "If you take Shishin from me, I will find a way to destroy you." "That I promise." Ulster shrugged. Mater Gil was allowed back to console Shishin. The old woman hugged the girl and whispered consolation in her tiny ears. Pinor knew he had lost. He tried to join his granddaughter, but guards held him back. Instead, Jabib knelt again by little Shishin. "You must pick someone, my dear. You must find someone to fight for you." Pinor had stopped listening. It was over. No one would agree. Shishin pulled out of Mater Gil's embrace. Her eyes were glazed and far away. Fear had driven her to retreat inside. Shishin tilted her head toward the rafters of the galley. "They're here," she mumbled. Suddenly a crack of thunder reverberated through the planks of the boat, as if the keel of the boat had snapped. Everyone jumped. Jabib touched Shishin's shoulder. "Choose," he said impatiently. In the throes of her madness, Shishin had the strength of a grown man. She shook free of Jabib and stumbled toward the crowd. The crew parted before her. No one would meet her eye. None wished to be forced to deny the child if pressed. Jabib followed as Shishin began to run. The crowd stepped back, allowing Pinor and Ulster to pursue at Jabib's heels. Shishin broke from the room and ran up the steps toward the outer deck. The crowd followed, surging behind Jabib, Pinor, and Ulster. As Pinor stepped from the hot and cramped spaces below, the coldness of the air shocked him. Thunder again boomed. The skies to the south were a solid wall of black clouds stacked to the heavens. The sun, setting to the west, was already threatened by the storm's edge. Though the seas lay calm around them, they were unnaturally so. The waves were flat and colored like hammered iron by the dying sun. In the distance, flashes of signal lights marked the other ships of the fleet. Sails were being reefed, and snatches of bellowed orders echoed over the still waters. Pinor turned to Ulster. "You never sounded the alarm," he said. At least Ulster had the dignity to look momentarily guilty. His eyes, though, remained on the wall of storm. But Pinor knew he could not lay the entire blame at Ulster's feet. When confronted with Shishan's danger, Pinor had forgotten the warning from the sea gods, too. They had both been fools, and now the entire fleet was in danger. Shishan stood near the starboard rail and studied the building squall, searching the skies. Jabib was at her side. Ulster and Pinor crossed to join them. Jabib glanced to his keel chief. "We must batten down the ship. This storm is not one we can run from. Our only hope is to lock up the ship and pray she stays afloat." Ulster nodded mutely. This was the first time the young keel chief had faced a ship killer, and it had stolen his tongue. Pinor took advantage of Ulster's fear. "Only the sea gods will protect us this night. Release Shishan of the Jakra, and I will beg a blood boon from the gods. Refuse and spout your own prayers. See how little the sea gods listen to ordinary men." Ulster spun on Pinor. "This is all your fault," he growled, his fear lighting a fire in his chest. "You have called this monster down upon us." Jabib tried to place a consoling hand on the keel chief's arm but was thrust away. The first mate stumbled back against the rail. "We will need all the prayers," he urged, "especially the shaman's." Ulster grabbed Shishan roughly by the shoulder. "Pinor has cursed us. Before this storm strikes, I will stab this traitor where he is most vulnerable." Ulster tried to drag Shishan from the ship's rail, but she was latched like a barnacle. Ulster persisted, his face raging. "The sea gods will know I follow the old code and will protect us." Jabib hovered near his keel chief. Pinor could read his worries. The first mate knew it was madness that Ulster proposed. To shed blood on deck before a storm was the worst luck. Blood invited more blood. The crew would not stand for it. "I call for the blood duel," Ulster screamed. "Now!" He finally yanked viciously at Shishan, ripping her from her post. A squeak of fear escaped her as she was swung around. "Papa?" she cried, trying to grab at Pinor. Pinor stepped directly into the path of the raging keel chief. Behind Ulster's eyes, the shaman could see the squall mirrored. It was called storm fever, when the might of an approaching gale destroyed one's reason. "She must first choose, Ulster," Pinor said firmly. "By code, she has until sundown to choose a champion or for you to retract your charges and end this matter." With these words, the storm clouds began to eat the sun. The light around them became a false twilight. "And this?" Ulster waved a hand wildly. "See? Even the skies tell us it is time. They drowned the sun early, so the Jakra can be held now." Jabib stepped beside Pinor, shoulder to shoulder, facing Ulster. The first mate's words were firm. "She must still choose, keel chief." Frustration and fury fought across Ulster's face. He trembled a moment, then pulled Shishan up by the arms and drew her to his face. "Choose!" he yelled. She whimpered and struggled in his grip. "Release my granddaughter," Pinor said coldly, "or I'll take a sword to you right now." "You dare threaten me!" Ulster dropped Shishan. She fell like a broken doll at his feet, then crawled back toward Pinor. Jabib held Ulster and Pinor apart. He towered over both of them. "Enough!" he yelled. He faced Pinor. "The Jakra has been called fairly, by your own mouth." Jabib then turned to Ulster. And until this matter is settled, I am still tribune. So you will bow to my authority, or I will have the High Keel strip you of your rank." His words seemed to dim the fever in Ulster's eyes. "Then make her decide," the Keel chief ordered, backing a step away. Pinor glanced down to Shishin. Again her blank gaze had wandered to the roiling skies. She did not understand any of this. She pointed to the layer of black clouds sweeping overhead now. "They're here." Pinor found his own eyes drawn to where she indicated. Suddenly a section of the thunderhead broke away. A fluttering piece of darkness fell toward them. Lightning chased it across the sky as thunder boomed in anger. Other eyes spotted the oddity. "What is that?" Jabib said. Pinor held his breath. His sea senses screamed in him now. As they watched, the shred of blackness grew in size, darting between bolts of lightning. It was a huge creature, wings swept to either side. But Pinor knew it was no ordinary gull or tern. He had seen Shishin's carving. "Get back!" He yelled, hauling Shishin with him, but the child slipped free. Shishin danced forward, arms raised toward the sky. "They're here! They're here!" she chanted. Ulster had his hand on his sword's hilt. "She calls a demon to us." By now, everyone on deck had stopped their hurried preparations to secure the ship against the storm. All eyes watched the descent of the great black beast. "Not demon," Pinor said, drawing Ulster's fury. "Worse." "What?" "Dragon." Thunder drowned out further conversation, booming, rattling the rigging. Overhead, Piner's statement proved true. The great beast sailed past the tips of the masts. Black scale reflected the lightning like oil on water. Suddenly it banked and turned on a single wingtip. Its red eyes held all the storm's fury. Cries of terror spread throughout the deck. One man even jumped overboard in fright. "Man the harpoons!" Jabib screamed, caught up in the panic. Then it dove at them, dropping like a boulder from the sky. Piner's eyes widened. It aimed for the empty center of the deck right where Shishin now stood, staring transfixed at the beast. "Shishin!" But Pinor was too late. The dragon crashed onto the deck, wings breaking and claws digging long gouges from the planks as it skidded to a halt. Once stopped, its hot breath steamed and fogged from its throat into the cool air. Red eyes stared at the men frozen on deck. Silver teeth longer than a man's forearm glinted brightly in the last glimmer of the sun. Suddenly it stretched its neck toward the folded sails and bellowed at the skies. All across the deck, men fell to their knees, crying out supplications. Others ran for the hatches. A handful were brave enough to leap for swords and spears. Pinor waved the warriors back. Shishin was still out there. He stepped forward, palms raised, trying to indicate that he offered the beast no threat. The dragon bent its neck to study the approaching shaman. Pinor ignored the menace in those crimson eyes. He cared only to see if Shishin was safe. Once close enough, he spotted a small drenched girl collapsed atop the back of the dragon, her green hair sluiced with water. Her skin was pale and ashen. Though he could see she breathed, the rider seemed near death. What was happening here? Suddenly Shishin stepped out from under the wing of the great beast. The dragon startled a bit at the child's abrupt appearance. It hissed and pulled back its wings. Ulster and Jabib crept forward to shadow Pinor. Shishin wore a lopsided smile as the dragon towered over her. She pointed at the great beast. "I choose him," she said clearly, her voice ringing sharp across the silent deck. Even the thunder had quieted for the moment. Pinor turned to the keel chief. "It's what you asked for, Ulster," he answered grimly. "Shishin has chosen her champion." 15. Siwan heard voices and a familiar accent, deep and rich. "Cast." She struggled through the black void back to a world of cold winds and rain. Where was she? She rolled her head and saw watery images, dark figures moving all around her. Lightning split the night and thunder roared, drawing back her memory. She whimpered as she recalled the rip of screaming winds and the dragon's flight through castles of black clouds. She pulled tighter to her mount. The sky opened up above her, and rain lashed down. But the heat of the dragon was like a roaring fire under her. Bonded, Ragnar K sent to her. The dragon's hunger was an ache in her belly. She shared its senses of blood and meat nearby. She pushed a bit higher, pulling her cramped fingers from their stranglehold on the ridge of scale. Rain pelted her bare back in stinging bites. The dragon's hide steamed in the downpour, creating a thin, rising fog. She eyed her surroundings. Her vision had cleared enough to recognize that she and the dragon were on some boat. Overhead, a hastily tied sail had loosened a snatch. It snapped and cracked in the wind. But all of Siwon's attention was on the figures around her. A circle of hard men and women stood a wary distance from her, some kneeling, some armed. The lantern swinging from yardarms and rail highlighted the sea-worn men. One feature was shared by all, the tattoo of a diving seahawk emblazoned on cheeks and necks. "Blood Riders," she mumbled. "Caste's tribe." One man stepped forward, his blue robe drenched and clinging to his tall frame. His hair was as white as Master Edel's. As he stared up at her, his eyes held no fear, only awe. He reached out a hand, and a small girl wandered out from under Ragnar K, her small eyes wide with wonder. "He's big, Papa," she said as the elder pulled the child to him, hugging his arms around her. The robed man stared up at her. "You are Mary. Siwon nodded. Hungry, Ragnar K complained uselessly. Siwon still sensed the dragon's burning belly. Ragnar K leaned toward the two who stood nearest and sniffed at the old man and the child. "Not much meat, but taste good." "No," Siwon sent him silently. "You will eat no one here. These are who we hunted for. They may be new friends. Don't need more friends. Need full belly." But Siwon sensed the acquiescence of the great beast. Siwon cleared her throat, trying to mimic her mother's commanding voice and demeanor. "I come seeking the Drerendi," she said aloud. "We call upon your ancient debt to serve us one last time." Her attempt at dignity was ruined when a sudden gust of wind almost toppled her from her seat and she hastily grabbed at the dragon to keep from falling. She straightened and tossed wet strands of green hair back from her face. She did not feel like a herald of her people, but more like a drenched seal pup. "I am Pinor, shaman of this ship. I welcome you to the Dragonspur," the old man said, a ghost of a smile on his lips. Maybe it was just the resemblance to Master Edel, but Siwon found herself instantly liking this fellow. Two other men stepped forward and flanked the shaman. The ship's first mate, Jabib, the old man introduced. "And our keel chief, Ulster." Siwon eyed the second man. His face was stone, but his eyes glinted with suspicion. His hand rested on the hilt of a sword at his waist. "Why have you come here?" he asked with clear anger. The small child, still clinging to the shaman's robe, answered instead. "They come to kill us all," she said cheerily. Siwon blinked at this outburst. Pinor patted the girl's head. "My apologies, mistress of the Mari, but Shishin is a bit addled. She does not always know what she speaks." Siwon nodded. "But perhaps she knows more than you suspect. For what I have come to ask of you may mean your deaths." "What is this you speak?" the keel chief demanded. Suddenly a new burst of lightning and thunder drowned out all further words. Winds and rains tore at the ship. Pinor sheltered the child against this sudden onslaught. When the winds calmed for a breath, he glanced up to Siwon and yelled into the thunder. "I don't know if your dragon can weather the storm atop the deck, but we cannot. The squall's fury is about to strike. I recommend we continue this conversation below." Siwon chewed her lower lip. Atop Ragnar K, she felt little true threat, but she feared to be alone with them, even with Cast at her side. The crew easily numbered over 50. As if to goad her, a bolt of lightning struck the tip of the foremast with an explosive crack. Ragnar K bellowed anger. Blue energies danced along the rigging. Cywin studied the furious skies. No number of men, no matter how hard, could match the danger that thundered toward her. She turned back to the others. The keelchief's narrowed eyes almost made her balk again. Cywin mistrusted him. The shaman, though, drew back her attention. There is nothing to fear from us. I offer you full freedom of the ship. As shaman, you are under my protection. Pinor glanced at the keelchief as if his next words were meant more for that man than Cywin. None will harm you. Ulster's eyes twitched, but he lifted his hand from his sword and crossed his arms over his chest. May our hearth and keel keep you safe, he said, his voice cold and formal, weakening the invitation in his words. Pinor seemed satisfied and turned back to Cywin. The old man missed the flash of hatred in the young keelchief's eyes. Clearly the storm above was not the only squall threatening this boat. Come, the shaman said, extending his hand. Join us below. Cywin knew she needed to win these people to her cause, something she could never do atop the back of a dragon. Besides, she knew having Cast return to flesh would go a long way to earning the Bloodrider's trust. He was one of their people. Sliding over the neck of the dragon, she slipped to the planks. She almost lost her footing and fell, both the slippery deck and her own weak legs betraying her. Cywin managed to keep one hand on the dragon. She did not want to lose contact just yet. She ran a hand along its neck until she reached its massive head. Ragnar K snuffled at her. Bonded. Sweet in my nose. She rubbed at the ridge between the beast's flared nostrils. The dragon brushed her palm, its thick tongue pushing out to lick at her. Its glowing eyes stared into hers. I don't want to go back, Ragnar K said sadly, almost a moan in her mind. Her heart ached for the great beast. The dragon was a creature of simple pleasures but depthless heart. She hugged the huge beast warmly. Thank you for carrying me here safely, she whispered at him. But I must send you back for now. I have need of Cast. Weak man, Ragnar K said with a silent snort of derision. I'm stronger than him. I know, my big bonded, but some battles can't be fought with tooth and claw. I will call you back soon, and we will hunt the seas together. A feeling of trust and pleasure suffused through her. You are my bonded. Go now. I'll dream of you, and fishes, many big fishes. Dragon laughter echoed in her mind. She smiled at him. Goodbye, Ragnar K. Sleep well, my bonded. Cywin lifted her hand from the wet scales and stumbled back a few steps. Behind her, the crew gasped and fled farther away. As expected, with the contact broken, the dragon began to fold upon itself. A twisting whirlwind of wing and scale, claw and tooth, spun down to reveal a naked man standing atop the deck. On his bare neck, the dragon tattoo glowed a bright ruby for several heartbeats, then died back down. Cast's usual scowl deepened as he took a moment to orient himself. Cywin stepped closer, keeping her eyes slightly averted from his nakedness. The Bloodrider took her hand in his own as he studied those around him. You found the Drerendi, he mumbled, slightly awed. She nodded. They offer us shelter from the approaching storm. Speechless, Pinor stepped forward, his mouth hanging open. The small girl at his side was unfazed. That man is wearing no clothes, Papa, she said matter-of-factly. Hush, Shishin. Pinor stopped before them. His eyes were on Cywin's companion. How could this be? Cywin tried to explain about Ragnar K. On the island of Aloa Glen, we found a... Cast squeezed her hand, silencing her. The two men stared at each other for a moment, then Cast spoke. How fares my father, Pinor? Startled, Cywin glanced up at Cast. So they knew each other. Your father died 3 winters past. Piner's voice grew angry. On his deathbed, he called out for you. Cast remained quiet. Cywin felt his grip tremble in her palm, then grow calm again. I did not know. You should never have left, Cast. After you fled with that mad shaman, chasing after dreams, something died in your father. But what of my younger brother? He was to watch over the old man. Before the shaman could answer, the kill chief interrupted, pushing forward. The man had fled all the way to the rail when the dragon transformed. As he approached, his hand again rested warily on the hilt of his sword. He eyed Cast up and down sourly. The kill chief glared at the bloodrider defiantly, fists on his hips. What are you doing back here, Cast? Thunder crashed overhead as the storm's edge finally rolled upon them. With rain sluicing over the hard plains of his face, Cast studied the smaller man. Ulster, after 10 winters, is that how you welcome home your elder brother? Piner sat on the edge of his bed and shook his head at Cast's story. The bloodrider and his ward, Cywin, had retreated to Piner's cabin while Ulster and the crew secured the dragon spur against the storm. In a corner, Shishin played quietly with her scrimshod carvings. Pinor cocked his head and studied Cast's dragon tattoo. So this Ragnar K. He's a part of you now? Cywin can call him forth any time with a touch? Cast nodded, wolfing down fish stew and hard bread. He spoke around a mouthful of his meal. The Marai seek to join their might with the Drerendi in an assault on Aloa Glen. If we ever hope to drive the Gulgotha from our seas, we must help the Witch reach the old mage's castle. With the crusts of his bread, Cast wiped up the last dregs of stew from his third bowl. Is there more? Cywin, seated beside him and dressed in dry clothes, slid her bowl at him. Have mine. Obviously, Cast's friend did not share the bloodrider's enthusiasm for the meal. She had only nibbled at the bread. But at least the color had returned to her cheeks after getting dry and warm. Still, dry or not, the young woman was clearly nervous and frightened here. She jumped with each crack of thunder or crash of wave. Pinor met her eyes and nodded upward. Ulster may be a sour man, but the crew is experienced. We'll weather out the storm, Cywin glanced away, her words a shy whisper. Under the sea, the storms don't touch us. What rages above never bothers the Leviathans. We just dive deeper, allowing the worst storms to pass overhead. So the Marai have always done, Pinor said. And not just from squalls cast by angry skies. When the Dark Lord came to Ala Sea, they fled that storm, too. While protecting you, over half our fleet was vanquished by the forces of the Black Heart. Thousands died so hundreds of Marai could escape. In old songs and tales, we still remember our dead, and we don't fondly reflect on your people, our ancient slave masters. It will be hard to convince the others to rally to your banner now. Cast spoke, coughing a piece of bread loose from his throat. It was not the Marai that slew our people. It was the Gulgotha, and it is the Gulgotha we intend to fight. That is what we must remind the Drerendi. Pinor leaned back on his bed. The Black Heart has not disturbed our fleet in centuries. As long as we keep to the blasted shoals, his forces leave us in peace. But now you ask us to expose our throats again to the teeth of his monsters. For what end? So some snip of a girl can fetch some book? Pinor stared at Cast, who had finally pushed away his stew bowl. I'm afraid your journey here, Cast, will prove fruitless. I doubt the High Keel will grant you his forces. What if I can convince Ulster? My brother's position as Keel Chief may help sway the other chiefs. Scowling, Pinor looked away. Ulster will not help. He is not the boy you left behind, Cast. What do you mean? After you left, Ulster bore the brunt of your father's ire. As the only remaining son and heir to your family name, he was driven hard by your father, his head filled with dreams of glory. Your father would brook no failings from him. Eventually something broke in the boy, and he grew into a hard man, bereft of compassion, a lover of easy cruelties. He is no brother to you now. Remember that. I cannot believe these words, Cast said. Pinor saw the Marai girl slip her hand into Cast's, comforting him. It seemed that more than magic bound these two. I'm sorry, Cast. I tried my best to guide Ulster after your father died, to mentor him in the ways of stewarding a ship. But I believe what broke in him will never heal. He now bridles against my counsel, turning his resentment for his father against me. Pinor went on to explain about the recent attack on Shishan. Cast's face was red with anger by the time the story was finished. How could my brother grow so craven? Pinor shook his head sadly. Let it go, Cast. It's over. With Shishan choosing Ragnar K as her champion, I don't believe Ulster will press the blood duel now. He'll be glad to forget his threats. For now, Cast said grimly. But what of later? We'll cross those rough seas when the winds blow us there, Pinor answered, waving away Cast's concerns. I only tell you all this so you will understand. The Drerendi are not likely to consider your request. There are few who will even listen to you, But your people swore oaths, Siwan argued and pointed toward the faded tattoo on Piner's neck. For your freedom, you promised to serve us one last time. Now is that time. We call you to honor your ancient debts. Those are old oaths, faded and forgotten like the dyes on my wrinkled neck. None will place much strength on such vows. Cast's face remained ruddy with an inner fire. You're wrong, Pinor. The Drerendi have no choice. He related how the tattoos held magic in their ink, how Siwan had bent his will to her desires. The tattoos bind us to the Marai. If they have a need of us, we will be forced to serve. Trust me, I know. Pinor fingered the old seahawk on his cheek, his eyes wide. So they would enslave us again. That is not our desire, Siwan persisted. Or even possible. Each of the Marai can bond to only one of the Bloodriders. As I am bonded to Cast, I can command no others. Such a magic would not allow us to enslave your entire people. You outnumber us tenfold. Cast supported her. They'd rather have the Drerendi as allies, not slaves. The Marai have as little interest in us as we do in them. They only ask us to honor our ancestors' oaths and to unite against a common foe. Afterward, our two peoples can part ways with our old debts paid. That is, if any survive, Pinor replied under his breath, remembering Shishan's words of doom. Cast leaned closer to Pinor. There must be some way to convince our people, to get them at least to listen. Pinor sighed and contemplated their words. Cast, with his eyes afire and his brows fierce, reminded the shaman of the younger man's father, his old friend. The flame of the high keel still burned in this elder son. Pinor had never been able to refuse the high keel anything, especially when the man's blood was aflame. Rubbing at his chin, Pinor mumbled softly, there may be a way. He sensed that he was about to betray his people, to set them on a path of doom. Yet his heart told him to trust Cast. How? It will take the dragon, the one named Ragnar K. Are you willing to forsake yourself to him again? Cast nodded. If I must. Pinor turned to Siwan. What I ask of you is much worse. He told her what he needed accomplished. Only your hand can do this, The woman's eyes grew wide with horror, but she nodded her understanding. You must reach the high keel ship before the morning, Pinor finished. Otherwise, if the fleet regroups after the storm, you will need to face the full council of keel chiefs, and there are too many like Ulster for any chance of them listening. But the high keel himself is a just man. If you catch him alone in this storm, he will listen. Convince him and the battle is won. He must understand the truth of our two people's shared histories. But what of the storm's fury? Cast asked as thunder boomed through the planks, rattling the bowls on the table. We will have to trust the sea gods, Pinor said. Simon was clearly not as convinced, her eyes full of doubt. You place too much trust in gods and ancient stories of dragons. Her gaze flicked toward the tiny child playing with her toys. Drool dripped from the slack side of the girl's lips. If either proves wrong. Pinor stood. I know what I risk. He crossed to Shishan and gathered his son's daughter up in his arms. The girl smiled up into his face. Papa, where are we going? You're going to fly, sweetheart. Fly with a dragon. Ulster sat hunched with Jabib and Gylt in the ship's galley. The storm rocked the lanterns on their hooks, waving their long shadows over the walls. Thunder rumbled in a continual growl through the boat, erupting occasionally into fierce booms that shook their mugs of Toulousian coffee. Every such burst caused Gylt to duck his head and glance nervously upward, as if he were about to be struck. May the sea gods protect us, he prayed, then waited for the echoes to trail away. Ulster scowled at his fears. The gods do not protect the foolish. Only a well-manned boat will survive this storm. He turned his attentions back to his first mate. Who have you assigned to pilot, Jabib? Biggin, sir. He's already lashed to the wheel. He's a good man in rough seas. What about Hrendel? Jabib shook his head. He's a better navigator, but he doesn't have Biggin's sea sense. Ulster nodded, satisfied with his first mate's judgment. Jabib knew the crew's strengths and weaknesses better than he. Good. With the rigging secured and the decks cleared, we should steer right through this storm. Jabib's expression did not appear as confident. What's wrong? The crew, sir. I've heard rumblings. They say your fight with Pinor has brought this storm down upon the fleet. They believe the dragon was birthed by the skies to punish the ship and is being led by the spirit of your dead brother. Ulster snorted. That's ridiculous. Cast never died. He just ran off. The dragon and the girl are just some trick of his to rejoin the fleet. We'll deal with him and his green-haired whore after the storm. Jabib shrugged. It's just what I've heard. The men are scared by the storm's size and spooked by the queer happenings on the deck earlier. Their talk grows stronger. Rumors abound. I've even heard some of the crew whisper plans of casting the shaman into the sea to appease the gods. That is not a bad idea, Ulster grumbled. But I've also heard the same threats against you and your brother. Ulster pounded his gloved fist on the table. What are you saying? Is it mutiny they want? It's just talk, sir. But a show of strength by you. Ulster pondered his words. What do you propose? A demonstration of your love for the gods. Jabib glanced about the room, then leaned nearer. A sacrifice, by your own hand. And you think a spurt of goat's blood will still the tongues of these whispers? No, but maybe something stronger will. The shaman's child, her twisted face, her ramblings. She makes the crew uneasy. Mater Gil is the only one who will even look after the girl. Jabib looked significantly at Ulster. None will miss her. Gylt spoke into the silence, his voice cracking with fear. She is cursed. All know it, but none have dared confront Shaman Pinor. Tales say the child was birthed from a dead belly. One just has to look at that half-frozen face to know the gods have shunned her. Jabib nodded. If you rid the ship of the child, the crew will see your strength and know you honor the gods. This will end their talk of mutiny. But what of Pinor? Jabib leaned even closer, his voice a hushed whisper. In storms, accidents can happen. Cast crept down the passageway. The deck rolled under his feet, seeking to topple him. Barefooted, he kept his balance and snuck upon the guard station near the hatch to the upper deck. His many winters at sea among the cutthroats of Port Royal had taught Cast the art of the assassin. His prey was no challenge. His eye pressed foolishly to the peephole in the door as he watched the storm's first rally against the ship. Beyond the hatch, winds screamed like tortured spirits, masking Cast's final steps toward the man's back. Without pausing, Cast struck the man a sharp blow to his neck with the calloused edge of his hand. His prey collapsed at his feet. Cast relieved the man of his sword, then hurried back 5 paces and waved the others forward. Siwan, her eyes wide with fear, hurried toward Cast. Pinor, his face red from both exertion and anxiety, held Shishin in his arms. "We will not have much time," Pinor commented. "You must hurry." Cast nodded. "The storm is fierce. Stay close." Turning to the hatch, he threw open the latch, but the door ripped away on its own, torn free by the howling gales. The fierce winds fought to drag the lot of them onto the deck, but Cast fought the wind's pull, legs braced, hands tight to the door's frame. Only Cast's strength kept the others sheltered within the opening. Behind him, Siwan hung from his right arm, her cheek resting on his shoulder as she squinted at the storm. Her breath was like fire on his neck. I don't think I can do this. The rain, the winds." "You must," Pinor said. A huge wave suddenly crashed over the rails, a monster of frothing foam and swirling currents. It tore loose a set of lashed barrels and sent them crashing across the deck. Cast scowled at such poor preparations. He waited for the waters to sluice away and the ship to right itself. "Now!" He yelled and sprang out, keeping a firm grip on Siwan's hand. Rain, whipped by the winds and a stinging sleet, strove to hammer him to the deck. He sheltered Siwan under him. Before the fury of this storm, the small Mare woman would be nothing but a stray leaf. Pinor had remained in the doorway, Shishin in his arms. "Hurry!" he called to them. Once far enough out on the deck, Cast swung around, pulling Siwan into his embrace. "Call the dragon," he yelled as the wind tore at his words. Siwan seemed frozen by the fierceness of the warring skies. Lightning played in jagged spears across the underbellies of the black clouds. Thunder ached the ribs in their chests. "We can't possibly fly in this." As she resisted, Cast drew her fingers to his tattoo. "Ragnar K can," he said. "The dragon and I are one. We will not fail you. Trust me. Trust the dragon's heart." Her eyes were moist from more than just the rain as she glanced up at him. "I will trust my bonded," she said, her words a whisper in the wind. "Both of them." She gazed into his eyes, and for a moment, the storm's howl vanished. It was as if they were alone on the deck. In the silence between cracks of thunder, she placed her palm upon his cheek and leaned up toward him, her lips brushing his ear. "I have need of you." With those words of binding, the world around him vanished. Siwan sat astride the dragon's neck as Ragnar K awoke to the storm. The great beast bellowed at the skies, its silver claws dug deep into the ship's boards. Siwan knew that no wind or wash of wave could dislodge the huge dragon. Its massive head swung in her direction. Red eyes glowed at her. "Do we fly again?" it asked. "Yes," she answered silently. "We must make for the largest ship." Ragnar K sent his willingness to her in a warmth of bonded loyalty. His thoughts drove away the storm's chill. He unfurled his wings. "Wait," she urged him. "We must carry someone with us." A rasp of irritation flooded her. "You are my bonded." "Only bonded shares the winds." "I know, my dragon, but I have a great need and it is only a short distance." A grumble, the equivalent of a dragon's sigh, rose from his chest. Wings folded back down. Siwan raised her arm toward the opening to the lower decks. Pinor and Shishin were still sheltered in the doorway. She waved to the shaman. Pinor showed no fear as he scurried across the space between door and dragon. As the waves rolled the boat, he almost lost his footing on the slippery deck. Soon he crouched in the lee of the beast's bulk, protected from the worst of the storm. "Can you manage?" he yelled up at Siwon. She nodded. Ragnar K will keep us both safe. Siwon leaned down and accepted the small child from Piner's outstretched arms. Shishin struggled and sobbed in fear, not of the dragon, but of the angry skies. Her eyes were wide as she stared at the lightning. Siwon pulled Shishin into the space in front of her and wrapped both arms around her. Hush. You're safe, she soothed, but in her heart, Siwon was not so confident. With her ankles locked in the dragon's folds, Siwon had to trust the strength of her own arms to keep the child atop the dragon. Shishin glanced up at Siwon. The girl struggled for bravery in the face of the storm. Your big dragon has a funny name. Yes, he does. He's gonna eat me, the child said calmly. Shocked, Siwon stared as Shishin turned and patted happily at the dragon's scaled neck, her actions so incongruous with her words. I will not eat her, Ragnar K argued grimly. She's too small. I know, my bonded. Ignore her words. She is addled. Still, Siwon shuddered. The child had spoken with such certainty. Suddenly the roiling clouds unleashed their fury. A crash of icy hail pounded down from the black skies, pelting the deck with a roaring clatter. Cringing from the stinging bites, Siwon leaned over the dragon's shoulder and found Pinor staring up at her. Fear not, shaman, I will get the girl safe to the dragon's heart. Cast and I will convince the high keel of our urgency. His face was still lined with worry. You know what you must do. Nodding, Siwon pulled back, her lips tight. She clutched tighter to the child. Sweet mother, forgive me, but I do. Pinor retreated, bent against the hail. He fled to the doorway and waved an arm in farewell. Siwon turned toward the raging seas. Fly, she sent the dragon. Ragnar K obeyed, wings snapping taut in the strong gale, catching the winds. The dragon released his claws, and the storm took hold of him. Ragnar K sailed over the rail. Away from the ship, whitecaps blew up from the sea, reaching for them, struggling to tear them from the skies. Some waves towered as high as mighty cliffs. But the dragons sailed above their grasps. Lightning chased them across the sea. Ducking away from the thunder, Siwon considered ordering the dragon to dive under the furious sea to escape the storm's brunt, but speed was essential. Flying was faster, and she feared the child's panic if they fled under the waves. Shishin could easily drown, and that must not happen. The success of their mission depended on the girl. Siwon kept a firm grip on the trembling child. Shishin was mumbling something, over and over. It sounded almost like a child's song, rhythmic and repetitive. The wind tore away most of her words, but occasional snatches reached her. Siwon pieced them together in her head. Dragon heart and dragon bone. Only blood will shatter stone. Dragon dark and dragon bright. Only pain will win this fight. Siwon pulled back, her mind working on the child's rhyme. What did it mean? Her skin prickled with the words. As with Cast's tattoo, she sensed old magic in the girl's chant. Touching the child's cheek, Siwon drew her attention. What are you? Suddenly the world exploded. Time froze. Pain seared Siwon's left side. Blind for an unknown length of time, Siwon came back to the world with a scream filling her ears. It took her a moment to realize that it was her own throat crying out. She stared in horror at the raging sea flying toward them. Under her, the dragon dove in a spiraling fall, head lolling on a flailing neck. Shishin was still clutched in her arms. The child struggled an arm free and pointed to the left. Siwon glanced and saw the smoking tear in the dragon's wing. Mother above, Ragnar K must have caught the edge of a lightning bolt. As she stared, other jagged spears pursued her injured mount. Siwon concentrated on the dragon. Ragnar K, wake. I have need of you. Somewhere far away she felt a slight stir. She reached out with her senses and sent forth her urgency. Awake! Help us, Dot. A faint thought came to her. Saiwan? She knew this was not the dragon. She did not have time to ponder the miracle. Cast. You must wake Ragnar K. The dragon's body swept into a trough between gigantic walls of frothing waters. Instinct kept its wings wide, so they glided along the valley between the mountainous waves. But they had only another few heartbeats before the dragon struck the water. Cast struggled. I don't know how. Do what you must. Or the girl and I die. Suddenly the dragon lurched under her. She was almost thrown from his back. The great beast wobbled, struggling with his injured wing. But finally his neck stretched long, scales slick with salt water. His head swung side to side, surveying the situation. A tower of water threatened to topple upon them, its top edge thrashed white by the winds. The dragon arched his back up, turned on his good wing, and fought to pull up from the trough. Hurry! Saiwan urged, watching the wave's crest begin to tumble toward them. Muscle writhed under her, wings fought wind and rain. A roar of frustration and rage bellowed from the dragon as he dragged his bulk upward. Saiwan twisted her neck and watched the wave chase them. It snarled and gnashed at the dragon's tail. Then it was over. A final lunge and the dragon heaved above the monster wave. The waters crashed below, roaring their own frustration, missing the dragon's tail by a mere handspan. Crying in relief, Saiwan collapsed over the girl. We made it, she moaned. Saiwan rubbed her hand appreciatively along the dragon's neck. Thank you, Ragnar K. It wasn't just the dragon. Cast? I could not wake Ragnar K. Saiwan sensed the exhaustion and strain in the bloodrider. The shock and pain had driven Ragnar K too deep. I was only able to reach his baser thoughts, his simple instincts and reflexes. But it was enough. With my will giving direction and purpose, the dragon's instincts and reflexes powered his body. But how? The dragon tumbled downward, then caught itself. It's too hard to talk this way and control the dragon. Watch over the girl. Saiwan sent her silent thanks and warmth to Cast. Around her, thunder boomed as the squall's fury heightened. As they flew, the winds grew fiercer, forcing Saiwan to lean closer to the dragon, sheltering the girl under her. Suddenly out of the rain-swept darkness, a ship appeared. Triple-masted and dragon-proud, it fought the waves with a fury that seemed almost alive. Saiwan knew this ship from Piner's description. It was the largest of the fleet, the Dragon's Heart. Her mount must have spotted it at the same time. The dragon leaned his neck down, and his body followed, diving toward the ship. Saiwan clutched the child as the ship grew under them. The tumble toward the ship's deck was not the artful glide of Ragnar K in full control. Cast must be struggling fiercely to fly the giant. Wings beat and fought to both slow their descent and guide their aim. It was a close battle, the outcome uncertain. The ship, rolling among the towering waves, made an unwilling partner. Its deck teetered, and the three masts stabbed at them like hostile spears. The dragon roared at the stubborn boat, banking and twisting to match the ship's tumble. As the ship's decks flew toward them, Saiwan closed her eyes. It did no good to look. With her heart clenched in her throat, Saiwan leaned and pinned the child under her, hugging the dragon tight. Cast, do not fail me. A shuddering crash was her only answer. Saiwan fought to keep her grip, but the impact was too great. Her ankles popped free from their footholds, and she and the girl slid up the dragon's neck. Gasping, Saiwan willed her arms and legs to grip with every fiber in her small body. The screech of claw on wood stretched forever as the dragon skidded across the wet deck. Saiwan waited for the snap of rail and the final tumble into the roaring sea. It never happened. The dragon settled to a trembling stop under her. Saiwan kept her eyes closed and sent a silent prayer to all the gods of the world. Slowly, she opened her eyes. The tip of the dragon's nose touched the rail. It had been close, too close. The great beast lay stretched across the deck, too exhausted to lift himself. His chest heaved in huge gulping blasts, steaming into the cold rain. Behind her, Simon noted the deep gouges dragged across the deck. Pieces of broken silver nail littered the trail. Shishin also surveyed their surroundings. "This isn't Papa's boat," she said. A trace of fear etched her words. Simon placed a palm on the child's cheek. "It's all right, Shishin. You'll be safe here until your papa comes." A crash of wood sounded to the left as a hatch flew open. Simon watched men rush out onto the storm-swept deck bearing spears and swords. When they saw what lay before them, they stopped, their faces mixed with fear and awe. Simon knew caste should do the talking here. She lowered Shishin onto the deck. "Stay by the dragon," she urged the child. Then Simon, conscious of all the eyes upon her, followed the child off their mount, careful to keep one hand on Ragnar K. Once her feet were secure under her, Simon took Shishin's hand in her own and turned to face the growing audience. Even the wicked storm could not keep the crew away. From among their midst, the tallest man Simon had ever set eyes upon shoved through the crowd. Older, but still well-muscled, he was as wide as he was tall. She heard a few whispered comments from the others gathered here. One name was spoken by all, High Keel. The man stopped and stared at the two small women and the sprawled dragon. He wore a hard scowl, no twinge of welcome softened his features. His eyes were dark with suspicion. Simon swallowed. Caste was certainly the one to confront this man. Stepping forward, Simon removed her hand from the dragon, releasing the spell. She cringed away from the whirlwind to come, but nothing happened. Glancing over her shoulder, Simon saw the dragon still draped across the deck. Only his steaming breath gave sign he was still alive. "Caste?" she called out. A harsh voice drew her back around. It was the High Keel. His glare promised pain. "What manner of storm demon are you?" A.S. Piner returned to his cabin, worry gnawed at his belly. With his plan now underway, he was not as confident of his idea. It depended too much on the truth of ancient tales. If he was wrong, it could mean not only the failure of Caste and Simon's hopes, but the death of Shishin as well. He reached for the latch to his door, thunder in his ears, lanterns casting twisted shadows. At that moment, a sudden lull in the storm saved his life. As the thunder's roar died away momentarily, Pinor heard the faint scrape of heel on wood. It was enough to draw his eye. Hunched a short way down the passage stood the stocky Gylt, a stained blade in hand. From his furtive posture and the sudden guilt in his eyes, the shaman knew the crewman meant him harm. After checking the rest of the passage, Pinor turned to face the man fully. "So you come to murder in Ulster's stead?" The crewman still stood frozen in mid-step, indecision wavering his determination. "I see you draw the sea god's wrath to your own shoulders, sparing Ulster. How brave of you to damn your own spirit." Pinor narrowed his gaze. He began to understand the Keel chief's purpose here. "Even though you may trick the crew and blame my disappearance on the storm's fury, do not think the sea gods will not know which hand wielded the sword. Even now, they watch you through my eyes. They stare at your heart." A sudden burst of thunder shook the deck under their feet. Gylt gasped and backed a step away. Pinor knew the man was easily cowed, especially when scared. He leaned closer. "Hear how the gods call for your blood already." Gylt's eyes grew wide with horror. His sword trembled in his grip. I wasn't supposed to slay you, shaman. Truly, I wasn't. IW was only supposed to make sure you returned to your cabin." Pinor frowned at Gylt. He sensed the truth to the man's words. Behind Pinor, his cabin door suddenly swung open. He knew he had left his room empty. He had clearly stumbled blindly into an ambush. He had not thought Ulster could grow so craven, at least not this soon. In front of Pinor, a shadow cast from the room's lantern spread on the far wall of the passage, a man with his sword raised. Pinor watched the shadowy blade plunge toward his back. Pinor had no time to turn, only to duck sideways, raising an arm and warding. The blade sliced under his arm, just missing his chest and catching the edge of his robe. Pinor saw the blade's tip thrust out from under his raised arm. At that moment, old instincts returned to Pinor. Under his shaman's robe still beat the heart of a bloodrider. Though he had untied his warrior's braid long ago, a part of him remembered. Crying a warrior's roar, Pinor brought down his arm, trapping the flat of the blade against his chest. He clamped hard and twisted on a heel. As expected, his attacker was slightly off balance by his failed thrust. The clamped blade tore free of the other's grip. Pinor did not pause. As he continued his turn, he reached for the freed blade. After 40 winters, his hands again settled around the hilt of a sword. Sweeping the weapon forward, he faced his disarmed attacker. A rage burst in Pinor's heart. His vision narrowed to sharp edges. Pinor heard the gasp from Gylt on his left. "You must not bear a sword. You must not shed blood. You're a shaman." Ignoring the man's outburst, Pinor stared at his attempted assassin. He was not surprised to find Jabib standing before him, always Ulster's dog. The first mate reached for a dagger. Pinor was faster. The sword buried itself in the first mate's chest. Pinor thrust deeper, stepping toward Jabib, until they were nose to nose, the sword's hilt lodged between their bellies. Hot blood washed over Pinor's cold hand. He trembled with rage as he faced his attempted assassin. "May the sea gods feed your spirit to their worms," he spat as he stepped away, twisting the sword as he pulled it free. Jabib gasped and fell to his knees. Blood frothed from his mouth and poured down his chest. Before the man could tumble onto his face, Pinor grabbed the man's braid, holding him up by his corded hair. Jabib raised his eyes in horror. "I send you to the gods without honor," Pinor said coldly and sliced the braid away in one sweep of his sword. Unsupported now, Jabib crashed to the planks, his life's blood pooling under him. Pinor turned, sword in one hand, Jabib's braid in the other. Gylt dropped his sword, eyes white with fear. "You have cursed us," he cried. "You have soiled yourself with blood. You have cursed yourselves," he said. "The sea gods warned me of your treachery, protected me. They silenced the storm so I might hear your tread. They cast Jabib's shadow on the wall, revealing his craven attack." Pinor stepped closer to Gylt. "They bless me this stormy night, so I might seek their vengeance upon those who plot against the gods." Gylt shook his head, violently denying Pinor's words. He slipped to his knees. "No, no," he moaned. Pinor towered over the sobbing man. "Yes," he said, his voice as harsh as the storm raging above. Gylt must have sensed Pinor's heart. He lunged for his sword, but it was too late. Pinor swung his own blade with all the rage in his bones. Blood sprayed over his forearms. Pinor stepped over Gylt's body while the man's head still bobbled down the passage ahead of him. With Jabib's braid dragging at his side, Pinor continued deeper into the ship's bowels. He knew that for too long he had allowed a foulness to fester in this ship. Fear for Shishan, fear for himself, had stayed his hand. With Shishan gone, Pinor knew it was time he acted. This night, tides of prophecy drew all the players together, allowing none to escape their destiny. By morning, the Drairendi would either be forged into their final purpose, beaten into a weapon against the Golgotha, or sunk under the waves. His people's final fate would depend on a shaman's cursed sword and the heart of a child. 16. With lightning ribbing the sky, Cywin faced the high keel. Raindrops pelted the decks in a constant, splashing rattle. Behind the man, the deck bristled with spears and swords. She ignored the other crewmen. All that mattered was the huge man standing before her. He was the leader here, the one she and Cast had been sent to sway. But nothing was going according to the old shaman's plan. Cast, as a fellow bloodrider, was the one who was supposed to herald their cause, not her. Glancing behind to the collapsed dragon, Siwan knew their plans needed to be hastily reworked, but she could not think clearly. Her thoughts worried on Ragnar K and Cast. What had happened? Why hadn't the spell reversed itself? Was it the lightning strike? Was Cast forever trapped in the dragon's form? Her mind spun with the implications. A small hand squeezed her own. Shishin tugged on Siwan's arm. "That man's bigger than Papa," she commented plainly, pointing to the high keel. The drenched child shivered in the wind. Hugging the girl closer to keep her warm, Siwan turned. Even from a few paces away, Siwan still had to crane her neck to face the man. His eyes were shards of blue steel, his braided mane dark but silvered along the edges from passing winters. In his right fist, he clutched a wailing harpoon that towered over him. His eyes flicked between Siwan and the huge black dragon. With Ragnar K behind her, he was cautious. "Again I ask you," he said, "what manner of demon are you?" Siwan finally freed her tongue. Silence was not going to sway anyone. "I am no demon, High Keel of the Drerendi," she said solemnly, bowing her head slightly in greeting. "I am Siwan, emissary of the Marai. I have been sent by Shaman Pinor to seek your counsel." His crew were too well trained to speak out of turn, but Siwan saw furtive glances pass among those who backed the High Keel. Doubt and anger were mixed in their nervous stances. From their responses, Piner's earlier warning proved correct. The Marai name was not well received. The High Keel spoke into the stretch of silence. His voice cracked slightly from the shock of her announcement, but it soon returned to its commanding tones. "Do you have proof for such wild claims?" he asked. Siwan waved her free hand back to the dragon. "If this is not proof enough," she said as she pulled Shishin in front of her, "Shaman Pinor also sent his only blood as his seal of support." The High Keel seemed finally to notice the small girl. He squinted at Shishin. "I know this child," he said hesitatingly. Another man pushed forward, coming around the High Keel's shoulder. He was blue-robed like a shaman, but where Pinor was weathered thin and hard, this man was full-bellied, one hand resting on his ample paunch. He eyed the skies fretfully. "We should take the captives below," he said with a slight lisp. "I fear this is but a calm before the storm's true fury strikes." He glanced to the dragon, his gaze frightened. Bad omens still scent the winds. The High Keel nodded. He waved for two guards to flank the pair of girls. The men bore sickle-shaped swords, lightning reflected off their wet blades. "If you are not demons, then come with us. Tell us why you've come, why my old friend would send you." Siwan noted the raised blades. The High Keel's statement was no request, but she nodded anyway. "We appreciate your offer of shelter," she said, then indicated the dragon. "But my mount has suffered a grievous wound. I must first beg a boon from you." Thunder again began to build around them. "What is it?" the High Keel said impatiently. "The dragon needs a healer." The Drerendi leader nodded to the boat's shaman. "Bilatus is this ship's healer, but his arts serve men, not dragons." The portly shaman nodded his agreement vigorously, his eyes fixed on the steaming hulk of black scale and silver claw. "I have no herbs or salves for such a beast. I could harm as easily as heal." Siwan's heart quailed at the thought of leaving the collapsed dragon unattended on the deck. What if a wave should wash him overboard? She glanced back at her huge companion. Twin streams of white billowed from his flared nostrils, but his eyes still remained closed. A hand touched her shoulder, making her jump. It was the High Keel, he had come so silently upon her. "Fear not. Your dragon will remain safe, Siwan of the Marai. I have given my welcome. Until this matter is heard and judged, none will dare break my invitation. We will tether your mount with thick lines to mast and rail." Unless the dragon's heart sinks, your beast will remain secure. Thank you. The high keel stepped closer to the great dragon, reaching a hand to touch it. Careful, my high keel. The shaman called out from behind them. The broad-shouldered man ignored the warning and placed his palm upon a wet fold of scaled wing. I never imagined I'd see such a wonder. He shook his head and pulled his hand away. As he returned to his line of men, Simon spotted the whisper of a smile again on his face. Come, he said as he passed her. She followed this time, discovering a twinge of respect for the man. She now understood why Pinor had placed such trust in the high keel. There was no question that steel flowed through his veins. But she found that a keen curiosity also shone forth from his eyes. With Shishin clinging tight to her side, Simon followed the high keel's back. Shaman Bilatus kept close to the man's shoulder, constantly glancing back at them as they entered the ship. The high keel led the procession down a short stair and along a wide corridor. He pushed into a long room. Overhead, lanterns hanging from beams swayed with the roll of the boat. Tables and benches lined the floor. He faced the gathered crew. You all have your orders and stations, his voice boomed. I don't expect my ship to sink in this storm because my crew turned into a bunch of slack-jawed gawkers. Be off to your duties. He waved to one other fellow, a handsome man who stood almost as tall as the high keel. Hunt, accompany us. Yes, high keel. His eyes lit up with excitement. Suddenly Simon recognized why the man seemed familiar. Is he your son? She asked. And the dragon shark's first mate, the high keel said proudly. Come. We will retire to my cabin and speak of these matters in private. She nodded and soon found herself in a spacious room. The place was warm and inviting. Along one wall, shelves were crammed with weathered texts and crumpled scrolls. A desk stood nearby, a thick book spread atop its surface. Across the room, 2 goose-down chairs stood before an actual stone fireplace. A thick iron grate kept the burning logs within the small hearth during the storm's tumult. The high keel waved Simon to one of the thick chairs. She accepted the invitation, glad to get closer to the warm fire. The chill of their flight had set deep into her bones. The Drerendi clothes she wore dripped and clung damply to her skin. She wished she had kept her sharkskin breeches. Once seated, she pulled Shishin into her lap. The girl raised her legs to heat the bottoms of her bare feet. Bilatus was invited to the second chair, leaving the high keel and his son, Hunt, to stand. The 2 tall men flanked either side of the hearth. Side by side now, their distinct similarities were obvious. Sharp eyes squinted at the corners, strong clefted chins, wide mouths made for easy smiling. Even their broad shoulders and stance were twins of each other. Simon found herself trusting these 2 and leaned deeper into the goose-down pillows. Tell us your story, the high keel said simply. Simon cleared her throat and did as he asked. She explained about the coming assault on Aloha Glen, about the Gulgothal forces fortifying the islands, about the hope of the lands placed in the hands of a young Witch. She related all she had shared with Pinor except for the secret of caste and the dragon. She suspected none would believe her, and right now, she needed all the trust she could muster from these 3 men. So I have come to ask you to lend your ships and warriors to our battle. The high keel had remained silent during the entire discourse. Finally, he spoke. I believe you speak with a noble heart, Simon of the Marai. I even believe your cause just and righteous. The Drerendi share no love for the Gulgotha, but likewise we share no friendship with the Marai either. Why join old enemies to fight new enemies? What matter to us that the Gulgotha torment the people of the lands? Simon sat up straighter. The Gulgotha lord will never be satisfied with just the land. Right now his eyes are turned toward the coast, but once that is fully subdued, his gaze will turn to you. Then who will be left to come to your aid? The Drerendi are a free people. We call no lands our own. If the Gulgotha push, we will give way. As long as there are seas to sail, we will never fall to another man's yoke. He glanced significantly at Siwon. We remember too well when once we bowed to another's sword. We won our freedom with our blood then and mean to keep it now. Why should we join this battle and earn the enmity of the Dark Lord? You are already an enemy of the Golgotha. Any who don't serve him are his foe. Siwon swallowed hard. Is it truly freedom if you are on the run from the Golgotha? Are you on any less of a leash if his forces herd you this way and that? That is not freedom. It's blind cowardice. The fat shaman gasped. Hunt's hand dropped to his sword hilt. The only reaction from the high keel was a reddening of his cheeks. Then he burst out with a hearty laugh. No one can say you are not blunt, lass. Siwon blushed at his words. I meant no true offense. Again the high keel laughed. Father, Hunt said. His face was dark red, but not with amusement. Will you allow such insult to the Dreyrendi? What insult? The young woman speaks her heart. I would wish more would speak so plainly. He waved to Siwon. Fine. I can see your point. The Dreyrendi should sail where the winds dictate, not the Golgotha. If we run from the black heartsbeasts, we are cowards. Bylatus stared at this confession with wide eyes. The sea gods will protect us. We have no need to fear the Golgotha. The high keel shook his head, the humor fading from his lips. Spoken like a shaman. But I've learned that the sea gods protect those who protect themselves. He patted his sword. This is the only true defense. Siwon could not believe her luck. The high keel warmed to her cause. So you will consider lending your forces? He stared at her silently for 3 long breaths, then answered. No. Siwon sat stunned. Her voice was meek when next she spoke. But why? This is the best chance to strike a blow against the Dark Lord. Perhaps. But the Dreyrendi will never fight alongside the Merai. When last we battled the Golgotha, your people fled, leaving us to the teeth and axes of the enemy. Siwon bristled. But it was not as if we betrayed you. You offered your aid freely, allowing us to escape. Still, it bespeaks your people's craven hearts. Now it was Siwon's turn to react to being called cowardly. What of your old oaths? She pointed to his tattoo. Do you break your own vows? You promised to come to our aid one last time when we requested it. The high keel remained silent. Bylatus answered. That was long ago. Since then we have come to worship the 7 gods of the sea. Our hearts and spirits are bound to them, not to the Merai. We are slaves to you no more. The high keel slowly nodded his head. Whatever debts we owed your people are long faded to dust. Siwon wished she could show him how strong the tattoo's magical bonds still remained, but she had already bonded to caste and could not bring forth the magic of the tattoo in another. She sighed, knowing that only one chance lay open to them, the path Pinor had suggested. She glanced to Shishin, who had begun to doze in the warmth of her lap. Her heart went out to the small child. She had hoped to avoid Piner's full plan. Perhaps if caste had been here. She shook her head and raised her eyes toward the high keel. You place much on the differences between our 2 people, Merai and Dreyrendi. He shrugged. Siwon's voice grew firmer. I will share with you a Merai secret, something to which even most of my own people are blind. I revealed this to Shaman Pinor, and he sent his only granddaughter not only as proof of his support, but as proof of my next words. Bylatus sat up straighter at the mention of a fellow shaman. The high keel narrowed his eyes. What? We are not different people. She stared intently at the high keel. Merai and Dreyrendi are in truth one tribe. Their shock halted further discussion. Finally, Bylatus made a rude noise with his blubbery lips. Impossible. Siwan placed her palm atop the head of the napping Shishan. Here is the proof. The High Keel glanced at the child, then back to Siwan. I see no clue here, only an addled child with a face that half droops. You will. Siwan clenched her fist. She hoped her words proved true. Glancing up at Hunt, she indicated Shishan. Can you carry her? After getting a nod from his father, the young bloodrider lifted Shishan from Siwan's lap. The sleeping child only moaned a bit, then latched her tiny arms around Hunt's neck. Siwan stood. To show you, I will need blood from the dragon. Bilatus had to push twice to extract himself from the chair. How do you propose to get? Siwan slipped the long dagger from her wrist sheath. With this. The sudden appearance of twin swords at her throat quickly taught her the foolishness of such rash action. Siwan had not even seen the High Keel or his son move. The tips of their weapons held steady in the hollow of her throat. Siwan finally found her tongue again. I mean no one harm. I only need the knife to draw blood from my mount. Siwan flipped the dagger in her hand and caught the blade, proffering the handle toward the High Keel. If you'd feel better, please keep it. I will even allow you to stab the dragon to gain its blood. The High Keel squinted at her, clearly trying to weigh the truth of her words and intent. Siwan did not waver from his hard gaze, though the dagger trembled a bit in her scared fingers. Finally, the leader of the Drerendi lowered his sword and waved his son to follow his example. No, Siwan of the Merry Eye. If anyone is to poke that slumbering beast atop my decks, I think it best be you. Again the whisper of a smile flashed on his lips. Siwan slowly slipped the dagger back into its sheath with a long sigh. I apologize for startling you all. I was not thinking when I bared my knife. I had only thought to clarify my purpose. The High Keel sheathed his sword. And what purpose might that be? Siwan cowered a bit. After their reaction to her knife, maybe it would be best to leave Shaman Piner's theory unspoken. But all their eyes were upon her. A sudden knocking at the door saved her from answering. Bilatus opened the door to an excited crewmate. The man pulled off his soaking hat as he entered, his eyes excited. High Keel, sir. It's the Dragon Spur. Words come across the storm. Her mast's been lightning struck. You can't even see her sails aflame. Hunt glanced to his father. That's Shaman Piner's ship. Again Siwan found all their eyes upon her, and for the 100th time, she wished Cast were here. Behind Piner, cries of alarm echoed down the passageway. Shrill frightened voices mixed with barked orders. Pinor ignored them and continued through the narrow corridors toward the ship's bow. The bodies of Jabib and Gylt must have been discovered. He quickened his pace, sensing that if he slowed, the fire in his blood would fade, and this was not a night for cool heads or wise counsel. What festered aboard this boat could only be cleansed with flames. Suddenly, as if the gods had heard his thoughts, thick smoke billowed down from an open hatch somewhere behind him. Pinor coughed. He smelled burned wood and again heard snatches of bellowing voices. His pace slowed. He turned back the way he had come. Past the smoke, a hatch slammed shut amid frantic calls for help. Overhead, the tread of running feet clattered as men fled the galley just above him. The entire ship was being roused. Pinor could almost smell the desperation behind the smoke. Something was wrong, something more urgent than even murdered crewmen. Pinor glanced at his bloody sword and the limp length of braid in his left hand. Was this commotion a new trick of Ulster's? Something staged to distract the crew while the Keelchief's minions disposed of the shaman. He gripped his sword tighter, its hilt felt right in his fist. Whatever alarm had been raised, for whatever reason, it was no longer his business. He was no longer the Dragonspur's shaman, nor even her warrior. This night Pinor was the god's vengeance given form and steel. Continuing toward the lone cabin in the forward section of the bow, he marched toward where, if Pinor judged the Keelchief correctly, the craven cur would be ensconced in his own cabin. Pinor tightened his grip on his sword. He would enjoy seeing the killchief's expression when the man learned his assassins had failed, though in all likelihood, the sight would be Pinor's last. For whether justified or not, Pinor had no misconceptions that he himself would be spared for his attacks. It was forbidden for a ship's shaman to touch steel, and it was death to draw blood. Still, Pinor knew his duty. Ultimately, the spiritual fate of the ship rested in his hands. He could no longer allow Ulster to befoul its decks. Finally, Pinor reached his destination. Stopping before a wide door banded and studded in iron, he waited a single breath. Then he raised his sword and pounded its hilt on the frame. A voice snapped at him. "I know of the fire. I'm coming." Pinor blinked at this response. What fire? Before he could ponder the mystery any further, the door flew open. Ulster stood before him, pulling into a jerkin. Half-dressed, the killchief froze when he saw who stood in his doorway. Neither man moved for several strained heartbeats. Finally, Pinor tossed Jabob's braid across Ulster's boots. It was the gesture of a warrior for a leader, a token of a kill done to protect the ship. The bloody tail slapped the planks like a length of soaked kelp. "I believe this belongs to you," Pinor said coldly. Ulster's eyes flickered toward the braid, but his gaze remained mostly on the sword. It was clear that the killchief was more shocked to see Pinor with a sword than he was concerned for his first mate's fate. "What have you done, shaman?" he asked with a note of horror. "What I should have done long ago, cut away a festering canker before the disease spreads to the rest of the fleet." Ulster backed from Pinor's sword. In his hurry, the killchief had forgotten to don his own weapon belt. It hung from the back of a chair in the room. Pinor followed Ulster, step for step, words pouring out that had been bottled in his heart. "I loved your father. It was only his memory that kept my hand in check for so long. But when your brother Cast arrived, I finally recognized how little of your father's blood runs in your own veins, Ulster." The killchief spat bile to match Pinor's fury. "Not like my father?" Ulster laughed harshly. "And you think these words insult me? The old man was more like me than you could imagine, shaman. Were you at my side when my father lashed me bloody after my defeat in a sword spar with Zinbathi's son? Were you there when my broken ribs were wrapped after one of his savage beatings? Or how about when the burns on my arms peeled and cracked for an entire moon?" Ulster pointed to the doorway. "Behind closed doors, men whose faces you think you know can change, Pinor. Only I saw my father's true countenance, the one he hid from the rest of the crew." Pinor stumbled a step at such lies. "How dare you blaspheme your father's memory? You were always blind, shaman. Though you may have been gifted with keen sea senses, my father's heart was kept hidden from you." Ulster's gaze narrowed. "Or were you just too scared to look deeply? Did you suspect what lurked there, but feared losing such a skilled leader?" Pinor stopped his pursuit of Ulster across the cabin. As much as he would wish to deny it, Pinor could not disavow how hard the old high keel had ridden his son. But he had never suspected such depths of wrath. "But your brother? Cast?" Ulster snorted. "The bastard escaped before the worst, leaving me to face our father's anger alone." The fire seemed to die in Ulster, like a spent candle. "I can never forgive him for that." Pinor had to struggle to keep his own anger lit. "Whether your story is true or not, what right do you have to wreak your father's old savageries upon my family?" Ulster's eyes never left Pinor's. "Because you had the power to stop my father. He would have listened to you, Pinor." Ulster's voice cracked, then hardened back again. "But instead, you only looked out toward the glories on the horizons, rather than at the evil that stood beside you. So do not seek sympathy in me." Ulster turned and reached for his sword belt. Stunned by his words, Pinor could only watch numbly as the killchief drew his weapon. "No longer will I let you ignore the evil of my father." Ulster faced Pinor again. "What it forged stands before you now. With those words, Ulster lunged. Pinor barely had time to raise his own sword. Steel clashed steel. Luckily, Ulster's attack was guided by anger more than skill. Still, Pinor fell back under the assault. The Keel chief was younger and stronger of limb. It was only Pinor's instinct from his warrior days that kept Ulster's sword from his belly. Pinor fought desperately. The furious fire that had ignited his blood earlier had waned to mere embers. How could he righteously despise that which his own hand had helped forge? Pinor retreated. His left foot slipped on the discarded braid of the first mate. He toppled to the deck, his sword clanging out of his grip as he hit the floor. Ulster towered over him now, sword raised. His eyes glowed red with rage, his breath ragged and panting. Pinor knelt up to face his death. The Keel chief looked him in the eye. "You should have heard my cries, shaman." Pinor nodded once, briefly. "You're right, Ulster. I'm sorry." The anger in the young man's face twitched with confusion. His sword arm trembled as he held the weapon poised. Raising his face higher, Pinor spoke quietly. "But I'm also not your father, Ulster." The Keel chief shook his head and stepped away, his brows tight, his gaze shaky. "I know you're not my father. It's not too late to try to heal what he wrought." Pinor saw the pain in Ulster's stance. "I can help." Swinging toward Pinor again with wild eyes, Ulster laughed and pointed his sword. "You think you can help me? If you knew all, you'd curse me as resolutely as my father did during one of his rages." "I wouldn't," Pinor insisted, sincere in his words. He persisted in an attempt to reach the young man, not to save his own life, but to salvage what was left of Ulster's. "Will you let me try?" Ulster lowered his sword, but only slightly. His eyes had narrowed to slits. "Do you know how your son died? Shishan's father?" Pinor flinched from Ulster's words. The Keel chief touched upon an old wound that had never completely healed. He died during the Kurdish clashes. He took an axe in the brow. Pinor had no desire to revisit that memory. A black pigeon had brought word to Pinor from the far coast as Shishan's mother had labored in birthing. When word reached the struggling woman, she wailed, and something broke in her. Blood poured over her thighs. She died shortly thereafter, almost stealing away the life of her daughter, too. "Why do you ask, Ulster?" Ulster leaned closer. "It was my hand that wielded the axe." Pinor's eyes flew wide. "No." Ulster leered. "It was an easy thing. I thought little on it. During a skirmish aboard the Broken Fawn, I discovered myself alone with your son." He turned to me, a smile on his blood-splattered face, the thrill of the battle bright in his eyes. But it was that grin, proud, boastful. I couldn't stand it. So I buried my axe in his face. But even as he fell, the bastard still smiled. The horror must have been clear on Pinor's face. How could you?" Ulster leaned nearer. "Now that you know the truth, do you still wish to heal me, shaman?" he asked with disdain. A growl of pain exploded from Pinor. He lunged at Ulster, knocking aside the blade, and tackled the man to the floor. Ulster gasped as he struck the planks. His head struck the wood with a resounding blow. Dazed, his sword fell free of his grip. Pinor did not wait. He snatched up the dropped blade, and using both hands, he raised the weapon and plunged it through Ulster's chest. The blade passed cleanly between his ribs and dug deep into the boards beneath. But Pinor shoved even harder, his arms shaking with exertion. He drove the sword until its hilt was pressed hard into Ulster's chest. Dark blood welled around the hilt. Unable to push any farther, Pinor fell atop the Keel chief like a spent lover. "How could you?" Pinor cried in his ear, tears blurring his vision. "He was like your own brother." Ulster choked on blood, but still he struggled to answer. That was why I killed him, shaman." The Keel Chief's gaze grew dull. He was like my brother, happy and proud. I could not stand to see that light in another's eyes. Pinor shook with sorrow and rage. Sobs racked his old frame as he rolled off Ulster's chest. The Keel Chief's head lolled to face Pinor. He spoke through bloody lips. I couldn't stand to see what was stolen from me. Ulster's voice faded, but his eyes found Pinor. You should have judged my father's heart as severely as you judged my own. You should have listened for a young boy's cries from behind closed doors. Ulster continued to stare at Pinor. It took a long moment for Pinor to realize Ulster had died. He reached with trembling fingers and closed the young man's eyes. You're right. Pinor pushed slowly to his feet. He stared at the dead man. His legs were numb under him. I will mourn the boy you once were, Ulster, but I still cannot mourn what you became. I cannot mourn that death. Pinor turned away, emptier than a hollow bone. He staggered from the room. Shutting the door of the Keel Chief's cabin, Pinor turned and traced his way back up toward the deck. He would blame all the bloodshed discovered here on mutiny. His lie would be believed. None would question a shaman too closely. None would dare look too deeply. Blindness, he had learned this night, was often self-inflicted, a defense against what one wished not to see. He wiped the blood from his hands as he walked the corridors, rhythmically rubbing his palms on his shirt. Pushing out the hatch, Pinor found the decks awash in flame. The aft mast was a torch in the stormy night. As Pinor looked on, crewmen with axes chopped the burning mast free and toppled it into the sea. Steam hissed and writhed as the fire was extinguished, and the charred section of mast sank under the waves. A cheer arose from the gathered men and women. The ship had been saved from certain death, the danger cut away and flung into the sea. Someone finally spotted Pinor. Mater Giel crossed to him, her gray hair blackened with ashes. I think the worst of the storm has struck. But that was too close, she said with a tired grin. We almost lost the ship to the fire. But what a glorious sight it was! Flames leaping and dancing in the rain. Pinor nodded slowly. Yes, evil often wears a handsome mask. Siwon stood at the rail of the Dragon's Heart. The High Keel conferred with his son, Hunt, on her left. On her right, Bilatus grasped the rail with one hand in a white-knuckled grip while clutching his robe tight to his neck with the other. Wind bit at them. Rain stung exposed flesh. You can smell the smoke on the wind, Hunt said. He still carried little Shishan under one arm. She clung to his neck. But at least they've put the fires out, the High Keel noted. He swung to another crewman. Order the pilot to swing us about. We should see how the Dragon Spur fares. The crewman nodded and dashed off across the slick deck. Thankfully, the storm's fury seemed to be dying down. Lightning only flickered across the skies along the far horizons, and the roar of thunder had faded to a pale echo of its former fierceness. Turning her back on the wind, Siwon saw that Ragnar K still lay unmoving on the deck. Thick oiled ropes trussed his frame to mast and stanchions. Her heart ached to see such a majestic beast laid low and bound. The High Keel must have noticed her gaze. You mentioned earlier that dragon's blood will reveal how our two people are alike? Not just alike, Siwon mumbled. We are the same. We are one tribe. Bilatus huffed. Impossible. Look at you. Webbed toes, webbed fingers. He shook his head in disbelief. Siwon glanced at the three men. I had hoped that I could convince you that you'd honor your old oaths. But Shaman Pinor spoke wisely. He knew you'd doubt my words without actual proof. Hunt spoke up. What do you keep hinting at? What proof? Siwon chewed her lips. I'd best show you. She crossed toward the slumbering black giant and slipped the dagger from her wrist sheath. Once at the dragon's side, she ran her free hand along an edge of wing and sent a silent apology to her mount and to the man inside. Before fear slowed her hand, Siwen stabbed the dagger into the beast's flank. She gasped as fire exploded in her own side. But she knew it was only a phantom pain, a whisper of shared senses with the dragon. By now, the others had circled behind her, still keeping a wary distance. Only the high keel braved a step closer. "Are you injured?" he asked with true concern, noticing her pained expression. Siwen shook her head and pulled free her dagger. Dragon's blood welled over its blade. She flinched slightly and rubbed at her own side. The burn quickly subsided. Turning, she faced the others and held forth the fouled knife. "So your dragon bleeds like any man," Hunt said. "How is this any proof of your claim?" "It's not," she answered. "Not by itself." Confusion shone on all their faces. Siwen felt a coldness settle over her. She suddenly balked at doing what Pinor asked of her. The knife trembled in her hand, blood dripping from its tip. But she knew she must not fail here. Too much depended on her. She raised her face to Hunt. "To prove my claim, I will also need Shaman Piner's granddaughter." The young first mate of the Dragon's Heart glanced to his father. The high keel nodded. Hunt detached the small girl from around his neck. He crossed to Siwen and knelt with the girl in his arms. "What purpose does this child serve?" he asked. Shaman Pinor sent her as proof of his support. Siwen raised the knife and plunged it into the girl's chest. "And as sacrifice." Shishin cried out, her tiny arms spasming wide. Hunt reacted quickly, jumping back and pulling the child free of the dagger. Before Siwen could move, she found a sword at her throat. She dropped the dagger, it clattered on the deck. With her role complete, the strength drained from her. Siwen dropped to her knees. I had no choice." The sword stayed at her throat, borne by the high keel. "What foulness is this?" he bellowed at her, leaning over her. "You come seeking a boon from us and think killing an innocent will win our hearts?" Tears ran down Siwen's face as she looked up. It was Shaman Piner's idea. Siwen watched Hunt carefully drape the child, now unmoving, on the wet deck. Bilatus crouched nervously beside the pale girl. "You lie." The high keel snapped. "Pinor would not order this. Stories of your people were always cruel. But I had never suspected the depths of your depravity." "Father!" Hunt called out. "The child lives." The high keel's son knelt over the girl. He had ripped open Shishin's shirt. With a scrap of the child's shift, he wiped away the blood from her pale chest. Her skin lay unblemished. "There is no wound." Siwen sobbed in relief. "It's the dragon's blood." Bilatus nodded his head. "Blood from such a beast is valued for its healing properties. But it is forbidden for the Drerendi to use such a cursed bomb. It is one of our oldest dictates. The sea gods forbid it." Hunt rubbed the child's wrists. Shishin still lay limp on the deck. "But if the blood kept her from injury, why doesn't she wake?" he asked, concern in his voice. All their eyes swung toward Siwen. The high keel lowered his blade from her throat, but the fire in his voice was still present. He would not end her life until he had answers. "What have you done?" "I already told you. It was Shaman Piner's plan. He knew a blade drenched with dragon's blood would not kill his child. The magic would protect her from a mortal wound." "But I don't understand." The Siwen waved to the limp girl. "She should be hale, uninjured. I don't know why Shishin won't wake. What was supposed to happen?" the high keel demanded. Deaf to his words, Siwen stared at the pale child. Pinor placed too much trust in the ancient tales passed down among our elders, stories of the birth of our people. The first Merai, our forefather, was said to have been forged by a savage mixing of Drerendi and dragon's blood. And to this day, dragon magic is still necessary to maintain our current forms. Saiwan waved her webbed fingers. Magi who are banished from the seas eventually lose their unique features and become like ordinary men and women. I don't understand, Hunt said. What are you suggesting? Before Saiwan could answer, a gasp arose from Shishin. The girl twitched on the deck. Her arms batted feebly at some unseen menace. Then her eyes fluttered open. Hunt helped her sit up. Shishin stared at those gathered around her, then down at her chest. She rubbed at the spot where the knife had struck. It tickles here, she said. Saiwan let out a startled gasp of relief. Shishin! Thank the sweet mother. The girl's palm wandered to her face. It tickles here, too. Shishin ran her fingers along her left eye and down her cheek to her lips. She smiled, a full grin, not lopsided. The side of her face that had been dead and slack had come back to life, also healed by the dragon's blood. Shishin must have felt the change. Her hands rose and cupped her cheeks, her eyes full of wonder. A sudden gust of wind blew across the ship, and quicker than the flutter of a bird's wings, clear inner lids snapped up within Shishin's eyes, protecting the child's vision against the sting of rain. Saiwan gasped. She was the only one close enough to witness the event. What's wrong? The High Keel asked, noticing her startled reaction. Saiwan pushed off her knees and crawled closer to the girl. She was too stunned to hope, too shocked to articulate. Hunt went to reach for his own sword in defense against Saiwan's approach, obviously fearing she meant the child further harm. But the High Keel waved him off. Reaching the girl's side, Saiwan tenderly picked up Shishin's hand. Pinor was right, she whispered. Right about what? The High Keel asked. Saiwan lifted the child's hand and spread her fingers wide. Small webs now traced from finger to finger. The blood of the dragon. It has made her Magi. Saiwan turned to the High Keel. Here is the proof of our shared heritage. Dragon's magic can still transform Drarendi into Magi. We are one people. The portly shaman's voice filled with awe. No wonder the gods forbid us to touch dragon's blood. Saiwan stood and pointed to the girl, who was now playing with the folds between her toes and giggling. Can you deny it now? Can you not see we are one people? The High Keel glanced from the dragon back to the girl. His eyes were bright. It could be some trick, he said warily, but his voice was unsure. Saiwan winced. What more could she do to convince him? Overhead, the clouds parted, blown apart as the storm rolled away from the fleet. A bright moon shone down, almost as bright as the sun after the storm's gloom. Everyone glanced upward, bathing in the moonlight. Nearby, Hunt suddenly moaned. The High Keel and Saiwan turned his way. Hunt still knelt beside Shishin, but the tiny girl's fingers now brushed across the young man's cheek. The tattoo of a diving seahawk seemed to glow with her touch. Again Hunt moaned. Shishin mumbled familiar words to Hunt, old blood oaths from the ancient past. I have need of you. Hunt stood, pulling the child up in his arms. I am yours to command, he answered. Bylatus stepped back. It's the ancient spell. The binding of our two people. Hunt began to drift toward the rail. The High Keel went to stop him. Hunt, what are you doing? The young man's voice was dulled by the magic. I must return Shishin to her papa. I have been ordered. Saiwan touched the High Keel's arm. Do not try to stop him. Once bound, he must complete his mission. After Shishin is back with the shaman, the spell will break, and your son will be free again. Saiwan recalled her own dealings with caste. But in the future, I suggest that Hunt keep his tattoo covered when around the child. Or he will find himself running many errands for her. The High Keel nodded, hesitant. Get a skiff ready for Hunt. With the storm dying down, the seas were still humped with swells, but the waves were not as fierce. Cywin glanced to starboard and saw that the dragon's heart had already pulled near the fire-ravaged dragon spur. Even from here, in the bright moonlight, Cywin spotted the familiar robed figure of Pinor. Cywin turned back to the high keel. "Do you believe me now?" He turned hard eyes on her. "You leave me little choice." Relieved, Cywin sighed. "So will you reconsider your refusal to aid the Magi in the battle to come?" The high keel remained silent, glancing over the seas at the many other ships of the fleet. Moonlight turned the waves to silver around his boat. "We are one tribe," he said quietly, amazement thickening his voice. "How can I refuse my brothers and sisters? That is not the Dreyrendi way." He turned to face Cywin and placed a hand on her shoulder. His next words were spoken firmly and solemnly. "We will join you, Cywin of the Magi. We will honor our old oaths." Cass struggled through darkness back to the light. He blinked against the glare of the sun. The taste of the air, the scent on the wind. How long had he been asleep? He somehow sensed that more than a single night had passed. A yell of warning burst out too loud, too near his ear. He felt a scurry of activity around him. Wincing against the noise, Cass pushed up on one elbow. Where was he? Blinking away the sun's glare, he found himself naked and draped in wet ropes. He shook free of the slick cords. Overhead, sails billowed in a fresh wind. The smell of salt helped clear his head. It took a moment for Cass to recall his last memory, the frantic flight through stormy skies and his struggle to control the dragon. He sat up as memories flooded back. The last he remembered was the tumble through the skies and the crash upon the deck of the dragon's heart. But what of Cywin? As if in answer to his heart's fears, a door flew open only a short distance away. Cywin stepped forth. She stared at him, a hand at her throat. Her face was deeply lined with worry and fatigue. A breeze caught her hair and blew it into a green sail about her face. Cass found himself choking in relief. Tears welled up in his eyes. She was safe. Crying out, Cywin rushed toward him. "Thank the mother, you're all right." Ignoring his nakedness, she fell into his arms. What happened? Two other figures crossed from the open hatch. One was the robed figure of Shaman Pinor, but beside him hobbled another familiar silver-haired elder. Master Edel? Cass gasped with shock. "I'm not sure this walking on hard surfaces is natural," the elder grumped as he finally reached their side, but he wore a smile of amusement. Pinor studied Cass, cocking his head one way, then another. "It seems you are correct. The blood of another dragon finally healed Ragnar K and allowed the stunted spell to release." Master Edel nodded. "But I had not thought it would take so long." "Another dragon?" Cast's brow crinkled in confusion. "I don't understand." Cywin pulled back, but she kept one hand on his shoulder as if afraid he would vanish like the dragon. "You and the dragon were injured. You were both lost to us. But a draught of blood from my mother's dragon, Conch, was used to treat Ragnar K. The injuries healed, but we still weren't able to revive you or break the spell to release you." Cywin's voice cracked. "I thought you lost forever." She fell back into his arms, but not before striking him hard in the shoulder. "Don't ever do that again." Cass hugged her tight. "God's willing, I've no intention of ever leaving you again." "But just where are we?" He pushed to his feet with Cywin's help. Someone tossed a rough blanket over his shoulders, but Cass scarcely bothered to draw it over his nakedness. He was too stunned by the sights he discovered around him. All about their ship, the seas bloomed with scores of white sails, spread from horizon to horizon. It was the entire Dreyrendi fleet. But the true miracle was what else shared these same waters. Among the many boats, hundreds of dragons plied the waves, like jewels strewn across the sea's blue surface. In the distance, even the humped backs of the giant leviathans rose like living islands from the seas. "We are only 2 days out from the doldrums," Siwan commented softly. "We should just make the rendezvous with the Witch. "You did it," Cass said in hushed tones, still staring at the spectacle before him. "You brought our two peoples together. All the Drerendi. All the Marai." Siwan clung to his shoulder and pulled the blanket around them both. She burrowed tight to him, sharing her warmth. "Yes, but I'm more relieved to bring this one Drerendi and this one Marai back together." Cast grinned down at her upturned face. Their smiles melted away as they recognized the passion in each other's eyes. He leaned down to her, his lips brushing hers. "I have need of you," he murmured, then kissed her deeply. Book 4. Sargassum. 17. Elena knelt in the hay. In the dimness of the ship's hold, the gray mare seemed more ghost than flesh. After 6 days at sea, the horse was still skittish, shying from everyone. Elena held out a slice of apple. "Come here, Mist. That's a good girl," she urged in soft whispers. The mare refused to step nearer, even for her. Sinking into the hay, Elena knew why Mist still balked from coming closer. Elena had grown a head taller and fuller of figure. She was not the same girl who had combed and curried the mare since she was a foal. The abrupt change in Elena's appearance and the strangeness of the boat all tweaked the small horse's edginess. The mare panicked whenever Elena neared, refusing even to recognize her scent. From the neighboring stall, Eril's horse, the snow-dappled steppe stallion, huffed and pawed at his hay. Of hardier stock, the larger horse had adjusted quickly to the roll and lurch of the pale stallion. And the tall beast knew that any apple refused by Mist would end up in his own feed bucket. So the stallion was more than happy to see Elena fail. "I have enough for both of you," Elena called out sadly to the other horse. Even her voice made Mist skitter back a pace. Elena sighed. For the 6th morning in a row, she had failed to coax the mare to her. Though she understood the horse's trepidation, it still upset her. Mist was a member of her family, and to be shunned like this wounded her deeply. The mare had always been there to comfort her when she was in pain. And now more than ever, Elena needed to be comforted. The loss of Eril was still as raw as the day she had awoken aboard the ship, a dull ache in her heart that made the sun less bright and food bland and unappealing. Others tried to help, but no one understood. No words could ease this pain. The others thought Eril no more than her guardian, some knight who was more sword than man. They thought she had only lost some weapon, not a man who shared her heart. Also, the others were all too busy with their own activities to offer any real compassion. Flint was constantly harried with running the ship and directing his sailors, the dark-skinned Zoal warriors. Merrick, though not as busy, was distracted by the appearance of his queen's sunhawk. His eyes were always on the horizon, and when Elena happened to catch his attention, he was stiff and formal with her. Even her brother, Joach, seemed more interested in discussing his staff's magic than in understanding Elena's pain. Only Tolchuk and Mama Frida offered Elena any real warmth, but neither was family. If only Aunt Mai hadn't left on her own quest. Elena could use the woman's practical advice. Aunt Mai always knew what to say. For the 1000th time, Elena wondered how the others fared, Fardale, Mogweed, Kral. Now with Eril gone, too, it felt as if everything was falling apart. Elena stared sadly at Mist. The scuff of heel on wood drew Elena's attention around. Beyond the stall's gate, a short man stood, peering in at her. His eyes glowed in the single lantern hung on the stall's post. Elena felt a flicker of fear, a shiver of tiny hairs. It was one of the Zool pirates assigned by their guild's leader to man this boat. The dark-skinned sailor, his chest bare, wore only a set of knee-length breeches. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice sharp and curt as she tried to hide her nervousness. Besides the two horses, Elena was alone in the hold. Without an invitation, he swung the gate open, slipped in, and closed the stall's door behind him. Elena heard the latch click. Quickly pushing to her feet, Elena brushed hay from her knees. With both her hands renewed with power, one from the sun, one from the moon, there was little she needed to fear from this man. She touched her magic, and it gave her the strength to straighten and face the intruder. Have you come to change the horse's bedding? Elena frowned at the crack in her voice. The sailor held out an open palm. Elena backed a step away. Mist huffed at her movement. Elena stared at the man. The Zool sailors understood her language but seldom spoke. He just stood there, arm out. The man had a shaven head, except for a tail of black hair that ran from the crown of his head down his back. Feathers of azure and rose adorned his hair. His eyes, lit by lantern light, shone a deep jade. But his most striking feature was the design of pale scars that crisscrossed his dark forehead. Each of the 4 black-skinned sailors were marked with a different design, their meaning known only to the Zool. This man's symbol appeared to be the edge of the sun peeking above a horizon, or maybe an eye just beginning to open. Elena found herself staring at it, transfixed. Motion drew her eyes back to his raised arm. In his palm, there now rested a bright red apple. Elena blinked at the sudden appearance. Where had it come from? The Zool, still expressionless, stepped toward Elena. She moved aside warily, but he passed her without a glance. The sailor approached the nervous mare, a whistling tune flowing from his lips. Mist pawed at the hay, clearly ready to bolt away. The man continued his approach, slightly more cautious but still whistling softly. Mist's ears pricked at the tune, her head cocking slightly as if listening. Soon the man had reached the mare and offered the apple. Mist sniffed at it, then pulled back her fat lips to nibble at the fruit. Elena could hardly believe the sight. No one had been able to approach the mare. Elena watched as the tension in the horse's withers relaxed. Even Mist's tail, which had been slashing back and forth, settled to a more contented swish. The small sailor reached and rubbed the ridge between the mare's eyes. It was Mist's favorite spot to be scratched. The man nodded for Elena to approach. She hesitated, not from fear of the man, but in trepidation at spooking Mist. Still, he persisted, his brow wrinkling with his demand. Slowly, Elena drifted closer. One of the mare's eyes rolled to watch her approach, but Mist made no motion to bolt. Elena reached the horse's side. The sailor shifted the apple toward Elena. Mist followed the half-eaten fruit with her nibbling teeth. He placed the apple into Elena's hand, and Mist continued her meal. With his palm now free, the sailor took Elena's other hand in his own and drew it up to replace the hand that scratched and rubbed the mare's brow. Once Elena had taken over his role completely, he stepped away. Soon the apple, core and all, was gone. Mist sniffed at Elena's gloved fingers, looking for more. Elena glanced to the sailor. He indicated for her to remove her glove. She did. Mist snuffled her bare palm. Then the mare seemed to tense. Elena braced for the horse to bolt, but instead, Mist pushed her nose firmer into Elena's hand. A soft whinny of joy flowed from the horse. Mist stepped into Elena, rolling her head into her chest, sniffing and rubbing. She was asking for Elena to hug her. With tears rolling from her amazed eyes, a small laugh escaped Elena's lips. She hugged her mare, arms tight around her neck. Elena buried her face against the horse. Mist had finally recognized her, remembered her. Crying now, Elena hung on the horse, almost too weak to stand. As her nostrils filled with the scent of horse and hay, she was home again, at least for a brief moment. She rubbed and whispered nonsense to Mist, sometimes laughing, sometimes crying again. In her heart, the losses she had endured recently were still present, but a small bit of healing had begun. The ache could be shared in the warmth of the mare, in the remembrance of family, in the whisper of home. Elena finally turned to thank the Zool sailor. But the stall was empty. He had gone. Tolchuk crouched by the ship's prow as the sun crested toward midday. Salty spray misted over the bow as the pale stallion rode the waves. Once again he raised his heartstone toward the horizon. In the bright sunlight, the chunk of crystal radiated sharply, but little else. He frowned, baring his fangs, and pushed up with one of his long arms. He slowly turned a full circle, the heartstone outstretched in his other arm. Still the jewel failed to do more than glimmer handsomely in the midday sun. Sinking back down to the deck, Tolchuk studied the faceted stone. Ever since the heart had led the Ojiri to Elena in the burning ship, it had begun to grow quiet, no, not just quiet, almost dead. Tolchuk still sensed that the elemental power remained behind its facets, like the tremble in rock near an underground river. In the past, the stone had always guided him in some manner, given him some direction. But now it was muted, dull. Rolling the stone in his claws, Tolchuk prayed to his ancestors for guidance. With danger all around him, why had the heart grown so silent? Tolchuk shook his head. Fingering open his thigh pouch, he began to burrow the stone inside. "May I see your jewel, please?" a voice said behind him. Tolchuk craned his head around to find the healer from Port Royal standing at his back. The small gray-haired woman leaned heavily on a cane. The cool dampness of the ocean voyage did not seem to agree with Mama Frida's joints. She kept to her cabin mostly, wrapped in warm blankets, and only braved the decks when the weather was bright, like now. Though, in truth, her isolation was not as complete as it seemed. Her pet tamrink, Tikal, could often be found scampering through the rigging, nagging the sailors with its constant mimic. Tolchuk knew that Mama Frida was listening and watching through the beast's eyes and ears. "Please, may I just see your stone for a moment?" she repeated. "It be nothing but a bauble to you," he said with a trace of irritation. "Why wish you to see it?" Mama Frida turned toward Tolchuk. Her lack of eyes made the bristles on his back quiver. Tolchuk turned his gaze to her true eyes, those of the tamrink. Tikal perched on her shoulder, his fiery cowl of fur framing two rich brown eyes. The pet blinked at him, tail wrapped tightly around the woman's neck. "Cookie?" It squeaked at him, digging at a large ear. "Hush, Tikal," the old woman scolded. "You've already eaten." Mama Frida turned her attention back to Tolchuk. "I would see your stone. I smell a corruption in it. As a healer, I find it draws me." Tolchuk hesitated, then passed the stone to her. Perhaps the old woman might discover some clue to ridding the stone of the black worm in its heart. Tolchuk explained the stone's history to her and its purpose in helping guide the spirits of his tribe on to the next world. But the stone be fouled by a creature called the Bane, a curse. "The worm has trapped the spirits of my people and feeds on them to sustain itself. I go on this journey to find a way to lift the curse, to rid the stone of the Bane. Before rescuing Elena, the spirits in the stone guided me on my path, told me where I must travel, but now," Tolchuk's voice trailed off. Mama Frida had listened to his story in silence, turning the stone one way, then another. Tikal bent down from her shoulder to sniff and eye the crystal. "But what?" she asked, obviously wanting him to continue. But now the stone has grown silent. "It guides me no longer." She nodded sadly and passed the stone back to him. "It is no wonder." Raising his eyes, his features tightened. "What do you mean?" She patted his thigh and remained quiet for a moment. "I can sense traces of life force in the stone, but they are faint. The corruption, this bane, fills almost the entire stone." She turned away and shook her head. "I'm afraid that these spirits of yours are almost gone." "What?" Tolchuk clenched the stone as his own heart trembled. He suddenly found it difficult to breathe. He raised the stone in disbelief, but in his chest, he felt the truth of her words. In some small corner of his mind, he must have known this himself. It was what kept drawing him atop the decks to check the stone. With the healer's words, Tolchuk was forced to admit that the pull of the stone had been fading gradually over the past moon, ever since the trials in Shadowbrook. He could no longer deny it. The bane was growing stronger. Tolchuk stared into the stone. His own father was one of the spirits trapped within the crystal. If the old woman spoke truthfully, Tolchuk's father, along with the rest of his people's spirits, was now fading, consumed by the worm. Mama Frida turned back to him, her expression pained, her voice a whisper. "I had not thought to bring you such dire news." Tikal reached out a small paw and touched Tolchuk's cheek. "Cookie," the beast said mournfully. "Bad Cookie." Tikal pulled back his paw and sucked his thumb, pulling tight to Mama Frida's neck. Mama Frida lifted an arm to comfort Tolchuk, but something in his face must have warned her that no solace could ease this wound. "I'm sorry," she said and turned away. Tolchuk remained on deck, hunched over his stone as the sun shone brightly. If the spirits were fading, who would guide him now? He glanced to the horizons. Was there even a reason to continue this journey? With the bane near triumphant, was there any purpose? He stared up into the merciless sun. Tears welled in his eyes. His heart was as hollow as his stone. He silently cursed the trio of ancient Ogiers, the Triad, who had sent him on this futile mission. Had he not suffered enough already, born a half-breed and cursed with shame of his ancestor, the Oathbreaker? Must he now bear the loss of his people's spirits, too? Tolchuk raised the stone between him and the sun. He stared into the dark interior of the stone. Behind the glinting facets, he saw the true source of all his anguish, the slow churning of the black worm. Growling deep in his belly, Tolchuk squeezed the stone until its sharp facets cut into his palm. Blood dripped from his claws and down his arm to splatter on the damp deck. Though no longer guided by the stone's pull, Tolchuk would not forsake his journey. Even if he should fail to rescue the spirits of his ancestors, he promised himself one thing: before he died, he would find a way to destroy the bane, but that he swore on his own blood. "We should reach the doldrums by the next morn," Flint announced. He glanced around the table in the small galley, studying the faces of his companions. Each evening, they all met to plan and discuss the upcoming day. "I had hoped to hear some word already from Siwan and Cast, but we can only hope that they're on their way to the rendezvous point with the ships of the Drerendi." Joach glanced to his sister on his right, then back at Flint. "What if the Blood Riders don't come? Then we will continue the journey to Aloa Glen with just the Mare. He leaned both fists on the table. "We cannot wait. The Blood Diary must be retrieved before the Dark Lord gathers more forces." Elena spoke up. "But only Eril knows." Knew where the book was hidden." "Not exactly," Flint answered. "All knew the book was hidden in the catacombs beneath the Great Crypt, but the tome is protected in a spell of black ice that cannot be breached without the proper key. It is that key that Eril has kept an enigma." Flint's eye settled on the iron fist resting on the table. "But I can guess Eril's secret. He placed much value on retrieving the Iron Ward. I believe its magic is the key to unlocking the spell that holds the book safe." "But you're only guessing," Merrick said from the other end of the table, disdain ringing clear in his voice. "I say we wait until the Queen's Armada arrives from Stormhaven with the Elven warships." "Your queen will be too late," Flint answered, cutting him off. "Our best chance for success is a quick assault. We cannot let another moon pass, or the enemy will be firmly entrenched." Flint drove his fist into the table. "Whether we gain the support of the Blood Riders or not, we strike now or lose any chance for success." Sitting opposite Elena and Joach, the Ojiri grunted his approval. It was the first time Tolchuk had spoken during the evening's discourse. "What be your plan, brother?" "A simple one. The Marai and their dragons will lay siege to the island, distract the eyes of the dark mages, while a small team slips past the island's defenses. I know of a hidden way into the catacombs, a passage known only to my sect. Gods be willing, it should be unguarded." Flint stared at the others. "But this night, we must settle who will accompany Elena and me to the island." Elena glanced around the table. "I see no reason we need any others." Flint will guide me, and my magic will protect us. The fewer who come, the better. I'm going, Joach declared sharply. He turned to face his sister. Father told me to watch over you, and I will not let you walk into that nest of vipers without my staff to protect you. Elena shook her head. It is the dark mage's staff. He may sense when it is near, especially if you call forth black magics. You will draw the mages to us like lodestone to iron. I can give it my blood. Transform it into the bloodstave before we leave. Your witsy magic will keep the staff's darkness hidden, but Flint watched Elena's mind try to fathom other ways around this problem. Flint ended her consternation. Joach should come with us. His magic may help us forge a path to the book or cut a swath of escape. We dare not limit our protection. For the same reason, I must also go with Elena, Merrick announced. I will not let the last of our king's bloodline end here. My skill with the wind will help keep her safe. As will my strength of arm, Tolchuk added. Elena stood, shaking her head. No. Too many will draw attention. To guard you, for is not too large, Flint said softly. He could read the fear in the young woman, not for her own life but for the others. He recognized the look of hopelessness in her eyes. The death of Ril had struck her too deeply. Flint rubbed his eyes. Curse the man for weakening the witsy when her strength was most needed. Why had he challenged that foul statue on his own? Sighing, Flint lowered his hands and crossed around the table's corner. He knelt beside Elena. We offer our lives not for you, but for Alasi. You have no right to tell us to sit on our swords while others struggle to throw the yoke of the Golgotha from our necks. 4 is not too large. Neither is 5, a quiet voice said at the table. All eyes swung toward Mama Frida. She sat straighter in her chair. My skill with healing may prove of more value than the sharp edge of a sword. Flint smiled and reached to pat the woman's wrinkled hand. I appreciate your offer, but I've seen you walk the deck with your cane. In this venture, speed will be vital. Mama Frida's lips turned hard and thin. Do not belittle me, old man. Here on this ship, I merely conserve my strength. But among my potions is a draught used by warriors of my home jungles to heighten their reflexes and stamina, an elixir combined from heartroot and hemlock with a pinch of nettlebane. Fear not. Its potency will keep me at your heels on any excursion. Frowning at her words, Flint nodded. He turned to Elena. A healer would be of aid. It could make the difference in saving one of our team. Elena waved her arm in submission, but she was clearly not happy. Fine. Let her come then. Flint settled back to his own seat. With that settled, we should all get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow will be a fateful day, Adat. And let us pray, Joach said as he scooted back the chair, that Simon and Cast were successful in their search for the Blood Riders. Flint watched the others mumble amongst themselves and drift away. Only Elena refused to move. She still sat hunched over the table. Flint studied her in silence. Finally, Elena raised her face. Have we lost already? What do you mean? Prophecies all said that Ril would be the one to take the witsy to the book, but he is gone. How can we succeed when even the tides of fate work against us now? Flint slid over to the empty seat beside her. Only blind fools trust prophecies. Elena's eyes grew wider. He smiled. I know. Strange words coming from a brother of the prophetic order of High Fai, but true nonetheless. Most prophecies are not chiseled in granite. They're often just the shadows flickering on the walls of caves, vague glimpses into possible futures. But the future is like ice. It may appear solid and unchanging, but with the slightest heat, it flows and pours into strange new channels. He reached and squeezed Elena's hand. We are not without choices. It is our actions that will forge the future, not the words of some long-dead prophet. Only a fool bows his head to the fates and lets the axe fall, and you, Elena Morinstall, are no fool. But Errol? I know, child. He was a good friend of mine, too. But even he made his own choices when he decided to investigate the Ebonstone statue. Do not let his mistake take your future away. You are strong enough to forge your own path. I don't feel so strong, she mumbled. He tilted her face until she met his gaze. There are depths to your heart that you are blind to, Elena, but that others can sense. That is why Errol cared deeply for you. You were more to him than just someone to guard. The shock on her face drew a sad smile from Flint. For those who knew how to look, his heart was plain, as is yours, young lady. Elena twisted from his grip. I don't know what. Do not deny what your heart cries loudly. If you are ever to heal from this loss, you must admit its depth. Only then can you move ahead. He patted her hand and stood. It is late. Think on my words. Now is the time to grieve for all you've lost, grieve honestly. Only then will your heart be truly healed, only then will you be ready to move on. To forge a future, you must be staring ahead, not behind. Elena glanced up at him, tears moistening her eyes. I will try. I know you will. Like Errol, I too sense the depth of strength in your spirit. You will succeed. With those words, he strode away, leaving Elena to tend her grief. Elena felt numb, as if her body were not her own. The old brother's words burned in her mind. What had Errol truly meant to her? In the past, she had refused to acknowledge her feelings. Even when his presence had fired her blood, the touch of his hand, the brush of his breath on her cheek, his crooked smile, Elena had dismissed her reactions as inconsequential, as something childish. How could Elena dare consider herself worthy of a man who had lived for over 5 centuries? But Flint had judged her correctly, she could not deny her own heart. In the past, she had labeled her warm feelings toward the plainsman as merely the familial love for a father or a brother. But Errol had meant more to her. Elena confronted her true heart for the first time in the empty room. I loved you, Errol. Her voice caught on his name, cracking. By speaking those words aloud, something in Elena broke. Tears flowed down her cheeks, and racking sobs shook her frame. Elena collapsed upon the table, face cradled in her 2 gloved hands. It was as if a dam had burst within her heart. Walled-off emotions flooded her, sorrow for never speaking these words while Errol was still alive, shame at her cowardice, rage at Errol for leaving her too soon. But mostly a profound sense of loss washed over her. She could now admit that it wasn't just Errol who had died aboard the pirate ship, but the secret dreams of her heart as well. Finally understanding the nature of the pain that had strangled her heart, Elena allowed herself to cry not just for Errol, but also for herself. She hugged her arms around her chest, rocking slowly in her seat. Her sobs and tears flowed from her unchecked. She did not try to rein them in. For now, she let herself be weak. The passage of time became meaningless as grief overwhelmed her. Her fingers found a pocket and pulled forth the length of leather cord. It was the scrap of dyed leather that Errol had once used to tie back his lanky hair. She pulled it to her lips. The scent of smoke and fire still clung to it, but under this reminder of his death there still remained a hint of Standish loam and the salt of his sweat. Taking the length of red leather, she slowly braided it into her long tresses. Silently, she said her goodbyes. It was time to release the ghost that had haunted her. With her heart still bruised but healing, Elena wiped the last of her tears. She had lost any sense of the night's passage. It seemed that dawn must be near, but she was not sure. Slowly she became aware of soft music wafting through the open doorway behind her. It arose from somewhere on the upper deck. Her spirit was drawn to the mournful chords. It spoke to her own loss. Elena straightened in her seat as the music wrapped around her. She knew the instrument that sang with such a sorrowful voice. It was Nayland's lute, carved from the last of the Knife-Eye's dying trees. Its notes reminded her of the other companions not here: Mysel, Kral, Mogweed, Fardale. Without even knowing she had moved, Elena was on her feet. She was called toward the music like a moth to flame. In the strum of strings and echo of wood, Elena heard the whisper of her deceased friend. Nayland had given her own life, like so many others, to bring light back to Alasi, but death was not what the ghost mourned in the whisper of the strings. It sang softly of the wonders of life. It whispered of a cycle of death and rebirth. In the flow of chords, sadness and joy were mixed. She stepped into the cool of a late summer night. The stars shone brightly, and the sails flapped sluggishly as they caught the occasional stronger breeze. Moonlight bathed the damp decks in silver. Near the prow, Merrick sat, leaning against the rail, the lute in hand. He seemed to be staring up at the moon as he played. Near his feet, the young boy Talk sat mesmerized by the Elvin's music. Under the stars, the power of the strings and wood swelled. Elena was lost in the wonder of its song. Where the reminder of Nayland's death should have heightened Elena's grief, the opposite proved true. Elena's eyelids drifted lower. She let the music soothe her aching heart. Death was not an end, the lute sang, but a beginning. A picture of green life springing forth from seed bloomed in her mind's eye. The music guided her feet toward the ship's prow. Talk mumbled something as she neared, but his voice could not break the spell. Elena soon found herself at the rail, staring out across the seas. In the distance, ghost trees seemed to sprout from the waves, as if the music had conjured a forest to appear. Elena smiled at the sight. Suddenly, under her feet, the decks trembled, and the ship lurched harshly. Elena came close to tumbling over the rail as the boat's course abruptly slowed. She clutched the rail with a gasp. The lute's enchantment shattered as Merrick flew to his feet. He joined Elena at the rail, searching the waters. He clutched the lute by its fragile neck and brandished it like a weapon. Talk had clambered to the other side of Elena. What happened? In the distance, the ghostly forest had not disappeared with the lute's music. In the moonlight, it became clear that whatever lay ahead was as real as their own flesh. Elena stared at the tall boles sprouting from the seas. Their frond tops waved in the silvery light. Thousands of trees filled the horizons. It was as if they were about to sail into some drowned forest. By now, Talk had climbed atop the lower rail and was bent over the top rail to stare at the waters under the keel. Look at this! Elena and Merrick joined him. The boy pointed below. What is that? Merrick asked. Elena shook her head. To either side of the ship, the waters were thick with a red vegetation. It seemed to choke the dark waters all around them. Flint suddenly appeared behind them. It is sargassum weed. His voice was not fearful, but oddly bright. It grows heavy in this region, trapping many a boat. That's why few come this way. One must know the safe channels through the weeds or be forever lost. So why are we here? Merrick asked. Glancing over her shoulder, Elena saw Flint staring toward the ghostly forest. He seemed deaf to the Elvin's words. His voice was far away. Ahead lies the expanse of the sargassum forest. Only the foolhardy venture there. Elena's eyes narrowed. Where are we? Flint nodded toward the trees. The doldrums. As he rested in the dark corridor, Gresham cursed the loss of his old staff for the 1000th time this night. He leaned heavily on the oily length of his new poiwood staff. The fresh stick was still weak in its power. He had been too busy to bathe the rod in virgin's blood, sanctifying it for the blacker arts. Presently, it could hold only the mildest spells. The original, lost somewhere in the drowned bowels of Aloha Glen, had been honed for 3 centuries into a dire tool of black magics, and over time, it had grown to be an extension of himself. Its loss wounded him deeply, as if one of his own limbs had been hacked off. Scowling at the fates above, the bent-backed mage continued his trek through the crumbling heart of the citadel of Aloha Glen. He kept his route circuitous through its lowest levels. He did not care for prying eyes to know his comings and goings this morning. He had to be cautious, keep his true purpose hidden. But he was well accustomed to this game of masquerade. Just a moon ago, Gresham and Shorkin had disguised themselves in white robes and pretended allegiance to the brotherhood hidden here. His centuries of subterfuge among those white robes would serve him well this morning among the black. Before the sun fully rose, he had two allies to meet, one who had already been forged to his cause and one who would still need convincing. With his joints aching and his head pounding, Gresham finally reached the barred double doors that led to the edifice's row of dank cells. He paused to rest, studying the iron door. While the Brotherhood had held the island, the cells had been seldom used. Only the occasional drunken cook would be locked away until he sobered. But after the Praetor had wrested control, the dungeon had been reopened in all its bloody glory. Shorkin had collected all the white-robed brethren and corralled them into the cells. Then he had gone to work on them. The screams had echoed from these shadowy halls for almost an entire moon. Those who couldn't be converted into Ilgard or bent to the black hearts were fed to the demon spawn or spent as fuel for the creation of black spells. It seemed there were never enough hearts for all the spells Shorkin wished to cast. Sighing, Gresham tapped his staff on the iron door of the dungeon. A small peephole opened. Eyes studied him. Gresham did not bother speaking. He was well known by all the dog soldiers who manned the key stations of the keep. Gresham had made sure of that. He heard the scrape of a key in a lock and the shift of bars. The door swung open. As he passed through, he waved his hand before the guard's helmeted face. Forget all who passed this way. None entered the dungeon this night. None entered, the guard repeated dully. The quick spell of influence would keep the guard forgetful of his movements. It was a crude spell, but Gresham had already primed and worked on the key guards so that a small push was all that was necessary for them to do his bidding. Gresham continued down the short stair. Let Shorkin busy himself with the bigger schemes. Let him gather dire forces and work black magics as he prepared for the arrival of the Witch. With the Praetor diverted, Gresham devised his own small magics. In only 4 days, the moon would rise full again and the plot to unbind the blood diary would commence. Gresham must succeed before that happened. When in the company of Shorkin or that nefarious boy Denel, Gresham continued to voice his eagerness for destroying the book. He wet his lips and plotted along with the others. But in the blackest corners of his heart, he knew he must thwart them. The book must not be destroyed, not until he gained the magic to return his youth. Anger built up in his chest. Both the boy and the Praetor had been gifted with eternal vigor and vitality. Neither was marked by the passage of centuries, unlike Gresham. Though he could not die like ordinary men, his body continued to rot from his bones. He shunned mirrors to avoid glimpses of his wrinkled and bent form. He was no more than a walking corpse. Gresham shook his head. Only the blood diary could correct this injustice. With the cursed tome in hand and wielding a spell he had learned from ancient scrolls, Gresham knew he could return vitality to his decaying body. But if the book was destroyed first, if it was unbound, all would be lost. He must not let that happen. If it meant betraying the others, so be it. He would have his youth back. At last he reached the bottom stair and spotted his first quarry of the night. The slim figure stood nervously under the single lamp in the dungeon's empty guardroom. His brown limp hair and small mustache were familiar, though now his eyes bore a hollowness that had not always been present. The poor golem had been sorely abused of late. Gresham pushed into the room. Rockingham. Did you have any trouble getting here unseen? No. Rockingham shifted his feet. He kept his arms wrapped around his chest as if his limbs alone could keep the Dark Lord from knowing of the treachery that was plotted here. Gresham knew the man was a dark conduit to the Lord of Blackhall. The golem had once carried foul creatures under his skin but had now been infested with an evil even fouler. In his hollow chest, the man's heart had been replaced with a chunk of ebonstone blessed with the magic of the weir. This tiny weir gate was too small to allow the Dark Lord himself to pass here, but it was large enough for his black spirit to enter the man and peer through Rockingham's cracked ribs. "Are we alone?" Gresham asked, nodding toward Rockingham's chest. "He is not with me for the moment." "Good," Gresham said. "Now tell me what you reported to Shorkin." Rockingham's pale face grew whiter. You said you'd give me a sample of what you promised." "After you tell me what you know," Gresham said as he leaned in closer. He had bought this one's loyalty with a simple treasure. "What have you learned?" The few sea goblins who did not flee after the death of their queen succeeded in following the Witch's boat. It has sailed south of the archipelago's islands. Do they seek to flee? I don't know. Once they rounded the blasted shoals, the boat entered waters that even the Dracael fear entering, seas choked by a forest of floating vegetation. Yes, the doldrums, Gresham commented. Wise move. It would be hard to trace them through the Sargassum forest. But what of the Marai and their dragons? No word. Gresham scowled. If only the Witch would attack before the full moon, he grumbled. Any distraction would suit my needs well. He turned to face Rockingham. Anything else? Only one thing. Something you will want to hear. Gresham's eyes narrowed. What? Rockingham tugged at his mustache nervously but shook his head. First, what you promised. Gresham clenched his fist around his staff. He had needed an ear among those who plotted against the Witch. After he had lost Elena's brother, Shorkin had cut him off from the main flow of information. Rockingham, his old companion, however, now filled that role. At first, Rockingham had balked at sharing what he knew, but every man has a price and Rockingham's was cheap. Gresham bought information with information and even exchange. Gresham wanted to keep updated on the whereabouts of the Witch, and Rockingham wanted the Dark Mage to fill in the gaps of his own memory. It seemed lately that Rockingham had been getting disturbing glimpses of a life he could not recall. Like bubbles rising to the surface, strange smells, snatches of conversations, and other bits and pieces of fragmented memories had been rising to the surface. Rockingham wanted Gresham to bring forth his memories in full. He wanted to know who he had once been. Please tell me, he begged. I will give you one more piece of your past, but until I have the blood diary in hand, you will never know your complete heritage. Serve me well, and I promise you that all will be made clear. Anything. Tell me anything. Gresham had to choke back a laugh at the man's desperation. I will tell you this, Rockingham. It was not without merit that the Dark Lord sent you as emissary to the sea goblins. In ways, you are not so unlike them. Rockingham scrunched up his brow. What nonsense is that? You give me riddles when I ask for answers. Gresham shrugged. That is all you will get. Bring me information that will put the blood diary in my hands, and I will sit and tell you your life's history in full. Otherwise, bring me scraps and that is all you will get in turn. Gresham pointed his staff at Rockingham. Now tell me what else you've learned. Rockingham seemed hesitant, but Gresham stared him down. Do you never want to know the mystery of Lynn Ora? The Dark Mage teased. The woman's name had its usual effect. Rockingham jolted with its mere whisper. His eyes filled with agony, his fists clenched in frustration. Gresham waited. He knew the woman's hold on the fool's heart was still as strong as ever. Love truly blinded a man. Even when the physical memories were obscured, the emotions still remained to bind the heart with thorns. Gresham smiled at Rockingham's pain. The golem's shoulders finally sank, defeated. So what else have you learned? Gresham repeated. I won't ask again. Rockingham's voice was dull. Shorkin has moved the date of the book's unbinding forward by 1 day. What? Gresham could not keep the shock from his voice. Rockingham shrugged. He has perused some ancient texts and determined that the stars are in better alignment on the first day of the full moon, rather than the second. Gresham's vision dimmed. All his careful plans would have come to naught if this vital piece of information had been kept secret. For a moment, Gresham wondered if Shorkin suspected his betrayal. But Gresham's vision cleared. Impossible. Shorkin had his nose too buried elsewhere to notice the bent-backed mage. No, this slight in not informing Gresham was just another example of the praetor's lack of interest in the wrinkled old mage. Gresham would eventually teach the fool how blindness kills. Turning to Rockingham, Gresham waved him off. With a day less to plan, he did not have time to tarry with the golem. "Keep your ears and eyes open," he warned. "If you have more information to trade, you know how to reach me." Rockingham stood another moment, wringing his hands, clearly wanting to beg for more substantial answers. Finally, though, he nodded silently, turned on a heel, and disappeared up the dark stair. Gresham waited until the iron door above clanged shut, then turned to face the door that led to the prisoners' cells. He still had one more meeting this morning, one more ally to hire. But he did not worry over much. As with Rockingham, he knew this man's price. Crossing the room, he pulled open the thick oaken door. The smell of human waste and dried blood assaulted his nose. He took a moment to choke back the rising bile in his throat. Once ready, he entered the dungeon proper. As he walked, he passed rows of small doors on the left, so low that one had to crouch to enter. From beyond some of the doors, small moans and sobs issued. None slept in these cells. Terror kept one's eyes pried open. As he clopped by one door, something huge slammed into the wood, an inhuman mule erupted from the beast. It had smelled his blood. Claws scraped at the wood. It was hard to believe that what lurked behind the door had once been a man. Gresham shook his head. Shorkin had grown in skills. Gresham stopped before the next door. Here was his goal. Bending with a slight groan, Gresham moved his staff to the crook of his stumped arm, freeing up his hand. He pointed a finger at the lock and twisted his wrist. The catch snapped open. Gresham smiled. He too had his skills. Shoving the door open with his staff, Gresham crawled into the cell. "What are you doing here?" a voice inside growled. Gresham straightened and kicked aside a rat. "Your brother does not treat you well, Erril." The plainsman spat at Gresham but could do little else. Naked except for a soiled loincloth, Erril was trussed by chains to the far wall. Shorkin could not kill his brother, Erril was too vital to the unbinding spell. But neither did he care if his brother suffered until then. Fouled in his own filth, bruised from beatings, and smelling of disease from where the iron cuffs had cut into wrist and ankles, the once proud plainsman appeared a beaten man. Shorkin had ordered Erril strung up in chains mostly to restrict the man from killing himself. The praetor could not let that happen, at least not until after the book was unbound. Gresham leaned his staff against the wall and slipped a dagger from his robe. He himself had no such qualms. Erril's death would mean the book was forever safe from Shorkin's spell. Gresham watched as Erril eyed the blade, almost hungrily. But Gresham dispelled such hope. "This is not for you, Erril. You are worthless to me dead." "You might as well kill me now," Erril said hoarsely. "I will never help you unbind the book, but..." Gresham's eyebrows rose. "Who said I wanted you to? I have less of an interest in seeing the book destroyed than you do. As a matter of fact, I come to make you a proposal." Erril's eyes narrowed warily. His lips cracked as he spoke, blood dripping down his chin. "And what might that be, traitor?" "I offer you your freedom." Gresham waved his dagger about the rank cell. "Unless you have grown fond of your accommodations? Do not toy with me, foul one. It is no idle offer, Erril. I want the blood diary for myself, and you are the only one who knows the secret to unlocking the spell that protects the book. It's that simple." Free the book, hand it to me, and I will free you. And why should I trust a traitor? Because I am your only hope. In 3 nights, Shorkin will unbind the blood diary and kill you afterward. That much is certain. So what do you have to risk? Even if I betray you, you are none the worse off. But if I speak the truth, you will have your freedom, though the book will be kept from Elena. You can run back into the arms of your little witsy H. And who knows? Maybe someday I will tire of the book and gift it to her. I have no love for the black heart. Let her take on the Golgotha. What do I care? Rill's brows darkened. Gresham knew the plainsman balked at joining in any such bargain with the enemy, but the man was no fool either. Danger or not, it was a chance to do something. Rill had lived as a warrior all his life. How could a swordsman decline an offer to shake free of these chains and at least attempt to fight for his cause? Gresham knew Rill's decision even before the plainsman's gaze confirmed it. What do you propose? Rill asked, fire returning to his tired eyes. Gresham smiled. Every man had his price. Taking his dagger, Gresham sliced a small sliver from his new staff. Let me show you. 18. At dawn, Elena stood with the others gathered along the ship's bow rails. The pale stallion drifted toward the sargassum forest, its bow parting the red seaweed before it. Elena's nose curled. The vegetation reeked of brine and decaying roots, and the odor grew more pungent as the ship delved deeper into the doldrums. In the distance, from beyond the tree lines, gulls and nesting terns warned them back from the forest's edge. Overhead, the sails had been reefed on Flint's orders. He had said the sea current would propel them from here. His words proved true. The pace was slow with the weeds choking their progress, but Flint seemed to know where the vegetation grew less thickly. Positioned around the boat, the Zool sailors called orders to one another in their foreign tongue. Manning the wheel at the stern, Flint listened and seemed to understand. He made tiny adjustments in the rudder. As warning against any mistakes, the hulking ruins of ghost ships dotted the seas. Rotting behemoths, half submerged in the weeds, spread to all horizons. Nearby, a section of a mast poked through the red vegetation, a scrap of stained canvas flapping from its tip as they passed, as if begging for release from this choking death. It be a haunted place, Tolchuk grumbled. Merrick agreed. A long neglected graveyard. About them, the chatter among the Zool sailors died down as the line of forest grew. A hush descended over the party. With the sun rising, the trees ahead lost their ghostly haziness. They towered twice the height of the stallion's masts, but their trunks seemed too thin to support the waving canopy of branching fronds. Look! Joach said, pointing up toward one of the trees. Unlike the inland forests, these growths sprouted leaves the color of sunset, burnt orange and pale rose. A stray breeze fluttered the foliage. Buried among the leaves, delicate flowers were also revealed, so darkly red they appeared almost black. Those must be the flowers Flint told us about, Joach continued. The ones his sect harvested for sleep powder. Elena nodded and stared as their ship slipped into a narrow channel through the wood. According to Flint, the forest was not exactly composed of trees. Each tree was in reality a single shoot from the mass of red weeds, frond growths thrust up to better catch the sun's light. But entering the forest now, Elena doubted his words. It was as if they drifted along a river that had only flooded its banks, swallowing the roots of the surrounding trees. The open sea seemed far away, a figment of some terrible dream. The world was now trees and water. As if to enhance this effect, in the distance, hillocks of red weeds sprouted so densely that they appeared almost like land. Upon some of these mats, other flowering plants had taken seed. One tall hill was covered with what looked like yellow-petaled daisies. Elena even spotted a small furred animal scampering across one of these patches, its bushy tail sticking straight up. It darted up into a tree and vanished as their ship passed. It's hard to believe we're in the middle of the ocean, Joach said. Mama Frida nodded. It reminds me of sections of my own jungle home back in Erendel. In some regions, the rainfall is so constant and heavy that the jungle has become swamped like this. But is this place safe? Merrick asked grimly. We could be easily trapped here. Why did that old man pick this place to meet up with the Mare? He must have his reasons, Elena said. Flint spoke up suddenly from behind, startling them. Their conversation had drawn him from his wheel. Fear not, he said. For those who know the doldrums, there is no safer place to hide a large force. This maze of channels, trees, and weeds has hundreds of exits and escape routes. But for those who don't know its paths, it can be a deadly trap. And you know this forest well? Tolchuk asked. The sect of the High Fai, my order, has mapped these lands in detail. Besides the sleep powder, it is a bounty of botanical treasures. Flint gazed at the surrounding trees. But there is another reason I chose this rendezvous spot. They waited for elaboration, but Merrick grew impatient. Why? He snapped. Flint waved an arm to encompass the forest. These trees may appear like those that grow on land, but it's a deception. Each tree here sprouts from a common root, the sargassum weed. All around you are not individual trees but one single growth. This entire region, the submerged weeds, the entire forest is all one creature. Elena stared out at the wide landscape. A creature? Flint nodded. In its own way, it is as intelligent as you or I. But it has a very foreign mind. It existed here before anyone stepped foot upon the shores of Ala Sea. It measures its life in centuries, as we measure days. The passing of a man's life is but a blink in its long existence. We are but gnats to this great giant, So why are we here? How does this help us? Long ago, centuries before the Golgotha plagued our shores, a brother of the Green Order, Brother Lassen, made contact with the intelligence here. They conversed. Unfortunately, the forest thinks and speaks as it lives over winters, instead of breaths. Just their initial greeting took 1 decade in the brother's life. Their entire conversation consisted of 4 sentences and took 6 decades to complete. The entire time, Brother Lassen had to sit quietly in the heart of the doldrums. Food was brought to him. He slept between syllables of the giant's speech. The poor brother aged and died while saying goodbye and passing on his thanks. What did they talk about? Elena asked. It must have been important to cost a man's entire life, Flint shook his head sadly. No, their conversation consisted of a discussion of the weather. Nothing more. Merrick scoffed. Foolish waste. Perhaps, but the forest here respected the man's death. It seemed to sense the sacrifice the man made to simply acknowledge and pay his respects. Ever since, these lands have been a welcome haven for any of the Brotherhood. It has learned to be more responsive, listening for us. It now protects and cherishes us. There is no safer place. How do you know it will protect us now? Flint pointed to beyond the ship's stern. It has heard my silent pleas, and even as we speak, it hides our path from those that might hunt us. Elena turned. The channel behind the ship had vanished. Trees and mats of weed blocked their way back to open waters. They were now surrounded by the floating forest, swallowed within its belly. Elena hugged her arms tight around her chest and gazed out at the landscape of draping trees and hills of weed. She tried to absorb all she had heard. So the forest was all one creature, some strange intelligence who viewed the lives of men as mere flickers of a candle's flame. Elena stared out at the endless spread of trees. It seemed to stretch forever. Elena was lost in the enormity of the beast's size and lifespan. She glanced to her brother. Joach shared her same expression. Flint's revelation had been meant to ease their worries. It had failed. Rockingham kept very still. Kneeling on the thick wool carpet in the praetor's study, he tried to shrink into the background as the trio of dark mages argued. With his head bowed, he concentrated on the whirls of reds and golds in the rug under his knees. His calf muscle cramped, but he ignored it. He knew better than to massage the limb or even to shift to accommodate the cramp. A spasm of pain was nothing compared to drawing the gaze of the praetor. So he sat frozen and listened as his fate was discussed. He had brought word this morning from his Dracael spies. The Witch's boat had been discovered entering the Sargassum forest of the Doldrums region, inhospitable waters even for the sea goblins. The Dracaels had refused to follow. "We need further information," the boy mage argued in his childish voice, sibilant and whining. Denel, a sandy-haired youth, lounged in one of the overstuffed chairs, kicking his heels against one of its legs. "Denel is right," Gresham agreed, grumbling a bit. "We know they seek the Mare. If they should join." "There is only one thing the Witch seeks," Shurkin said, interrupting starkly. His words frosted the air in the small tower chamber. "She needs the blood diary. Let her scurry and gather scraps of supporters. I invite them all to come and dash their bones on our rocks. None can hope to penetrate the forces here. From the carnage, we will collect the Black Heart's prize, dead or alive, and deliver the girl to Blackhall's dungeons." Gresham dared to argue. "Shurkin, as long as I've known you, you've always put too much trust in your power. Has the Witch not shown that she and her companions are devious? They've defeated Dracael forces and demon ravers. Only a fool would underestimate her." "Watch your tongue, old man." The room's warmth suddenly chilled. Those were minor battles, meant only to hinder her progress. Out of the corner of his eye, Rockingham glanced at the combatants. The praetor, dressed in white robes, towered over Gresham. Small flames of dark fire danced across the pristine whiteness of his robe as he threw back its hood. Rockingham could not mistake the kinship of this fellow with his brother, Erril, a rugged face built of hard planes, piercing gray eyes, and hair as black as a moonless night. Before this one's youth and vigor, Gresham appeared like some crippled beggar. Still, the old mage stood steadfast before the gale of Shurkin's anger. But what about her blocking the shipment of the Ebonstone Weir Gate? Only luck played a role in her victory there. Who knew Erril's Iron Ward had the magic to activate the gate? But luck or not, she still thwarted you. She did not thwart us, only delayed us. We still have plenty of time to establish the Weir Gate at Winter's Eyrie. It is only a minor inconvenience." Gresham scoffed. "You describe the fact that she almost stumbled upon the Black Heart's ultimate design as minor? They will never suspect, at least not in time." The boy Denel added his voice to the fray. "What of the other Weir Gates?" Shurkin seemed to regain his composure, his back straightening, his spate of dark fire dimming. "The gates at the south wall and the north wall are almost complete. Once the Witch is neutralized, either by killing her or unbinding the book, then none will have the strength to combat the Weir." "Perhaps," Gresham argued. "But do not turn your back on this Witch, or you may find her at your throat. So what do you propose?" Shurkin finally relented. "We attack her before she can gather her strength." Shurkin dismissed the idea with a wave of a robed arm. "For now, she is too well protected. The forest will honor its pledge to our ancient green brother, Lassen. The Sargassum weed will keep her hidden. We would waste forces hunting her in that watery maze." "Maybe not," Gresham said. Shurkin glowered at the crippled mage. Gresham simply continued. "Perhaps we could send an emissary whom the weed will take better to heart, someone the weed will trust more than the companions of the Witch. With the forest as an ally, it would be a simple thing to shred the defenses of our enemy and capture the Witch. With the right emissary, we could forge the weed into a tangled trap." Gresham's gaze flickered toward Rockingham. Rockingham cringed. He had caught the meaning in Gresham's milky eyes. He was to be this emissary. A tremble began to build in his shoulders as he continued to kneel. What was the foul dark mage plotting? Shorkin had the same concern. What is your scheme? Gresham seemed to enjoy the sudden attention and interest of the other two mages. If we sent our dog here out with a stick, a token of our affection for the sargassum, it might listen to our plea for aid. Speak plain. Out with it. Gresham bowed his head in feigned obeisance. We must learn to use the resources that our ancestors conveniently stored here. Among the dusty relics of the edifice's libraries and storerooms, there are many unusual items of worth. Like what? Denel asked, sounding like a child begging for a treat. Like the old staff of Brother Lassen, Gresham answered. The old mage simply crossed his arms, as if this was answer enough. So you propose to send this lackey out to the weed-bearing Brother Lassen's old staff as herald? The weed will remember. Time moves oddly for the great beast. Though centuries have passed, it is only a handful of days to the sargassum. It will honor the man who comes bearing Brother Lassen's staff. It will do his bidding. Shorkin seemed to warm to this idea. He turned his back on the others and pulled up his hood as he contemplated. It is worth attempting. But our man here will need more support than a scattering of stray sea goblins. If we attempt this, we must strike vigorously. No more teasing and nipping at the heels of the witsy. This time we strike with full force. Shorkin swung back to the others. Fetch Brother Lassen's staff, he ordered Denel, then turned to Gresham. And you prepare your man for his role. Gresham nodded as he stepped toward Rockingham. And what will you do, Shorkin? Black flames again blew forth and coursed in rivulets of dark fire along the praetor's white robe. I will loosen a legion of Skeltum from the island's defenses to go with the herald. We strike at nightfall. Though Gresham's lips spread into a wicked smile at these words, Rockingham quaked. He suddenly found it hard to breathe. He feared the winged servants of the Dark Lord with their poison claws and shredding teeth. To be accompanied by 100 of such demons was a terror beyond reckoning. Gresham reached Rockingham's side and nudged him with his staff. Come. We will retire to my room. Rockingham rose on numb legs and stumbled after Gresham. The praetor's room topped the westernmost tower of the edifice. It was a long trek down. Once free of the chamber and upon the tower stair, Rockingham found he could breathe again. Denel, on his young legs, had long since disappeared into the descending gloom, leaving the crippled mage to struggle his way down on his own. Alone with Gresham, Rockingham finally felt free enough to speak. What is your real plan? I smell a plot behind the one you speak aloud. Do not concern yourself with my plans, Gresham wheezed. Obey me in this matter, and what you wish will be granted. You will learn your true past, Rockingham. And there is nothing you are willing to tell me now? Gresham paused at a landing. He leaned heavily on his staff, exhausted already by the steep descent of the winding stair. I will grant you a boon. I will give you a question to ponder, a clue to your prior life. Rockingham knew the old mage wanted him to beg. He did not care. He was long past worrying about such minor concerns as dignity. There was only one drive that kept him from flinging himself from a tower, and that was to discover the mystery of his past. Please tell me what you know. I beg this of you. Gresham smiled. After dealing with the haughty praetor, it obviously soothed the old mage's wounded pride to have Rockingham bow and scrape before him now. I will grant you a farewell gift then. A riddle to ponder on your journey to the doldrums. There was a reason we dragged you from your shallow grave up in the mountains after the witsy defeated you the first time, a purpose in reinvigorating your corpse and making you our spy along the coast. But why? Why did we do this? What makes you so special? The answer is a clue to your past life. Rockingham had to restrain himself from throttling the man. What clue was this? How was he ever to answer this dark riddle? Amusement shone in Gresham's eyes. The sea is where you will find the answer, Rockingham. The sea is your clue. What do you mean? Gresham turned on a heel and continued down the steep stairs. Come. Half the day is already gone. By sunset, you must be off to set a trap for the Witch. Gresham glanced back over his shoulders to where Rockingham still stood on the landing. And who knows what else may fall into our watery snare. Often the oddest things can be dredged from the sea. With rage building in his chest, Rockingham followed, fingering the closed scar on his sternum. He sensed the corrupt shadow that lurked at the edges of his awareness. He let his fingers drop. No matter what horrible deeds had haunted his past, this punishment was still too steep a price. No man should have to suffer this fate. On leaden feet, Rockingham traversed the stairs and made a promise to himself. Before he left this world, he would know his true past, know why he had been cursed with such a burden, and have his revenge on those who had yoked him to such a fate. This he swore. By midday, Joach was alone on the deck, except for the strange black-skinned sailors who kept the pale stallion languidly gliding through the endless forest of red frond trees. His other companions had all retreated below to escape the sun's glare or to pursue individual goals. Left alone, Joach had nothing but his own thoughts to occupy his time. He sat cross-legged in the shadow of the mast. His gloved hands kept rolling the dark staff across his knees nervously. He stared out at the passing forest's edge. After learning that the sargassum weed was intelligent, Joach could not escape the sensation that the forest was staring back at him. Joach wet his lips. It was as if 1,000 eyes examined him, every hair, every patch of skin. The sensation worsened the deeper into the forest they sailed. Was this the true reason the others had fled below? Had they sensed the immense presence judging them? Something touched Joach's shoulder. He gasped and rolled away, his staff coming to his grip. He found himself staring up into the face of one of the Zool sailors. This one was marked with a pale scar of a rising sun on his dark forehead. The fellow showed no sign of noticing the staff that Joach still held threateningly. Instead, he simply stared into Joach's eyes. Feeling foolish, Joach lowered the length of wood. "I'm sorry. You startled me." The fellow nodded and waved for Joach to follow him to the starboard rail. Not understanding but afraid to insult the fellow further, Joach followed his bidding. "What is it?" Joach whispered. With the sailor so silent all the time, Joach felt as if his own speech was loud and crass. The dark-skinned man turned back to Joach. "Eyes watch us," he said, struggling with their language. Joach's skin crawled with these words. So the sailors sensed the forest's presence, too. "It's the trees," Joach said. The small man nodded. "Many eyes, but one heart." He turned back to study the passing forest. "It watches us as we watch it. Brother Flint says it means us no harm. It barely knows we're here." The Zool made a non-committal grunt. "It knows," he mumbled. A long stretch of silence followed, each lost in his own thoughts as the forest grew more dense around them. The leafy limbs now spread high enough to filter out most of the sunlight, an arched bower overhead. It was as if they floated down some shadowy tunnel. Joach glanced sidelong at his companion. He realized that, during the many days at sea, he had never learned any of the black-skinned sailors' names. They usually ate and lounged together, rarely socializing with the others. The man turned to him. "Names have power," the Zool said plainly. Joach could not hide his shock. It was as if the man had read his thoughts. "No," the man said, staring directly at Joach. The sailor traced the pale scar upon his dark forehead with a single finger. "I am a tribal wizen. I see only what is written on a man's heart." The small sailor then reached and placed his palm upon Joach's chest. "I read what is written here, not what is shadowed by thoughts." Joach's face scrunched up as the sailor removed his hand. "You mean emotions. You can sense another's feelings." The man shrugged and moved his hand toward Joach's face. He traced a symbol on the boy's forehead, the same as marked the sailor's brow. You are wizen, too. I sense your hidden eye. Leaning away from his touch, Joach rubbed his forehead. He could still feel the trace of the man's finger. Joach realized the scarred symbol was not a rising sun, but an awakening eye. The sailor continued to stare at him, waiting for an acknowledgement. Joach found he could not deny the man's words. He knew the sailor would sense any falsehood. Yes. I have a talent, like you. I can read the truth of dreams, see paths of the future. The sailor bowed his head solemnly and remained silent for several breaths. Joach saw the man's lips move, as if in some silent prayer. Once done, he raised his face and lifted his arms openly. Fellow wizen may share names in brotherhood. I would share my name with you. Joach bowed his own head. It would be an honor. Not an honor, the man intoned. A responsibility. To take a name is to accept a burden. The man slipped a hand into a pocket and removed a small object. I offer a gift for the weight of my name. The man held out his hand. Cradled in his palm was a rare black pearl the size of a robin's egg. Joach hesitated to accept such a precious offering, but the sailor shoved his hand brusquely toward the boy. Joach sensed that it would be an insult to refuse. Taking the pearl, Joach closed his fist around it. I accept your offering and your name. The man bowed. I am called Xin. As the sailor spoke his name, the pearl seemed to grow warm in Joach's fist, but it may have been just his own nervousness. He sensed that to this black-skinned sailor, a name was more precious than all the ocean's treasures. Xin straightened from his bow and looked expectantly toward Joach. Blinking, Joach realized he would need a gift to offer this sailor, too. He patted his pockets. Empty. He glanced at the staff. No, he was blood-bonded to the length of wood. He could not part with that. Then he remembered. Pocketing the pearl, Joach reached to his throat and removed the dragon-tooth pendant that hung from his neck. It had been a parting gift from Siwen before she left to search for the Blood Riders with Cast. Joach did not think she would mind this exchange. It was done with honor. Joach held out the dragon's tooth. A gift for the weight of my name. Xin nodded and accepted the offering. Joach bowed, as the sailor had done. I am called Joach, son of Morinstall. Xin placed the cord around his own neck, touching the dragon's tooth to his lips for a moment. The white tooth shone starkly against the black hollow of the man's neck. It seemed to belong there. We are brothers now, Xin said. We bear each other's names in our hearts. Names hold power. When either heart needs the other, they must come. Joach reached and clasped the sailor's hand, understanding that a commitment was being forged here. We are brothers. A commotion suddenly erupted near the bow of the ship. Breaking their handshake, both turned to see one of the Zool sailors frantically point past the ship's bow. He chattered in the tribal tongue of the Zool. Joach rushed forward with Xin. Once at the bow rail, Joach saw the reason for the outburst. Ahead, the tree-lined channel ended in a huge expanse of open water. At first Joach had thought the ship had traversed the entire weed and that the ocean itself lay ahead. But he quickly realized his mistake. These waters were too still. Not a wave disturbed the glassy surface. As they floated closer, Joach spotted more forest through the mists on the far side of these calm waters. It was not the ocean. It was a lake. As Joach stared, the pale stallion drifted into the wide blue waters. Forest lay all around them, encircling their ship. With the channel closing behind them, soon there was no break in the continuous spread of weed, no path out from this weed-choked lake. Joach sensed that they had just entered the Sargassam's heart. Beside him, Xin motioned for his tribesmen to go below decks and fetch the others. Joach stared up at the open skies. After almost the entire day hidden by the trees, the full sun seemed too bright. Joach suddenly felt exposed. A knot of edginess formed in his chest. Something comes, Xin said behind him. Glancing to the small sailor, Joach saw that Xin stared up at the skies, too. Joach followed his line of sight. At first he saw nothing but thin, scudding clouds high overhead. Then the sun's glare seemed to wane, and he spotted the small dark speck against a white cloud. Joach's staff responded. Small flares of dark fire trickled along its length. But Xin touched his shoulder, calming him. I sense no threat, only, Xin shook his head. It is too far away. By now, others began to gather on deck. Flint crossed to them, Elena at his side. Joach pointed to the slowly circling beast up in the sky. He met Elena's glance and saw the matching worried look in his sister's gaze. No one spoke. Flint raised a spyglass to his eye and studied the interloper. Thank the sweet mother, he said, relieved. It's the dragon. Flint turned to one of the others. Light the signal fire. Let them know it's us. Elena clutched Flint's shirt sleeve. Is it truly Ragnar K? Flint smiled. And Siwon. They made it. Though relieved himself, Joach could not shake off the sense of unease. As a signal fire was lit among cheers from the others, Joach remained at the bowsprit. He stared at the circle of forest. Xin remained at his side. Joach glanced to the Zool Wizen. You sense it, too. Xin nodded. Many eyes still stare at us. Overhead, a roar cracked across the sunny skies. Ragnar K had spotted their signal fire. Joach shuddered. It sounded like an approaching storm. Look! It was Elena's excited voice. Joach drew his eyes from the forest to stare at the waters around the ship. Bubbles rose all around, disturbing the water's placid surface. It was as if the lake had begun to boil. Joach clutched his staff tighter. Soon hundreds of scaled heads surged forth from the salty waters. Dragons of every jeweled shade rose from hiding in response to the roar from Ragnar K. The entire lake filled with their twining necks and humped backs. Atop the dragons, riders waved to the boat in a salute of greeting. Overhead, Ragnar K swooped over the boat's masts. Another roar of greeting flowed from his black throat. The dragon slowly tilted on a wing above the gathered army, sunlight sparked off his pearlescent black scales as he turned. It was a wondrous sight. But just as a handsome face can suddenly reveal a malicious soul, Joach caught a glimpse of the horror hidden behind the jubilation. Joach froze at the rail, his heart clenched in a knot. Sensing the boy's distress, Xin touched his arm, but Joach could not move. His sense of foreboding trapped him. I can read the fear in your heart, Xin said. Joach found no words to describe the claw of dread that pierced his throat. For the briefest moment, as Ragnar K had banked over the Marai army, a phantom scene had appeared before Joach's eyes, overlaid atop the one before him now. He had seen the lake turn bloody, dragons writhing in death, the skies full of demons, the waters frothing with slaughter. But in a blink, the scene had vanished, leaving Joach frozen and bewildered. He was no longer sure of what was real and what was imagined. Had the appearance of Ragnar K somehow ignited his weaving talent? Had this horrible sight been a glimpse of the future? Ragnar K, once a font of elemental magic as the dragon slumbered under Aloa Glen, was still potent with magics. Even now, in the wake of the dragon's passage, Joach's blood tingled with flared energies. But magic or not, Joach also remembered his false dream of battling Eril atop a tower in Aloa Glen. With that clear mistake, he had no confidence in his prophetic abilities. Joach touched his forehead, confused. Xin whispered at him. Share, brother. Spread the fear to loosen its hold. The small man's calming words finally broke through to him. His voice trembled as he spoke. I saw a massacre. I think we were betrayed. Xin studied Joch for a moment, his head slightly cocked. Then he reached to Joch and again traced the awakening eye upon his forehead. You are wizen. The steadfast gaze as Xin traced the mark on Joch's brow helped clear the muddle in his mind, and Joch suddenly sensed the truth of his vision. He turned toward the others gathered around the rails. Flint was wrong, Joch said, his voice growing as firm as his resolve. The sargassum weed is a trap. Voices argued across the crowded galley table. Elena listened, one hand resting in her brother's as they sat beside each other. The weed would not betray one of the brotherhood, Flint insisted. A tall stately woman frowned from across the table. She encompassed both Flint and Joch in her displeasure. Her skin was the color of ivory, while her hair, hanging straight and long, shone like a cascade of sunlight in the glow of the chamber's torches. Elena recognized the similarity of features between this woman and Siwon, who was seated nearby with Cast. There was no question that this was their friend's mother. I entrusted half of the Mare AI forces to join you here in this sea of weeds. You promised it to be a safe haven. Now word comes of a trap. Not word, Flint insisted. A vision. Even if the boy's sight was truly prophetic, a weaving is only a possible view of a future, not a certain one. The future is fraught with many paths. Elena heard the exasperation in the old seaman's voice. The brief moment of jubilation at the arrival of the Mare AI and their dragons had quickly ended when Joch had rushed from the foredeck to warn Brother Flint of some unknown menace in the forest. Joch had described his vision of the attack upon their forces here. With such threatening news, Flint had quickly called an assembly of leaders to discuss their options. As a representative of the Council of Elders, Siwon's mother had been sent with the expeditionary force into the Sargassum forest. She would speak with the voice of the Mare AI. Cast, on the other hand, had been given the aegis to speak for the Blood Riders by their leader, the High Keel. Since the Dreyrendi fleet was too large and cumbersome to traverse the weed, the Blood Riders had anchored on the southern fringes of the doldrums to await the others. So far, Cast had added no word to this argument. He had just sat silently, stone-faced, as the others argued. Everyone seemed split on what to do. Flint had suggested they wait until he could at least study Joch's vision to judge its veracity. Merrick, though, had insisted that Elena was too vital, that they should leave the Sargassum now. Siwon's mother had frowned even at the Elvin's plan. She spoke of not only leaving the Sargassum, but of abandoning their planned assault on Aloha Glen entirely. It was as if all their careful plans were being shredded before Elena's eyes. Glancing down the row of worried and angry faces, Elena knew that the fate of Alassi rested on what was decided in this room. Without a united army at her back, she would never retrieve the book from the clutches of the Dark Lord. And if the blood diary was not retrieved, Alassi had no hope. Elena knew she must somehow find a way to unite this group. Cast finally spoke, clearing his throat loudly enough to draw the others' attentions. Since he had yet to speak, they all listened raptly, hoping the Blood Rider would add his support to one of their individual sides. Cast leaned forward. Are you all blind? We must not hide. He turned to stare over Siwon's head toward her mother. Have we not fled for generations from the black heart of the Golgotha? Are you not tired of tucking tail and running? If we ever mean to shake these foul shackles, we will have to fight sometime. Yes, men will die. Dragons will perish. Did any of you come here expecting otherwise? Cast pointed to Joch. The boy has brought us a word of warning. I repeat, warning. Cast glowered at Flint. I care not if his vision tests true. He has warned us of an attack. Instead of testing him, we should prepare. An ambush only works if the victim is blind to it. Forewarned, as we are now, we can pull the fangs from this beast, turn their ambush back upon themselves. Why flee? Elena's eyes grew wide with the Blood Rider's passion. She found herself on her feet. Here was the ally she needed. Cast had forged an opening, and she must break through it. She slipped the gloves from her 2 hands. Cast is right, she said before anyone else could speak. She felt all their eyes upon her. If we flee, we run blind. Here, at least, we know what comes. But what if Joach is wrong? Flint said. Cast came to his feet, adding his support physically to Elena. So? Then we move on. It costs us nothing to prepare. Flint nodded, clearly considering their case. Elena persisted. She could not let the momentum slow. There is another view that no one has voiced, she said. She glanced specifically at the cold countenance of Siwon's mother. From the woman's expression, the Marai elder had been little swayed by Cast's words. Elena pointed toward Joach's staff. My brother is already touched by black magics. What if his vision itself is a trap? What do you mean? The elder said with disdain. What if the vision was sent by the enemy, meant to trick us into fleeing the safety of the Sargassum? Maybe they know we're hiding here and hope to flush us out by sending visions of death if we stay. They hope to send us fleeing into their true snare. Joach stood, meaning to interrupt. Elena knew her brother meant to argue against her words, to insist his vision came from within himself. But that would just weaken her arguments. She glanced sharply at him and he held his tongue, adding his quiet support. Elena went on. Joach's vision offers no clear path. Death can be awaiting us just as surely outside the forest as within. Cast offers us the wisest path, proceed as if an attack is coming. Catch the enemy in its own snare. Flint stood. Elena makes a good point. With danger possible all around us, we might as well make a stand here as any other place. Though her countenance had paled, Siwon's mother remained unconvinced. There is one safer place, she said. Under the waves. In the endless expanses of the deep, the Golgotha will have a hard time finding the Marai. Siwon, red-faced, pushed to her feet. Mother! Do you propose to flee once again? Do you expect these good people to lay down their lives so that we might once again run and hide? Are we fated forever to repeat our craven history? Siwon's shoulders shook. She grabbed Cast's hand in her own. I will not. Flee if you must, but I am staying. A flush rose in the elder's cheeks, angry or embarrassed. We will stay, too. Elena glanced to where Merrick and Tolchuk were now standing. The healer from Port Roll slowly pushed to her feet. If you're all staying, I guess Tikal and I aren't going anywhere. This left only Siwon's mother still seated. She seemed little impressed by the assembled group standing around the table staring down at her. Elena sensed that the pressure here would likely just stiffen the stubborn back of this woman. Waving her hand, Elena indicated for everyone to sit. Chairs shuffled as she was obeyed. Only Elena remained standing, staring at her opponent. She did not want to lose the support of the Marai during the coming assault. She spoke quietly, the fire gone from her voice. I've lost parents, uncles, aunts, friends. So I have the right to ask this of you, of all the Marai. Join us now. Heed my brother's vision and make it false. The future is not set in granite. After over 5 centuries, one thin hope for driving the Golgotha from these lands and seas now exists. I beg that you don't flinch from making the hard choices this day. The fate of freedom rests on the back of your dragons. Please do not turn away. The woman stared at Elena silently, lips pursed tightly. Slowly her face relaxed. For someone so young, you speak boldly, with perhaps too much passion. Over the years, I've learned passion leads to mistakes. Her eyes seemed to turn inward. I've paid dearly for those mistakes and have learned from them. I now do not make decisions in haste. It is not haste that. The woman silenced her with a single raised finger. I have not finished. Besides passion, you also argue well. Dare I say that you would even do well seated on the Council of Elders? She bowed her head slightly in Elena's direction. The Marai will stay. We will help set this trap. It is time the dragons rose from the seas and were heard again. Elena's knees weakened. Thank you, she muttered. Elena found everyone's eyes upon her. She knew words were expected from her. Flint had told her yesterday that those assembled here gathered not for her, but for Alice. Yet as she stared into the other's eyes, Elena knew Flint was mistaken. As much as she might object, she represented Alice, they were here for her. Still standing, she spoke as if to herself. My uncle once told me stories of Alasia's past, stories of cities whose magic-wrought towers scraped the clouds, tales of gilded streets and lands of plenty where creatures from every land gathered in peace. As I listened, I thought such tales were just myth, mere childish fancies. How could such beauty and grace have ever existed in this world? Elena lowered her hand slightly to stare at those gathered, tears in her eyes. I see that grace here now, and know such a world is truly possible. Before anyone could respond, the door to the galley burst open, startling them all. The young boy Talk rushed inside. He led one of the Marai, bare-chested and still wet from the sea. Talk waved to the man. I told him you was discussing plans, but he says he has news you must hear. The Marai warrior gasped words between panting breaths. Something, in the water. It. The elder woman's voice snapped at him. Bridlin. Speak clearly. The man gulped for a moment, then swallowed hard. The channel we came through. It's closed. There's no way back. What do you mean? Flint asked. Saiwan answered. While Ragnar K and I flew over the forest, the other dragons swam under the floating weed. They came up here through a hidden passage below the lake. Bridlin nodded. We had sentries posted near the channel leading out from here. Just at dusk, the passage wove closed, weeds choking shut. Flint raised a hand, a scowl on his face. Calm yourself. The weed did the same to our channel here. It's only hiding our paths. Bridlin looked at Flint with horror. It drowned both our sentries. Even their dragons were choked in weeds. Strangled. 19. In the moonlight, Rockingham stood atop a hump of red weeds. His boots were soaked down to his cold toes. The bottom fringes of his green robe hung heavy with salt water from his lone venturing into the edges of this drowned forest. With one hand, Rockingham drew the robe tighter around his neck. Gresham had insisted he wear the heavy garment. It was the raiment of the Brotherhood's old sect that communed with the green life. In Rockingham's other hand, he bore a long white staff whose end was topped with a carved cluster of wooden leaves. It was Brother Lassen's ancient oaken stave. Rockingham continued deeper into the strange wood, the footing treacherous in the bobbing mats and hills of weed. Earlier that day, he had been sent by swift ship to the doldrums and unceremoniously dumped into this forest just before sunset. Once here, Rockingham had knelt at the forest's edge and performed the rites Gresham had taught him. He had begged the weed to hear him and to hold the Witch's group in its grip. Though Rockingham had not heard any acknowledgement from the sargassum, he had felt it. A weight, not unlike a wind, had rolled over him and hovered over the branch of oakenwood in his hand. Then the weight had vanished. Rockingham somehow knew the intelligence here had understood his plea. His only role now was to act the part of the Green Brother, to wander this wetland until the Legion of Skeltum arrived from Alloa Glen. Gresham had told him that he would have to traverse Brother Lassen's old steps and venture into the forest alone, bereft of any black magic. Gresham had warned that the use of the arcane arts risked overshadowing the faint traces of Lassen's spirit in the wood. If they were to maintain their ruse, they dared not touch black magic, at least not until the weed was won to their cause. Afterward, once the weed had trapped the Witch, a quick strike should destroy the forces gathered here before the slowly dreaming forest could even realize it had been betrayed. Rockingham peeked at the stars shining through the mesh of branches overhead, searching for any sign of the Skeltum. the legion should have taken wing just at sunset. It would not be long until the skies filled with their pale, scabrous wings. Casting his eyes back to the forest's floor, Rockingham continued deeper into the wood, thankful for only one thing. Through the fabric of his robe, he rubbed the long scar on his chest. As long as he maintained this foolish masquerade, the Dark Lord was forced to vacate him, leaving him in peace. Yet Rockingham knew such a reprieve would be short-lived. Once the ruse was shed, Rockingham's chest would again swell with dark energies and burst open with the Black Heart's foul presence. He would again be swallowed in the immensity of that one's evil. Tears, unbidden and surprising, rose in Rockingham's eyes. For the moment, he was somewhat his own man. Using the boles of the trees and his staff as support, Rockingham worked his way deeper into the forest. A part of him wanted nothing more than to disappear forever into this quiet and wet place. He would be glad to drown in these brackish waters. But he knew death was no escape. He had died twice already, once by his own hand and once while battling the Witch. And each time, death had failed him. He tried to grasp the reason for his first death. He recalled a tumble from a high cliff into a surging surf. He could not recall anything before that, no matter how hard he struggled to remember. Why? He called out to the silent forest. Why can I never rest? No answer was offered. Sullenly, Rockingham climbed a larger hillock of tangled weed. As he reached the summit, a thrill suddenly trembled down the length of the wooden staff. Rockingham almost dropped the stave in fright, but he recognized where he stood. Before him, a small granite pillar topped this rise. Here was where Brother Lassen had sat for decades communicating with the great forest. Here was where Lassen had also died. It was also where Rockingham was supposed to await the Skaltum. Shivering, he strove to collect himself. He stared at the unadorned stone pillar, a monument to the ancient brother. Rockingham knew some words were needed to acknowledge the sight and the man's deed. He grumbled as he stood over the man's grave. Lucky bastard. With this utterance, the staff again trembled in his grip. Rockingham jolted. Against his will, his arm rose, reaching the staff toward the stone. As the carved leaves touched the plain granite, an explosion flung Rockingham backward. Catching a handful of weeds, Rockingham managed to keep himself from tumbling down the steep hill. Rolling up on his knees, Rockingham saw the staff hovering by the pillar. A hazy white cloud seemed to seep out from the stone and envelop the length of oak. As Rockingham watched, the cloud swirled and shrank in on itself, coalescing tighter and tighter, until the mist seemed to gain substance. As it did so, a shimmering glow grew even brighter, and a figure was formed from cloud and light. It was a robed man. He held the oaken staff in his right hand. The mist swirled at the edges, but Rockingham could not mistake the face glowing from under the hood. He had seen the paintings when Gresham had instructed him in this duty. It was Brother Lassen. The apparition spoke, his voice echoing as if from far away. Who calls me? Rockingham sat frozen, unable to form words. The ghostly eyes found his. It pointed the staff at Rockingham. Why do you disturb me? I did not mean to. Rockingham raised his arms in supplication. Forgive me, Brother Lassen. I did not know your spirit resided here. The coldness in the shade's eyes grew focused. I am no longer just Brother Lassen. You also speak to the forest. I have been communing with this wood for so long that the line between the two of us is blurred. I am the forest, and the forest is me. We are now one. The forest allows me to see time for what it is, an endless sea. I give the forest the ability to see the beauty in tiny movements of time, to appreciate the flight of a bird across the sky, to value the span of a single day, to see life through the eyes of a man. Each is a gift to the other, to see the long and short in life. I am sorry. I didn't mean to disturb either of you. You are not to blame. The shade lifted the green staff and examined its length. I can sense you in the wood. Your pain has drawn me from my slumber in the stone. There is a corruption in you that cannot pass my grave unchallenged. Cringing back, Rockingham feared the ruse of the dark mages was about to be exposed by this brother of the wood. He dreaded the wrath of this strange forest and even stranger ghost. But the shade continued speaking calmly. Do not fear. Though I sense the corruption in you, I also sense that your spirit rails against the evil inside. This is good. But in truth, it is no matter to me. The shade's glowing eyes swung toward Rockingham. It is not revenge that drew me from my grave, nor wages of war. Neither the wood nor myself dwell any longer on the wiles of men's hearts. Here time is endless. Around us, cities rise and kingdoms fall. It is of no matter. It is just another cycle of life. Instead, I come to you because your kindred nature calls to me. I don't understand. That is because you are blind. Though you do not know it, we are both the same spirits entombed in stone. W.H. Watt? When I shed my body, allowing its substance to rot and nourish the roots of the sargassum, my spirit remained here to commune with the great forest. As the grave marker was erected, I bound myself freely to the stone. He indicated the granite pillar. Stone does not rot. It is not a part of the cycle of life and death. In stone, a spirit may reside for eternity. Rockingham spoke before fear restrained him. But what does this have to do with me? You are also bound in stone, but I sense the binding was against your will. It is your pain that has called me forth. Finding it difficult to breathe, Rockingham dared hope. How? Why was I bound? Why? I cannot see that far. I am no god to see into the mind of your tormentor. But I can see who stands before me now. I can see your heart and know it to be stone, a chunk of black rock from the land's bowels. Ebonstone, Rockingham groaned, raising a hand to his scarred chest. There your spirit is entombed forever. Is there no way to free me? Rockingham asked, almost a moan. The shade's lips drew into a sad frown. Here is your desire spoken aloud. Can you answer it? Yes, but once I do, I can answer no more. It is this need that has drawn me forth. Once I have answered, I can remain no longer. I do not belong to this world. Rockingham fought to voice his heart's most intimate desire. How? How do I free myself? The shade smiled, almost fatherly. It will mean your death. Your spirit has already been cast from your body and can never return to inhabit it. If freed of the stone, your spirit will simply move on. I care not. I just want to be free. Very well then. To unfetter your spirit, the stone must be broken. But how can I? Shatter the black rock in your chest, and you will be free. With these few words, the apparition slowly began to unravel, fraying at the edges first, then dispersing in folds of mist and cloud. Still kneeling, Rockingham sank to his hands, hopelessness dragging him down. But there is no way to break forged ebonstone. Only the Dark Lord himself can do that. Rockingham raised his face, begging for more of an answer. But the stone pillar continued to draw the mists back into its cold embrace. Unsupported, the staff tumbled to the damp weeds. Please! Rockingham cried to the empty forest. A faint whisper answered him, a voice from an unimaginable distance. Brother Lassen's final words echoed out to him. There is a way, my friend. Only time itself is unchanging. Know yourself, and a path will open. With that, the hill grew silent. Only the pillar remained as if to mock him. He had come so close to answering the mysteries of his life, only to have more riddles cast at his feet. Rockingham pushed up out of the tangled vegetation. In the moonlight, the weeds were the color of dried blood. Standing now, Rockingham stared at the pillar. Know yourself, and a path will open, he said, repeating the shade's final words. Useless words for someone whose past has been stolen from him. Rockingham turned his back on the stone and stared at the skies. Gresham had promised to return his lost memories if he succeeded in his duty this night. Destroy the witch, and you will have what you desire. Rockingham sighed. If the shade spoke truthfully, regaining his past could perhaps hold a key also to freeing his spirit. He pondered this realization. If true, was this the reason why his past had been kept from him? To keep him forever trapped in stone? But what mystery of his past life could break Ebonstone? Somewhere, buried in a guarded corner of his memories, a sense similar to honeysuckles and soft whispers still existed. It was a single rose growing in a barren field. He knew the name of this sweet flower, Lenora. But there was nothing more, only that fragile memory he kept near his heart, protecting it from harm. Who was she? He cried in his head. Rockingham shook his head at this useless quandary. There was only one way to answer the mystery. Destroy the witch, he mumbled to the stars. As if he had been heard, the northern stars winked out one after another, swallowed away by an approaching storm. But it was not thunderclouds that rolled toward his position. Rockingham watched a single winged shape blacken the moon's glow overhead. His skin crawled at the sight. The Legion of Skeltum had arrived. A crash of breaking limbs sounded off to his left. Swinging around, Rockingham saw stalked branches shatter as something large forced and clawed its way through the canopy. Rockingham fled back a few steps. The pale-muzzled face of a Skeltum burst from the shredded foliage. It hissed at him, needled teeth shining in malign mischief. A long snaking tongue licked its lips, and its tall ears twitched this way and that. It tore itself free from its perch and crashed to the hill, knocking over the stone marker of Lassen's grave and snapping the brother's staff under its claws. It stepped toward Rockingham. Its twin black hearts could be seen beating through its translucent skin. Behind its skeletal shoulders, wide pale wings shook and spread menacingly. Rockingham stood his ground. It is time to cast aside our masks, it wheezed at him. The heat of the beast's skin steamed in the damp weeds. Rockingham shrugged. He knew their masks were no longer needed. The wood, through the shade of Lassen, had already declared its neutrality. From here, each side would fight alone. Stepping forward, Rockingham opened his arms to the foul beast. It had been assigned to carry him to the ship of the witch. Let us be off, he commanded the creature. So eager, it hissed at him, then scooped the small man up in its oily arms. Do you lust so much for the bloodshed to come? As the Skeltum's leathery wings spread for flight, Rockingham answered. Yes. I am ready for death. It was now more than ever that Elena missed Erril. Alone at the rails of the pale stallion, she stared across the silent moonlit waters. She did not miss his sword or his strength. What she missed most was simply his quiet presence, how, whenever danger lay ahead, he would stand at her shoulder, speechless but never silent. His scent would whisper to her of his sandy plains, of home and peace, while his breathing, steady and unhurried, spoke of calm power and untapped vigor. Even his slight movements, the rustle of leather on wool, the scuff of boot, sounded like a stallion testing its bit, ready to explode forward with the slightest flick of a rein. All this she would hear. And as he stood guard, a part of his iron would enter her. He gave her the strength to face even the worst horror. With Erril nearby, anything seemed possible. But no more. Elena glanced back to the empty decks inside. Other of her companions were also missing. Right now, Elena could use the stony calm of Kral, the flashing blades of Aunt Mai, the stout heart of Fardale. Even the tricky wisdom of Mogweed would be welcome now. Across the ship, Flint must have noticed her melancholy. The grizzled brother finished his discussion with the Zool sailors and crossed toward her. One of the Zool followed. Flint's face was grim as he joined Elena at the rail. Strange news, he said. I just got word from the Marai guardsman, Bridlin, that something has changed in the weed. The channels leading out from the lake have again reopened. The sargassum no longer holds this region clenched in its strangling grip. But does it open a path for us to escape or open a channel so the enemy can reach us? Elena asked. Flint shook his head. Surprisingly, the Zool answered. Neither. The forest no longer looks at us. I sensed its distaste for a moment, then nothing. It has abandoned us. But why? The Zool simply shrugged and turned away, as if the question held no interest for him. The tiny man stared out across the glassy surface of the surrounding sea. At sunset, the dragons of the Marai and their riders had retreated beneath the lake's placid surface. Hiding in ambush, they lay in wait for any attackers. To any who would spy upon them, all that would be seen was the pale stallion, drifting alone in the center of the Great Lake. Elena swung back to Flint. Maybe we should take the chance and leave? Should we reconsider our? The Zool spoke again, talking to the empty seas. The black-skinned sailor raised a hand toward the northern skies. A sickness approaches. Flint pushed forward to study the dark skies. A few thin clouds obscured the stars, but otherwise the skies were clear of any enemy. Call the others to their stations. Flint ordered the small man. What? Elena began to ask, but then she heard it, too, a distant flapping, like a large rug fluttering in a strong wind. At first it was faint, then it grew in volume and number. It sounded to her like the angry thrum of wings heard from a toppled hornet's nest. Something vile disturbed the night skies and flew this way. Elena glanced to Flint. The Zool sailor had already left to raise the alarm. His other tribesmen lit signal torches along the boat's rigging. In the distance, Elena heard the soft splashes as some of the Marai sentinels who had been stationed in the branches of trees along the forest's edge dove down to alert the hidden army. The grizzled brother spoke to the skies. It is time. Elena slipped the pair of lambskin gloves off her hands. They were no longer needed, she dropped the gloves to the deck. From here, it was useless to hide her heritage. The wit could no longer be denied. Vaguely, the faint sound of drums carried on the wind. The rhythmic beat, though just a whisper, drove to the bones, shivering the marrows. It made Elena want to bolt. Flint gripped her elbow. Dread lords. Skeltum, he whispered. They sound their bone drums to unnerve their enemies. How many do you think? Flint listened, then spoke with worry. I judge at least a legion. The hatch to the lower decks crashed open. Tolchuk, bearing the dwarf warhammer in one huge claw, led the others atop the deck. Once the Ojiri was out of the way, Marek and Joch pushed to the decks. Joch clutched his staff under the crook of his arm. As he approached, he pulled off one of his own gloves with his teeth and spat it to the deck. Before he could grip the length of wood with his bared hand, Elena touched his arm, halting him. Not yet. Save your blood until it's needed. From the fire in her brother's eyes, she knew the magic called to him. The lust shone bright in his eyes. Joch positioned the staff before him, still holding it with his one-gloved hand. Small flames of dark fire coursed its length, drawing the warmth from the night. Should I try striking with black magic first? He glanced to Flint. No, the older brother said. As your vision revealed, it is Skeltum that approach. Striking with black magic will only heighten the creature's dark protections. Do only as we planned. Change your staff into a blood weapon and use its magic-wrought skills to guard your sister. Imbued with Elena's magic, your staff should strike blows that will harm the beasts at close range. But how can we hope to defeat an army of them? He asked. We must trust in our plan, Flint said. He nodded to Elena. She already had her silver wit dagger in her grip. She sliced a small cut in each red palm, the hilt of the dagger now bloody. She then turned to Marek. Rein the winds to your will, but wait for Flint's signal. The elven nodded. I will stay at your side. None of the winged beasts will get near you. Elena gripped Merrick's shoulder in thanks. He and Joch would be her bodyguards, Merrick keeping any of the skeleton from reaching her, and Joch guarding her back with his bloodstave. Tolchuk and Flint, along with the Zoel, would man the stone-weighted nets along the ship's rails. Though the skin of the skeleton could resist most attacks, the creatures were still beasts of the land. They could drown like any other. Their best weapon of attack this night would not be a sword, but the sea itself. A tiny voice whispered above Elena's head from the rigging. Tikal, good puppy. One cookie. Elena glanced up to where Mama Frida's tiny pet clung to ropes high above and hid behind a fold of unfurled sail. Its dark eyes were huge as it stared at the skies, too. Mama Frida remained below with talk. With the boy's help, she had set up a ward in the galley, her elixirs and bombs already bubbling on the hearths in preparation for the injured. As she readied herself, Tikal was her eyes and ears above the deck. There! Tolchuk bellowed from near the bow. He pointed his dwarf hammer toward the northern skies. The stars vanish. All eyes swung to watch the black cloud sweeping across the night sky. Sweet mother, Elena moaned. It was as if the entire horizon swarmed with the beasts. How could they ever hope to survive this night? Flint stood at her shoulder. Do not let their enormity overwhelm you. Battles are not fought across wide landscapes. They are won at the length of your sword or flight of your arrow. Ignore all else around you but the foes within reach. Let the rest of the battle rage around you. He then raised his voice as he stepped away. To your stations. The battle begins. Flint gave her a quick smile, a fire lighting his eyes that had nothing to do with magic. After so many centuries, the Brotherhood was once again on the attack. He strode toward Tolchuk and the nets. Elena glanced to Merrick. The elven's eyes were partially closed, and his cloak billowed about his form, even though not a wind stirred this night. As she watched, he floated until the toes of his boots just brushed the deck. I am ready, he intoned. He lifted one hand toward the slack sails, and Elena felt the brush of stiff winds on her cheeks. The sails filled, and the pale stallion drifted back from the approaching horde filling the sky. Merrick would keep the boat tacking and turning across the lake, trying his best to keep the ship clear of the worst fighting. Joch touched her shoulder, a question in his eyes. Elena nodded. Her brother gripped the staff with his bare hand. Elena saw his knees buckle slightly as his blood was drawn into the wood. Around his hand, the dark wood paled to a stark white. With each beat of her brother's heart, the darkness was driven from the wood, spreading from end to end. Vaguely, streaks of red, Jocha's blood, could be seen coursing within the staff, fusing wood to wielder. Once the transformation was complete, Joch regained his footing. The staff was no longer a shaft of black magic, but a blood weapon bent to Jocha's will. With lips tight, Joch lifted the staff. He practiced a few parries and blows with the weapon. The flash of wood moved too fast for Elena's eyes to follow. Joch seemed satisfied and halted his staff's twirl. He met Elena's eyes. I only wish Father could see this, he said quietly. He would be proud of you, Joch, Elena said. They shared a sad smile for their lost family. From the rail, Flint signaled her. Swallowing hard, Elena turned away from her two bodyguards. She faced the cloud of winged death that now dove toward their tiny ship. Flanks of darkness spread to either side, meaning to encircle the small boat. Sheathing her dagger, Elena raised her head and unfettered the magic locked in her heart. Her palms burst with flame, her right bloomed with the rosy flames of a sunrise, while her left burned with the cold blue of the moon. Let it begin. She thrust her arms toward the night skies, reaching for the two flanks of her enemy. Tossing back her head, she screamed as the magic ripped out from her very bones. Elena felt herself lifted from the decks by the burst of energies. Above her head, twin shafts of fire, one red, one blue, split the black night. Where the flames struck, the dark clouds were shredded. As Elena had learned in the streets of Winterfell so long ago, the dark protections of the skeleton were no barrier against her blood magics. All around the boat, pieces of blackness tumbled from the night sky to crash into the seas. But even such an assault could not entirely block the horde of demons that flew this night. Drums beat at her ears, and winds whistled as Merrick fought to keep the stallion from the grip of the beasts. He tried to buy the ship as much time as possible. Suddenly overhead, sails ripped. A yardarm snapped. Too soon, Merrick had lost his chase. Distantly, Elena heard the thud of massive bodies striking the deck. Screamed orders echoed. She ignored them as Flint had told her. Her battle was with the mass of demons still flocking above. She cast her magic across the night sky, searing the darkness. But these were not dumb beasts she hunted, they were sly and learned quickly to avoid her flares of fire, banking and swinging away from her flames. Elena noticed from the corner of her awareness that the decks had become a battlefield. Merrick had given up maneuvering the ship and had turned his fight upon the winged creatures. He blasted the beasts as they tried to land, buffeting them into the seas. Meanwhile, those that did manage to land soon found themselves entangled in the weighted nets of the sailors. Tolchuk would then heave the writhing creatures over the ship's rail and into the drowning depths. The Ojiri's roar of bloodlust echoed across the decks, drowning out even the bone drums of the skeleton. While the battle raged, Joch danced around Elena, his staff a weapon of death. Christened with Elena's blood magics, the staff penetrated the skeleton's black magic and struck deadly blows. The heightened skill of the magic rod weapon forged Joch into a murderous force. But even skill and magic could be overwhelmed with sheer numbers. Elena saw the deep wound in Joch's shoulder. It steamed with poisons from a demon's claws. Her brother could not maintain his dance much longer. Still, Elena fountained her power into the night sky, destroying and fraying the horde above. She knew she must not abandon her own post, not even to help her brother, or all would be lost. If she relented in her attack, the boat would be instantly swamped with winged beasts. Elena knew she was all that stood between the mass of the horde and this boat. Finally, Flint yelled to Elena, giving her the sign. "Now, Elena! The flock is all above the lake." Sighing in relief as the magic sang through her blood, Elena opened herself fully to the Witch. For the moment, she and Witch must be one. Bringing her palms together, she merged the cold fire of her left hand and the Witch fire of her right. In her heart, Witch and woman also fused into a deadly force. From these unions, Elena released her final weapon, Stormfire. From her joined palms, the frigid cold of the moon's ice exploded with the searing fire of the sun. A gale of winds mixed with hails of fire and spears of iced lightning tore up from her body. She gasped as a torrential whirlwind of energy coursed out to envelop the winged army. Across the lake, the scream of her own magic was greeted by the bellowed roar of a dragon. It was Ragnar K. The flare of Elena's stormfire had been the signal for the Marai to strike. Elena fell to her knees as her magic continued to hurl skyward. Around her, the battle grew more fierce across the decks of the stallion. Overhead, the moon and stars were still masked behind the wings of the demon horde. No matter how many of the foul beasts died, the flow of skeletons seemed endless. As Elena struggled with her own magic, she prayed the dragons would prove enough. But she still couldn't shake Joch's prophecy of doom, a vision of the dragons drowning in a sea of blood. Siwyn clung to the back of her dragon. Ragnar K bellowed his rage at the demon horde as he flew toward the flock's underside. Off to the right, a torrent of flaming storm winds attacked the massive host of winged monsters and illuminated the ship far below. The boat seemed such a tiny target on the calm lake, a child's toy bobbing in a puddle. How could they possibly protect such a defenseless target from this blanketing host? "We must get atop the monsters," she sent to her mount. Ragnar K roared his answer, arcing on a wing and stretching higher. Soon they were among the beasts. Wings, claws, teeth assaulted them. But Ragnar K was no ordinary sea dragon, he was the stone dragon of Aloa Glen, a font of elemental magics. Once the great beast had faced the praetor himself, the dragon's roar had blown back the black magics of the Dark Lord's lieutenant, snuffing the flames of the mage's dark fire and leaving the man without a source of power. And now Siwan hoped the same proved true here. As Ragnar K attacked, he bellowed at the beasts and ripped at them with silver claws and daggered teeth. The dragon's roar washed away their dark protections. Skaltum screamed, wings torn and shredded. They fell, fluttering and struggling with broken wings, to crash into the sea. A single beast grabbed at Siwan. Even before she could scream, Ragnar K was there. His head snaked back, snapped the monster's neck, and spat its flailing form into the roiling flock of its brethren. Tastes bad, Ragnar K complained. Chaos reigned as the Skaltum realized the dragon's deadly potency. A hole opened in the flock, and Ragnar K dove through the opening. Siwan knew there was no way Ragnar K could significantly hurt the flock alone. There were too many. For every one the dragon killed, 2 more took its place. But conquest was not their plan. We must get higher, Siwan urged. Ragnar K thrust upward, ripping his way clear of the flock. Soon he winged above the flow of beasts. Siwan glanced to the sky, appreciating the starlight and moonlight. It gave her some small hope to see the moon shining brightly. But she must not tarry. Glancing down, she prepared once again to assault the gathered host. Below her, the moonlight shone off the monster's pale flesh, a sea of wings and claws that spread across the wide lake. Siwan bit her lip against the hopelessness of their cause. But she gave Ragnar K the signal, 3 thumps of her hand, her old signal for Conch to submerge. They must assault this foul sea. Ragnar K swung on a wingtip and dove toward the massive host. The dragon roared, and the flock fled from him, dipping lower to escape the dragon's wrath. But Ragnar K persisted, sailing back and forth over the host, driving the beasts lower and lower toward the lake's placid surface. From the dragon's throat, a constant cry flowed. Occasional stragglers would attempt to attack Ragnar K, but their broken bodies were soon tossed back into the pale sea of writhing forms. At times, Ragnar K would reach with his silver claws and pluck one of the beasts out from its brethren, rip and tear at it, then drag its bloody corpse over the host, dripping gore over them as warning. Slowly, as Ragnar K wove a deadly pattern overhead, the sick flock was driven lower and lower. Like a herder's dog among sheep, the great black dragon forced the host toward the lake, nipping at its heels. Siwan knew that eventually the waters would pin the Skaltum and force them to deal with the dragon above, but Flint's assurance of the monster's cowardice proved true. The demons had grown to depend on their dark protections and were not accustomed to fearing anything but their lord. When faced with a true threat, they chose to flee rather than fight. Their cowardice here would prove their downfall. As the flock was finally driven close to the lake's surface, Siwan sent a final message to her mount, now. Ragnar K stretched his neck, and a trumpeting blare burst from the dragon's throat. The bright sounds split the night. Upon this signal, the entire lake erupted. Snaking heads of hundreds of dragons shot up from the water's dark depths and grabbed at the skimming Skaltum flock. Though not imbued with magic like Ragnar K, the sea dragons had their own weapons, fangs and sea. Across the lake, dragons seized limbs and wings of the flying monsters overhead and dragged them down into the lake. The lake became a frothing battlefield. Dragons screamed, Marai yelled, monsters wailed. It became hard to say where the sky ended and the sea began. Attacked from below, sections of the flock attempted to flee, but Ragnar K was there with claw and tooth. Those few that broke past the great dragon were still not safe. They tried to band together, but the night sky was still afire with a magical torrent arising from the boat. There was no safe haven. The lake was a bloody trap, and the skies were menaced by the black dragon and by flaming spears of magic. Though many of the beasts yet survived, perhaps enough even to swamp the ship, their ranks had been shattered. The Skaltum panicked among the chaos and fled toward the trees. Cywin watched the tattered fragments of the foul army flap away but felt little cheer, numb from all the blood. A chorus of screams tainted the air. The battle still raged below. Cywin urged her Maud lower to help her people finish the monsters trapped in the lake. Below, Cywin saw many dragons torn and lolling in the waters, most too far gone for even draughts of dragon's blood to cure. Nereid swam beside their dying beasts, offering what little comfort they could. Moonlight, now unblocked by the broken host, shone on the water like molten iron, the blue seas ruddy with the blood of the slain. Tears rose to Cywin's eyes but were quickly blown away by the winds of their flight. "Oh, sweet mother," she moaned as more and more of the slain came into view, so many. Tolchuk heaved the writhing form over the rail. Poison claws scrabbled at the entangling net, but it was too late. The screaming beast plummeted into the lake, and the stone-weighted net dragged it under the surface. Straightening, Tolchuk snatched up the dwarf hammer and stared at the slaughter around the ship and in the skies. He knew the Skeltum host had been broken by their trap, but he also knew that now was the most dire time of the battle. The Skeltum would make one last furious strike at the boat. Tolchuk eyed Flint. The grizzled brother panted, almost bent over with exhaustion. Across the foredeck, the four Zoel masterfully teased and trapped another of the Skeltum in the net they carried. It wailed as it became fouled in the snagging ropes. Farther away, Joch held off two of the beasts with a blur of polished wood. Merrick stood guard beside Elena, blasting demons from the deck with gales of wind, but the Yelvan clearly weakened. Elena herself seemed lost to the battle, her eyes on the skies and her fierce sprays of magic. Flint drew back Tolchuk's attention by lifting the edge of a net in his hand. "This is the last one." From the old man's face, Tolchuk knew Flint understood the situation as well as he did. Though the battle had been turned, it was hardly over yet. As if reading his thoughts, a scream of rage tore above them. Four of the slavering beasts crashed to the deck, dividing Tolchuk and Flint. A pair of the Skeltum grinned at Tolchuk, yellowish fangs glinting brightly. "We've never tasted Ojiri meat before," one of them hissed. A cry of pain arose from where Flint fought the other two beasts with his flailing net. Tolchuk saw Flint stumble, his left leg torn and bleeding. Still, the man fought to keep the creatures from where Elena stood on the middeck. Injured, he would not last much longer. The Ojiri raised the hammer in his claw. The lightning-wrought iron glowed like spilled blood in the moonlight. The other eyed the hammer. "So you think to slay those who can't be harmed with a stick, do you?" Tolchuk roared, leaping and swinging his weapon with all the might of an Ojiri's back. Before the Skeltum's smile could even fade, the iron split the beast's crown and drove into the softer matter inside. Gore splattered out. Poisoned blood burned where it struck Tolchuk's bare chest. The other Skeltum froze, stunned by the damage to its companion. Tolchuk yanked his weapon free. "This be no ordinary stick." Turning, the Ojiri drove the hammer into the face of the remaining beast. Around him, more Skeltum, the final wave of the assault, crashed aboard the ship. Tolchuk carried his fight to the two creatures who harried Flint. His gaze reddened as a growing fire stoked his blood. Tolchuk hammered his way through to the grizzled seaman. Once free of the two demons, Flint warned Tolchuk, leaning on one of the Zoel. "We've no more nets. It is up to you to keep the monsters back." Tolchuk only grunted. He was beyond words. The fire of the Ferengata, the bloodlust of an Ojiri, was upon him. Lifting his hammer, now steaming with blood poisons, Tolchuk hewed a swath of death across the deck. All the strangling rage in his heart at the loss of his ancestors' spirits fueled his march. Guilt, anger, despair all exploded out in raw savagery. Unaware, Tolchuk howled his clan's ancient war cry as he struck and bludgeoned his way throughout the ship. His sight became a red blur. One Skeltum swiped at his chest, gouging long burning tracks in his thick skin, but still Tolchuk did not pause. He continued his deadly march. None would keep him from his revenge. He sang his rage against the cruelties of fate. Half-breed, orphan, cursed seed of the Oathbreaker. Skeltum now fled from him, leaping in the air and flapping away. Still, he continued his swath of destruction, leaping, hammering, even tearing at the beasts. If he was descended from a cursed heritage, then let him not deny who he was any longer. He held his lust and rage and opened his heart to the monster within. Suddenly, a small figure stepped in front of him. Tolchuk struck at him, but the man darted to the side. As the iron slammed into the deck, Tolchuk was jarred enough to realize he had almost killed one of the Zoel. From off to the side, words finally penetrated his grief and rage. It was Flint. "Stop, Tolchuk. Put down the hammer." The Ojiri raised red-rimmed eyes toward the old brother. Flint limped closer, leaning on another of the Zoel. About the ship, only 2 or 3 Skeltums still survived, but Joch and Merrick dealt with them. Flint indicated the Zoel pushing to his feet near the splintered deck. "The man sensed you were about to lose all control, to become a larger menace than even the monsters here. He tried to stop you." The hammer fell from Tolchuk's limp fingers, clattering to the deck. The Ojiri sank to his knees. Tears finally began to flow, washing the bloodlust from his eyes and his blood. His heart felt as drained as the stone in his pouch. Flint crossed to him, shooing away the Zoel. He knelt beside the Ojiri. "Do not despair, my friend. I know from where this pain and rage arose. There is evil in this world, but trust an old man, it does not lie in your heart." Tolchuk reached a claw to grip Flint's hand. "Do not be so sure." As they flew, Ragnar K rolled an eye toward Siwan. It shone brightly in the moonlight. Still, Siwan could sense her mount's growing exhaustion. Even a dragon's heart had limits. For an endless time, they had thrust themselves into countless skirmishes between Skeltum and dragon, slashing and roaring from above to slay the floundering monsters. "Little dragons die well," Ragnar K sent to her. For once, the usual disdain of the Great Black for his tinier brethren was not present. Siwan sensed the sadness in his huge heart. Siwan leaned and rested her cheek upon the scaled neck of her mount. She shared her grief with Ragnar K. Below, the battle slowly died down. The Skeltum had no defense against the drowning sea. The cries of war dwindled to spates of shouted orders and the occasional pain trumpet from a dying dragon. Little green one died well, too. Siwan just rubbed her great dragon's scaled neck. It took her a few heartbeats for these last words to penetrate her grief. Her heart suddenly clenched. Ragnar K could not mean? Pushing quickly back up in her seat, Siwan asked, "Do you mean Conk, my mother's jade?" "Yes. Tiny green dragon, friend of my bonded." Siwan's breath choked in her throat. "Sweet mother, no. Conk and her mother were not supposed to engage the flock, only direct and supervise. Conk was too old to fight. Ragnar K must be mistaken. The black dragon had a huge heart but was not too bright. Ragnar K must be wrong. Take me to where you saw the tiny green dragon," she said, unable to mask the pain in her voice. The equivalent of a dragon's shrug was sent to her. Ragnar K swung upon a wing and swept over the carnage below. Small pale Marai faces turned up to watch the great black pass overhead. A few raised an arm in salute, but most were as dull-eyed and shocked as she was. Too soon, Ragnar K skidded onto the lake's surface, wings stretched wide to cup the air and slow their landing. Once drifting across the lake's surface, the floating corpse of a Skeltum bumped Siwan's knee. It seemed to claw at her even in death. Crying in disgust, Siwan kicked it away. Ragnar K worked through the bloody waters. Just ahead, Siwan saw the green hide of a jade dragon bobbing in the gentle swells. Its huge head lolled lifelessly. It was not Conk. Siwan was sure of it. But as Ragnar K neared, Siwan spotted her mother clinging to the far side of the dead beast's neck. As the black approached, her mother lifted a face whose usual cold countenance had broken into a mask of pain and grief. Wet locks of normally sunbright hair clung damply across her face. Her eyes were sunken and hopeless. "Oh, mother," Cywin moaned. "No. He tried to protect me." Her mother's eyes drifted back to the body of Conch. Cywin still could not believe this dead dragon was her dear companion. Where was the gentle humor that always seemed to cling to him? Where was the ever-present love in his eyes? With his spirit gone, this bulk of green scale and torn wing was not Conch. Still, Cywin could not move her eyes from the lolling form. Her mother continued to moan the details of her story. One of the monsters broke free. Under the sea, the creature thrashed and twisted. Her mother raised panicked eyes toward Cywin. "I couldn't get away in time. It came upon me and attacked savagely." "Oh, mother, where was your personal guard? Where was Bridlin?" She waved her daughter's question aside. "Gone. Dead. I don't know. Only Conch remained. He fought back." Her voice cracked with sobs. "Leave it be, mother. We'll talk of it later." Her mother did not seem to hear. But the monsters are pure poison. They could not be harmed by a dragon's tooth or claw. All Conch could do was hold the beast away from me. But all the while, the monster tore at his neck with claws and teeth. It was horrible. The blood. So much blood. Cywin could tell her mother was near mad with grief and horror. The woman droned on, eyes wide with the recent pain. Even after the skeleton finally drowned, Conch clung to it, fearing it might yet attack. Even as blood flowed in thick rivers from Conch's wounds, he would still not let me near. Her mother's voice broke into sobs. Only when his great heart finally ended, only then did he finally let the monster loose. She raised her eyes up to Cywin. "Why did he do it? I might have been able to save him. If only I had been quicker." Cywin urged Ragnar K beside the sobbing woman. "No, mother, you couldn't have. Conch loved you. You know that. He died to protect you. It was the way of his heart." Cywin reached an arm toward her mother. "Come, mother, we must return to the ship." "No, let someone else go. I must stay here." She wrapped her arms tighter to the jade dragon's neck. The pain from the loss of a bonded dragon was known to cripple its rider. Cywin could not let that happen. She needed to get her mother away. A draft of numbweed tea and a warm bed was what her mother needed most right now, along with the love of her daughter. Silently urging Ragnar K lower in the water, Cywin was able to reach her mother's shoulder. Once close enough, a great black wing rose under her mother, scooping her limp form from the water. She struggled slightly, but her grief had made her weak as a babe. The dragon's wing slid the woman closer into Cywin's embrace. Hugging tight, Cywin wrapped her arms around her mother and pulled her into the seat, cradling the crying woman in front of her. Cywin had not realized how small and light her mother was. It was as if the immense grief had not only broken the woman, but shrunk her also. Cywin pressed her mother's head against her chest and gently rocked. "I'm sorry, mother," she whispered as she stared at the dead and dying across the wide lake. "I'm sorry for everything." She urged Ragnar K toward the lone boat drifting amidst the carnage. In the distance, the boat still fountained with spears of flame. Cywin's brow crinkled with concern. What were they still fighting? With the battle in the sky won, Elena fought to rein in her surge of stormfire. Upon the decks of the Pale Stallion, clashes still raged with the last handful of Skaltum who had crashed to the boat. Elena sensed her power and magic were no longer needed skyward, but here. As Elena struggled to guide her magic, the wild energies began to break free of her control. When first she had unleashed stormfire, back in the swamps of the landslip, she had only the dregs of power at hand. The magic had expired almost as quickly as she had lit it. But now, almost at full strength, Elena found the magic had grown beyond her ability to control. It took both sides of her spirit, the light of the woman and the darkness of the witch, just to keep the force of her raging energies directed upward. Elena knew that even this meager control was about to be lost. With all her will, Elena fought the Stormfire's wild bucking and writhing. Still, she could not keep her palms from beginning to slip apart. The spread of her hands, instead of weakening her Stormfire, widened the scope of her magic. The larger force became impossible to harness. Concentrating fiercely, she ignored the cries of those around her. As the Stormfire spread, one of the ship's masts cracked near the top, caught by the edge of her gale of magic. It crashed near the stern and rolled into the sea, dragging 2 skeleton with it, tangled in its ropes. Elena's cheeks ran with tears, and not just from the strain. She had spotted one of the Zool sailors dragged overboard along with the pair of skeleton. Elena had glimpsed the man's panicked eyes as he had rolled over the edge, a noose of rope around his neck. Elena fell to her knees. Grief weakened her control even more. Shouts of alarm rose from the deck as the others sensed that her magic was about to tear the ship apart. Jocha's voice barked near her ear. "Elena, we've won. Stop." What did her brother think she was trying to do? She could not collapse the magic. It had grown too large. Her only hope was that her magic would burn out. Lost in the eye of the storm, Elena knew such a hope was futile. She sensed that her well of magic was still too deep. The ship would surely be demolished before the rage of Stormfire ever blew itself out. With her heart failing, Elena searched for guidance, for some means of chaining her magic. As if an answer, she suddenly sensed a presence nearby. She glanced over her shoulder. No one was there. But she caught a whiff of scent, a whisper of standy loam. In her ears, she heard the rustle of leather. And from somewhere far off, someone called her name, Elena. It was Aril's voice, and the tone was clearly scolding. Her heart clenched. Elena knew it was no ghost that visited her in this hopeless moment. It was only her own memory. With her guard so weakened, a corner of her heart had stirred. She had thought herself just witch-and woman, but she now realized she had grown into something more. Somewhere along this journey here, Aril had become a part of her, too. The iron he had gifted to Elena in the past had not died with the man. It still remained in her own heart. Elena shoved back to her feet. She must not die. She would not let this tiny spark of Aril expire forever because she was too frail. Only by living could she keep his memory alive. Standing once again, she fought the raging magic with a furious passion, part iron, part spirit. Slowly, she began to pull the magic back into check, drawing her palms together. She screamed with the effort. Above her, the fountain of energies died down to a savage spear. Finally, with a last wrench of her will, she clenched her hands together, entwining her fingers, stanching the flow. The Stormfire blew itself out. Sagging with sudden exhaustion, she fell to the deck. One of the Zool caught her, and Elena stared at the destruction around her. Nearby, Joch leaned heavily on his staff among the racked ruins of several skeleton corpses, his eyes wide with concern for her. Flint limped upon a leg torn and bleeding. Tolchuk helped support the man, but even the Ojiri was not unscathed. He bore deep scratches across his chest. Merrick looked haggard and sunken, his spent magic wasting him. A tiny call arose from the waters beside the boat. "Help us aboard." Joch leaned over the starboard rail. "It's Siwon and Ragnar K. They have an injured woman with them." He waved the others to help. Flint, though, ignored the commotion at the rails and stared up at the skies. The stars shone brightly. "It's over." "No," whispered the Zool at Elena's side. His eyes were not on the skies, but on the dark forest around them. "It's just beginning." 20. From the bower of a treetop, Rockingham watched the slaughter across the lake with dispassionate eyes. Perched on a neighboring branch, his skeleton lieutenant was not as calm. It hissed and worked its claws into the tree's bark, ripping at its rough surface with undisguised frustration. The beast quivered with rage, but it had its orders: stay beside the golem. Do its bidding. Rockingham glanced toward the beast, and it cowered back. Naked from the waist up, the wound in Rockingham's chest steamed with wisps of black fog. The Dark Lord had come here, and none dared disobey. Satisfied, Rockingham returned to studying the dying army. He discovered no emotion connected with the annihilation of the Skeltum host. Not that he cared for any of the beasts. In truth, he wished them all dead. Still, their brutal massacre should have shocked him, the bloody lake and cold corpses should have sickened him. But the presence of his master dulled any such feelings. With the stone gateway open in his heart, the man who was Rockingham had dwindled to a tiny spark, lost in the enormity of the black spirit that had squirmed and rolled out from the ebonstone. The golem had had no say in what had happened or in what was to come. The orders had all risen from the darkness inside his chest, from a being who nested far away in the volcanic creches of Blackhall. From his mist-shrouded wound, a voice whispered out. The sound was an oily poison that ate at his sanity. Call them forth. Nodding, Rockingham raised an arm in the air. The Dark Lord could not be disobeyed. All around the lake's edge, a rustling arose from the tree line. A full third of his Skeltum army remained yet unbloodied by the previous assault. The master had sent the main mass of his host to draw out the enemy's fangs. It had succeeded. The Witch and her companions would be unprepared for the true attack. Now, the voice ordered from his cracked rib cage. Rockingham snapped his hand into a fist. From all across the lake, a pale force rose from the canopies, flocking into the air. Rockingham's lieutenant crawled atop him and grasped the man by the shoulders. With a rattle of bony wings, the Skeltum took flight, carrying Rockingham clutched in the claws of its feet. As Rockingham flew across the lake, his host flanked him, a pale sickness spreading over the water toward the lone boat. While leading this final surge, Rockingham should have felt some sense of victory or revenge. But he felt nothing as the mere people and their dragons stared at the passing horde with shock and dismay. The attack was so sudden and unexpected that no resistance was tendered. With Skeltum again filling the skies, dragons and their riders fled under the lake. As Rockingham swooped toward the deck of the ship, he watched men scramble over tangled corpses, seeking to retreat below decks as if that offered any protection. Still, Rockingham felt no emotion. His lieutenant dug at the ship, throwing its wings wide to slow its dive, and settled Rockingham roughly to the deck. All around, sails ripped and rigging tore free as his host settled into perches among the masts and across the deck. Only a small section of the deck was left free. Rockingham recognized most of those clustered before the hatch to the lower decks, the Witch's brother brandishing the Darkmage's staff, the Ojiri bearing a bloody hammer, the Elven looking fierce but hard-worn. Yet there were others who were strangers to Rockingham, a green-haired girl, the man beside her, a hulking, tattooed brute with a long black braid and an even longer sword, and a set of identical dark-skinned men who threatened with nothing more than broken oars. Yet none of these mattered. His true target hid behind them, though in truth, Rockingham hardly recognized the woman. What strange magic had transformed the young girl into this comely lass of thick curled locks and hard countenance? Curiosity arose in Rockingham, but he sensed it was only because the same emotion welled in the Dark Lord. It was this oddity that gave his master pause. Come forth, the darkness called to the Witch. You cannot win here. Give yourself freely, and the others will be allowed their freedom. We would rather die. Joach called back. Unbidden, Rockingham's shoulders shrugged. If my beasts must dig the Witch from this boat, you will all wish for death. I can wield punishments far worse. As the Skeltum hissed in delight, Rockingham felt the other's eyes meet his own. He stood as an example of how much worse the Black Heart's punishment could be. The wound in Rockingham's chest spread wider. He saw the gathered faces blanch at whatever was revealed. Elena, though, pushed boldly through the others, shaking off restraining hands. You hide behind this flock of winged carrion, she spat at him, and skulk in the hollows of dead men. Come out and face me. Let us end our battle here. A sound that could only be crudely defined as laughter answered her challenge. A flow of black energies rolled forth from Rockingham's cracked rib cage and pooled at his feet. From this dark well, screams echoed up. The voice spoke again. Then let it be. Elena stepped forward, thrusting her arms out and bringing her hands together. A tempest of searing flames and ice swept toward where Rockingham stood. Normally, Rockingham would have cringed and ducked, but even this instinctual fear was denied him. Instead, faster than his eye could follow, the pool at his feet burst upward in a black shield, blocking the flow of Witch magic before it struck him. In the center of this conflagration, Rockingham watched the flames of dire energies cast by the Witch dash against his shield. Ice and fire roiled like living serpents around his barrier, seeking a way through the blockage. But it proved vain. The black shield was impregnable. A cry of frustration arose from the Witch, and the torrent of magic flared brighter. Laughter answered her renewed efforts. Beyond the shield, a harsh voice suddenly intruded, demanding in panic. Elena! Pull back your magic. He only seeks to drain you. With these words, the flames instantly died away. In turn, the black shield dropped. Rockingham saw a gray, grizzled elder leaning on a crutch, his leg bandaged from ankle to thigh. A silver stud marked the man's ear. Agony was drawn in deep lines upon his face, but not all of the pain, Rockingham suspected, was from the injured limb. Elena stood before the others. Her hands, still raised, were pale and white. It's too late, she whispered. A coldness spread through Rockingham, a touch of hoarfrost and ancient ice. Even under his master's control, Rockingham shivered. The black energies at his feet grew even darker. Rockingham knew more of the Foul One's spirit had pushed through the ebonstone gate in his chest. It was drawn by the despair of those gathered here. Elena glanced to the gibbous moon overhead. The black heart whispered with malign mischief. Renew, Witch. The moon's magic will do you no good. Needing little urging, the Witch raised her left arm toward the night sky. Bathed in moonlight, her hand vanished. As she pulled down her arm, her fist returned, rich again with ruby energies. Elena faced Rockingham, her words fierce. Useless or not, I will die fighting you with every scrap of iron and magic in my blood. From the black well, a hiss of amusement. Submit, Witch, and I'll still let the others live. Rockingham saw the girl hesitate, her staunch stance wavering. The voice whispered now, trying to worm past the girl's own shield. There are none to save you. From beyond the others, a new figure shoved forth. A naked woman, eyes wild and hair tangled, burst free. The green-haired girl reached toward the clearly mad woman as she rushed past. Mother! No! The woman shook off the girl and ran at Rockingham, hands raised in claws. Why you murdered Conk, you monster? Rockingham froze. The first image of the woman's face, wild and tear-streaked, seared his mind, obscuring all else. He gasped and clutched his chest. Something broke deep inside him. In response, a howl of rage echoed out from his chest. But Rockingham ignored it. Old memories swamped him, drowning him. Emotions flamed through his core, swiping away even the black chains that bound him. A black stone the size of a clenched fist tumbled from his open chest and clattered across the deck. Rockingham stumbled from the sudden release. Raising his head, he moaned the name that had been imprisoned in his heart for too long, the name of the woman who had burst from the doorway. Lenora. Speaking aloud, Rockingham felt his legs give out. He crashed to his knees. His outburst struck the woman just as deeply. She halted her lunge and fell to her hands on the deck. Her eyes rose from Rockingham's wounded chest to his face. A look of recognition broke through her madness. She knelt back, covering her face with her palms. No! It cannot be. The small girl danced forward. Mother? You know this creature? Lenora croaked, her voice lost. He's your father. Siwan dropped back in disbelief, her hand rising in horror. No. Cast gathered the distraught Marai girl within his arms. She sank gratefully into his embrace. How could this be? She cried. For so long, she had conjured pictures of her father in her mind's eye. He was always as tall as Cast, even broader of shoulder, but bore none of Cast's scars. She always pictured him with a perpetual grin and laughing eyes. Not this creature of nightmare dredged from the foulness of the Dark Lord's dungeons. The golem lifted an arm in supplication. Lenora? Before any further plea could be spoken, a screeching howl blew forth from the stone at the man's feet. The noise tore at Siwan's ears and shook the sails like a wind. The roosting skeltums scattered from their perches into the night sky like a startled rookery of starlings. Pale leathery wings flapped and sailed away from the ship's two masts. Amid the chaos, Elena stepped forward, eyes on the retreating creatures, fist blazing with coal fire. Flint stopped the Witch with a touch and pointed down. Look! Siwan's gaze followed where the old brother pointed. Upon the deck, the remaining pool of dark energies around the stone crackled with streaks of silver, matching the thin veins forking through the rock. It was as if the remaining splash of dark magic was in fact melted ebonstone. As they all watched, the well of darkness drew back into the rock until only the chunk of ebonstone remained. None dared draw near it. Flint spoke. Free of its host, the Dark Lord has fled. Glancing back to the golem, Siwan noticed that only Rockingham and Siwan's mother seemed oblivious of the stone's transformation. Instead, the couple's eyes were locked on one another. I'm sorry, Rockingham moaned. Elena stepped as if to intervene, but once again Flint restrained her. Let them be. Though I might not be as rich in weaving magics as your brother, I can sense when a flow of fate is best left undisturbed. Clenching her fist, Elena slowly backed away. Siwan could almost feel the hatred pulsing from the Witch. Siwan knew Elena's story. This man, her father, had once played a role in the murder of Elena's family. Deaf to those around them, Lenora and Rockingham knelt near one another. What happened to you? Siwan's mother moaned. She reached to touch the man's face, but her hand faltered. He looked away. You should have had me slain, like the others. I didn't deserve your mercy. Lenora touched his cheek tentatively. I couldn't live with that. I barely survived your banishment. If not for Conk and the babe, your baby. Siwan realized they were talking of her when she was a child. Siwan's heart roiled with emotions. Shock and anger, along with disbelief, confused her ability to sort out her feelings concerning this revelation. He cannot be my father. This was the man who had killed Conk. How could her mother touch the creature with affection? Cass leaned and whispered in her ear, reading her thoughts. We cannot always choose our blood. Ulster was my blood brother, but our hearts were different. Remember that. Even if this creature truly is your father in name, you do not have to take him to heart. Cast's words gave Siwan the strength to push free of his arms and step beside the two kneeling figures. She deserved to hear the truth finally. I don't understand. What happened, Mother? She asked sternly. Her mother would not look away from Rockingham. We were wed on a midsummer's eve. We promised to share the rest of our lives together. But then one winter, shortly after you were born, he tried to forge a pact with coastlanders. He broke the Marai code of silence. A pang of anger etched her mother's features. I could not help myself, Rockingham explained softly. I was so tired of our isolation. The world beyond the waves was so vast and varied. I wanted to bring these gifts back to the Marai, back to my newborn daughter. Siwan listened to his words and found her own heart responding. His description sounded so much like her own cravings for new horizons, new experiences. She remembered the silent pull the coastlines had once had for her, too, when she and Conk used to sneak off and explore the archipelago. Had she acquired this strange yearning from her father? What went wrong? She asked. Rockingham looked down, silent. Her mother answered. Dragon blood proved too rich a prize to the land dwellers. Dragons were slaughtered, and for such a crime, the code was exact. As punishment, your father was to have been killed. Suddenly her mother's voice cracked, and tears flowed. But I couldn't allow it. As an elder, I begged the older punishment instead, banishment from the deep. Rockingham took her mother's hand and held it between his own. But such a gift was no kindness. The man glanced up at Lenora. At first, I tried to live with my punishment. I wandered the coasts and islands until the webbing between my fingers dried and flaked away. Soon I walked like any other land dweller. Over time, I learned I could survive without the mere AI. Her father turned back to her mother, pulling Lenora's fingers to his lips. But I could not survive without you. You were an ache in my heart. The ocean waves whispered your name to me every night. Rain on the water tinkled with your laughter. I should have left the coasts, but my heart bound me. He lowered Lenora's hands to his lap, and his voice grew husky. One day, staring out at the seas from a high bluff, the pain was too great. I could stand it no more and sought to end my banishment. Tears traced down his face as he looked into Lenora's eyes. I stepped off the cliff. Sywin spoke, shocked. You sought to end your own life? Silently, her mother pulled Rockingham into her embrace as he dissolved into sobs. Her mother rocked him. Cradling the sobbing man, Lenora held him until his racking breath slowed. Rockingham continued, speaking between gasps. But there was an evil festering in secret along the coast. It sensed my despair and was drawn to it. By forsaking my own life, I exposed myself to its corruption. It did things to me, horrible things. Its only kindness was in binding my old memories of you in stone. That pain was finally gone, but so was the man you loved. I became only half a man. What I did afterward, he pushed from Lenora's embrace, facing her. Conk all the others. Can you ever forgive me? She melted toward him. I can only love you. It was the evil that is to blame, not you. She kissed him on the lips, then pulled slightly back. Now that I've found you again, I will never let you leave my side, but. Her mother's words only caused the man further pain. It cannot be, my love, he said. I am dead. I know this. I can feel it in my flesh. He nodded toward where the stone rested on the deck. Only the magic in the ebonstone holds me here. Then we will keep the foul thing safe. Rockingham shook his head slowly. No. The stone also binds me to the evil. The rush of old memories broke its cursed hold, but as long as it exists, they can always draw me back again, enslave me. It must somehow be destroyed. Only then will I be free. No. I cannot allow it. Rockingham smiled sadly. He touched her cheek. Do you seek to keep me alive no matter the cost, as you did once before? Sywin saw her mother wilt. She crossed and wrapped her mother in her arms. Lenora trembled in her grip. Hush, mother, you know he's right. The decision was not as hard for Sywin. She could not fathom that this man was her father. Cast was correct. To her, he was still a stranger. Sywin raised her eyes to the man. How do we destroy it? His voice became hopeless. I don't know. I do. Elena's stern voice drew all their gazes. Sywin saw hatred burning in her eyes. Just as with Sywin, these newest revelations had failed to sway the Witch's heart. Elena saw only the murderer of her family. The Witch held no qualms about severing the man's ties to this world. Elena nodded to Tolchuk and the rune-carved weapon he bore. The trisil hammer can smash ebonstone. Rockingham pushed to his feet. With hope in his eyes, he faced the wrath of the Witch. I know of no way back to grace in your eyes. But please, if it's in your power, free me. Simon saw how Elena hesitated. Was the Witch's hatred so deep that she would balk at even granting this final plea for death? Flint spoke at her shoulder. We must be quick. The Skeltum have only been spooked by the loss of the Dark Lord's presence here. But in the skies, they already gather again. I think they mean to strike. Rockingham still looked with strained hope at Elena, his eyes pleading. Do this. And if I am able, I will find a way to help you here. What? By betraying us? Elena said coldly. Wounded, Rockingham remained silent, eyes cast down. Cywin turned from where she knelt with her mother. Let my father go, Elena. Please. Cywin turned and found Rockingham's grateful eyes upon her. I don't know this man's true heart any better than you do, but I know my mother's. Let the man whom my mother married on a midsummer's eve die in peace. Elena hesitated, staring fixedly at her, then slowly the woman's shoulders relaxed. Wordlessly, she waved Tolchuk forward. Do it! Rockingham seemed to shrink in relief. Lenora pushed free of her daughter's embrace and climbed to her feet. Sobbing, she drew her lover into her arms. Let me hold you. I want you with me for every last breath. He drew her tight. From over her mother's shoulders, Cywin met her father's eyes. He smiled sadly at her. Father and daughter. Two strangers. Tears rose in Cywin's eyes, and her legs were suddenly weak. Father. She moaned the word so softly that only her own heart heard. She slid toward the deck with grief, but Cast was there to catch her. His arms were always there. Before she could even lean into the Bloodrider's warmth, a sudden thunderous crack exploded from nearby. Cywin jumped, glancing to where the Ojiri was bent over his hammer. He swung the weapon again, and the fist of ebonstone was ground to dust under the magical hammerhead. Cywin swung her eyes toward her mother. Lenora still held Rockingham in her embrace, but from the way his head lay slack on her shoulder, he was clearly gone. Mother! Lenora suddenly shuddered. A scintillating fog blew forth from Rockingham and passed through her mother's form. She let the dead man slip from her arms, then swung around. The glowing mist swirled tighter to form a vague resemblance of the golem. He raised a hand toward Lenora, but his fingers passed through her cheek. Goodbye, my love, she whispered to the spirit. The ghostly form stared a moment more, then turned to face the Witch. Elena scowled at the shade wavering before her. Even just the wispy outline of the murderer set her blood afire. Cold fire danced over her right fist. The mark of the rose was now entirely masked behind spates of blue flame. Her shoulders trembled as the man's ghostly eyes focused on her. When he spoke, his words were as insubstantial as his form, whispers from another world. Thank you, he said. There are no words to beg your forgiveness nor acts that can wipe away my atrocities, but as I promised, I will seek an ally to help you in the fight to come. I ask no boon of you, she said with ice in her voice. Only that you truly leave this world and never return again. The shade bowed his head. So be it. But as I leave, I will still seek the shade of this watery wood and attempt to pry him from his eternal slumber. Elena did not understand any of this nonsense. She waved her fist of coal fire at the shade, but her fist passed through him with no effect. Go then. Do not sully these decks with your presence any longer. The shade bowed his ghostly head. His form began to dissipate, fraying at the edges in swirls of mist and roiling tendrils of glowing fog. Suddenly, though, the ghost of her parents' murderer grew more solid for a few breaths. One last word, Elena. She shuddered. Just her name on his tongue rippled disgust through her body. "Begone, demon!" But the ghost persisted, his voice just a hushed trace sounding from much farther off. "You must know. The plainsman, Eril, he lives." Elena gasped. The blue flames flared brighter, then died away. A part of her quailed. Eril's death had almost torn her apart. It had taken all her strength to accept his loss, and now to think he might still be alive. She could not handle such a loss twice. Elena reached a hand and fingered the strip of singed red leather braided into her hair. "He lives?" The ghost wavered before her, fading away. "He is a captive of the dark mages on Aloa Glen. In 2 nights, when the moon ripens full, they will use his blood to destroy the book. You must hurry." The shade again began to mist away into nothingness. Elena reached with both hands toward the fading spirit, trying to gather its glowing remnants back into the semblance of a man. "He must not leave yet." As her hands wove through his ghostly substance, her pale right hand vanished when it drifted through a small cloud of scintillating mist. Elena yanked her arm back as if stung, expecting some last bit of malice on the shade's part. Instead, as her limb pulled free, her hand returned, now aglow with a familiar rosy azure. She raised the hand before her. Her palm and fingers were as insubstantial as Rockingham's shade. She could see the scurry of her companions through her palm. Elena had momentarily forgotten Aunt Phila's earlier lesson. Spirit light. When last with Phila, Elena had ignited this same magic while venturing too near the spirit world. Ghostfire, Elena mumbled, naming the magic now imbued in her right hand. She raised her left hand still swirling with the ruby stain of coldfire and clenched her 2 fists. "Both spirit and stone," she said, bringing her 2 fists together, one ghostly, one solid. Whether the shade of Rockingham spoke truthfully or not, Elena knew that if Eril still lived, she would tear down the towers of Aloa Glen to free him. A strangled voice drew her attention back to the decks. "Elena, dot." Lowering her hands, she saw Joach staring at her with his mouth hanging open. Tolchuk and Merrick stood at his shoulder, equally shocked. Elena glanced around the deck. Other eyes were also fixed on her. "What?" Joach stumbled a step toward her. "Why, you're gone. I see your clothes, but your body's vanished." Elena glanced down at herself. Not again. She remembered when last she had touched spirit light. Her flesh had become invisible to the eyes of others. Only her clothes had remained visible. Flint neared her, walking in a slow circle around her, studying her. Still, he kept a wary eye on the skies. The flock of Skaltum had gathered just at the lake's edge, but the pale cloud now swept slowly back toward the ship, circling in a closing spiral toward the boat. "Perhaps it would be best if you disrobed, Elena. If invisible, you might survive the coming attack." His voice sagged with a note of hopelessness. "Afterward, you could perhaps still join up with the Drerendi fleet south of here." "No. I will not sit idle while the rest fight and die," she insisted. Elena raised her hand and studied her insubstantial right fist. From her first dalliance with this ghost magic, Elena had learned to mask a dagger held in her palm by flaring out her magic. But what if the opposite was also true? Elena willed the rosy glow to draw inward, rather than flow outward. She drew the magic of her ghostfire down to a small bright ember in the center of her palm, draining it from her blood and body. As she worked, her fingers grew more solid. Elena could no longer see through them. Joach's voice again gasped out. I can see you again." Elena ignored her brother. She must not break her concentration, not yet. Clenching her teeth, she bound the well of ghostfire in place, tying off the font of power until she was ready to release it again. Once done, Elena raised her face to the others. She knew they could all see her. She returned their stares, her gaze fierce. If the shade spoke truthfully that Eril might still be alive, she would let nothing stand between her and the plainsman. The pounding of the bone drums suddenly crashed into a thunderous cacophony. The skeleton strike. Flint called from the starboard rail. Ready yourselves. A flurry of activity burst across the deck. Tolchuk swung the dwarf hammer to his shoulder and joined Flint at the rail. Joch and Merrick posted themselves on the opposite rail. Even Mama Frida had abandoned the galley, leaving her brewing elixirs to the boy Talk's care. She bore some strange weapon in her hands, a long slender pipe into which she fed a feathered dart. Poison from the Arendelle jungles, she explained. It will kill even these beasts if I can pierce their hides. Elena did not argue against the old woman arming herself. Every means of exacting death would be needed this night. They must survive until dawn, when the sun's light would weaken the dark protections of the demons. A throat cleared nearby, drawing her attention. She found Cast and Simon standing ready. Cast spoke. Should we call the dragon? On my signal. Elena raised her arm and faced the swarm of Skaltum. They now encircled the boat, sweeping toward them from all directions, low over the water but unfortunately not low enough for the surviving sea dragons to reach them. The ship grew hushed around Elena. No one spoke any further words. Only the beat of the bone drums disturbed the night. Still, Elena waited. She wanted the sudden appearance of Ragnar K to startle the forefront of the Legion, to perhaps cast them in disarray for a few critical moments. As she held her breath, arm raised, Elena's heart quailed at the sheer numbers they faced. Everywhere she looked, demons flapped and glided toward their lone boat. She fought against the hopelessness of their cause. Even if she should live, how many on board would die? Suddenly a shivering scream of rage burst from the countless throats of the beasts. Elena could delay no longer. Let the slaughter begin. She began to swing her arm down, but her limb was blocked by the hand of one of the Zool. Wait. He snapped and nodded toward the seas. Something else comes. Elena twisted out of his grip. How much worse could this night grow? She stared at the leading edge of the Skaltum assault. They were only a stone's throw from the ship. Then the world suddenly exploded around them. All across the lake, a tangle of weeds burst out from the water, snaking far into the air, twice the height of the forest's towering trees. Twisting vines and coiled branches snatched the Skaltum from the skies, grabbing wing and limb, pulling the beasts under the lake. Nearer at hand, whipping roots and leafy snarls thrust up and ripped into the approaching flock. A few beasts managed to scrabble as close as the rail, but even these were quickly yanked away by snags of vines. Elena stared at the decimation. It was as if the pale stallion had become trapped in a whirlwind of pale wings and frothing weed. It's the sargassum. Flint called above the screams of the Skaltum. The war raged around the boat. One Skaltum, crazed with fear, crashed into an unfurled sail, ensnaring itself in rigging and sailcloth. Its thrashing tore loose the sail, and the beast toppled into the sea in a net of its own making. That was the closest to the boat any of the Skaltum managed to get. And as quickly as it started, it was over. In the moonlight, the writhing redweed slowly subsided, sinking back into the sea, dragging the last of the demons down with it. None of the Skaltum had escaped its fury. Soon the lake was clear. Even the dead dragons had been whisked away. No one spoke, just stared, too stunned. Across the lake, a scatter of living sea dragons and their riders emerged warily from the depths where they had retreated earlier. With the moon and stars so bright, Elena could easily spot the dragon riders' amazed expressions. Around the ship, there was no sign of the night's carnage. The waters lay quiet and pristine. It's over, Elena sighed. Flint limped over to her. But why did the sargassum intervene? In her heart, Elena knew the answer. She glanced across the faces of her companions. All would live to see the dawn. Turning away, Elena stared across the lake, leaning both hands upon the rail. Tears of relief flowed from sore eyes. Alone, she whispered words she had not thought she could ever speak, words for the murderer of her parents. "I forgive you." With her words, a scintillation of light swirled up from the depths of the dark sea, like fireflies on a midsummer's eve. Elena felt a presence appear beside her. It was Lenora. The woman rested her hand on Elena's. "Thank you," Lenora murmured to her. Across the sea, the sparks of spirit light spread and faded until only the moon and stars were reflected on the lake's mirrored surface. Book 5. Tides of War. 21. Yaril awoke in his dark cell on the last day of his life. Though there was no window to indicate the sun's rising, Yaril knew dawn had come. After 5 centuries of living, the movement of the sun had ingrained itself into his bones. Slumped in his shackles, Yaril raised his head. Nearby, shadowy rats scurried through the hay and chittered angrily at each other, fighting for scraps of moldy crust left from last night's meal. On his bare legs were scab bites from where those same rats had investigated his sleeping form, sampling his flesh for when his corpse would be theirs. From the neighboring cell, something cried and thrashed in its chains. The strangled howl of madness echoed down the cell row. Yaril tried to ignore the noise, but it rattled into his skull. Suddenly, somewhere down the hall, a door creaked open, iron scraped iron as the lock was undone. Then came the heavy tread of booted feet. Yaril listened. He judged 4 men approached. Too many just to deliver the morning's gruel. Straightening on his bed of hay, Yaril strained his ears for some clue as to their intent. From the neighboring cell, the wailing creature had quieted. It, too, knew better than to attract the attention of any who ventured down here. Through the cracked mortar of the walls, only a soft mewling rose from the creature, like a dog about to be beaten. But the beast need not have feared. The scuff of boots stopped before Yaril's small door. Yaril quickly fingered the tip of slivered wood poking from the back of his neck. It was still in place. With only his loincloth as clothing, Yaril's own skin was the best hiding place for Gresham's gift. He had embedded the staff's sliver under the skin at the edge of his hairline until it was needed. The small door slammed open, and 2 men dressed in the black and gold of dog soldiers crawled inside. A torch sizzled in one man's fist. The sharp light stung. They scowled at Yaril and crinkled their noses at his squalid accommodations. "Smells like a privy in here," one commented. The other scrunched up his face. He had only one eye, the other orb lost in a long wicked scar. "Throw in them leg shackles. Let's get out of these here dungeons before the contagion gets us all." A set of chains and manacles clattered into the cell, chasing the rats back into their black warrens. But the fierce vermin did not flee too far. Their red eyes glowed out at the guards, watching warily over their scraps left abandoned in the hay. The one-eyed guard crossed and kicked Yaril in the shin. "Get yourself up. You're to be taken to the baths and cleaned." He leaned down and leered in Yaril's face. "It seems the praetor has plans for you." He nodded toward where the neighboring creature still mewled. "Maybe to make another pet out of you." The other soldier interrupted. "Knock, quit goading him and give me a hand with these chains." Grumbling, the guard named Knock gave a final kick at Yaril, then moved to take one end of the leg shackles. Both men quickly hobbled Yaril's legs and ran a chain up and around his waist. They then unhooked his arm from the wall bracket and reattached it to a single shackle on his waist chain. Once trussed up, he was led from the cell, wearing only a stained loincloth and flushed from a slight fever. The air in the hall chilled Yaril's skin, raising a rush of gooseflesh. At wrist and ankles, the old shackles had left troughs of rent flesh, purplish with bruises and infection. He limped after the first 2 guards while 2 others, bearing spears and poking periodically at his back when his shuffling gait slowed too much, followed. Soon he was escorted into a warmer room. Steam and the scent of lye stung his nose. In the center of the room stood an iron tub. He was stripped of chains and loincloth and unceremoniously herded into the steaming water. He bit back a scream as the hot water burned his wounds. "Clean yourself up and get dressed," Knock commanded, throwing soap and a brush in with him. "And be quick about it. We don't have all morn." The guards backed to the room's door and clustered in the hall. The stone room was featureless except for a fogged mirror and a single stool with a set of clean clothes laid out. Errol drifted back into the water's heat, letting its warmth drive away the dregs of his fever. Once his head stopped pounding, Errol took soap and brush to his wounds first. Clenching his teeth and struggling with his one hand, he scrubbed the filth and dried hay from the deep gouges. After the bath was red with his own blood and the wounds looked raw and fresh, he took the brush to his body. As the water cooled, Errol let his thoughts drift to Elena and the others. In the days prior, he had purposefully kept his mind away from thinking about them. That path led to certain despair. Did they know he still lived? Had Siwan managed to bring the Drerendi to their cause? With the full moon rising this night, the dark mages would attempt the book's destruction at midnight. If they succeeded, all the blood riders and witches in the world would be of no avail. He covered his face with his one hand, not against this dreadful fate, but because he found himself strangely disconnected from any true feelings about the book or the destiny of Aloha Glen. He would attempt to thwart the mage's plot with every fiber of his body, but in his heart, there was truly only one concern. His mind conjured Elena's image in the shimmer of bath steam. Whether the blood diary survived or not, Elena must live. "If you're done soaking, Your Highness," Nock snapped at him from the doorway, "get your scrawny arse out and dried." Errol pushed from the tub with his one arm and stepped onto the icy stones. Crossing to the mirror, he toweled himself dry and awkwardly dressed in the linen underclothes and fine gray breeches, taking care to wrap his wounds with the clean bandages left by the tub. Slipping into a white, billowed shirt, he inspected himself in the mirror. Gaunt, with his cheeks and chin covered in dark beard, his gray eyes seemed shadowed hollows in his face. If he was to meet his brother, he would not walk to him a defeated man. He ran a hand over his rough neck and finger-combed his hair roughly in place. As he worked, his eyes grew hard with the flint of his homeland. Nock and another soldier entered. Kicking the chain and shackles at Errol, Nock ordered him to truss up. Errol barely heard his words, still staring in the mirror. He ran his fingers over the prickle of wood at the nape of his neck. Touching the sliver from the staff, Errol allowed himself a moment of hope. Black magic to fight black magic. Are you deaf? Get in those chains. Errol turned to face Nock. The guard saw something in the plainsman's eyes that stumbled him back a step, the pale scar on his face going white. "Why, you heard me," he squeaked out, glancing at his companion for support. With a tired shake of his head, Errol bent and retrieved his shackles, then locked his ankles. Nock waved for the other guard to hook Errol's chains and wrist manacle in place. Errol stared at Nock while this was done. The soldier tried to meet and maintain the plainsman's gaze, but he glanced away and grumbled as he led Errol toward the door. The trek to the westernmost tower of the great citadel, the Praetor's Spear, was a long one. Errol kept his back stiff and his gait unhurried. Now that he was dressed and cleaned, the guards with the spears no longer harried him. They seemed to sense that a new man had risen from the steam of the baths, one who would not tolerate such barbs, even when chained. At long last, they reached the twisting tower stair. Errol sighed. After so long without proper nourishment, the climb would be interminable. Even his old leg injury, where the rock goblin had stabbed him almost a winter ago, complained at the number of steps. By the time the group reached the top landing, Errol was gasping between clenched teeth. Nock crossed to the two guards stationed before a pair of huge, iron-bound oaken doors. Before he could speak, the doors swung open at his approach. The tower guards did not even register the movement, just stared straight ahead. Nock's single eye, though, grew huge. He bowed his head before the presence that seemed to flow from the opening portal. Words trailed out to them. "Tell my brother he is welcome." The icy voice belied the warmth of the invitation. Stepping aside, Nock turned to Errol and waved him forward. The plainsman even felt the slight poke of a spear's point in his back. It seemed the guards were more than eager to be rid of their charge. Erril did not balk. Here was his quarry if he was to stop the book's unbinding. With a clink of chain, he shuffled past Nock and entered Shorkin's tower home. As he stepped onto the thickly cushioned rugs of the study, the rattle of Erril's leg irons became muffled. Inside, he found the towhead boy mage, Denel, lounging on a short couch, heels tapping the frame, and Gresham, smirking like a cat that just ate a pigeon, seated at a small cherrywood table. Only Shorkin, still robed in the traditional white of the praetorship, had his back to Erril, indicating how little the plainsman's presence impacted him. Shorkin stared out at the drowned city beyond his window as the sun's early rays bathed the toppled and crooked towers. In the distance, Erril spotted the glint of blue that marked the ocean and even a few humped islands. Shorkin spoke as if continuing a conversation that Erril had rudely interrupted. "They come with full sails. The Blood Riders and the Witch will be at our doors before night falls." Erril could not help but smile with these words. So the Drerendi had been convinced to add their might to the assault. Gresham spoke. "With the loss of the Skelton Legion in the Sargassum, how stand our remaining defenses of the island?" Erril caught the bent-backed mage's glance toward him. Gresham's lip twitched. "Will they hold out until the ceremony at moonrise?" Shorkin turned. Brother looked upon brother. Erril felt a momentary twinge of old memories, racing through fields, wrestling out behind the barn, manning snow forts on the windswept plains. But then Erril spotted the man's eyes, and any thoughts of a shared childhood evaporated into a foul smoke of blood and torture. Behind those gray eyes was no sign of the brother Erril had once loved. Instead, a presence that had little to do with men born of women lurked behind that gaze. It whispered of creatures hatched in poison and bred amid torture. Thankfully, the praetor turned his full attention quickly away, fixing on Gresham. "Will our forces hold out?" Shorkin mocked with clear disdain. "We've still another 2 legions of Skeltum on the island and a fleet of ships that number in the hundreds, manned by Ulgin-controlled berserkers. With an additional 1,000 dog soldiers ensconced in the peripheral towers with longbows and flaming pitch, you'll have no need to worry about the safety of your hide, Gresham." "Ah. But if we are so safe, why are 200 dwarf axe warriors spread throughout the edifice?" "A mere precaution. I will not have this night's ritual in the catacombs disturbed by anyone." Gresham bowed his head, but not before once again glancing to meet Erril's eye. This litany of the island's defenses had been coaxed from the praetor for Erril's benefit. The ancient mage wanted Erril to understand the current situation on the island. Denel spoke up, his voice high and sibilant, a child's voice but with the boredom and malice of too many years. "What of the golem Rockingham?" "Gone," Gresham answered. "I sensed his spells unraveling." Denel squirmed his face into a boyish pout. "But I so wanted to play with him some more." "It is of no matter," Shorkin commented. "With the Witch and her army here, he was of no further use. He delayed her long enough for us to prepare our defenses. The Witch will find the island impregnable, and by dawn tomorrow, her armies will be nothing but shark chum. Now enough talk of the Witch's approach. Instead, we must make preparations for the ritual at sunset." Shorkin turned to Erril. "It is time our roles were reversed, dear brother. Long ago, it was our blood that bound the book. To unbind it, the spell will require your blood this time, Erril." "Unfortunately, we will require all of it." Erril shrugged. Shorkin raised his eyebrows at this lackluster response. "This does not concern you, Erril? Have the passing centuries weighed so heavily that you welcome your life's end?" Erril spoke for the first time. "I have no worries of death." "And why is that?" "There is a traitor who stands amongst you, dear brother." Erril saw Gresham twitch in alarm. Shorkin did not seem to notice the old mage's surprise. "A traitor? And who might that be?" Sighing, Erril shrugged again. "Now if I told you, where would be the sport in that, dear brother?" Aboard the Dragonspur, Cass stood beside Pinor as the shaman studied the horizon, his eyes partially closed. Cass waited patiently, fingering the tattoo of the dragon on his cheek. It was best not to disturb a ship's shaman when he sought his Raja his sea sense. To the stern of the ship, the Drairendi fleet spread from horizon to horizon. The sails from over 100 ships were like the billowing clouds of an approaching storm front. Mixed among the boats were the remains of the Marai forces, some 100 or so dragons and riders. Though a full quarter of the Marai had died in the Sargassum forest, the presence of those remaining kept the spirits of the Bloodriders charged. The victory against the Skeltum had been sung on many decks this past evening. Cass turned his attention back to his own vessel. Elena and Flint stood nearby. Flint's head was bowed in quiet conversation with the ship's new keel chief. Hunt, the High Keel's own son, had been assigned to the ship after the mutiny during the night of the storm. Cast's brother, Ulster, had been found slain upon the first mate's sword. Both the first and second mate were later also discovered dead. Obviously the mutineers had fallen into some disagreement. Further investigation had turned up no other conspirators. Though Ulster had been no true brother, Cass still felt a twinge of anger at the man's death. He gripped his sword's hilt in an iron fist. If any others were involved. Finally, Pinor straightened his stance by the rail. He cleared his throat. It is of no use. Cass tightened his brows. Can you read nothing of what awaits us? Pinor turned his dark eyes on Cass, then swung away. The seas are dark to me now. He reached for the hand of his granddaughter, Shishin, who sat on the deck nearby. But the girl ignored his offered palm, fiddling instead with the webbing between her toes. Cass's eyes were drawn to the same. It was hard to fathom the transformation of the child. Even when faced with his people's shared heritage with the Marai, it was difficult to accept it fully. Cass turned his attention back to Pinor. We're only a half-day's voyage to the archipelago. Does the evil entrenched among the islands resist your abilities? Pinor grunted non-committally. Cass reached to the old shaman's sleeve. Do not fault yourself, Pinor. If you can't read anything on the wind, then no one can. We will have to trust that the Marai outriders will bring back sufficient warning. Cass's mind momentarily flashed on Siwan. She had returned with her mother to the giant leviathan that trailed the fleet. Lenora sought the guidance of the elders in the battle to come. Pinor glanced up at Cass as if about to say something but then turned away. A certain awkwardness grew between them. Before either could speak, Elena moved toward them. She knelt beside Shishin, giving Cass a quick smile. The Witch's other companions had been left aboard the Pale Stallion while the boat's damaged mast and sails were mended. As soon as the southern isles of Monsk and Rabe's Saddle came into view, the Witch and Flint would return to the Stallion. As the battle ensued, she and the others would take the smaller sloop westward where Flint claimed to know a secret route onto the island. Meanwhile, it would be up to Cass and Siwan, along with the Bloodriders and the Marai, to keep the main forces of the island distracted. Or so it had been planned. Cass only wished Pinor had been able to ascertain some information about what lay ahead. The morning sun now climbed to midday. They would soon be in sight of the island and its drowned city. You sense nothing from the seas? Elena asked Pinor. Shishin suddenly stood and waved her webbed hands through the air. Look, Papa. My hands are like birdies, Pinor smiled sadly and pushed her arms down. Yes, little Shishin. Let's go see if Mater Gil has our meal ready. The girl wiggled in his grip, freeing an arm. She pointed out toward the northern horizons, toward the empty seas. That island over there has got big birdies flying around it. White ones with sharp teeth. But they're not nice birdies. Elena and Cass exchanged glances. More Skeltum, Cass mumbled. He nodded to Shishin. Piner's granddaughter shares his gifts of the Raja. She can read magic in the seas, like her grandfather. Cass leaned closer to Shishin. Do you see any other monsters around the island? Shishin scrunched up her face as if she had eaten something sour. I don't like that place. It smells like bad fish. She turned her attention back to the webs of her hands. Pinor patted her head. She does not understand what she sees. But at least she does see something. Cass stared significantly at Pinor. The Rajair Mega is a fickle gift, Bloodrider. Before the shaman could leave, Cass stopped him with a touch on the shoulder. Is there something you're not telling us, Pinor? Since the night of the storm, you've grown quiet and withdrawn. Do you see something that you fear voicing? Do you know what will come this day? Pinor shook free of Cass's grip and picked up Shishin. As I told you before, the seas are dark to me. But why? Pinor turned away from Cass. Some answers are best left unspoken. With those mumbled words, the old shaman crossed the decks. Cass watched him leave and knew it was more than the weight of the old man's granddaughter that bent his back. Elena spoke from the rail. Those shadows on the horizons, are those storm clouds? Cass swung around and studied the sea and sky. No. Not clouds. What are they then? Islands. We've reached the southern edge of the archipelago. Elena glanced over as Flint stepped beside them. His eyes were fixed on the horizon, too. We should be returning to the Pale Stallion, Elena. It is time we prepared for our own departure. How long until we near Aloha Glen itself? She asked. Flint pointed to one of the dark shadows to the northeast. We are already there. From the rail of the Pale Stallion, Elena stared through a spyglass at the island. A chill breeze slipped past her woolen scarf and shivered her skin. After almost a full turn of seasons, her goal was finally in sight, Aloha Glen. As she stared, Elena felt no joy, only a cold dread that filled her belly. How could a place so fraught with darkness appear so bright in the midday sun? Formed from 3 peaks, the island was roughly shaped like a horse's shoe. Its 2 arms seemed to stretch toward her, welcoming her into its embrace. Through the glass, Elena spotted the city itself, a bristling of towers and spires that climbed from the seas and spread up the slopes of the central peak. Atop this middle peak, like a crown on a king, stood a massive castle. Elena studied the structure's towers and knew somewhere beyond its walls was hidden the blood diary and the fate of Alassi. Yet as Elena drew her gaze over the battlements and broken towers, her thoughts dwelled on one other prize hidden behind its cracked walls, Erril. If Rockingham spoke truthfully, the plainsman was trapped in a dungeon beneath the castle. By nightfall, with the rising of the full moon, he would be sacrificed in an attempt to destroy the book. Elena lowered the spyglass. She would not let that happen. Ahead of her, the massive ships of the Drerendi seemed to dwarf the Pale Stallion. The fleet filled the seas with sails and dragon-carved prows. With the sun shining directly overhead, the islands around them were no longer misty shadows but had grown into sheer red cliffs and towering green mountains. May I see? Joach asked, reaching for the spyglass. Elena numbly passed him the tool. All around the rail, her companions had gathered on the deck. With the fleet sailing toward the island, the Pale Stallion would soon be parting ways. They would drift behind the last of the Bloodriders' ships, and as the fleet rounded the Isle of Rabe's saddle, the stallion would slip farther west to the island of Monsk. Flint knew of a back door to reach Aloha Glen in secret, a magical gateway similar to the Arch of the Archipelago, but he kept the details a mystery. Joach spoke, drawing her attention. I see watchfires in many of the drowned towers that edge the island. At least 100. They know we come. Flint took the glass from him and raised it to his own eye. They've known our every movement since we first entered these seas, and we will use that to our advantage this day. The fleet and the Marai will draw their gazes. While they're blinded by our forces, we'll slip in a back door. With luck, we'll be in and out before they even know we were there. Tolchuk grumbled nearby. Ojires do not trust luck. It'd be as likely bad as good. Flint patted Tolchuk's arm. That is why we go with Elena. I do not trust fate any better than you, my big friend. Merrick leaned on a cane with Mama Frida at his elbow. After the Elvin's recent injuries, the taxing use of his elemental gifts had left him wasted, but at least the fire had returned to his blue eyes. Fates be damned. We risk Elena needlessly here. We should leave her within the protection of the fleet and seek the book on our own. Flint shook his head. The book is bound in a spell of black ice. I wager it will take the ward's magic and Elena's power to free it. Elena added her support. I must go. If the blood diary is truly meant for me, I must free it. Merrick scowled but let the matter drop, knowing he could not sway her. The tiny fiery-maned pet of the healer clung to Mama Frida's shoulder. If you are all done admiring the island and plotting, she said, scratching the beast behind an ear, I have prepared an elixir to ward off fatigue and sharpen the senses. We should rest and be ready. Flint nodded at her words. She speaks wisely. The Zool will man the sails and wheel. We will be striking on our own soon. A sudden whoosh of expelled air and a spray of water exploded near the starboard side of the ship. All their gazes swung to the massive black dragon and its green-haired rider. Siwen spat out her breathing tube and raised an arm in greeting. I bring news from the Marai Outriders. She called and waved back toward Aloha Glen. A massive fleet lies in ambush on the lee side of the island, and flocks of strange, tentacled beasts lurk in the deep waters that border the sunken city. The Blood Riders fly ahead to flank both sides of the island, while the Marai have been ordered to hunt the deeper seas for the monsters. Look! Joach called out and pointed toward the island. The small, sleeker ships of the Blood Riders, nicknamed Shark Hunters, had already sped forward of the main fleet. As they coursed nearer the edge of the city, racing the waves with full sails, a cascade of flaming embers blew out from the half-sunken towers and rained down upon the smaller ships. A few sails caught fire, flaring bright. Before the Shark Hunters could even begin dousing the flames, a barrage of boulders followed the trails of the fiery arrows, flung from catapults atop the towers. Even from this distance, the explosion of splintered wood and the concussion of striking rocks crashed over the waters. Elena gasped at the slaughter. But she was not the only one to react. Ahead, the larger ships of the Blood Riders dove forward, splitting into two flanks. They were a storm of sails upon the sea. Suddenly, from around either arm of the island, foreign ships of every shape and size suddenly hove into view, ready to meet the Blood Riders. Siwen called again from atop her huge black dragon as it glided the waves beside the boat. We must be off. Ragnar K and I will coordinate the attack from the air. With these brief words, Siwen swung her dragon around. You must leave. Now. We're off. But be sharp yourselves. Watch for our signal fire atop one of the towers near sunset. Flint called after her. If we get the book, we will need rescue from the island. Raising an arm, Siwen signaled her acknowledgement. We know. All eyes will be watching for you. With these last words, the great beast surged away, wings rising from the water to either side. Striking out, the wings beat at the water and lifted rider and dragon from the seas. With a roar of war blasting from his throat, Ragnar K climbed into the air, seawater sluicing from his scales. He angled over their ship, passing just above the tips of the masts. The whump of his massive wings beat down at them. In a flash of sunlight off pearlescent scales, he dove away. Flint handed back the spyglass to Elena. We must not be caught in the edge of this fighting. Flint waved Tolchuk to his side and marched toward the stern wheel. Elena raised the spyglass, unable to look away. She followed the dragon's course across the blue sky as horns of battle blared from the Blood Riders' ships. Spread out before them, the seas now frothed with cutting keels. Near the city, smoke from burning ships smudged the clear skies while pale tentacles rose from the depths to grab at rail and men as boats foundered. Dragons rose, too, from the waves to tear at these blubbery beasts. Some of the sea dragons also clawed aboard ships to protect their shipwrecked brethren, while riders bearing swords attacked foe and beast alike. For the first time in ages, Marai and Drerendi were united in battle. Near the island, a giant leviathan suddenly exploded to the surface. From the behemoth's belly, Marai surged out of countless openings. With daggers and swords, they joined the battle at the city's edge, climbing towers to attack the soldiers inside. Marai, impaled on spears, toppled back into the seas even as others replaced those who had fallen. Elena covered her mouth in horror, tears blurring her vision. Everywhere she swung the spyglass, men and dragons died. It was as if the Marai and Drerendi were a fierce surf pounding themselves to death against jagged rocks. The spyglass was suddenly taken from Elena's fingers. She did not resist, she had seen enough. Without the aid of the lenses, the battle now seemed so distant, almost like a bad dream. But sound carried different tidings over the water. Screams, horns, bellows from wounded dragons all kept the immediacy of the battle raw in her ears. Joch was at her side, pulling her away. He passed the spyglass to one of the Zool. Xin, take this. Watch the battle and keep us informed. So much death, she mumbled. All for a cursed book. Joch tried to soothe her. Not for a book, L. They die for the chance at freedom, and not just for themselves, but for their sons and daughters. They shed blood for a future dawn, a dawn only you can bring. Elena glanced at her brother. But when does a price become too high even for freedom? That is not for you to judge, L. It is a price each man must weigh in his own heart. Elena glanced at the war raging around the lone island and judged her own heart. What price would she pay for someone's freedom? She pictured the hard plains and gray eyes of Eril and knew her answer. She turned her back on the death across the waves. Some freedoms were worth any cost. Merrick opened the door to his cabin. He was greeted by the ruffle of feathers from the perch by his bedside. The sunhawk's snowy plumage flared brighter with the slight motion. Black eyes, unblinking, studied the elven as he entered the room, but the bird did not raise an alarm. The creature knew Merrick. The hawk had been seated above his mother's throne in Stormhaven for the past 16 winters. Slipping a bit of dried beef from a pocket, Merrick crossed to the bird and proffered the tidbit. The hawk cocked one eye at the strip of meat, then shook its mane of feathers, declining the offering with a flip of its hooked beak. Merrick frowned at the insult. He should have known better. The bird liked its meat fresh and bloody, not limp and salted. Chewing the meat himself, Merrick crossed to the small chest at the foot of his bed. He needed a moment to himself to prepare for the battle to come. He ran a hand over the scars on his face. Memories of old tortures threatened to unman him, but he fought back such feelings, hardening himself. He would not fail his queen. He had been sent to recover the lost bloodline of the Elven King, and he must succeed. He would protect Elena with his own blood if necessary. Merrick pictured the girl. Now grown into a woman by her magic, Merrick recognized the subtle elven features in her, her tall, thin physique, the slight curving of her ear, the sharp corners of her eyes. There could be no mistaking their shared bloodlines. Still, Merrick had to admit that his concern for Elena had grown into more than just a desire to see the king's line continue. He again fingered the scars on his cheek. He had faced the horror that walked this land and knew she and the others fought in a just and noble cause. On their long journey here, Elena had demonstrated that her heart was as noble as her heritage, and Merrick had no desire to fail her either. Luckily, for now, his role as protector of Elena served both women in his life, Queen and Witch. Elena must be safeguarded not just for the preservation of the king's bloodline, but also for the hope of this land. But as Merrick eyed the stoic sunhawk, the symbol of his queen, he wondered how much longer the goals of these two women would share the same path. And if they should diverge, what path would Merrick take? Sighing, Merrick pushed aside the question for now. From the sea chest at the foot of his bed, he removed a small stone. Rubbing its cold surface, Merrick lifted it to his lips and breathed across it. A brilliant glow blew forth from its heart. Satisfied, he placed the windstone on his bed and removed another object from the depths of his sea chest. It was a long, thin dagger. He ran a finger along the flat of the blade. His touch brought forth a crackle of silver energies along its length. Like the sunhawk, the ice dagger was a heritage of his family. More a relic than a true weapon, it would have to serve him on the journey ahead. He rested the ice dagger next to the stone. Next, he tenderly removed the last object from the chest, using both hands to carefully lift it free. It was the true reason he had returned to his cabin for a moment's respite. He lifted Nayland's loot from the chest and settled it in his lap. He studied the whorls of grain in the wood. It had been carved from the heart of the knife-ice tree as it died. Gently, he let his fingers strum the lute strings. The sound was like a soft sigh, a whispered exhalation of relief at finally being able to speak again. Merrick leaned into its allure, strumming through a few minor chords. He played softly to settle his heart for the battle to come. As he let the lute's voice lull him, his mind returned to Elena's own quandary. Just what were they fighting for? Was it freedom, as Joach had insisted? Or was it perhaps something more tangible? In the music of the Heartwood, pictures of Merrick's own home, the cloud castle of Stormhaven, bloomed in his mind. These fond memories drew Merrick away from battle and warfare, at least for a brief moment. Suddenly, a scuffle of heel on wood disturbed his reverie. It came from just outside his door. The elvin's fingers stopped their strumming. Silently, he crept from his bed, lute brandished like a sword, and crossed to the door. Merrick listened for a moment. He heard no further sound, but he sensed that someone still stood at his doorstep. Reaching to the latch, Merrick whipped open the door to find a small boy cowering in the hall. Merrick lowered the lute. It took him a moment to recognize the terrified figure of Talk. "Boy, why are you slinking outside my door? Weren't you supposed to be sent to one of the Leviathans for safety?" I hid," he said sheepishly. "With the horses." Merrick scowled at the boy. "Not a wise choice, boy. You would have been safer with the Mare under the sea." "I didn't want to go with those others, sir." You're all the people I know in the world." Merrick shook his head. "Well, stowing away, or not, why were you skulking in the hall just now?" The music." He waved toward the lute still in Merrick's hand. "I wanted to hear it better. It makes me feel good." Merrick remembered how in the past Talk had always been underfoot whenever he played the lute. The boy had been constantly enraptured by its song. Merrick settled back to his bed with the lute on his lap. "Does the music remind you of your own home?" Talk shrugged. "I never knew no home, sir." Merrick frowned. "What do you mean you knew no home?" Talk shuffled nervously in the doorway, clearly unsure whether to enter or not. "I was orphaned on the streets of Port Royal, sir. I took up with the boats to earn a keep. The sea's been my only home." Merrick weighed this story with his own history. He could not imagine what it would be like never to know one's past, never to call any place home. He finally waved the boy to the sea chest beside the narrow bed. "Sit." Talk's shoulders slumped with clear relief. He scurried to the chest and sat silently. His eyes grew wide at the sight of the sunhawk on its perch nearby. But the boy's gaze quickly returned to the lute, all but begging Merrick to play. "Then what do you hear in the lute's music, Talk? What draws you to it?" The question made the boy squirm. When he finally answered, his voice was a whisper. "It makes me warm." He pointed to his chest. "In here. It's like it takes me somewhere where no one laughs at me or tries to hit me. I close my eyes, and in my belly, I think I can finally belong somewhere." The boy's eyes were bright with tears. Merrick's gaze drifted to the lute in his lap. He found it hard to stare at the boy. Please play something for me," Talk asked so hopelessly. "Just for a little while." Merrick did not move for several breaths. Finally, he handed the boy the lute. "It is time you played for yourself, Talk." The boy held the instrument at arm's length, as if he clutched a writhing snake, horror clear in his eyes. I couldn't. Put the lute in your lap. You've seen me do it enough times." Gulping past his terror, Talk did as he was told. "Now put your left hand on the neck of the instrument. Don't worry about where to put your fingers. With your other hand, use your nails to brush the strings." Talk's fingers trembled, but he listened and obeyed. He treated the lute with a reverence that bordered on worship. When his fingers stroked the strings for the first time, the sound froze him. The chord hovered in the air like a frightened sparrow. Nayland's lute spoke more with its own voice than with the skill of the player. Talk raised his eyes toward Merrick, joy and wonder bright in his gaze. "Now play, Talk. Listen with your heart and let the music move your fingers. I don't know what. Just trust me, Talk. And for the first time in your life, trust yourself." The boy chewed his lower lip and once again brought his fingers to the strings. He strummed lightly, almost apologetically. But soon his eyes drifted closed, and he let the music move through him. Merrick watched the boy transform from a lowly urchin to something full of grace. Music flowed from the wood of the lute through the boy and out into the world. Merrick leaned back and listened. There was no art to the boy's playing, it was all heart, passion, and an ache of loneliness. It was the last song of Nayland's blighted forest and the song of a boy who longed for a past that had been stolen from him. Merrick stared at the plumage of the sunhawk as it perched so imperiously upon its branch. In its stiff stance and unforgiving eyes, Merrick saw himself, or at least the person he had been when he had first arrived on these shores, momentarily mirrored. Haughty and righteously indignant with all others. But was he still the same? Since coming here, Merrick had experienced acts both brave and craven. He had beheld those of low birth shine with the majesty of kings and witnessed those of noble heritage crawl through mud to satisfy their baser lusts. Glancing back to the boy, Merrick noticed the streams of tears trailing down the lad's face as he conjured forth a home that he would never know, and suddenly Merrick understood the lute's song. Here was what they should be fighting for, not the ancient honor of a banished people or the lost bloodlines of a vanished king, but simply peace. Merrick let the boy play, allowing him his moment of home and hope. And in this music, Merrick also discovered a calmness of spirit. Here was something worth fighting for. Suddenly the sunhawk let out a piercing screech. Merrick sat straight in his bed, and the precious lute almost tumbled from Talk's startled fingers. Both their gazes swung to the bird. The hawk stretched on its perch, wings pinioned out. Its snowy plumage now flared with a brightness that stunned the eye. "What's wrong?" Talk asked. Merrick was already out of his bed, reaching for the bird. "I'm not sure." The bird leaped to the elvin's wrist. Claws dug into his flesh, piercing skin. Merrick swooned as images flooded him. He saw ships riding stormwinds, keels cresting through clouds. Sweet mother, not now. He had thought to have more time. With the bird on his wrist, Merrick hurried from the room. Talk followed. Merrick hurried atop the decks. Joach, Flint, and the black-skinned Zoel were the only ones present. Their mouths dropped at the sight of Merrick and the fiery hawk. Merrick raised his wrist, and the bird shot upward, sailing past the billowed sails and up into the sky. Lowering his arm, Merrick stared out at the seas. The pale stallion had by now passed among the fringe islands of the archipelago. The Drerendi fleet and the raging war could no longer be seen except as a smudge of darkness to the east and an echoing whisper of horns in the distance. Flint crossed to Merrick. "What were you doing? That cursed bird's brilliance could give away our position." Merrick watched the hawk disappear into the glare of the sun. He's been called home. It seems other parties are being drawn to the battle here, like moths to the flame, but... What do you mean? Merrick glanced back to the grizzled brother. If you want the blood diary, we must hurry. This war of the Isles is about to rage more fiercely. My mother comes, Queen Trottal. Flint's brows rose with hope at the news. We could always use more allies. If we could get word to Cywin and coordinate. Merrick clutched Flint's arm and hissed at him. You are not listening. She comes not to aid our cause, but to end it. She means to lay waste to Wallowa Glen, to destroy everyone and anything on the cursed island. Flint blinked at his outburst. And she has such strength to accomplish this? Merrick just stared at Flint. The elven's silence was answer enough. Flint's eyes narrowed with concern. But what of the blood diary? It is meant for Elena. Why would your mother seek to thwart us? Merrick scowled and turned away. Because I asked her to. 22. The trio of mages led Erril through the grand courtyard of the edifice. 2 guards followed behind, bearing long swords. Not that Erril was much of a risk to anyone, bound from ankle to shoulder with chains that limited his pace to a shuffle, he clanked with each small step. As he limped along the garden path of white stone, he stared up at the blue skies, squinting against the brightness of the afternoon after so many days buried in the dungeons of the citadel. With the sun already drifting toward the west, the gardens of the central court lay pooled in shadow. Only the top branches of the huge coacona tree, the ancient symbol of Wallowa Glen, stretched above the walls and reached the warm sunlight. But where the sight of the tree and the bright sun should have cheered him, the cries of battle from beyond the walls of the castle transformed the image into one of desperation. It was as if the dead limbs of the tree were struggling against its own demise, arms and fingers scrabbling against drowning. To heighten this image, around the base of the tree's trunk, among the knees of its gnarled roots, a group of black-robed mages gathered, encircling the tree. 10 muscled men leaned on long axes nearby, their expressions dark. Erril could almost smell the menace from this swamp of evil. But that was not all he scented. Smoke stung the nose and marred the skies, while all around the city, drums and horns blared stridently. At first the war sounded as near as the castle itself, even the occasional snatches of shouted orders could be heard. Then the clash of noises seemed muted, as if the battle had drifted far from here. But Erril knew neither was true. The seas played tricks with sound. In truth, the battle surged all around the island. Earlier, he had viewed the launching of the attack from atop the westernmost tower. He had seen the ships of the Blood Riders and the dragons of the Marai collide with the forces entrenched here. Monsters had risen from the sea, ships manned by foul berserkers had cut into the ranks of Dreyrendi ships, showers of flaming arrows and boulders had harried the dragons and riders. The waves soon frothed with blood and gore. Husks of burned-out ships ran aground against the drowned edge of the city. Bodies of the slain, both friend and foe, floated amidst the wreckage. A few of the city's towers were now fonts of flame as the pitch and oil stored inside them were torched by the attackers. Everywhere one looked, carnage marked the seas. During all this, Shorkin had merely stood at the window of his tower chamber and stared at the slaughter below. No emotion had marked his face. Finally, responding to some signal known only to himself, Shorkin had turned and ordered them all to the catacombs for the final preparations for the night's ritual. He had seemed little concerned for the battle raging below the city. It was this lack of concern that unnerved Erril the most. If the fiend had gloated at the destruction, shown some sign of humanity, Erril would have felt better. This total disinterest in the slaughter demonstrated how far from human this creature who walked in his brother's skin was. As they crossed the gardens, Erril studied Shorkin's back. The only rise he had managed to get from the man had been a narrow-eyed suspicion when he had suggested that a traitor lurked within Shorkin's party. But when Erril had refused to elaborate, the praetor's concern had quickly died away. Still, Erril had managed to spark that initial response. As much as his false brother played the role of the stoic demigod, Erril knew some of the old Shorkin still survived behind that cold countenance. Nothing noble or good, just the baser sides of his brother that Shorkin had once kept buried and chained. When he was a young man, Shorkin's pride and confidence had sometimes overwhelmed his judgment. He had hated to be bested in a game of strategy. That childish rage still existed behind his white robe. Though the praetor's face remained blank, Erril knew Shorkin's mind and blood roiled with thoughts of who the traitor might be. Erril had planted a seed of suspicion, and he trusted his brother's baser nature to grow this kernel into a true core of distrust. And a man who kept his gaze suspiciously fixed on those at his side might miss an attack from the front. Or so Erril hoped. With his ankles chafing and his old wounds complaining against the rub of the manacles, Erril was glad to reach the far side of the grand courtyard. In the garden wall, a gate of intricate ironwork molded and twisted in the shape of twining rose branches stood locked against visitors. It was the entrance to the subterranean catacombs where, for the past centuries, the deceased brothers of Aloha Glen had been interred. Its passages ran deep into the volcanic core of the island. Some said the tunnels below were once natural passages carved from the flows of molten lava when the island was first born. Now the halls bore little resemblance to natural structures. Centuries of scuffling feet had rubbed the black rock to a polished sheen, and the skill of the city's early artisans had worked the walls and roofs with carvings and facades. Still, behind the worn sheen, Erril had always sensed the natural rock of the island. It was like the thrum of a heart as one rested one's head on the chest of a lover. It was always there, a sense of eternity. Erril suspected it was for this reason that the site had been chosen as the burial crypt for the island. It was also the reason why Erril had entombed the blood diary here. In these subterranean tunnels, time seemed to have no meaning. It was a perfect place to preserve the past and protect the future. Suddenly, the screeching complaint of ancient hinges drew Erril back to the present. He blinked away the old memories of the past. Even this close to the opening to the catacombs, the halls below seemed to draw him out of time's eternal step. "Lock the gate after us," Shorkin instructed the guard. "None must disturb us." The guard nodded his understanding, but Shorkin was already past him and entering the catacombs. Denel followed next, while Gresham kept guard behind Erril. Past the gate, a set of stairs climbed down into the first level of the catacombs. It was here that the most ancient brothers were interred in narrow crypts sealed with engraved stones. A pair of torches flanked the opening. Denel took one of the torches, but Shorkin merely raised a hand, and a spinning globe of silver fire drifted out from his palm and floated before him as he led the way. The group's steps and the clink of Erril's chains echoed hollowly along the passage. Their shadows danced on the wall to the hiss of the torch. Gresham kept pace behind Erril's shuffling gait, guarding the rear. It was clear to Erril that the dark mage wished to speak but feared the others' hearing. Yet it was also clear that fatigue plagued Gresham, keeping him from maintaining the pace of the pair of younger mages. When Erril glanced back, he saw the pain of protesting joints etched on the old mage's face and noticed how Gresham's single hand clutched his staff in a white-knuckled grip. "Be ready," Gresham breathed at him, his voice lower than the furtive whisper of a secret lover. Erril nodded but did not answer. The passage continued its wide spiral deeper into the island's heart. Other hallways branched and crisscrossed the main passage. "It would be easy to get lost in here," Gresham whispered between wheezes as they walked. The other two mages had drifted farther ahead. The extent of these tunnels has never been fully mapped. One could easily vanish down here. Erril only snorted derisively. Gresham was trying to suggest to Erril that escape might be possible. But of course, such a chance would only be offered after Erril freed the blood diary and turned the tome over to the ancient dark mage. As their group wound deeper into the world of the dead, the etchings on the grave markers grew more legible as the age of the tombs lessened. Soon, they even passed a few open niches, graves awaiting future occupants. Still, Gresham continued, "It is something to ponder." Shorkin led them deeper, past the open graves to where the walls roughened to natural stone. The depths of the catacombs reached levels where the sea itself claimed the tunnels, but their group was not going that far. Shorkin led them without warning off of the main tunnel and into the narrow side passages. He continued without hesitation through the maze of crisscrossing passages and rooms, moving unerringly toward his goal. Finally, Shorkin followed a passage that ended in a blind chamber. Unadorned rock marked the walls to either side, but before them stood a sheet of black ice reaching from floor to ceiling. Its dark surface seemed almost to flow, as if the ice melted and refroze in an eternal cycle. Shorkin approached the icy bulwark. In the glow of his flaming sphere, the solid barrier cast back their reflections. With a look of distaste, Shorkin turned his back on the sight. The mage who cast this spell for you, Erril, was skilled. For the past centuries, it has resisted my attempts to breach it. Erril shrugged. He had owed me a favor. Do not mock me. Brother Kowlon used his dying breath and the magic gifted to you from the book to forge this tome for the blood diary. He died with the spell on his lips, taking its secret to his grave. Erril laughed sharply. Don't be so melodramatic, brother. It is no great secret or arcane mastery. Brother Kowlon was simply a better mage than you. You know this yourself. Before the book was forged, you complained many times to me of the old mage's immeasurable skill, how he bested you at every turn. It was for this reason that I sought him once I realized the road was no longer safe. He was better than you. Shorkin's face remained cold, impassive, but Erril noticed how the flames of his sphere blew brighter with his anger. Brother Kowlon may have been more skilled long ago. But over the past 5 centuries, I have grown in power and talent. Shrugging, Erril nodded toward the wall of ice. Ah, true. But I see you are still not strong enough to defeat Brother Kowlon. His spell stands, mocking you to this day, a testament to his superiority. Shorkin's countenance finally broke. A savage fury filled his eyes, his lips pulled back in a feral growl, his brow grew dark with a threatening storm. That will end this night. Brother Kowlon's spell will be defeated by one of my own. His death long ago will have come to naught. Both the book and you will be destroyed with the rising of the moon. Erril remained calm in the face of Shorkin's fury, his words slow and deliberate. That is yet to be proven, my dear brother. Kowlon has bested you before, and he will do so again this night. Shorkin glowered, anger choking him. He spun on Denel. Lay out the knives and prepare a mage ring. The boy mage placed his torch in a wall sconce and hurried forward. Bending down, he slipped 2 rose-handled knives from wrist sheaths and a long white candle from a pocket. Gresham joined the boy, setting aside his staff and collecting one of the knives. The old mage glanced at Erril, clearly worried by the plainsman's goading of Shorkin. Finding no answer in Erril's face, he returned to helping the boy. Denel lit the candle with a wave of his tiny hand and began dripping its wax in a wide circle before the wall of ice. They meant to recreate the setting when the blood diary was forged. As the pair worked, Shorkin stepped nearer Erril. I will succeed, he hissed. I will thwart Brother Kowlon by destroying what he sought to preserve. And in doing so, I will watch your heart break as all your hopes and struggles are laid to waste before you. I will see you defeated. Shorkin slipped a knife from his own sleeve and held it before Erril. Do you recognize this? Now it was Erril's turn to fail at feigning disinterest. His breath caught in his throat at the sight of the old worn dagger. Father's hunting knife. Shorkin leered. On the night of the book's forging, you gave it to me. Do you remember? Erril's face paled with the memory. Long ago, he had lent the knife to his brother for the spell of binding. He had thought the knife forever lost. But to see the piece of his father's memory now about to be employed for such a foul cause weakened his resolve. Shorkin leaned over Erril. I know our father meant much to you, Erril. I will enjoy seeing his heritage help destroy all that you hold dear. Erril refused to cower before the vehemence of this other. He shot his words at Shorkin like arrows. Only if you first discover the traitor in your midst. Shorkin's left eye twitched toward the pair behind him. Erril kept his expression fixed. So his seed of distrust had found fertile ground. Erril spoke clearly. If Shorkin thought to use their father's memory to dishearten him, he would return the favor. A traitor stands with you, brother, in this very room. This I swear on our father's grave and eternal spirit. Shock and dismay bloomed on Shorkin's face. Enough of the old Shorkin remained for the fiend to know that Erril would not voice such an oath unless it was true. Why warn me then? What trick is this? It is no trick. I tell you because the knowledge will do you no good. You are too late, brother. You are trapped. If you don't find the traitor before the moon rises, you will be betrayed this night. And if you manage to destroy the traitor, you will be missing a key player in the spell of unbinding. Either way, the book will remain safe. There is no possible way for you to succeed. Erril leaned closer to Shorkin and drove his words deep. You have been outmatched, brother. Shorkin trembled with rage. No. He raised their father's dagger and plunged it toward Erril's throat. You will never win. Stop. The command burst from Gresham. Shorkin, if you kill Erril, the spell will never work. He deceives you with his oath. Don't listen to him. He only tries to trick you into killing him. He lies. The knife tip rested in the hollow of Erril's neck. Shorkin lowered the weapon and turned to face the pair of mages. His voice went cold. No. Erril spoke truthfully. There is a traitor amongst us. He raised his free hand toward Gresham. I only threatened Erril to flush out the betrayer. Gresham raised his arm in a warding motion, but Shorkin spun on Denel instead. Dark fire shot out of his hand and washed over the boy mage. As magic poured forth, Shorkin spoke. Denel's silence revealed his mutinous heart. If I had killed Erril, it would have destroyed any chance of unbinding the book. Your timely warning, Gresham, proved your trustworthiness. With a twist of his wrist, Shorkin tied off his magic. Denel lay bound from scalp to ankles in wraps of dark fire, like a fly in a spider's web, unable to move, unable to speak. Shorkin turned to Erril. You erred in your plot, brother. I don't need this traitor's cooperation, only his living body. Bound and imprisoned, Denel will still serve his role in the spell. Afterward, I will kill you both. Shorkin stepped back toward Erril. So you see, dear brother, it is you who have been outmatched. Erril kept his face blank. So far his plan was going perfectly. Shorkin had fallen into his trap like a blind rabbit. But Erril kept his hopes reigned. The moon would soon rise, and the final act was yet to be played. Elena met with the others atop the deck of the Pale Stallion. Ahead, the towering cliffs of the Isle of Monsk filled the western sky. The sun had already descended past the twin peaks of the island. Under the shadow of the cliffs and mountains, it was as if twilight had already fallen. The seas became a midnight blue, the brilliant green of the island became darker with menace. Only the azure sky above promised ample time before the moon yet rose. Still, Elena hugged her arms tight over her chest. Evening approached too quickly. From behind, Merrick stepped to the rail beside her. His eyes were pained. I'm sorry. Elena glanced away, unable to face him. Why did you do it? Why did you call your queen's forces here? I thought I could trust you. Merrick was silent for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was strained. Back in Port Royal, I sent a small bird from Mama Frida's menagerie with a request for aid from my mother. I thought I was protecting you. I didn't want you walking into the Dark Mage's trap on Aloha Glen. If the island was destroyed first, I had hoped you'd finally put aside this banner of the Witch and end this war with the Dark Lord. Free of such a responsibility, I had thought you'd return to Stormhaven and claim your true heritage. You know I'd never do that, she said firmly. With the book or without it, I will continue to struggle against the evil here. Yes, I've too slowly come to realize that. After the trials in Shadowbrook, I had thought escape was the best recourse. But on hearing the tales of the Drairendi and the Marai, I now know that was a fool's dream. You cannot turn your back on the evil here without losing a part of yourself, and even then the evil would still pursue you. His voice became soft. But that is not the only reason I knew you would not forsake this struggle. She swung toward him, her voice harsher than she intended. Then why else? He raised bright eyes toward her. When Tolchuk and I rejoined you, I saw how much you had changed, and not just in body. It went deeper, something that struck me to the core. I finally saw the Elven in you, saw our king in you. I knew then that you'd never forsake Odyssey and that I'd forever stand at your side. Merrick turned away. I'm sorry, he said quietly. I should have told you. I had hoped we'd have the book and be gone before she ever arrived. He raised his gaze to the skies again. But with the flight of her sunhawk, our time runs short. Her warships will soon be here. Elena felt her knot of anger at Merrick begin to soften. How long do we have? No more than a day. Elena joined him in searching the skies. Then it probably won't matter. By dawn, we'll either be off the island with the book or we'll be dead. She turned to Merrick and touched his shoulder. Do not despair your actions, Merrick. Sometimes understanding the truth in one's own heart comes too late. Elena thought of Eril. I know this well. Merrick glanced gratefully at her, his shoulders regaining some of their usual strength. In silent forgiveness, Elena touched his arm, then turned to study the boat. Flint and the Zoel were involved in guiding their craft through the treacherous reefs that ringed the Isle of Monsk. Orders were shouted back and forth, and slow corrections were made to the ship's progress. Al, can I talk to you a moment? Elena turned to find her brother crossing toward her from the ship's hatch. He bore his staff in a gloved hand. What is it? It's about Eril. Elena fought to keep the wince from showing on her face. She had no desire to discuss the plainsman, but she could also not ignore Joch's worries. What about him? Joch stopped beside her. He ran a hand over the thin reddish beard that now fuzzed his chin and cheeks. Elena's heart jumped. Just then, his simple gesture keenly reminded her of their father. He too had rubbed his chin in exactly the same manner whenever he'd had hard words to speak. For the first time, Elena recognized the man in her older brother. He was no longer the boy who had run wild through the orchards with her. Now she saw their father's stern demeanor in his green eyes. If Eril lives, he has spent over a quarter moon with the dark mages. I know this, she answered sharply. Joch sighed. I'm just suggesting that, if Eril still lives, he may not be the man you once knew. I know how their dark magic can corrupt and bend you to their will, but Eril will resist them, she insisted, meaning to end this conversation. She feared Joch would renew her inner turmoil. But Joch persisted. I hope you're right, El. I really do. But, please, I only ask that if you should come upon him on the island, perhaps it's best if you assume the worst until proven otherwise. Elena stared at her brother. He was asking her to distrust Eril. In her mind, she knew her brother's words were wise, but in her heart, she fought back the urge to slap Joch. Eril would never betray them. Joch seemed to sense her anger. He spoke even more softly. Think on this, El. First, the Black Wyvern statue. Now Eril captured by the Dark Mages. It's almost like my earlier dream is coming true. He raised his staff, and small spurts of dark fire played along its surface. Maybe it was a true weaving. We already discussed this with Flint and Morris. Why bring it up again? Are you trying to scare me? Joch's eyes grew hard. Yes, Al. I am trying to scare you. Elena began to turn away, waving a hand to dismiss him. Joach grabbed her arm. "Listen to me," he whispered. "I bring this to you now because, he glanced around the deck to make sure no one else listened. Because just now I was resting in my cabin and I had the dream again. The same dream. The wyvern attacking, the flash from my staff driving it off, Erril locking us atop the tower and coming at us with murder in his eyes." Elena shook her head. "No." Joach squeezed her arm hard. "At least be wary of him. That is all I ask." He let go of her arm. Elena almost fell backward trying to escape her brother's words. Before she could respond, a sharp call arose from the ship's stern. It was Flint. He stood at the wheel and pointed forward. "The entrance to the grotto. We're almost there. Gather your gear and be ready to disembark." Elena stepped toward the ship's prow, meaning to watch their approach, but Joach stopped her. "Elle?" She could not face him. "I know, Joach. I'll be cautious." Clenching her fist, she stared back at the smudge of smoke that marked the distant island of Aloha Glen. "But if Erril is corrupted, I will make them all pay. I will tear the island to its roots." Joach backed from her vehemence. She ignored his distraught look. As much as it hurt, she knew Joach was right. If Merrick could betray her, then why not the others? Had not Aunt Micelle run off with Kral and the shapeshifters? Elena turned and surveyed her companions here. Who could she count on during the battle ahead? Tolchuk stood glumly, lost in his own worries. She hardly knew Mama Frida. Even the steadfast Flint was only human, he could be tricked or controlled just as easily as Joach had been by Gresham. And what of her own brother? She glanced out the corner of her eye as Joach held the staff that had killed their parents. When would the black magic begin to taint him? Shaking her head, Elena turned away. She pictured Erril's face and his quiet gray eyes. In her chest, a small piece of her heart died. She could no longer be the scared child who had trusted all others. In the days to come, she needed to harden her spirit. Elena turned to stare one last time at the smudged sky marking Aloha Glen. "I'm sorry, Erril." Joach watched his sister walk away. He knew his words had wounded her, but Elena had needed to hear them. She needed to be cautious. Though she appeared a grown woman, Joach had suspected that a small part of her still remained his wide-eyed younger sister. But now, as Elena walked away, Joach knew that was no longer true. The child in her, her innocence, was gone. Elena was as much a woman in spirit as in form. Swallowing hard, Joach turned away, and for a brief moment, he regretted coming to her. But as he remembered how Gresham had once controlled him, locked him in his own skull, he knew his decision had been correct. He knew that Erril could be just as easily spellcast. And no matter what anyone else argued, Joach was now convinced that his dream was a true weaving, a glimpse of the future. Knowing this truth, he had owed it to his sister to warn her. Resolute with his decision, Joach gripped his staff and crossed to join the others by the rail. They all watched their approach to the island. As the ship rounded the Isle of Monsk, the cliffs opened up before them. A deep-water channel led into the heart of the island. Overhead, the ship's sails snapped as the craft heeled to the right. They now aimed directly for the narrow waterway. A soft shudder passed through the boat as its keel scraped a reef. Flint called out from the stern. "Don't worry. That's the last of the rocks." His words proved true. The pale stallion glided smoothly between the steep walls of the ravine. To either side, green falls of foliage draped the rock. Pink and lavender blooms lay open to the late afternoon warmth, their fragrances so thick that their sweetness could be tasted on the tongue. No one spoke as the boat sailed down the channel that split the two peaks of the island. The channel's course curved gently to the left, then trailed in a long curve to the right. Finally it opened into a wide bay. As their ship drifted into the wider expanse, Flint called for the sails to be reefed. The boat soon slowed. Joach stared around. He saw no docks or beach to land the boat. In fact, the entire bay was surrounded by the same sheer cliffs as the channel. Looming over it all, the two peaks of the isle seemed to lean toward the boat. Frowning, Joach drifted beside the Zoel sailor he knew. "Xin, do you know where we're going?" The small man tied off a line, then straightened and shrugged. "My men and I are to stay with the boat. The little one, Talk, will keep us company." "So where are we going then?" Xin nodded toward the far side of the bay. A long narrow waterfall cascaded down from the heights to crash in a froth of spray at the foot of the cliffs. "The old brother says you go that way." Flint called out to them. "I've dropped the anchor. We need everyone and their gear on deck. Now. We'll row to shore from here." Joach turned and saw the other two Zoel freeing the tarp from an oared boat latched to the starboard side of the ship. He began to take a step away to retrieve his pack, but Xin touched his arm, stopping him. Xin's green eyes seemed to shine slightly. "As a wizen, I sensed the fear and worry in your heart, Joach, son of Morinstal." Xin raised a finger to touch the pale scar of an awakening eye on his dark forehead. "The fear arises from something your inner eye has seen." Joach's brow bunched. "My dream." Ignoring him, Xin reached and touched Joach's forehead. "Know this. Just as ordinary eyes can be fooled by illusion, so can the spirit eye of the wizen. You are young to your powers yet. Do not let them rule you." Xin moved his finger to Joach's chest. "You must learn to look from here, too." Confused, Joach did not know how to respond. I will try." Nodding, Xin slipped out an object from within his shirt. It was the dragon's tooth pendant Joach had gifted to him in exchange for his name. Xin clutched it in his palm. "We have shared names and hearts. Remember this. If you need me, hold the black pearl and I will know." Joach frowned at his words. His hand drifted to the large smooth pearl in his pocket. Was this just native superstition of the Zoel tribesmen, or was there truly power in their exchange of gifts? He touched the pearl and nodded to Xin. "I will remember." Satisfied, Xin returned to his ropes. Joach hurried to obey Flint's orders. Soon he had his pack over his shoulder and his staff in hand. He stood with the others. All were ready. The oared boat had been lowered and now rested in the calm waters beside the ship. A rope ladder led down to it. Tolchuk was already in the boat, holding the ladder stable. Flint helped Mama Frida over the rail. In short order, the rest of them climbed down the slick rope and took their seats. Once all were aboard, Flint waved his arm, the rope ladder was pulled up. The three Zoel and the boy Talk waved them off as Tolchuk manned the oars near the stern. The Ojiri's wide back and strong arms soon had the small boat moving quickly away from the ship. "There should be a narrow beach to the left of the waterfall," Flint instructed. Tolchuk grunted his acknowledgement and dug deeper with the oars. The low roar of the waterfall grew louder as they approached. Now even wisps of spray blew toward them. Joach glanced back and saw the pale stallion far behind. After so long aboard the small ship, it almost seemed like home. In his pocket, he clutched Xion's black pearl, then he turned back to watch as the tiny boat angled slightly away from the waterfall. With only a few more strokes, the rowboat ground into the thin strand of beach. The roar of the waterfall was deafening. Communicating with hand signals, Tolchuk climbed out into the shallows and pulled the boat higher on the beach. Joach blinked at the Ojiri's sheer strength. With their craft beached, everyone disembarked. The furious spray from the crashing waters soaked them all to the skin. Flint yelled to be heard. "Follow me. Stick close." He led them along the narrow beach of coarse sand and rock toward the waterfall. As they neared, Flint pointed. A gap between the cascade and the wet cliff face lay ahead. He led them there. Once near, a hollowed-out cave could be seen behind the waterfall. Flint waved them all to follow him inside. They were forced to walk single file as they edged between the crash of waters and the rock wall. But once the cave was reached, they could gather again. Joach glanced around. The cavern ended only a few spans back. He had expected a secret tunnel or something. "Where do we go now?" he yelled over the fall's roar. Flint removed Airill's small iron fist from a sealskin wrap. He raised it for all to see. Like the arch of the archipelago, this is another site rich in elemental power. From here, the ward can open a path to the city. Joach glanced back to the black rock of the cave. But Flint's graveled voice drew his gaze back around. He was pointing to the waterfall. "We go this way. Join hands to form a linked chain." Leading them, Flint grabbed the iron ward with one hand and reached the other to Elena. She began to take his hand, but he shook his head. "Skin to skin. You'll need to take off your gloves." She nodded and did so. In the gloom of the cave, Elena's two hands seemed almost to glow a soft ruby. She took Flint's hand, then reached for Joach. Encumbered with the staff, he was forced to lodge the length of wood into the straps of his pack, then take off his own gloves. Once ready, he accepted Elena's hand. It was cold to his touch, as if he clutched the moon itself. He squeezed her palm in an attempt to reassure her. She offered him a slight smile, but it was as cold as her hand. Turning away, he offered his other palm to Merrick. Soon the party was linked, with Tolchuk last in line. Flint studied them, then nodded. "Do not break the chain until we are through. I'm not sure where on the island we will end up. It takes a master mage to wield these wards with precision. So be ready." Swinging around, he lifted the iron fist and stepped toward the waterfall. As he neared, the sheet of crashing waters grew glassy. Stepping forward, Flint drew the others after him. As he reached out with the ward, the waters became as clear as fine crystal, but the wide bay and their boat were gone. The view beyond the falls was of buildings built of white bricks and towers that stretched toward the clouds. It was the city of Aloha Glen. Flint led them through the portal as if walking through an ordinary doorway. First the old brother passed, then Elena. Joach followed next. He felt only a slight tingling in his skin as he stepped from the cave behind the waterfall and once again set foot onto the island of Aloha Glen. But as Joach pierced the portal, the silent tableau of the city shattered. His ears were immediately assaulted by the screams and clashes of battle. Joach cringed from the noise. Smoke stung his nose, and the bellowing roar of dying dragons echoed all around him from the sun-scorched stones. In one step, he had walked into the middle of a maelstrom. Joach glanced behind him and saw Tolchuk climb through the portal behind Mama Frida. The portal winked out behind them. They now stood in the middle of a nondescript plaza in one of the higher levels of the city. Not far above, Joach spotted the battlements and towers of his old prison, the sprawling edifice of Aloha Glen. His heart momentarily quailed at the sight. How could they ever hope to pierce the massive keep? As he stared, something struck him as wrong. He studied it a moment, then shivered as he recognized what was missing. He raised an arm and pointed. "The tree!" he shouted. "The ko'okona is gone." The dead branches of the mighty symbol of Aloha Glen normally sprouted out from the central courtyard to spread like a crown over the edifice. But now it was gone. Before he could even begin to fathom this portent, a voice arose from around the corner of a crumbled building. It was high and sibilant. "We've been waiting a long time for you to arrive." Joach spun around. From every street, Scaltum clawed their way into the plaza. Even from the countless black windows overhead, pale faces leered down at them, razored teeth smiling at them. Their group had entered a nest of Scaltum, an ambush. A massive demon stepped into the plaza. It was the largest Scaltum Joach had ever seen. Its wings spread wide, striking an ancient pillar and shattering it. It leaned toward them with a hiss. Your delay has made us all very hungry. Siwon's arm burned with fire, but she ignored the pain. The injury was not her own, but the dragon's. She glanced to her mount's right wing. They had been sailing too near one of the city's towers when it had suddenly exploded in flames. The spout of fire and debris had caught Ragnar K by surprise. Only a sudden dive and twisting turn had kept them from annihilation. Still, the dragon's scales lay blistered and seared in a wide swath along the forward edge of his wing. Ragnar K sailed in a long curve away from the city's edge. They now flew over the waves, aiming back for the beset fleet. Enemy ships fired arrows at their passing form, but their height was still beyond bow range. But for how long? Ragnar K continued to weaken with his injured wing, losing altitude rapidly. Below, the Dreyrendi fleet lay in chaos. Attacking ships, most smaller than the warships of the Bloodriders, plied among the fleet. Arrows flew across the waves, some flaming, some poisoned. Almost every dragon-proud warship was harried by the smaller, swifter craft. Like remora on sharks, scaling ladders and boarding hooks had latched many of the enemy boats to the bigger ship's flanks. Battles raged across decks and rigging now. Screams and shouted orders rang up from below. But all was not lost. Among the adversaries' boats, the seas were not friendly. The Marai and their dragons surged from below to wreak havoc on the ships. Dragon Claw and Dragon Fawn ripped into keels and men alike. Ships foundered everywhere. Berserkers who were tossed into the water became dragon fodder. Yet even the Marai were not safe in their own seas. Tentacled beasts snatched unwary dragons or riders. The worst of the undersea battle raged near the city's edge. A mountainous leviathan lay within a nest of the monsters. Flailing pale tentacles ripped at the giant. It was as if the leviathan drifted in a sea of pale, flickering flames. Dragons, mounted and alone, fought to free the creature, but even from this height, Siwon knew the sea beast would not survive its injuries. The waters around the sunken towers now frothed with blood. Wrecked boats and corpses clogged the narrow channels of the submerged city. Wincing away the pain, Siwon sent an urgent plea to Ragnar K. We must make it back to the dragon's heart. Ragnar K tilted his head to flash one black crystalline eye at her. I will not fail you, my bonded. Hindered by the wounded wing, his body lurched under her as he fought for distance from the sea. She leaned closer to his neck, running a hand along his straining flesh. She willed her mount strength. They must reach the high keel. Cast, if you can hear me, she whispered, add your heart to Ragnar K. I need you both. In her mind, she knew Cast was unaware of events that occurred after Ragnar K took flesh. Still, her heart longed for him to hear her. Exhausted from the day of flying and fighting, Siwon allowed her eyes to close, just for a moment. With the wind whistling in her ears, the clash of battle faded to a dim roar. Cast, hear me, she urged silently. From somewhere deep inside, an answer arose. Siwon could not say for sure if it came from within her or the dragon. They seemed one spirit. I am here, Siwon. Her eyes fluttered open. Cast? We are both here, my bonded. This was Ragnar K. How? She sent to them. I think, after the lightning strike, the line between the two of us blurred, Cast answered. I now see what the dragon sees, but only as if in a dream. And you can speak to me? It is hard for Ragnar K to allow this. It strains his control of his own body. Siwon sensed a silent agreement from the dragon, almost a disgruntled embarrassment. Ragnar K never liked to admit a weakness. Then we must end this talk, Siwon sent. Ragnar K must have his full strength. We must reach the dragon's heart and the high keel. I know. I saw. Ragnar K only allowed me a moment of shared union to bolster your heart. He wanted you to know I was here, too. Sensing your own despair, he sought to ease it, even at his own expense. Simon reached and rubbed her mount's flank. Warm sensations flowed back to her from the dragon. You both truly are my bonded. I must go, Cast sent back. Godspeed to you both. Your knowledge must reach the fleet. Simon sensed Cast slip away. Ragnar K seemed to surge slightly in strength, the heat off his body intense. He angled across the battle below. Smoke marred their views, but the three-masted dragon's heart could be seen far ahead. It kept mostly to the rear of the fighting. The high keel directed the fleet with horn and pigeon. So far the battle was mostly a standstill, each force refusing to give ground. But not for long. The dark forces would win unless Simon could reach the ship. Their reconnaissance of the enemy's defenses had revealed two vital details, information that needed to reach the Bloodriders. First, they had spotted several roosts of Skeltum in the deserted city. Shunning the sunlight, the beasts had been hard to find. But the dragon's keen sense of smell had rooted them out. Simon estimated that at least another 2 legions, maybe 3, were still kept in reserve upon the island. She gritted her teeth. So many of the monsters still lived. She had hoped the battle in the Sargassum forest had reduced their numbers more drastically. Glancing back at the embattled city, Simon knew speed was essential. The fleet needed to reach and subdue the docks before sunset. If they could at least gain a foothold on the island itself, their forces could use the crumpled buildings and tilted towers as a means of protection against the Skeltum. Upon the open seas, their fleet would be too vulnerable to the winged beasts. The tide of battle would quickly turn in favor of the enemy. But word of the Skeltum legions was not the worst news she bore. Simon watched their approach toward the Dragon's Heart. They needed to hurry. Must go lower, Ragnar K said. The throb of pain in Simon's right arm flared harsher. The strain of their flight was taking its toll. Just get us there. Even swim if you must. The war loomed greater as they sank toward the embattled seas. Soon the tops of masts skittered just under the dragon's wings. Arrows from enemy ships now reached them, peppering Ragnar K's underbelly, but so far the dragon's thick scales protected him from harm. In a few more swipes of his massive wings, they were beyond the worst of the battle and gliding low over the waves toward the rear of the fleet. The Dragon's Heart lay just ahead. Ragnar K had to fight for additional height just to crest the ship's rail. His landing atop the deck was more a crumpled crash. Silver talons tore into the deck, and his injured right wing collided with a mast. Agony shot down Simon's arm, but they finally came to a rest. Ragnar K sank to the deck. Simon straightened in her seat. Dragon's blood. She called out. Bring us a draft now. She dared not reverse the spell and call Cast forth yet, not with Ragnar K so wounded. Men who had fled from the crashing dragon now scurried about the deck. The high keel leaped from the stern deck and shouted for her to be obeyed. A cask was hurriedly rolled toward them. No longer flying, Simon got a whiff for the first time of the dragon's burned flesh. She fought her stomach. The smell warned how deep the damage was, more so than even the pain. She glanced to the blistered tissue. Black scale, now seared a sickly white, oozed a clear, yellowish fluid. Even bone could be seen through the rent tissue at the forward edge of the wing. Sweet mother, she had not realized how badly Ragnar K had been injured. How had the great beast flown such a distance? She was answered. Your heart, my bonded. I would not fail you. She leaned forward and hugged his great neck, then quickly straightened. Before the dragon's snout, a cask was rolled into position and tipped upright. The high keel himself stepped forward with axe in hand. With a single stroke, he chopped open the lid of the barrel. Drink! He commanded. Ragnar K needed no urging. The scent of blood drew him. In Simon, the hunger of bloodlust almost overwhelmed the pain from the burn. Ragnar K lowered his snout and drank the stored blood. In only a few heartbeats, the full cask lay empty. Almost immediately Simon sensed the healing property of the dragon blood. The throb of pain in her arm dulled, as with a wash of cool water. She almost sighed aloud in relief. Ragnar K nosed the barrel away. "Do you need more?" Simon asked. "No. Ragnar K is strong. Blood from puny dragons was enough." Simon sagged in relief. If the dragon's haughtiness was returning, she knew he fared much better. "Then I must seek the counsel of these others, my mighty bonded." Ragnar K sent her a dismissive snort, as if such matters were beneath his attention. Smiling at his growing arrogance, she slid from her seat to the deck, almost tumbling, her legs numb and tired from flying all day. Still, she managed to keep her feet with the timely aid of the high keel's supporting hand. "Thank you," she whispered to the tall chief. With her palms still on her dragon's flank, Simon turned to Ragnar K. "Rest now, my bonded. Return soon." He swung and touched her gently with the tip of his snout. "I will miss your scent." "And I yours," she said aloud and removed her hand. Simon and the high keel retreated a step as the spell reversed itself. Wing and scale exploded out wildly, then whirled back down until only a naked man crouched on the deck. Cass straightened and stumbled a step forward. His right arm was seared a deep red from shoulder to wrist. But even as Simon rushed toward him, the injury paled to a pink glow. She fell into his arms as the high keel waved a man to fetch a set of breeches and a shirt. Simon felt the heat of his bare skin against her cheek and wished to stay in his arms forever, but the urgency of their news required them pulling apart too soon. Cass leaned next to her. "I missed your scent, too," he whispered. Simon glanced up to him, her cheeks burning now. He kissed her deeply, once. Her knees buckled under her, but his strong arms were there to keep her from falling. Too soon, one of the warriors hurried forward, his arms laden with clothing. Cass brushed his fingertips across her cheek and down her neck, then quickly dressed. He spoke to the high keel while slipping into his breeches. "We must get word to the other keel chiefs. A change in the battle looms, and we must be prepared. Come," the high keel ordered once Cass was dressed. "We'll retire to my cabin. I'd have Bilatus hear your news, too." Cass nodded. He embraced Simon under one arm, and together they followed the high keel below. Simon noticed that the war seemed to have energized the aging chief. He walked with vigor in his steps, even his eyes sparked with the excitement of battle. In the chief's cabin, they found the portly ship's shaman poring over a set of tomes and maps. Bilatus raised his balding head, his cheeks rosy from the room's heat. He pushed to his feet with a small groan. "Master Cass and Mistress Simon, I had not known you had returned." The high keel stepped forward. "Did you not hear the crash atop our decks and the commotion?" Bilatus wore an apologetic expression as he waved an arm in the direction of the laden table. "My books. When I'm studying, I'm lost to the world." The high keel clapped the fellow good-naturedly on the shoulder as he crossed to perch on a stool. "I would have it no other way. That is the role of shaman. You stick to your scrolls and maps, and let us warriors handle the swords." The tall man waved for Simon and Cass to take the pillowed chairs near the small hearth. Once they were settled, the high keel shoved off his stool and stalked back and forth across the room, his energy too large for the small chamber. Simon sensed that the man longed to return to the deck and the smoke of battle. "What news do you bring?" Cass glanced at Simon, but she nodded for him to tell. Cass quickly related their discovery of the Skaltum legions still awaiting release in the crumbled ruins of the city. "Once the sun sets, they will take wing and attack. We must take the island before that happens. We'll need the cover of the buildings to wage a proper defense against the beasts." Cast's tale slowed the high keel's pacing. By the time Cast was finished, the chief had stopped, the fire dimming in his eyes. "Dire news," Bilatus said from near the table. So what you're saying is that we must direct all our forces in a full affront against the city's docks? If we can commandeer the piers, we may survive. The High Keel clenched a fist. We must do more than survive. We must win. The Dark Lord will not let us survive a half-victory. If we don't wrest his forces from this island and take it over, there will be no safe seas anywhere for the Drerendi. The High Keel began pacing again. You have brought us vital news. I must alert the others and redirect our forces. He began to march toward the door, but Cywin stopped him. Before you act, we bring other news. The High Keel turned, and in the man's eyes, Cywin could see the fire flaring within. Here stood a true man of battle. Talk and strategy were not as important as sword and pike. What else? He demanded. Cywin swallowed and spoke rapidly. We risked a flight over the city's castle to see what else may lie in wait. In a central court, we saw that the mighty tree there had been chopped down and its limbs were being axed to rubbish. So? Cast answered. The tree had always been a font of magical energies. This sudden action by the dark mages strikes me as suspicious. Cywin nodded. Also around the stump of the tree, we spotted a ring of black-robed men circling and chanting. Spread-eagled across the top of the stump, a young girl lay chained and writhing. The fire died in the High Keel's eyes as he understood what they were trying to suggest. They strive to call forth some black magic to thwart us. Yes, Cast answered. So besides striking for the docks, we'd best be prepared for other surprises. I suspect the worst is yet to come. The High Keel nodded more soberly. Now when he crossed toward the door, his stride was more urgent than excited. I must alert the fleet. As he reached for the latch, a sudden pounding on the door erupted from beyond. Sir! You must come atop the decks. Something is amiss. The High Keel glanced back at them. Worry now replaced the fire in his eyes. They all rose to follow him. In a rush, they fled from the cabin, almost knocking aside the bloodrider who had brought the warning. Once atop the deck, Cywin knew instantly from which direction the current crisis arose. Everyone on deck stared and pointed north toward the island. Cywin hurried to the rail along with the others. Across the battlefield, a hush seemed to have fallen over the seas, as if the combatants all held their breath. In the distance, the island stood in sharp detail as the sun sank toward the west. From the central peak, from the edifice that crowned its top, a black pall rose into the blue sky, a column of darkness that could never be mistaken for smoke. It was more like a black beacon, a spire of dark light cast up from the depths of some foul netherworld. What is it? The High Keel asked. No one answered. As they watched, the spear of darkness began to tilt like a toppling tower. It fell westward. Sweet mother, no, Cywin moaned. She knew the dire beacon arose from the magic stump of the Coacona, its last vestiges of white magic corrupted for this foul purpose. The black shaft continued to fall until it pointed toward the setting sun. They cannot possibly wield such power, Cast mumbled. As they all watched, the end of the column of darkness bloomed like a foul rose and spread farther and farther across the western sky, pumping its blackness like spilled ink over the horizon. An eerie twilight descended over the seas as the sun was blocked. Cywin had only once before experienced such a strange quality to the light when she was a child and had witnessed the moon eclipsing the sun. Such was the illumination now. Not night, but not day either, a shadowless half-light that weighed on one's spirit like the pressure of the deep sea. They steal the sun from us, Bylatus stated. But why? Cywin knew. She glanced from the western sky back to the island. That's why, she mumbled and pointed. Cast, Bylatus, and the High Keel all turned. Across the seas, a new menace arose from the island. In the strange twilight, flocks of winged creatures rose like a pale fog from the city, rolling out toward the fleet. The Skeltum take flight, Cywin said. The High Keel studied the approaching menace. Then we are too late. 23. In a lone plaza, deep in the heart of Aloha Glen, Elena stood in the center of a maelstrom of energies. Raw magic sang in her blood, but it was an old song. Instead, she bent the tendrils of energy to her will, striking out in all directions with spates of cold fire. Blue tails of flame lashed out and whirled in a tangled net around her. None dared approach too close. When first confronted by the Skeltum ambush, Elena had quickly bloodied her hands and brought the attack to the monsters. The others had followed suit, moving in stride to bolster her attack. While she lanced forth with cold fire, freezing and slowing the beasts, the others had struck. Joch, with his staff already bled into a blood weapon, skillfully kept step with Elena's dance of ice. What Elena froze, Joch shattered with a stroke of his stave. Meanwhile, Tolchuk used the rune-carved dwarf hammer as an ordinary maid might use a broom. Directed by Flint, the Ojiri swept a deadly path through the beasts. "We must get free of this open space," Flint yelled, striking out with a sword. With the sun yet out, the beasts were vulnerable to common weapons. But the monster's strength, speed, and poison claws were still a serious threat. Mama Frida also danced in the Ojiri's shadow. Under the power of her herb, she was no longer a frail woman, but a whirlwind of death. Using darts dipped in venom and the keen eyesight of her pet Tamrink, she showered the enemy with a rain of burning poison. As they all fought the beasts in the plaza, Merrick stood on the far side of Elena, matching her gale of energies with one of his own. His winds kept the Skeltum from attacking from overhead. Blasts of air caught wings and sent beasts tumbling into tower walls or crashing to the stone road. While the others fought, Elena studied her quarry from her web of magic. Her team's initial furious attack had caught the Skeltum by surprise. Even though Elena was sure the creatures had been warned by the dark mages to be wary of them, the beasts had never faced any serious challenge in the past. They had counted on sheer numbers to intimidate any group. This day the beasts learned a deadly lesson. When Elena had first struck out with her magic, the huge leader of this group had fled, clearly panicked. Without guidance, the others had fought feebly and without coordination. So far, Elena's group had kept them at bay. But Elena watched as the massive Skeltum, their chief, hissed orders and began to marshal its forces. The beast's initial shock had worn off. Now came the serious threat. Elena surveyed the remaining flock. While she and the others left a path of destruction, the plaza was still crowded with beasts. From windows and ledges above, more Skeltum threatened. The leader moved toward her tiny group, rallying the others to its side. Unless something happened, her group was about to be swamped. Another of their party must have realized the hopelessness of their situation. Joch hissed at her. "Release the spirit spell. Disappear and run." Elena knew that if she did that, the beasts would ravage the others. "Not yet," she answered her brother. She raised her right hand, the one whose rose had been gifted by spirit light. Though she refused to use its glow to fade away from sight, Elena had another power still held in reserve, Ghostfire. She had yet to call forth the spirit magic pent up within the rose of her right hand. She had been hesitant on how to put it to best use. Lifting her gaze, she found her eyes meeting the leering leader of this flock. It seemed to sense her attention, and its sick grin grew. A slithering red tongue slipped from between its fangs to curl like a hungry serpent. Suddenly, far above the plaza, a spear of darkness sprouted from the citadel atop the hill. The sudden blaze of magics was felt by all beast and men alike. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck nearby, a prickling of power that rose the tiny hairs on the back of her arms. Everyone's eyes turned to stare at the cascade of black energies, even the monstrous chief Skeltum. When it turned to face them again, the amused glint had returned to its eyes. It stalked forward, claws gouging the ancient stone road. Elena knew this was her only chance. Raising her left hand, she stanched her flow of cold fire and stepped free of her cocoon of blue flame. The beast slowed its approach, suspicious of Elena's strange new tack. Elena took a step nearer the towering leader. The flock at its side shifted nervously. She raised her right hand. As she concentrated, silver flames blew forth from her sliced palm to dance along each finger. The leader seemed little impressed. "All the magic in the world can't stop us all, little child. You will die, and I personally will eat your heart." "Wrong, demon. I will eat yours," she said coldly. Thrusting out her arm, fire shot from her fingers, forming a claw of silver fire. It dashed into the chest of the skeleton. The leader wore a shocked expression, then glanced down to stare at the limb of fire thrust into its chest. Its skin did not burn. Raising its head, the huge beast cackled. "It seems your pretty magic is no danger to me, but..." "Wrong again," Elena said calmly and clenched her outstretched hand into a hard fist. The skeleton suddenly spasmed. Elena yanked her arm back and tugged the beast's spirit from its body. The creature's carcass collapsed to the stone pavement in a clatter of bone and wing. Left standing was a phantom etched by ghostfire in the shape of the beast. The trapped spirit struggled in the silver grip of Elena's flaming magics. Neighboring skeletons scattered away. Squeaks of fear and scrabbling claws sounded from all around. Overhead, startled skeleton took flight from their perches. In a few short moments, the spirit's writhing slowed and stopped. Her magic had succeeded in branding the ghost to Elena's will. "Spread my touch," Elena hissed, mimicking the skeleton leader. She opened her hand. Wings of ghostfire spread behind the phantom beast. It twisted and leaped at its nearest neighbor, diving within and ripping its brother's spirit loose. Now two spirits, burning with her will, stood upon the stone road. They leaped at others. Before such bewildering magic, the other skeleton panicked, leaderless and frightened. Some attempted to attack, but were quickly dealt with by Elena's companions. Most of the others simply fled. Those that failed became fodder to the spread of her ghostfire. As with the ravers before, her magic swept through these beasts like fire through dry grass. Soon the plaza and surrounding streets were littered with the discarded corpses of the skeleton. Flashes of ghostfire sparked from farther down the avenues as her spirit dogs gave chase to the living. Satisfied, Elena withdrew her magic from the hunters before they drained too much of her power. The handful of silver ghosts still visible vanished like the flames of spent candles. With the skeleton weakened and scattered, her ghostfire army was no longer needed. With future battles ahead, preserving the last of her magic was more important. Flint crossed to her side. "Good work. I had thought us lost for sure." Elena ignored the compliment. "How did the skeleton know we would portal to this specific location? I thought it was a random jump here." Flint frowned and answered, seeming not to hear the suspicion in Elena's voice. "With Eril captured, the Dark Lord must have learned of his ward and set up a magical net to snare our portal and bring us specifically to this nest of monsters." Elena frowned and glanced to the sky. She hated to think that Eril could have betrayed them in even this manner. In her heart, she would rather believe Flint had led them into a trap, that he was the traitor. As she pondered Flint's words, a shaft of darkness began to eat the sunlight. A sick twilight settled over the city. "What of this?" she asked. Flint scratched his head. "Perhaps some means to help protect the rest of the skeleton. To keep the sunlight from weakening their dark protections." As if to prove his words, legions of skeleton took flight from roosts all across the city. They rose in massive numbers. Joach moved beside them. "We should get off the streets. I don't care to repeat this last battle." The others mumbled their agreement. Flint responded. "The hidden entrance to the catacombs is still much farther. We must reach the top city level, just below the edifice itself. I guess almost a full league of travel still awaits us, so we should hurry." Flint then led them at a hard pace, upstairs and along narrow alleys. They passed sights both wondrous and sad. Statues as tall as towers stood everywhere. Some seemed to have weathered the centuries without blemish. Others lay toppled and broken. In one square, they had to cross under the stone fingers of a massive hand that rested from where it had broken off a statue high atop a tower. They also passed areas where the sea seemed to bubble up from below, swamping entire sections of the city. As they skirted the edge of one such briny pond, something large and armored humped through the algae-slick waters. It reminded Elena of the kraken from the swamps. They gave the waters a wide berth. Mostly as they fled, though, the city was just homes and buildings, long gone dark and empty. Winds whistled through the hollow husks of towers like the moaning cries of ancient ghosts. Elena found it hard to imagine that such a place was ever populated. But the city must have once housed hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. Tears suddenly rose in Elena's eyes. It hurt to see how much her people had lost. Finally, Flint spoke, breaking the spell of timelessness. It should just be up ahead, he gasped, winded from the long race across the city. Just around the next bend. As the grizzled brother led them around the corner of a tulip-shaped building, he tripped to a stop. The rest of the team were too close on his heels to halt so fast. The group stumbled together in shock. Crowding the next avenue, a squad of 20 squat creatures armored from head to toe stood guard. Though they stood smaller than Joch, each creature massed as much as Tolchuk, all muscle and bone under the armor. Elena named the squat soldiers Heritage. Dwarves. The soldiers had clearly been awaiting them, axes raised, faceplates lowered. None moved, letting the enemy draw nearer. Not a single one shifted even a finger, as if they were a score of brass and steel sculptures. Elena sensed that these guards would not spook like their winged allies. From the cold stares and steady gazes, Elena knew the company would fight to the dying breath of the last dwarf. And with 2 hearts, each dwarf would be difficult to kill. Pushing the others aside, Elena stepped forward, meaning to call forth her magic. Flint pulled her back. No, they wear spellcast armor. See how it glows? Elena stared closer and saw how an oily sheen roiled slowly across the breastplates and greaves of their armor in hues of a rainbow. Now that it had been brought to her attention, she could almost smell the magic here. What does it do? I've read old tales of dealing with dwarf axe guards. Their armor is forged with elemental warding charms. Be cautious what you cast at them, Elena. It can dispel magic or reflect it back at its wielder. Beware using spells around such armor. Elena stepped forward, frowning, unsure what to do. Where is the entrance to the catacombs? She asked Flint. At the end of this street. Elena's eyes narrowed. Again she wondered how the dark mages seemed to know their every move. Perhaps Gresham remembered more of the high FAI secrets than anyone supposed, and like Flint, he knew of this secret entrance and had set these guards. Still, Elena scowled at the forces here and at the suspicions that arose in her mind. Without turning, Elena knew the team awaited her next move. Her group numbered too few to survive a battle of steel and muscle with this force. She pondered her choices. As she studied her opponents, she recalled an old lesson, something she had once overheard her father tell Joch: sometimes a fight was best won with wits rather than either sword or fist. With the odds against them here, Elena knew that just such a time had arisen. They had only one small hope here. If she could weaken the black resolve of these guards, perhaps her group might survive this slaughter. From meeting Cassadar, Elena knew the dwarves had once been a noble people. It had only been the corrupting touch of the Dark Lord that had poisoned their hearts and bent them to his foul bidding. While her ghostfire might be unable to free their tainted spirits as it had the Skaltum, something else might hold such power, something that in a way was its own magic, memory. Without turning, Elena called back to her group. Tolchuk, Merrick, come join me. The Ojiri pushed forward with the Elven at his side. Elena touched Tolchuk's shoulder. Raise the hammer overhead for all to see. He did so. Next, Elena glanced to Merrick. On my signal, Can you call forth a bolt of lightning to strike the hammer? Yes, but without a natural storm brewing, I'll need a few moments. Then prepare. Elena stepped nearer the gathered axe guards and raised her voice so it rang down the avenue. I command you to set aside your weapons. Do you stand in the way of your own salvation? As expected, there was no response. Elena waved Tolchuk forward. Do you recognize this relic? Have you forgotten your own heritage? Elena raised her left arm and illuminated the rune-carved hammer with spurts of cold-fire flame. The weapon now seemed to glow with its own inner radiance. A few of the dwarves in front shifted, and one even lowered his axe. Elena knew they would not fail to recognize the trisel, the thunder hammer of the dwarves, a cherished symbol of their people's past. But would the mere sight of it be enough to weaken the hold of the Dark Lord? Elena recalled how the memory of Lenora had awoken Rockingham, breaking his black shackles. Could the same happen here? Was the trisel a powerful enough symbol? And if not, could Elena make it so? One of the axe guards stepped forward from the rest. You seek to fool us with magics of illusion, he declared, his voice harsh. The trisel was lost ages ago. No. On this night, the past lives again. Elena signaled Merrick forward with a sharp wave of her other hand. The elven seemed to sense his role here. He stepped from around the back of Tolchuk, his magics billowing his shirt and loose breeches. Forged by the elven, the trisel was a gift to your people. The dwarf leader stepped back, his eyes wide inside his helm at the sight of Merrick. A storm rider. Yes. So it was before, so it is now. Remember who you once were. The hammer has the power to break Ebonstone, to break the spell of the Black Heart. Let it free you of his chains now. Let us pass and open your hearts to the possibility of your homelands again ringing with the strike of your hammers and the roar of your forges. Remember your past. Elena nodded to Merrick, and a bolt of lightning cracked down from the twilight skies to strike the raised iron head of the hammer. Thunder crackled along the street. Elena blinked away the blinding flash as the thunder echoed and died. Do you still doubt the power of your ancestors' relic? Several of the dwarves had fallen to their knees, but others still remained standing, including their leader. How did you come by the trisel? It was lost ages ago. Elena sensed that if she could sway this one dwarf, the others would follow suit. She lowered her voice, striving to pry trust from a hard heart. It was not lost, only forgotten. One of your people stood guard over it for centuries, waiting for someone to carry it back home. I was chosen. I swore a blood oath to return the hammer to your homelands. And so I will. The prophecy, the leader mumbled. His axe slipped lower. Remember your past, she whispered now. Remember who you once were. She waved to Tolchuk, who passed the hammer to her. With the rune-carved haft held in both her open palms, Elena stepped before the dwarf leader. She lifted it before him. Though your hearts were blackened by the Gulgothal Lord and your hands stained with the blood of the innocent, the trisel has the power to cleanse you. The dwarf warrior raised a mailed hand toward the weapon, his fingers trembled, and for a moment, he could not touch it. Then, he shook off his chain-mail glove and, ever so gently, reached a single finger to the hammer's iron. Even this small connection to his people's past unmanned him. He fell to his knees with a crash of steel on stone. He tore off his helm and raised his wrinkled face to the skies. A cry of pain and sorrow flowed from his lips, as if he were casting out his own heart. Elena stepped back, allowing the dwarf to face the pain of his lost past. She knew that no further words or demonstrations were needed. Still, she raised the hammer over her own head. There is salvation, she whispered to the others. Behind their kneeling leader, the others all fell to join him. Lowering the trisel, Elena again met the eyes of the guard's chief. The well of pain behind his gaze was too deep even to fathom. His voice was strained to a small plea. Go, he said. Free our people. Elena nodded. It will be done. She led the others forward, still carrying the axe in both her palms. As she slowly passed among the kneeling dwarves, axes clattered to the cobbled pavement. Hands reached to touch the last symbol of hope for their people. She allowed each of the guards to connect with their ancient past, to remember for this brief moment their forgotten homes far across the cold seas. Then she was past them all, and only an open street lay before her. Flint pushed beside her, his eyes full of wonder as he glanced back at the dwarves. You've walked us through fire, he said, with only the strength of your word. Elena turned away. It was not my word. It was their own past. Tolchuk accepted the hammer back as the others joined Elena and Flint. Where now? Merrick whispered. Flint pointed forward. This way. It's just ahead. The old brother led them down the avenue to a side alley. As Joach entered the narrow street, he glanced skyward and almost tripped. Elena followed his gaze to see what had startled him. Flanking the alley were two structures. On the right was a tower of reddish-orange bricks the color of sunset. It rose to a small parapet high above. To the left was one of the massive statues that dotted the city. This one was of a gowned woman bearing a flowering sprig aloft in one hand. Joach's eyes met hers. The spire of the departed, Joach said with a nod toward the tower, and the statue of Lady Scylla. Elena shrugged, not understanding the significance. This is where my dream took place, atop the spire of the departed. He shifted his staff in his gloved hands. Without the touch of his skin, the wood had returned to its dark shade, a tool of black magic. Elena remembered the details of Joach's dream and the role his staff had played in it, how its magic had driven off the black-winged monster and how it had slain Eril. Are you sure this is the place? She asked. Joach only nodded, his eyes staring up at the distant parapet. Not hearing their quiet words, Flint waved them all to the back of the alley, where a wall of red brick blocked their way. He began counting the bricks from the ground and the side. As she waited, Elena shivered with her brother's words. It was as if his dream were coming true. Ahead, Flint finally stopped counting and pushed 3 specific bricks. Each gave way and receded to the depth of a thumb. Upon pressing the third one, a sharp crack of an unlocking latch sounded from behind the wall. Satisfied, Flint stepped back, then leaned both palms on the wall and shoved. A triangular section spun on an axis, opening the way into a dark tunnel beyond. He grinned at his success and waved them toward the opening. The catacombs delve deep into the heart of Mount Or, the peak upon which the edifice rests. This tunnel is an offshoot from the 4th level of the Great Spiral. We must reach the 10th level to retrieve the book. Then let us hurry, Elena said. They all pushed inside, and Flint collected an oiled torch from a sconce. Once the torch was set to flame by a strike of flint, the old man shouldered the door closed. A staircase descended from the small landing here. Move quietly and cautiously, he warned. More traps or enemies might be placed along our path. I suggest that we also leave a guard at this door to protect our escape. No one volunteered. No one wanted to abandon Elena. So Elena made the choice for them. She touched Tolchuk's shoulder. If the dwarves have another change of heart or reinforcements are sent, the trysil may be needed to sway the enemy. The Ojiri nodded. I will guard your backs. With the matter settled, Flint showed Tolchuk how to work the door, and they proceeded down the stair. No one spoke for the 100 steps it took to reach the passages below. Flint led them quickly down a long winding hall to where it emptied into a wide passage. Here the rough rock was polished to a sheen and adorned with carvings and stone grave markers. The 4th level of the catacombs, Flint whispered, raising his torch. They continued deeper along this spiraling concourse. Mama Frida had her pet Tikal scamper ahead into the darkness to spy out any ambushes. But without the eyes of her pet, Merrick had to help guide the old woman. Their progress was too slow for Elena's liking. Even though it was a false twilight above, Elena knew the true evening was not far behind. Mama Frida suddenly hissed and dragged Merrick to a stop. "What is it?" Flint asked, pushing near the old healer. "A light," she answered. "Through Tikal's eyes, I can see a glow reflecting around the curve of the passage farther ahead." Flint frowned. "Someone else must be down here. Can you get Tikal to creep nearer?" Elena asked. "I'll try, but after the battle above, his fear runs high." Mama Frida leaned against the wall. She tired rapidly as her herbs began to wear off. I see a man. He crouches along the side of the passage. The light comes from a small lantern he carries. Are there any others?" Elena asked. "No, the passage is empty." "Strange," Flint said. "What does he look like?" "He wears a ragged white robe and looks disheveled, as if he has not bathed in many moons." The white robe suggests he may be one of my brothers. There are many hidden passages and holes to hide from the evil here. If he's truly managed to avoid the Dark Mage's forces, he might have valuable information." Flint leaned closer to Mama Frida. "Can you get Tikal to show himself? His response may give us some indication of his heart." "I'll try," Mama Frida mumbled. But Tikal is shy of strangers. They all stood in silence as Mama Frida used her bond to the tamrink to guide its actions. Elena glanced to her brother, who wore a worried expression. She also eyed Flint but could read no deception in him. Still, there had been so many traps. Could this be another? Mama Frida suddenly smiled. "The fellow seems normal enough. Tikal startled him at first, but after the initial fright, he called my little pet to him. It seems that even in such a dire situation Tikal is not above begging a cookie from a stranger." He is now perched on the man's shoulder enjoying a scrap of stale bread crust. Joach and Elena shared a glance. "We should still be wary," Flint cautioned, his face grim. "Let's go and find out more about this odd denizen of the catacombs." Flint again took the lead. Joach followed with Elena at his side. Merrick and Mama Frida kept up the rear. It did not take long until the glow that Tikal had seen became apparent. Flint passed Merrick his torch. "Let me go on alone. If it's a trap, let it only catch me." As Flint crept away, Elena nudged Joach. "Go with him." Joach frowned at Elena, but something he saw in her eyes silenced any questions. Elena watched her brother join Flint. If the old brother was the traitor setting these traps, Elena wanted someone else to bear testimony to what lay ahead. The pair disappeared around the curve of the corridor. Elena held her breath. For too long, no sign of what might lie beyond was hinted. Elena bit her lip. Suddenly a spate of mumbled conversation flowed around the corner, too low to make out any specific words. Elena glanced at Merrick, then back down the passage. Suddenly, Joach popped around the corner. He frantically waved them to follow, a smile of relief on his face. Elena and the others hurried after him. Once around the corner, Elena saw Flint bent in whispered conversation with a ragged man. His once white robe was soiled a deep gray, and his cheeks bristled with unkempt reddish beard, barely hiding the sunken, starved look to the man's face. Contrasting his beard, the pate of his head was bald as a newborn. "Who is it?" Elena asked. "Brother Ewan," Joach answered in an excited hush, his words rushed with relief. "He's a healer. He was the one who helped treat Conk from his injuries. He stayed behind when we left the island before to see if he could be of help in defending the island from within. He is a high FAI, too, and knows all the secret byways. He's been hiding out in the maze of the catacombs for the past moon." Elena felt a burden lifted from her own heart. It was good to know someone could survive within the evil here. It stoked a measure of hope in her. Still, she remained cautious as she approached this stranger. Flint waved Elena over. I want you to meet someone, a friend who knows several other ways in and out of the catacombs. Brother Ewan straightened from his crouch. He seemed embarrassed by his appearance. One hand went to smooth down his rumpled robe, the other tried to pull his beard into some semblance of order. Tikal still rode on his shoulder, noisily chewing on a crust of bread. So this is your witsy, Brother Flint? Elena nodded her head. It's good to meet you. Brother Ewan grinned shyly and took a step toward her. His motion slightly dislodged the little tamrink. Tikal snatched at the man's ear to keep his perch but missed. The brother's grin grew with the tiny beast's antics. He caught Tikal as the tamrink slipped. I'm sorry, Brother Ewan said, holding back a chuckle. But I think this little creature has outlasted his welcome. Brother Ewan lifted Tikal and, in one swift motion, snapped the tamrink's neck and tossed his limp form away. Mama Frida gasped and fell back into Merrick's arms. Tikal. The man's grin continued to spread into a foul leer. Now let me see this witsy of yours more closely. Unburdened, he reached for Elena. Too shocked to respond, Elena almost fell within his grip. Tikal's sudden, brutal death had frozen her heart and mind. But Flint thrust himself between Ewan and Elena. He fumbled for his sheathed sword but was too slow. Ewan ripped the ragged robe open, baring his chest. Latched to his pale skin were hundreds of small purple leeches. He lunged and hugged Flint before the old brother could raise his sword. Joach grabbed Elena and dragged her back. She was still too stunned to think clearly. He's an Ilgard, El. We must get away. Merrick called Mama Frida, now blind and broken, along with him, while Joach pulled Elena. As they stumbled back, Flint fell free of the Ilgard's embrace. He turned as he collapsed, his face and neck covered with the sucking leeches. In only a single heartbeat, the sick creatures swelled to the size of bruised fists, drawing more than just blood from Flint. His very form and substance seemed to be sucked into the writhing parasites. Flint crashed to the floor. As the creatures rolled off their host, bone shone through the wounds they had left. Still, Flint struggled to dislodge the monsters. One hand rose, quivering, then collapsed back down as he died. The last sight Elena saw before she was drawn around the corner was Brother Ewan stepping over Flint's corpse. His chest, now bare after hugging Flint, sprouted a new crop of the purple leeches, ready for the next harvest. Then Elena was around the corner, and they raced away. As they ran, the horror slowly lost its paralyzing hold on Elena. She was able to think again and slowed to a stop. Joach tried to tug her onward, but she let out one sob and pushed him away. Go! Run! El! Elena raised her right hand and unbound the spell that locked away the spirit glow. Her hand bloomed a rosy azure. She fed the magic into her hand and willed the glow to spread. Elena saw the effect in Joach's eyes as she vanished from sight. Take Mama Frida and Merrick, she ordered. Join Tolchuk. You can't face the Ilgard alone. Elena frowned and hurriedly shed her clothes. I'm not going to confront it. We don't have the time. But I must check on Flint and retrieve the ward, while you all lead the monster away from me. Can you do that? Joach nodded. What are you going to do, Dot? I am going to get that cursed book. She removed the last of her underclothes, then retrieved her Witsie's dagger. She held it before Joach and blew forth her magic from her fist. In his eyes, she saw the knife vanish. After a few moments, Joach glanced up and down the passage. El? He probed tentatively. Elena remained silent. She saw a look of fear and defeat grow on his face. He glanced back down the passage, thinking she had already left. Be careful, Al. But before he turned away, he added in a whisper. I love you. Elena did not fight the tears that rose in her eyes. There was no one to see them anyway. Arral stood between the wall of black ice and the dark mage's circle of wax. His chains, now bolted in place to iron rings in the floor, only allowed him a single step in any direction. He had been stripped of his shirt, black runes of power had been carved into his chest with the tip of Shorkin's blade, their father's hunting knife. Blood dribbled in hot trails down his belly, soaking into his belted breeches. Erril ignored the pain from the 13 runes, his greater concern was on the final rites being performed within the mage ring. Half naked, his one arm bound to his waist, Erril felt a twinge of vulnerability. All his hopes would depend on the next few moments. Denel stood within the ring wrapped in binds of dark energy, all but forgotten. Only his eyes shone brightly with terror and anger as, like Erril, he studied the final preparations of the other two mages. Gresham spoke as he and Shorkin painted symbols on the floor along the inside edge of the mage ring with his own black blood. I sense the dire beacon has been lit. The Skeltum must already be in flight. It matters not, Shorkin said. With the number of traps set in and around the island, we have no need to fear intruders. By the rising of the moon, the island will no longer matter. With the book unbound, this city will be only a place of ghosts and lost hopes. We will have been victorious. Gresham met Erril's eye for a breath, then glanced away again. It was the signal. Erril cleared his throat. Shorkin, you will fail here, he spat out. Brother Callan's spell will defeat you again. Shorkin continued to work, undaunted and undistracted by his words. It was your blood that fed this spell, Erril. And it will be your blood that breaks it. Are you so sure, brother? I tell you that a piece of the puzzle yet escapes you. And what might that be? You were right. The spell did require my blood and part of the magic of eternity gifted by the book. It even took a part of the tome's power, too. But it took one last item, something you have never suspected. This missing element will be your downfall. And I suppose you're going to tell me? Erril's eyes narrowed. You may have weaseled out my companion here, he said with a nod toward the bound Denel. But this last secret I will never tell, not even to save the Witsy. Shorkin shrugged and went back to his painting. I thought not. Well, I'll take my chances, dear brother. You will die if you try, and there will be no coming back. Shorkin waved his words away. Enough, Erril. I know you grow desperate. Your protests only help support that I'm on the right path here. Erril frowned. He needed to get Shorkin to react, to abandon his painting for a moment. Gresham needed a distraction to complete his betrayal. Even now Gresham glared at Erril. Time was running out. Erril's mind spun. Think back, Shorkin. From the times you've tried to pierce Brother Callan's spell before, you know there is something unusual in the spell. Something that confounded you, Shorkin scowled but finally pushed to his feet. He stepped toward Erril, keeping the wax ring between them. Then tell me. What is it that you think my spell is missing? Even as evil flowed in waves from the dark mage, Erril kept his stance. He had to keep the man's eyes on him. Erril dared not even glance to see if Gresham was taking action. And what boon will I gain if I tell you? I can make it so you survive this night, Shorkin growled. And what of my freedom? Do I live in your dungeons? That is up to you, brother. Now tell me what. Suddenly, Shorkin spun around on a heel. Erril glanced to Gresham. The old bent-backed mage still knelt at the ring's edge. What are you doing? Shorkin screamed. That is not the correct rune, Gresham did not answer, only stood with the aid of his staff and stepped out of the ring. Shorkin leaped at him, but Gresham reached within the wax circle with his staff and tapped the last rune he had painted. The symbol, two twining snakes, glowed with a reddish fire. The rune of entrapment is the right rune for my purposes, Shorkin. Shorkin's dive pulled up short of the ring's edge. He stumbled back from it. You! He seated at Gresham, his face as black as thunderclouds. He then glanced back to Denel. Gresham waved a hand at the boy. Yes, Denel was always the loyal one, always the little pup. Shorkin stalked along the ring as if seeking a means of escape. You know the spell I cast, Gresham explained. You will live as long as you don't try to cross the mage circle. Shorkin crossed back to glare at Gresham across the thin dribble of wax. Why? Thumping with his cane, Gresham sidled around the ring. I could not let you destroy the blood diary. It is the only hope of returning vitality to these hoary bones of mine. Vitality? You already live forever. What gift could be greater? Now it was Gresham's turn to spin on Shorkin. I will tell you what gift is greater. You see it in the mirror each morning. Youth. Of what use is immortality if one continues to age and rot? Gresham spat at Shorkin, but his spittle hit the invisible barrier above the wax and sizzled in midair. Gresham continued around the circle until he stood beside Erril. Your brother and I made a deal. You'd betray the master for such a small prize. Master? Gresham let out a rude noise. What do I care of the Black Heart's machinations? You were his pet, not me. As for the small prize, it is the least I deserve after serving the Black Beast for so long. You will pay for your blasphemy, Gresham. This I promise. Gresham ignored Shorkin and turned to Erril. Now to complete our deal, plainsman. Resting his staff in the crook of an arm, Gresham reached to the shackle imprisoning Erril's wrist. With a wave of his fingers, the irons opened, and Erril's arm was finally free. I don't know where you hid the sliver of my staff, Erril. But the magic in it is now active. It will unfetter your ankle chains and free you. It will also open any lock that stands between you and freedom. Erril reached for his neck, but Gresham stopped him with a claw on his wrist. But first, you promised to free the book. You claim to have the power. Erril nodded. I do. He did not know if Gresham's promise of freedom was true or not, but Erril had plotted his own defense against any betrayal by the dark mage. Yet it was a dangerous game each man played. Turning, Erril stepped toward the wall of black ice. Over its surface, ageless energies still coursed. Erril could see a reflection of the room behind him in its glassy surface. He saw Gresham's hungry expression. He watched the old mage's fingers greedily clasp at the wood of his staff. Erril raised his own hand to the ice barrier, but sudden motion in the reflection stopped him. Turning with a clank of chains, he saw Shorkin shove Denel and topple the boy mage backward. His small form sprawled across the wax ring. Instantly, the spell of entrapment punished its prisoner. Even through the bindings of dark energies, the boy's screams sounded. His tiny body writhed on the pyre of the wax ring. Smoke and the sizzle of burning flesh swelled in the small room. Denel's bindings were quickly eaten away, revealing a charred husk underneath. And still the boy struggled. A bleeding cry flowed from his cracked and blackened lips, until eventually even this died away. Shorkin waited no longer. Using the boy's charred corpse like a bridge, he leaped across the wax ring. But even through this weakened section of the barrier, Shorkin did not escape unscathed. A scream shattered from his throat as he landed in a crumpled pile. His white robe, now just ash, clung to his seared skin. Yellow blisters and large swaths of burned skin covered his body. Even his hair and brows had been burned away, leaving him looking as old as Gresham. But Shorkin still lived. The mage rose slowly to his feet, tottering on limbs that still smoked. He stumbled a few steps toward where Gresham and Erril stood stunned. Shorkin's voice croaked at them. I will stop you. Twin spouts of dark fire erupted from Shorkin's burned arms. Gresham stepped forward and raised his staff, blocking the flow of force, but just barely. Erril saw how Gresham's arm shook as he held out his talisman against the might of Shorkin. The length of wood steamed and smoked in the old mage's grip. Erril scooted away from the combatants to the full length of his chains. His bare back now touched the ice wall. He stared in shock at the show of force. For Shorkin still to be able to wield such strength after sustaining those burns spoke of the depth of his well of power. Erril's fingers scrabbled to his neck. He fished free the shard of Gresham's staff. If he was to help in this fight, he needed to be free. Erril waved the sliver of wood over the locks that bound his ankles, but nothing happened. He even tried using the piece as a lock-pick, digging at the keyhole. Still the irons remained bound as ever. Scowling, Erril straightened up. There was no magic in the shard of staff. It had been a trick. Gresham had played him well, giving him something tangible upon which to pin his hopes. Erril tossed aside the useless piece of wood and kicked at his chains. Nearby, the spout of dark fire from Shorkin's arms began to wane and was soon sputtering, finally revealing a bottom to his well of black energies. Shorkin's arms dropped, and the flow ended. Using the last dregs of his power, he opened a swirling black portal under his feet and dropped away, but not before gasping out one final threat. I will get my revenge on both of you. Then he was gone. Gresham still held his staff before him in a warding gesture, but with the disappearance of Shorkin, the old mage suddenly sagged. His staff fell to ash in his grip, crumbling away. Erril realized Shorkin had come to within a breath of defeating Gresham. Now nearly spent, the old mage had to support himself against the wall of ice and shuffle toward Erril. The book, he whispered through cold lips. We must hurry. Where did Shorkin go? Gresham shook his head and leaned in exhaustion against the ice wall. I don't know. Most likely to his tower. Or maybe he'll just flee. He may use the weir gate that delivered you here to escape back to Blackhall. A weir gate? Gresham waved his arm weakly. That ebonstone statue of a wyvern. It is a portal to the weir. But none of that matters. Free the book. Erril knew now would be the only chance to gain information from this mage. He was weak and needed Erril's help. What is this weir? And why were you transporting the statue to Winterfell? Gresham's gaze became more solid. His eyes narrowed with suspicion. It no longer matters. Free the book, he commanded. Not until you answer my questions. As you said, time is running short. Gresham stared angrily at Erril, then sighed. You ask for a quick answer to a long tale. Just give me what you know. Gresham sighed, his breath foul on Erril's skin. As you probably have learned from your dealings with the Ilgard, small pieces of ebonstone have the power to trap and corrupt spirits. This I know. But what does this have to do with the weir and weir gates? It's complicated. When ebonstone was first mined, for large pieces were sculpted by the dwarves into massive beasts, griffin, manticore, basilisk, and wyvern. These larger pieces of pure ebonstone were found to hold an even greater power. They could trap not only spirits, but for those folks rich in magic, the ebonstone could also trap the person themselves. This is what happened to you. Your ward's magic activated the ebonstone, and you were drawn inside the dark dimension of the weir. I don't remember any of that. The weir has that effect unless you are prepared and trained. And even then it's a danger. You can easily lose yourself in there. Even I wouldn't risk entering one of those gates. But once you entered the weir gate, Shorkin sensed you and called the wyvern back here, bringing you to us. But why were you hauling the statue to Winterfell in the first place? Gresham frowned. Some new plan of the Dark Lord. He had ordered 3 of the weir gates, the basilisk, the griffin, and the wyvern, to different regions of Alasea. But I was not privy as to why. And no one questions the Black Heart's orders. Shorkin suspected it had something to do with strengthening the weir. You keep mentioning this weir. What exactly is it? Gresham shook his head. I don't even think Shorkin could answer that. All we know is that long ago something fell within one of the gates and became trapped, but it was too large to be held by any one gate. It spread to all four, linking them forever and trapping itself for eternity. But what does the weir do? Gresham glanced to Errol, cunning entering his eyes again. Enough with this interrogation. I'll answer this last question only if you swear to free the book next. Errol frowned. Trust me. You will want the answer. It is one of the most guarded secrets of the Dark Lord. Errol licked his lips. He knew he could not keep the Dark Mage talking for much longer. One more answer would have to suffice. Fine. I swear to free the book. So what does this weir do? Gresham leaned in close. It is the well of the Dark Lord's power, his sole font of black magic. The weir is where he draws his power. Errol's throat clenched. Here was the answer to a mystery that had plagued the Brotherhood for centuries, the source of the Black Heart's strength. If only the Brotherhood had managed to obtain this information centuries ago, they could have perhaps devised a way to cut the Dark Lord from his magic. Gresham had not lied. This information was worth the price of his oath. Now break the spell and unleash the blood diary, Gresham said eagerly, though he leaned heavily on the ice wall. The mage tired rapidly. Errol nodded, still too stunned to speak. He twisted to face the wall of black ice and once again ran his hand along it. Finally he sensed the proper spot to unlock the barrier. Now to fit the key. Errol turned to lean his amputated shoulder against the ice one last time and faced Gresham. I told Shorkin that the spell required more than just my blood and magic. Yes, I remember your ruse. It was no ruse. The price was high. Errol pressed his shoulder firmly to the ice lock in the wall. It also took my flesh. Searing pain shot into Errol's shoulder as bone, muscle, and fiber found their old home. All around, the black ice melted from the walls and ceiling, shrinking down toward where Errol stood. As the wall vanished under Gresham, taking away his support, the old mage teetered and fell to his knees, his eyes wide at the transformation as the spell ended. He stared up at Errol as the last vestiges of the magic melted away. You were the key all along. Errol glanced to his scarred shoulder stump. An arm of muscle and bone now lay attached. It was no phantom arm, but his own, a limb he had sacrificed centuries ago to fuel the spell here. He bent the arm to his chest. Clutched in his hand was a book he had not seen in centuries, a battered black diary with a scrolled burgundy rose etched on its cover. Gresham followed the book's path. The blood diary. Errol kept it from the mage's reach. We had a pact, Gresham snapped. You swore an oath. I swore to free the book. I have done so. He then stepped with a clink of chains and rolled the sliver of staff he had discarded a moment ago toward Gresham. This is useless. You sought to betray me. Errol ground the shard of wood under his heel. So any other promises we once made to each other are now void, Gresham fought to pull to his feet, but without his staff and weak from his fight with Shorkin, the mage was slow. Errol pulled the book farther away from Gresham, resting it upon his own rune-carved chest. With its touch, his sliced skin drew together, and the foul markings vanished. You forget the book protects me, and not just with longevity. About Errol's ankles, his iron shackles clanked to the stone floor. Errol shook free of the chains and stepped back. Free at last. Gresham raised an arm, ready to lash out with the remains of his black magic, but Errol lifted the book between them. I think the magic in the blood diary will protect me, but if not, before your magic reaches me, it will destroy your only hope of ever obtaining your youth, The old mage's arm slowly dropped. Besides, I would suggest you let us keep the book. Elena and I will need it to destroy the Dark Lord. And after your betrayal here, you had best hope we succeed, Gresham. I do not believe the Black Heart will look kindly on your actions this day. Gresham's face paled as he realized the truth in Eril's words. With a final searing scowl, Gresham waved his hand and opened his own portal. As the old mage sank away, he spat out a final warning. This is not over yet, Eril. Before Eril could answer, Gresham was gone. Eril lifted the book before him. He didn't know what shocked him more, the reclamation of the book or the return of his arm. He ran a finger along the limb. A shiver ran down Eril's bare back, and gooseflesh pimpled his skin. After so many years, the arm seemed so unnatural, but at the same time, it felt like coming home. Odd memories returned, as if these recollections had been trapped in the stolen flesh and only now returned with his arm, memories of baling hay in the fields, swinging his scythe in a two-handed grip, even hugging his father goodbye when he left for the last time with his brother, Shorkin. All memories of a simpler time, a more generous life. Eril shook his head. Unlike his missing arm, that past was lost to him forever. No magic could bring it back. His eyes came to rest on the blood diary. So many lives destroyed for this old battered book. He opened the cover and read the only entry, words that had first appeared on that fateful night long ago. And so the book was forged, soaked in the blood of an innocent at midnight in the Valley of the Moon. He who would carry it read the first words and choked in tears for his lost brother and his lost innocence. Neither would ever return. Eril closed the book and thought of his brother and of the path of centuries that led to this room. Then too there had been a ring of wax and the corpse of a boy. Eril shook his head and crossed from the room, grabbing the torch from the wall. The book's words had proven too true. Elena knelt by Flint. Naked except for her Witch's dagger, she felt particularly exposed and vulnerable, though none could see her. She kept her eyes averted as she reached over Flint's body. His face and neck were a cratered ruin. She touched his shoulder. "I'm sorry," she whispered and reached to a satchel at his waist. She felt like a grave robber as she fingered open the ties to his side pouch. From inside, she rolled out the small sculpted fist, the ward of Aloa Glen. The red iron glowed like fresh blood in the light from the discarded lantern. Straightening, she weighed the fist in one hand and her Witch's dagger in the other. She needed to choose which to take. She was skilled enough to hide only one object with her magic. According to Flint's estimation, she would need the ward's magic to free the book, but she hated to leave the knife, abandoning her only other weapon. As she pondered her choices, a small noise startled her. She clutched the knife in fright, dropping the ward. Rolling around, she raised her knife in menace. But nothing was there. Then the noise repeated, a small mewling almost too soft to hear. The sound stretched long enough for Elena to follow it to its source. In the shadows near the base of the wall, Tikal's crumpled form lay limp. Elena crouched and slinked to the animal's side. The Tamrink lay on its back, its neck twisted unnaturally. As she watched, Elena saw its chest softly rise and fall. She reached with a finger and touched the beast. A moan answered her probing. Elena winced. The little creature still lived. Glancing back to the discarded ward, Elena knew she needed to hurry, but Tikal's small cries stirred an ache in her heart. She paused, unsure what to do. Elena clenched her fist around her knife and knew she could end Tikal's suffering with one thrust. She even lifted the dagger, but then lowered it again. She couldn't do it. Though her heart had grown harder on the journey here, it was not that hard. She had seen too much death these past days and could not slay this injured beast. But neither could she ignore it. Tikal was more than just a pet. He was also the eyes of Mama Frida. Biting her lower lip, Elena made her decision. She gently lifted the small Tamrink, surprised at the softness of his fur. The cries worsened as she moved him. Cringing, she straightened his twisted neck. Bones grated. Tikal's mewling changed in pitch to a sharp whimpering. Elena cringed at the noise but did not stop. To survive, pain was sometimes necessary. This was one of the harsh lessons she had learned. Finally, Tikal's neck was straight. Cradling the tamrink, Elena bloodied one of the beast's tiny fingers, then she did the same with her own. She remembered her old lessons. She must let only a small amount of her magic flow into another. Taking a calming breath, Elena lowered her bloody finger to Tikal's fresh wound. She kept her magic bottled inside her. She must let only a drop of her blood pass. As her finger touched, Elena's thoughts bridged to the creatures for a brief moment. She merged with the beast, felt the raw ache in his neck, and sensed the dull awareness of the tamrink buried deep down. Then, for a single flash, she was somewhere else. She was stumbling in another's arm, racing, joints protesting, confused and blind. Blinking, Elena pulled back her finger. She was back in her own skin. Elena knew that for that moment she had traveled along Tikal's connection to Mama Frida. The brief contact reminded Elena of her duty. The others fled to lead the Ilgard away, and she was wasting her time reviving an injured animal. Elena settled Tikal back to the floor. The tamrink breathed much deeper now, and as she watched, Tikal's legs began to twitch and a small arm lifted to paw at an ear. From here, the tamrink would have to mend on its own. Elena crossed back to the iron ward and retrieved it from the floor. This time she had no problem deciding which object to keep. She placed her knife near Flint and settled the ward in her right palm. After sensing the terror in Mama Frida, Elena knew she could face her own fears without her dagger. The ward was more important. Decided, Elena stood straighter. As she paused, she heard the scuff of boot on rock. Swinging around, she realized it was coming from deeper down the catacombs. To confirm her suspicion, she saw light flickering from down the corridor. Someone else was coming. Elena flattened herself against the wall. She pictured all manner of dangers: Skaltum, dwarves, Ilgard. What now? As she held her breath, the light grew. Shortly the flame of a torch came into sight around the curve of the passage. Elena tried to pierce the glare of the torchlight. The figure held the flame before him. Its brightness masked any details. At least it was only one person. Still, she refrained from breathing, fearful of alerting the enemy to her presence. So when she finally caught her first glimpse of the newcomer's face, a trapped gasp escaped her. She could never mistake that sweep of black hair, the ruddy planes of his face, and those storm-gray eyes. It was Erril. Elena stepped away from the wall. But, of course, Erril could not see her. Instead, his eyes fixed on the collapsed form of Flint in the hall, outlined in the lantern light. Erril hurried toward the body. Raising a hand, Elena thought to call to him. Then Erril lifted his torch higher and wiped at his forehead with his other hand. Elena stumbled back, almost stepping on Flint's body. Erril had two arms now. Nearly blind from shock, Elena dodged to the side as Erril rushed forward. He tossed aside the torch and fell to his knees beside the dead man. His hands hovered over the corpse as if disbelieving what he saw. For the first time, Elena saw that Erril held something in his other hand, a tattered book. As he set the tome down, Elena took a small step forward. She spied the gilt-edged rose on its cover and blinked in shock. She covered her mouth to hold in a gasp. She recognized the book from Erril's description. The Blood Diary. Flint, Erril's voice drew Elena's attention. He reached and carefully turned Flint's head, exposing the silver-starred earring. Erril covered his face with a hand, his fingers dark from the torch's soot. Flint, this is all my fault. I did this to you. Erril's guilt confused Elena. He sounded so genuine and heartfelt, but why? How exactly was he to blame for Flint's death? And what of those two arms? Jocha's dream played in her head, Erril, with two arms, hunting her down atop a tower with murderous intent. Dare she trust this man? After knowing Erril for so long with only the one arm, this man with two seemed a stranger, especially bare-chested, like now. It changed his whole physique. Elena remained quiet. She was safe as long as she remained silent and hidden. She would heed Jocha's warning and be wary, for now. As she watched, Erril collected the book and pushed to his feet. While doing so, his toe nudged her abandoned Witzyh's dagger. He glanced down and spotted it. Retrieving the knife, he turned it over in his hands. Of course he recognized it. Erril glanced up and down the corridor as if seeking some answer. "Flint, you fool, you brought her here." Erril held up the dagger, then shoved the blade into his belt. "Elena," he said roughly, his eyes bright, "if you're here, I'll find you." Elena pulled back from the fire in Erril's gaze. She had never seen such heat in the plainsman before. In the past, he had always been warm, thoughtful, and supportive. But what Elena saw now went much deeper, a flame that arose from a depth that unnerved her. Like his new arm, Elena had never seen this side of Erril. Where had it come from? Was it natural or unnatural? Was this new intensity directed at saving her or killing her? As Elena weighed his words, Erril collected the Ilgard's lantern. With a final glance at Flint, he started a fast pace toward the distant surface. Elena leaned her head against the cool stone of the catacomb. Then she let out a long breath and began dogging the trail of this mysterious two-armed stranger. She would not give up the hope that Erril's spirit was still pure. She could not. Especially since he carried the salvation of Aloha Glen, the blood diary. 24. Piner paced the length of the Keelchief's cabin. As the ship's shaman, this was his post during a battle, to pray to the seven gods of the sea and be ready with advice for the Keelchief. But for Pinor, this was an imprisonment, a torture beyond a man's ability to survive. Above his head, the sounds of battle raged on the decks of the Dragonspur. Men fought and died while he cowered below. He had been informed of the magical twilight and of the flight of the Skeltum. Even now he could hear the bone drums of the beasts and their cackling howls as men fought demons. Pinor clenched his fists. During past battles, he had never felt this way. He had accepted his position as shaman. But after the night of bloodshed during the storm, Pinor knew his role was a mockery to the gods. He need only look down to be reminded of his crime. All the lye soap and scrubbing had failed to totally cleanse Ulster's blood from the cabin's planks. A brown stain marked the wood for all to see. Pinor covered his ears with his fists. Bad enough that he must stew while men died, but why must he wait here? He should be with Mater Gil and Shishin in his own cabins. For the 1000th time, Piner's eyes were drawn to the wide stain under his feet. He deserved whatever punishment the gods thought to inflict. He had taken a steel blade in hand, and he had taken a life. In the eyes of the seven sea gods, Pinor was cursed forever. Raising his eyes to the rafters of the cabin, Pinor prayed with his arms lifted. "Do not punish this ship. My hands alone have bloodied your gifts. Punish me, not those aboard this ship. Spare them of your curse. I will accept any punishment, any torture, to cleanse the Dragonspur." A sudden pounding on the cabin door startled Pinor. Dropping his arms, he hurried to the barred door and lifted the latch. The door swung open before Pinor could even step back. He had expected to see Hunt, the ship's keelchief, but instead he found Mater Gil rushing inside. The old warrior woman's words were frantic. I turned my back on her for a breath. I swear. Pinor clutched Mater Gil's shoulders in both his hands. Her eyes were wild. What is it? Pinor asked, dread clutching his heart. Little Shishin. I went to peek at the battle through the porthole, and when I turned back, the cabin door was open and Shishin was gone. Pinor released the woman. His legs grew numb under him. He glanced back to the rafters, trying to see the laughing gods above. No, this price was too high. Shaman? Mater Gil asked, clearly sensing his inner turmoil. Pinor lowered his gaze but lifted his hands and began braiding the locks of his white hair. His fingers remembered the old pattern of a warrior's tale. "I am shaman no longer," he said coldly. "What are you saying? What are you doing?" Mater Gil's eyes went wide with fright. She reached for him, but Pinor knocked her hand away. "Curse the 7 gods," he spat. "I am done playing their whipping boy. If they mean to wreak punishment, it will be on my head, not Shishan's." "Are you mad?" Mater Gil backed away. Pinor finished the last twist of his warrior's braid, then crossed to the wall where Hunt had hung an assortment of swords. He reached for the one that best suited his old skill, a long blade with a curve to its length. "No!" Mater Gil cried. "Don't touch it!" But her call was too late. Pinor grabbed the sword's hilt and swung it from the wall's hook. Blade raised, he turned to face Mater Gil. Mater Gil fell to her knees. "You damn us all! That, I've already done. Now I must end it." Pinor swung around and stalked from the room. In the open hall, the sounds of battle worsened. Shouted orders echoed down from above, swirled with screams and wild laughter. Boots thundered overhead. Claws scraped wood. Pinor hurried, half running down the passage. He met no others. All hands were on deck. At last, he shoved through the hatch and into horror. Even fueled by his rage at the gods, Pinor's feet stumbled to a stop. Blood and dead bodies washed the deck. The sails overhead were a shredded ruin stained with blood and gore. Torn corpses swayed in the rigging. It was all tainted by the eerie netherlight that had been described to him. Pinor glanced to the west and saw the pall of inky darkness that masked the setting sun. He shook his head at the ruin of the world. Everywhere he looked, men and women fought the winged demons. But without the sun, the beasts were invulnerable. The best the crew could manage was to hold the foul creatures off and use nets to tangle and shove them overboard into the seas. Near the stern, a red sea dragon roost, claws dug deep into rail and decking. A small Marai woman, her eyes wide with fear, sat mounted on her beast and called orders to the blood riders around her. She urged the men to drive the skeleton toward her, or her dragon would snatch at wings and throw the dark spawn overboard. But even from here, Pinor could see the dragon bore countless scratches and deeper gouges from the monster's fangs and claws. A greenish steam rose from these wounds, where poison met dragon's blood. The great dragon would not last much longer, and Pinor suspected that the fear in the Marai's eyes was for her dragon, not herself. Suddenly, Hunt's deep voice boomed over the chaos. "Ragnar K comes again. Be ready, men." All across the deck, the crew raised fists in the air, acknowledging their chief's order. Pinor pushed farther out so he could see atop the raised foredeck. Near the ship's prow, Hunt stood with 5 other blood riders, holding off a trio of skeleton. Hunt, his face bloodied, a fire in his eyes, refused to give up the ship. The High Keel's son was a true keel chief. For just the briefest flash, Pinor was glad he had slain Ulster. If Ulster had still been keel chief, Pinor suspected the ship would have been sunk by now. Pinor saw how Hunt's shouted orders seemed to revitalize the crew's spirit and strength of arm. All around the boat, men and women fought fiercely. Past the keel chief's shoulder, Pinor spotted the black wings of Ragnar K. The great dragon swung toward their foundering ship, diving fast and low, too fast to land. What were Siwan and Cass doing? Then almost faster than Pinor could follow, Ragnar K sped over their masts. His roar surged across the ship. Pinor found himself ducking against the noise. It seemed to press at him. As he straightened, he watched as all around the boat, the crew hacked into the skeleton. For the brief moment that Ragnar K had roared, the dragon's voice had washed away the dark protections of the beasts. Axes and swords cleaved into flesh that a moment ago was impervious to blades. The screams from the score of wounded monsters followed the flight of the dragon across the twilight sky. Pinor watched Ragnar K turn on a wing and dive toward a neighboring ship, spreading his deadly roar. A small voice snapped his head around. "I have need of you." Atop the raised foredeck, Pinor saw his granddaughter crawl from around an overturned barrel and push to her feet. She walked toward where Hunt and the others still battled the skeleton trio. The monsters were wounded now after the passage of Ragnar K, but they were far from dead. With the fading of the dragon's roar, their dark protections had again returned. But it seemed the blades that had been bloodied during the last passage of the dragon could now pierce the dark protections. It was slow going, though. For every skeleton slain, 2 others appeared. Atop the foredeck, one of the beasts heard Shishin's voice and swung its fanged face around. Pinor scrambled up the ladder after his granddaughter, but Hunt also spotted the girl and fought his opponent more vigorously. Neither man would make it in time. Shishin still continued toward the grip of the nearest beast. "I have need of you," she called again to Hunt. "Shishin! Get back!" Hunt called to her. Pinor saw the pain in the Keelchief's eyes, but he was pinned down by his own monster. One of the men at his side tried to break free and come to the child's aid, but he was cut down by one poisoned swipe of a skeleton's claw. The man writhed for several breaths, then lay still. By now, Pinor had scrambled atop the deck. Shishin was only a step away from the beast. He would never reach her in time. Pinor met Hunt's gaze. The Keelchief had spotted the shaman, and his eyes flew wide at the sight of a sword in his hand. But instead of words of warning like Mater Geel, Hunt yelled encouragement. "Get Shishin back. Kill anything in your way." Having the Keelchief's support instead of admonishment fueled Pinor's heart, as if a great weight had been lifted from his chest. He leaped with a lunge of his sword. Old buried instincts again raged forth. His sword struck the outstretched claw of the skeleton. It did no damage, bouncing off its protected skin, but it knocked the limb away from Shishin. Pinor continued his roll across the deck, striking his granddaughter with his shoulder. Shishin gasped and bounced to the side. Pinor jumped to his feet, standing now between the beast and Shishin. He raised his sword against the monster's leer. "You think to steal my treat, little man," it hissed. "You will never touch her, demon spawn." The skeleton struck, lightning quick. Pinor danced back, barely in time, using a twist of his sword to parry a swipe of claws. But already the beast lunged with its other limb at the shaman's chest. Pinor was forced back. He now stood over his fallen granddaughter. Shishin sobbed at his feet. The beast struck again. Pinor spun a flurry of steel before him. Claws bounced back. The skeleton cocked its head and studied Pinor for a moment. "So the white-haired elder thinks he has fangs, does he?" Winded now, his heart's fire was unable to maintain its ferocity for long. Pinor's arm trembled. Sensing the weakening of its prey, the skeleton lunged once more. All claws and fangs, it leaped at him. Pinor tried his best to fend the beast off with flashes of blade, but he tired rapidly. A claw slipped past his defenses and ripped the robe across his chest. Then another's sword was beside his own. Pinor did not have time even to glance at his savior, but he sensed it was Hunt. Back to back over the girl, the 2 men fought. It seemed an endless dance. Then Hunt's voice boomed out again. "Ragnar K comes. Be ready." In a lower voice, the Keelchief added. "Fight brave, old man. Just for a moment more." Pinor tried his best to honor the Keelchief's order. But relief at hearing of the dragon's return actually doused his heart's fire. He slowed. Then the roar was upon them. "Duck!" Hunt hollered in his ear. Pinor dropped, his legs giving out anyway. He watched Hunt swing his sword with both arms. The head of the monster cleaved from its shoulder. It arced across the deck and rolled into the sea. The malignant body fell away like an axe tree. With Pinor down, Shishin crawled into the old man's lap. Pinor dropped his sword to wrap the child in his embrace. "Papa." Shishin leaned her head to his chest. "Papa, I love you, Dot." With his beast slain and a momentary lull in the battle, Hunt knelt beside them both. Pinor met his gaze and straightened. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, nodding toward the sword. Hunt shrugged. "It's not as if it was the first time you picked up a sword." Pinor blinked at these strange words. Hunt's face was bloodied, but the fire of chiefdom still shone brightly through. "You did the fleet a service by ridding the Dragonspur of Ulster." A gasp escaped Pinor. "You knew? Do you think me a complete dullard, old man?" There were clues enough for those who cared to look. But most would rather not see. Piner's voice cracked. "But I cursed the boat. I broke my oaths." Hunt leaned a bit higher to keep an eye on the flow of battle. In these dire times, every warrior is needed, shaman or not. He placed a hand on Piner's chest. "I don't believe in the curses of gods, only in the strength of a man's heart. That is where the hope of the fleet lies. The world changes today. Whether it ends good or bad, nothing will be the same." Pinor covered Hunt's hand with his own. "Thank you." Hunt nodded and pulled his hand away. He glanced in shock at the blood that now covered his palm. "Pinor?" Hunt showed his stained palm. Pinor glanced to Shishin in his lap. A bright bloom of blood oozed through his robe over his heart. "Take care of her, Hunt. If the ship survives, the next days will be hard for her." Hunt knelt lower, touching Piner's shoulder. "I know. We already share a bond. I think she came up from below because she sensed my own danger. We will watch over each other." Pinor hugged his granddaughter one last time, squeezing a lifetime of love into this one embrace. Then he placed Shishin's small hand into Hunt's. He glanced up to the young Keel chief. He saw the strength, courage, and heart in the man. "I made the right choice." Hunt nodded, his voice formal. "You have served the fleet well, Shaman Pinor. Go in peace." With tears flowing down his cheeks, Pinor reached to touch Shishin one last time as battle raged all around. "I love you," he whispered as the poisons of the skeleton finally reached his heart. Siwon leaned over Ragnar K's neck to view the spread of boats under them. Like steam rising from boiling water, screams and the clash of steel rose above the seas. All around the island, boats foundered and spats of skeleton forces wreaked havoc wherever they flew. Siwon searched the island itself for any sign of the signal fire, some sign that the blood diary had been discovered. If the others were successful, she and Ragnar K could wing to their rescue, scoop them off the island, and the battle below could end. Tears flowed down her cheeks, but the winds quickly dried them. Her fingers were numb as they clutched a fold of scale. It seemed as if the war below had been raging for several days, not just an eternal afternoon. With the onset of the skeleton attack, the tide of battle had turned. Fiery plans of taking the island had long gone to ash. Now the Marai and Drerendi fought just to survive. Each ship below was its own island under assault. Though the Marai struggled to help, with the strange twilight the skeleton were almost impossible to vanquish. It was now a war to stay alive. Siwon and Ragnar K gave what little aid they could, diving toward ships when most needed and roaring away the dark protections of the beasts. But their main duty was still to watch the towers of Aloha Glen, awaiting the signal from the Witch. Until that time, the two protected the fleet. "Over there!" Siwon yelled hoarsely. In her mind's eye, she sent an image of the ship she meant. Ragnar K sent his acknowledgement, and the dragon turned on a wing and began a long banking dive toward a ship whose sails were ripped to rags and whose rigging was festooned with skeleton. Siwon leaned against the wind. The heat from the dragon kept her warm, but still she shivered. As Ragnar K swooped, roaring over the masts, Siwon closed her eyes. She no longer wished to see the carnage atop the decks of the ships, it wore at her heart. At least from the height of the clouds, such details were muted. As Ragnar K finished his run, Siwon felt an ache in her throat. The dragon's roar grew hoarse. This mode of attack would soon fail. From somewhere deep down, words whispered up. As long as we breathe, there is always hope. Siwon opened her eyes and sat up straighter. It was Cast. She had not heard from him since they had initiated the transformation aboard the Dragon's Heart. Oh, Cast, the deaths, the screams, the blood, Siwon sobbed. Hush. Ragnar K was right in allowing me forward. Do not lose heart. But, Cast, our people are being slaughtered. I see the deaths, my love. Siwon felt a warmth suddenly fill her that had nothing to do with the dragon's heated body. It was as if Cast's arms had wrapped around her. He meant to comfort her, even as he spoke words that quailed her heart. What occurs now is a price that must be paid. Both our people avoided this payment for too long. The Marai fled to the deep. My people turned south and never looked back. If we are to find our own true spirits again, it will take such a cleansing flame. We've emerged after centuries of hiding. We've declared our loyalty to Alasia's future, and a line must be drawn here even if it is in blood. Siwon again began to sob. I just want it to end. Either way, I want it to end. Come to me. What? She whispered. Close your eyes and reach for me. I don't understand. Just do it. Trust us both. Siwon swallowed and did as asked. She closed her eyes and sent her thoughts toward him, sent her love and sorrow. The warmth she had felt a moment ago grew. Suddenly the warmth became two arms wrapped around her. She felt Cast's body pressed to hers. The boundaries between the three, dragon, man, and woman, grew blurred. For just this endless moment, three became one. No words were shared. In silence, three spirits comforted each other in an embrace of warmth and love. Cast's voice finally whispered to her. It was as if he spoke at her ear, his breath brushing against her neck. This is what we fight for. As answer, Siwon held Cast and Ragnar K even tighter. She wanted to stay like this forever, but a thought from Ragnar K intruded. Something comes. Siwon opened her eyes, and the moment was gone. She felt those arms of warmth dissolve away and knew Cast had retreated deep inside Ragnar K again. The dragon needed all his faculties to face this new threat. Ragnar K banked on a spread of black wing. Siwon now faced away from the island. The wall of inky darkness still marred the western skies, hiding the sun. The shaft of black energies continued to feed the foul construct. At first, Siwon failed to see what had alarmed the dragon, but Ragnar K had keener eyes. As the dragon passed over the rear of the Drerendi fleet, Siwon finally spotted strange aberrations in the wall of darkness. Her mind could not fully grasp what it was witnessing. It was as if huge white clouds billowed through the barrier, piercing the magical wall. Was this a storm front approaching? Siwon sensed that it wasn't. Ships, Ragnar K sent. Many, many ships. Crinkling her brow at the dragon's strange words, Siwon could not understand the surge of excitement she received from Ragnar K. What ships? Then the strangest thing happened. Her vision shifted to that of the dragons. Suddenly, she felt leagues closer to the coming storm. The wall of darkness swelled in her vision. What she had thought were clouds were actually billowing sails. She shook her head. How could this be? These ships sailed the air. Still, there could be no mistaking the timbered and masted boats under the huge sails. Through the dragon's vision, she even spotted small figures manning the decks of the strange flying ships. As the vessels passed through the wall, Siwon was suddenly blinded. Like scores of arrows shot through a black sail, sunlight pierced the inky darkness, marking where each ship had thrust through the barrier. Bright shafts of sunlight outlined each ship. Siwon quickly counted. The aerial armada numbered 20 or 30. Sunlight cast the ships in gold and set their sails ablaze. Ragnar K swooped and sped toward these strange intruders. Who were they? Friend or foe? The ships flew higher than Ragnar K, at least a quarter league above the island and seas. As they neared, Siwan saw that the keels under these strange boats were made of some peculiar metal that glinted under the columns of sunlight, a long rib of metal that glowed a bright red. Crackles of silver energy danced along the length of the keels. Then Ragnar K was among the wondrous fleet. The dragon swept between two of the boats, flying fast in case they proved enemies. But no arrows chased him. Siwan had caught a glimpse of a tall pale man standing in the prow of each boat, arms stretched to the twilight skies. Silver hair, longer than the men were tall, flowed behind each of them like a ship's banner. As Ragnar K swung in a tight arc for another surveillance run, Siwan pictured the men and suddenly knew who they were. She could not mistake their slender forms, the brilliance of their silver manes, even the spark of their blue eyes as they tracked the passing dragon. Though Merrick's hair was only a sparse stubble, the resemblance of these men to the Elven was clear. Siwan remembered some mention of the arrival of a sunhawk and how it supposedly heralded the launch of the Elven forces. Ragnar K sped back toward the flying armada, gliding through lances of sunlight. The brilliance of the setting sun cheered her heart and fired her blood. She had not thought the Elven fleet would arrive so soon. She urged Ragnar K to slow, tears in her eyes. Here was the salvation that Siwan had prayed for all day. Already the ships had rent holes in the wall of darkness. Siwan's gaze followed the shafts of sunlight to where they fell among the ships of the Blood Riders. She knew any skeleton caught in the blaze of the setting sun would be vulnerable to attack. Ragnar K pulled up and maintained a pace to keep even with one of the ships. Siwan yelled a greeting to the boat, but none of the men or women aboard seemed to acknowledge her. They continued their duties atop the deck. She tried shouting again, but still they gave no response. The winds must be tearing away her words. A few of the crew glanced her way. She raised a fist in the air. They could at least see her signal. But they simply ignored her and went back to their duties. Frowning, Siwan instructed Ragnar K to bank away and try another ship. The dragon obeyed, but they had no better luck. Soon the Elven fleet and the dragon were sailing over the war below. But the sky ships did not slow. They continued in force toward the island. As they passed over the ships of the Blood Riders, Siwan saw faces turn upward in awe. Even the skeleton were wary of these new intruders. Their attack paused as they pondered, along with everyone else, what these new ships intended. None of the beasts dared risk winging up to investigate. Finally, Siwan noticed that one of the sky ships was much larger than the others, twice as large, in fact. It must be their flagship. She needed to get their attention, to ask them to aid the beleaguered forces below. Already time was running out. The holes in the twilight barrier were closing, healing the wounds. By the time Siwan flew abreast of the flagship, the armada had reached the island. The fleet spread, encircling the city below. 5 ships separated from the others and floated forward, over the city itself, to hover in a ring around the central castle. What were they doing? Siwan had a momentary gnaw of worry that perhaps she had judged them wrong. Maybe these were a new enemy. She urged Ragnar K to follow the flagship as it rose higher than the rest of the armada. Ragnar K had to arc away then back to gain a matching height. The flagship now drifted above the center of the ring of 5 ships, taking up a post directly above the towered citadel. In this thin air, Ragnar K fought to maintain a matching position. At the prow of the flagship stood not a man, but a woman. She wore a long, flowing gown, its fabric so thin that Siwan could see her lithe form as easily as if she were naked. Her silver hair shone with a brilliance that had nothing to do with any ray of sunlight. The woman turned to her. As her gaze met Siwan's across the wide distance, Siwan sensed the energy that flowed from this woman. She was lightning given form. The woman's lips moved, and Siwan heard the words as clearly as if the woman had been sitting beside her. Go. This is no longer your battle. Then the elven woman turned away. Wait. Siwan called, but the woman ignored her except to raise an arm in the dragon's direction. Suddenly the skies were a whirlwind around them. Her mount fought to remain beside the ship, but his wings seemed incapable of catching wind. They fell in a spiraling plummet away from the flagship. Siwen clung like a starfish as Ragnar K tumbled. She was sure they would crash into the island. But then the whirlwind was gone, and the dragon's great wings caught the air. They pulled out of their dive and sailed smoothly again. Ragnar K flew with care now. Their fall had put them among the towers of the lower city. Banking past the tilted statue of a man with an upraised sword, Ragnar K took them up and out of the city. Siwen twisted in her seat to monitor the circle of 5 ships. Ragnar K began a slow turn around the island to keep the ships in view, but he dared not approach closer. And Siwen did not urge him, either. She had seen the look in the tall woman's eyes. It was like staring into a cold void. Siwen had sensed no hate or enmity in that gaze, only a profound indifference. It was as if Ragnar K and Siwen were too small to warrant a second glance. They had been swatted away like a pestering gnat. As Siwen continued her sweeping survey, she saw the crackles of silvery energy grow more violent along the keels of the 5 ships. Something was about to happen. The metal of the keels grew from a deep blood red to a fiery pale rose, almost as if the ore were heating up. The crackling grew more intense, sparking now with small bolts of lightning, feathering out from the keels like jagged spears. Ragnar K flew too near one of the ships. Siwen's hair rose around her head, sparking with traces of power. The dragon swept away, sensing the danger looming here. As her mount sailed over the city, Siwen watched the rage of energies now racing back and forth along each of the 5 keels. It was almost blinding. Siwen sensed that here was the power that propelled these great ships through the air, only now it was directed toward another purpose. Even from this distance, Siwen could taste the energy in the air. The keels blazed with crackling power. Spates of lightning stabbed down at the castle but never quite reached. Suddenly it was as if the air around the castle were sucked away. Siwen gasped, clutching her throat. Along the 5 keels, lightning bolts raced from stern to prow, jettisoning skyward in fonts of energy that struck the thicker keel of the flagship above. For a moment, a 5-spoked star with the flagship at its center blazed in the twilight sky. Then in a blink, the star vanished, and Siwen could breathe again. The 5 ships fell away from the citadel, drifting down and back, like spent lovers. Their keels were again a deep dull red. No energies crackled along their underbellies. The same, however, was not true of the mighty flagship. It still hovered above the castle, ablaze with fire and energy. Siwen's heart clenched with terror. What are they? Then all the power trapped in the flagship's keel released. A bolt of lightning as thick as one of the castle towers struck straight down. It blew Siwen and Ragnar K backward. Then the explosive boom followed, deafening, blinding them. Even dazed, Ragnar K helped keep Siwen in her seat, squeezing the ankle holds tighter as he tumbled away. Finally, their roll ended and Ragnar K righted himself. They were over the seas again. Ragnar K sent his concern to her. "Do you fare well, my bonded?" "I'm fine," she answered, though in truth she was still dazzled by the bolt of energy. She could not blink the glare from her eyes. Then suddenly she sat up straighter. No, it wasn't the burn of lightning that still plagued her eyes. Siwen craned her neck all around her. It was the sun. Siwen stared as the last of the inky darkness sank to the horizon, exposing the setting sun. She swung around. The spear of black energy was gone. In its stead, a pall of smoke rose from the castle's center. Its towers all stood, but Siwen knew that its central court must be a blasted ruin. They destroyed the source of the black barrier, she said with a cheer in her voice. It was echoed from the seas around her. With the sun up, even a setting sun, the Skaltum were now vulnerable. Cheers and roars of bloodlust rose from the boats and from the throats of dragons. The tide of battle had shifted. Victory could again be imagined. Simon, a weary smile on her face, turned to view the island and the armada overhead. She meant to wish them a silent thanks, but what she saw dimmed her smile. 5 new ships broke from the armada to rise toward the island, beginning to form a new ring under their flagship. Sweet mother, the Elven were continuing their attack on the island. Simon feared for her companions. They must surely be down there already, somewhere in the castle or city. If these sky ships persisted, the island would soon be a smoking ruin. Glancing over the hundreds of spires, Simon prayed to spot the blaze of their signal fire. But there was nothing, only smoke and cold stone. Her friends could be anywhere. Maybe they were dead already. Simon dismissed this last thought. She would not give up hope. She glanced to the flagship far above and the cold woman who stood at its prow. Ragnar K, we must stop them. She called out. Joch picked himself off the stone floor as dust continued to settle. He shook his head to clear the roaring inside his skull. Gods above, what had happened? He had been sure when the blast struck that the island itself was being torn apart. He had never expected to live. Nearby, Merrick rose to his feet with a groan. He bore a large bloody scrape on his forehead. He fingered the injury, then ignored it and helped Mama Frida up. Without any eyes, the old woman's expression was difficult to read. But Joch guessed how she felt. Her hands grasped at Merrick's arms like a drowning woman. Joch saw her lips move, but he heard nothing except the roar in his own ears. He gave his head another shake, and his hearing suddenly snapped back with a painful whine. Happened? Mama Frida finished. Merrick glanced up and down the corridor. I don't know. But I expect it's some type of black magic. Maybe it was a quake, Mama Frida offered. She clung to Merrick's arm. The volcanic islands around here are always giving us a good shake. Merrick merely shrugged, but Joch was glad to hear some conversation from the old woman. These were the first words the old healer had spoken since their group had left Elena. At least the explosion had shaken her from the paralyzing shock of losing both her pet and her sight. Joch moved closer to them as Merrick retrieved the torch he had dropped. Luckily it had not sputtered out. I wouldn't count on it being a volcano, Joch said. Some evil is at work here. He glanced toward the lower passage. There was no sign of the Ilgard who pursued them. But how far back was he? Joch's thoughts went out to his sister. Could the explosion have been due to some effort of hers to free the book? If so, had Elena survived? With this worry nagging him, Joch nodded them all forward. We must keep going. Ahead was the side passage that left the main concourse of the catacombs and led toward the staircase where Tolchuk was posted. Merrick collected Mama Frida under an arm and led them into it. Here again the walls to either side grew cruder and rougher. They kept their pace quick but noisy. They wanted to stay clear of the Ilgard's grip but not so far as to lose him. Before long the stair appeared on the left. Pausing to let Mama Frida catch a breath, Merrick studied the steep stair. Once we reach Tolchuk, we'll need to either make a stand or lead the Ilgard into the streets above. Joch shook his head. We make a stand. I won't leave with Elena still down here. Mama Frida spoke from beside Merrick. It's too late. He's already here. Merrick and Joch both swung back toward the corridor. Joch raised his staff, and Merrick slipped a long dagger from a wrist sheath. But the corridors behind them were still dark. I see no sign of torch or lantern, Merrick whispered. He hides in the dark, Mama Frida answered. Joch fought a shiver down his back. Beyond the reach of their feeble torchlight, the passage was a wall of blackness. Joch had heard of how the blind were often gifted with heightened senses. Are you sure? The old healer simply nodded, showing no fear at her revelation. Instead, her lips were grim with anger. He listens to us even now. Joch waved to Merrick. Take Mama Frida from here. I'll hold the monster off while you fetch Tolchuk and his hammer. You can't hold an Ilgard off by yourself, not for that long. He's right, Joch, Mama Frida said, shoving free of Merrick's grip. I'll stay and fight alongside you. Joch bit back a retort. How did this old blind woman expect to help? In any fight to come, she would prove more a burden than an asset. Merrick seemed to agree. He glanced doubtfully from over the old woman's shoulder. Then he leaned his torch against the wall and turned to Mama Frida. If you mean to stay with us, you'll need a weapon. He handed her his knife. Its long blade glittered in the torchlight. It's an ice dagger forged by my ancestors. If necessary, strike sure and deep. It will slice through bone as easily as air. Mama Frida awkwardly handled the knife. Her lack of sight hindered her. She almost cut her thumb on its blade. Thank you, she said to Merrick. This will do nicely. She turned to face the black passage below them. Joch followed her gaze. Why doesn't he come? Mama Frida slowly shook her head. He listens, hoping we will give him some clue to Elena's whereabouts. Seeming to hear her words and knowing his ruse was over, Brother Ewan pushed into their circle of torchlight. Right you are, my fine old woman. And before I slay you all, I will have my answer. Now where have you hidden the girl? Joch stepped forward to meet the Ilgard monster. He positioned his staff in front of him. His lips moved silently, and the length of wood blew to flame with spurts of dark fire. Stand back! Joch ordered. Brother Ewan had stripped his robe to his waist. His arms, chest, and neck were draped with thousands of tiny purplish worms, each the color of a deep bruise. They seemed to reach for the dark fire of Joch's staff, their slender bodies stretching toward the flames. Young man, I see you've been touched by the black arts, too. So why do you fight when you should be joining me? Joch waved the staff before him in a warding motion. The leeches followed its motion, swaying in sync with his staff. Magic is only a weapon, Joch said coldly. I wield it, it does not control me. Brother Ewan waved a hand dismissively, and a few leeches flew from his fingers to strike the stone wall. You argue semantics. Touch darkness, and darkness touches you. Flint should have taught you that by now. Joch could not argue too fiercely against this one's words. In fact, Flint had warned him about the risk his spirit faced from wielding the staff's magic. An inkling of worry touched him, but he shoved it away. He would not be corrupted. Joch scowled at his enemy. Only the weak allow the darkness in them to eclipse the bright as you have. Brother Ewan's wan face grew heated. The master has not beaten me down. He has granted me a gift. The Ilgard raised his two arms, displaying the spread of worms. Leeches were always a tool of a healer. But no healer has been blessed with such a splendid crop as mine. Mama Frida slipped forward to Joch's right side, one hand on the wall to guide her. She could not directly find Ewan's face as she spoke. I'm the only healer here, Brother Ewan. You're a disease. She threw Merrick's knife at him. But without eyes, she did not even attempt to skewer him. She merely tossed the blade at the man's feet. Prove yourself still a healer. Cut the corruption from yourself. Her display brought a smile to Brother Ewan's lips. He nudged her knife aside and waggled a finger at her. Tisk, TSK. For such an experienced healer, you've made a terrible misdiagnosis. It is you who are the disease, and I am the cure. Joch inwardly groaned as he backed away. Why had the old woman wasted her only weapon? It was her last defense in case Joch and Merrick failed to defeat the fiend. He moved Mama Frida roughly behind him in his anger. The old woman did not resist. Brother Ewan stepped toward them. Merrick slipped forward in front of Joch, moving almost too fast for the eye to follow. Already the Elvin's shirt billowed with his magic. Merrick raised a hand, and a gust of wind blew forth from his fingertips. The whirling gale swept down the passage toward the Ylgard. The man continued to smile. As the blast struck Brother Ewan, he remained standing. The tails of his robes snapped in the wind. His smile grew as the winds whipped at him. The leeches upon his body flailed in the gusts, but instead of being ripped from the fiend's skin, they stretched and grew. Soon the man's pale skin was draped with leeches longer than a man's forearm. Brother Ewan's laughter echoed out from the center of the magical gale. "Send me more power, Elvin." Mama Frida pulled at Merrick's sleeve from behind. "Stop. I know about these Ylgard. Elemental magic feeds their darkness. You only strengthen him with your own magic. You must stop." Merrick stumbled backward as he withdrew his magic. Joach took his place. Where elemental magic failed, black magic might prevail. Joach raised his staff. Brother Ewan grinned and suddenly lunged out with an arm. Joach blocked with his burning staff but realized too late that his move was just what the Ylgard wanted. Ewan grabbed the end of his staff. Leeches flowed onto the wood. Joach yanked his staff away in disgust, managing to free it of the fiend's grip, but not the leeches. The purplish worms clung to the wood, bathing in the dark fire, writhing in what could only be described as pleasure. Joach stumbled away. He watched in horror as the leeches on his staff swelled further in size. In only a single breath, they stretched and grew to the size of huge jungle snakes. "Shake them off! Now!" Mama Frida yelled. "They feed on your magic, too." Joach obeyed and struck the butt of his staff against the wall, hard enough to sting his hand. The giant leeches fell in a tangle to the cold stone, all except one tenacious beast that lunged at Joach's hand. Fire flamed up his arm, and Joach fell to his knees. Suddenly Mama Frida and Merrick were there, tugging Joach back by his shirt. Their quick movements saved his life. He was dragged backward just as more of the monstrous leeches lashed out at him, quick as mountain adders. Still, the beast attached to his hand burned and swelled. Joach's vision began to blacken. Merrick used his boot to kick the staff from Joach's grip, knocking away the leech attached to it. Immediately, the fire in his hand ended. Joach glanced down to see his two smallest fingers and part of his palm gone. Blood spurted and flowed. "Move!" Merrick yelled. "If you wish to live, boy, then help us, Dot." Joach raised his eyes in time to see more of the leeches already at his heels. Ignoring the pain in his wounded hand, Joach scrambled away on hands and feet. In a tangle of limbs, the trio retreated. All the while, Brother Ewan pursued, step for step, following with his writhing pack of monster leeches. "Why run? Tell me where the Witch hides, and I will let you live. Or stay silent, and take your medicine." Joach's face paled. How could they fend off such a monster when their magics had failed them? What hope did they have to survive? Suddenly, Mama Frida stopped her own flight. She stepped between Joach and the fiend. She spat at Brother Ewan. Her aim was deadly accurate. Her spittle hit the fiend square in the face. Joach rolled to his feet, cradling his wounded hand. Brother Ewan wiped his face, leaving a few leeches clinging to his cheek. His laughter died with the strike of spittle. "You will pay for that," he said coldly. His giant leeches writhed around his ankles. Mama Frida faced Brother Ewan squarely. "I'm not finished." Joach glanced askance to Merrick. Something slowly dawned on Joach. Mama Frida had warned them about the magical growth of the worms. She had even pulled him away from the striking leeches and spat in the Ylgard's face. "Mama Frida." She ignored Joach. "I have one more gift for you, Brother Ewan." She pointed a finger at the fiend. "Death." Brother Ewan's lips spread into a grin. Laughter bubbled up. Then suddenly Ewan tensed in mid-step. His smile faded into confusion, and his cackle strangled in his throat. Blood dribbled from the man's lips. Brother Ewan toppled forward, crashing to his face on the stone floor. He spasmed a moment, then lay still. Dead. Impaled in the center of his back was the hilt of Merrick's ice dagger. Small crackles of silver energy danced out from the blade and skittered across the fiend's skin. As they looked on, the leeches dissolved into clots of blood, steaming slightly on the cool floor. How? Joach's mind was too full of questions. Then he saw the answer. A small furred creature scrambled from around the man's legs and scampered toward Mama Frida. Good boy, Tikal, Mama Frida said warmly. She bent and hauled the creature into her arms and up to her shoulder. Tikal wrapped his tail around Mama Frida's neck and gently licked her cheek. Cookie? Tikal asked in a frail voice. She patted him and scratched behind his ear. You'll get all the cookies in Port Royal after this. Tikal closed his eyes and leaned into the woman's neck, clinging tight. But your pet was killed, Joach said, pointing uselessly at Tikal. Blood flowed from his wounded hand. Reminded of his injury, Joach swooned to the floor. Mama Frida rushed forward, kneeling before the boy and pulling bandages and a vial of elixir from various pockets. She explained as she cradled Joach's hand in her lap and worked on him. I, too, thought Tikal had been killed. When I first began to receive visions from him again, I thought I had become deluded, wishing so strongly for him that my mind made it so. Mama Frida reached and touched Tikal once more with clear love. I can sense the magic in him. Someone healed him. Elena? Joach asked weakly. Who else? She said as she applied a cooling balm that washed away Joach's pain with a single swipe. Tikal has her scent about him. Elena must have found him on her way back down the catacombs. Her magic strengthened him enough to survive and follow. But, like you, he will need more healing. Merrick spoke up from where he stood over the corpse of the Ilgard. Why didn't you tell someone? Mama Frida's expression grew embarrassed. I wasn't sure the visions were real. It was only after Tikal came upon the Ilgard on our back trail that I knew it was true. By that time, the Ilgard was already listening to us, so I kept silent. I hoped Tikal's stealth would prove useful. Mama Frida nodded toward the nice hilt. And so it has. Joach stared at the old woman, eyes wide. He had secretly considered Mama Frida a burden to this venture. But now he knew better than to judge by appearances. The old woman had just saved his life. Mama Frida finished wrapping his hand in a snug bandage. Dragon's blood mixed with root of elm should save the rest of your hand. Joach raised his arm, almost afraid to look. He cringed at the sight of his half hand, but he flexed his remaining fingers and felt no pain. The wrap was even clean of blood. It was as if the injury were months old, rather than mere moments. Joach swallowed and glanced to the old healer. Thank you, Mama Frida. I'm in your debt. If you had not. An explosion suddenly ripped through their world. Joach and Mama Frida again found themselves tossed roughly to the floor. Dust billowed, and stones groaned. Joach's skull rang with the force of the concussion. He pushed to his feet even before the ground had finished rumbling. He helped Mama Frida up. Tikal still clung to her neck. Down the passage, Merrick shoved himself off the Ilgard's body, his face a mask of disgust. Suddenly, through the wafting dust, a monstrous figure rose behind the elven. Joach opened his mouth to warn Merrick, but a familiar graveled voice spoke. What happened? Tolchuk asked. The Ojiri waved through the dust cloud and crossed toward them, eyeing the fallen Ilgard. Joach crawled to his feet, then helped Mama Frida stand. What are you doing down here? You're supposed to be guarding the door. The Ojiri surveyed the scene one more time, then spoke. He pointed absently above his head. The island be under attack from ships that fly the clouds. I came to fetch you away from these crypts before the castle lands on all your heads. Tolchuk glanced around. Where be Elena? Gone for the book, Joach answered as he retrieved his staff from the floor. He examined the length of wood for damage but found none. What is this about flying ships? Merrick interrupted, his face pale. Did they have keels that glowed? Tolchuk nodded his head. And lightning bolts danced below them. Merrick groaned. The thunderclouds, the warships of my people, they're already here. If they're attacking, they probably saw the sea battle and assumed their windships had arrived in time. They won't know we're here. What are they trying to do? Joach asked. Merrick covered his forehead with his palm. They mean to tear down the island. And if we don't stop them, they'll take us down with it. Joach shook his head. They had survived Skaltum, Dwarves, and Ilgard, only to be threatened now by one of their own allies. Merrick, you must find some way to stop them. Take Tolchuk and Mama Frida with you. Get your people to call off their attacks. Merrick nodded. What are you going to do? Joach nudged his staff toward the deeper catacombs. With the Ilgard out of the way, I'm going to search for Elena. If you fail to stop the warships, then book or not, I must get her out of here. Merrick reached and clapped Joach on the shoulder, holding his grip tight. Be careful. And be quick. Joach returned the clasp. And you do the same. Tolchuk moved forward with Mama Frida at his side. Merrick does not need us. But more eyes in these dark passages will find your sister quicker. Joach touched the Ojiri's elbow. Do not fear, Tolchuk. I will find her. But it will do me little good if the catacombs collapse atop us. Go with Merrick. Guard him from the dangers that must be raging up there by now. He must stop those warships. He then turned to Mama Frida. And you must use your wiles and your pet's eyes to find them both a safe path, but... Tolchuk grumbled, clearly not entirely convinced, but he bowed his head. I will not let the Elven fail. The Ojiri turned away, and Joach found Mama Frida facing him still. She raised her chin as if examining Joach down her long nose. You send us all away for another reason. Something is hidden in your heart. Joach sighed. He could not lie to her. My destiny lies here, he said quietly. This next path I must walk alone. She nodded, seemingly satisfied with the truth of his heart, and turned to join the others. In short order, Joach found himself alone in the catacombs. Even the tread of his companion's boots faded behind him as he marched with staff in hand into the bowels of this subterranean crypt. As he walked, his blood stirred with the gift of weaving. His words to Mama Frida had not been a lie. He sensed the culmination of forces and circumstance pulling him toward one destination, one fate. What came next was between Joach, Elena, and a plainsman from Standy. Joach pictured the sunset tower, the spire of the departed, and gripped his staff in an iron grip. In this last battle, he would not fail his sister. 25. Elena continued to follow Eril and his lantern. She willed him to a faster pace, but after the second blast from above, he had grown even more cautious. Contrary to the plainsman's wariness, the explosions made Elena want to race blindly ahead. Worry for Joach and the others inflamed her fears. Had these blasts something to do with the Ilgard? She forced her feet to keep pace with Eril. She could not flee his side, not as long as he still clutched the blood diary. As she matched his pace, mindful of the floor under her, she became fixed upon the play of light and shadow across the muscles of his back. She had seen Eril bare-chested before, but never with two arms. At first, she had trouble reconciling this new physique with the old one in her mind. There was a symmetry of form now that had been missing before. She found her gaze riding over his shoulder to his new arm. No scar separated the two, yet a clear delineation could be seen. His shoulder and back were deeply tanned from the summer's sun, and though his new arm was also a coppery hue, it did not share as deep a bronzing. Where the old Eril and the new met could be distinctly noted. Elena licked her lips as she followed, her mouth dry. How she wanted to run a finger along that fine line between copper and bronzed skin, to find out for sure if this was the same Errol who had been snatched from her. If only he would offer her some clear clue, something that would let her run into his embrace once again. She shivered in the cool air of the catacombs. It had been too long since she had felt the heat of his skin on her cheek. "Please," she begged him silently, "give me some clue to your true heart." Elena clutched the iron ward to her chest. Its cold touch reminded her to be wary. Now was not the time to let her guard down. But even the scent of his sweat trailed behind him, reminding her of times when he had held her close. Elena held the ward in a white-knuckled grip. She was no longer a little girl to moon over a night. The fate of Alice depended on her caution and control. She must hold steadfast. Suddenly Errol stopped in front of her. Lost in her own heart, Elena almost collided into his backside. She pulled up short, so near she felt the heat off his body, her naked skin so close to his bare back. A flush traveled from her legs to her face. His scent filled her senses. She tensed, afraid to move, afraid to breathe, lest he hear her. Slowly Errol crouched and moved away, taking his heat with him. Elena sighed silently, both relieved and disappointed. Though no one could see her, Elena crouched also, instinct still making her follow Errol's lead. She spotted the source of Errol's sudden caution. A flickering light played out from a side passage ahead. As she crouched with Errol, Elena suddenly realized it was the same passage that led to Flint's secret staircase. She had not thought they had traveled so far. Her worries and concerns had befuddled her sense of distance. Errol dimmed his lantern's flame to a trickle. He placed the lantern on the floor and drifted across the hall to crouch in the shadows near the curve of the wall. As he bent down, he reached behind him and slipped the blood diary under the belt of his pants at the base of his back, keeping it hidden. He then removed Elena's Witch's dagger and held it before him. Elena found herself momentarily transfixed by the gilt rose on the book's cover as it poked from under Errol's belt. The rose seemed almost to glow in the feeble lantern light nearby. She had only to reach out and grab the book. Her fingers stretched for it, but she clenched a fist. It could be a trap. She pulled back her arm and crouched alongside Errol. She would wait to see who else shared these halls ahead. Taking the lesson from Errol, Elena knew the only certain safety lay in staying unseen. As she waited, Elena listened to the plainsman's breathing, a wolf on the scent of a deer. Soon the tread of boots grew louder from the side passage, and a figure appeared outlined by torchlight. Elena was sure it was the Ilgard returning to his roost. But as the figure stepped nearer, Elena saw that it was not the Ilgard who approached, but her own brother. She came close to calling out Jocha's name in relief, but after staying cautious for so long, she controlled this sudden urge. Maybe here, hidden and listening, Elena could discover some answer to Errol's loyalty. Joch approached, staff in one hand, oblivious to the wolf in the shadows. Errol could easily slay her brother, but instead he straightened and stepped clear of the shadows. Her brother startled backward. Errol! Elena spotted the bandage around her brother's right hand. What had happened to him? And where were the others? Joch, what are you doing down here alone? It's not safe. Errol returned the dagger to his belt. But Joch's eyes seemed blind to Errol's moves. The plainsman could have stabbed Joch, and her brother would not have seen it. His gaze flickered between Errol's two hands. Your arm," he finally mumbled. Joch broke from his stunned stupor and raised his staff against Errol. Flames of dark fire bloomed along its length. Errol refused to back from Joch's display. He raised his new arm. Do not fear. It was the key to unlocking the blood diary from the spell that protected the book. My arm was fuel for the spell, and with the release of the magic, it was returned. Now where is Elena? Joch shook his head and took a step back into the side passage. His face was a mask of disbelief, his eyes glazed. Elena knew her brother's sight was obscured by his recurring dream. "I'll never tell you. First the Ilgard tried to find out and failed. And now you appear. I'll not let you near Elena." "What? What Ilgard?" Erril snapped angrily. "What are you rambling about, Joch?" Joch raised his staff higher. Eyeing her brother's response, Erril choked back his anger. He took a deep breath and started again. He lifted both his arms. "I know how this must appear. It was the reason that I encouraged you to come along with us. Flinton Morris thought your dream was a false weaving, believing it an impossibility for my arm ever to return, but I knew better. Still, to keep the book safe, I had to remain silent." Erril's voice grew firm and sure. "Look at me, Joch. I am not corrupted. I don't know what will happen next. But understand and believe me, Joch, I mean your sister no harm. I cared deeply for her." Elena's breath caught in her throat. She swallowed back a sob. She longed to step forward and reveal herself, to end this charade, but what might happen next could reveal the truth of Erril's words. Joch lowered his staff slightly. Erril's words had removed the glaze from her brother's eyes. "How can I trust you, Erril? You know how my dream ends. Dreams, even weavings, can fool. But I know that that is no answer that will convince you." Erril reached behind him. "Maybe this will." Joch backed a step warily. Erril slipped the book from his belt and held it toward Joch. "Here is the blood diary." Joch's eyes grew wide. "It has been my responsibility for 500 winters," he said. "But I want you to take it now. I sense that my role in guarding the blood diary is ending. If you will not let me near your sister, then you must get the book to her." Erril stepped forward and placed the tattered tome at the entrance to the side passage. He then moved back. "Take this burden from me." Elena stood stunned by his act. Surely this was a clear sign of Erril's loyalty. A creature of the black heart would never relinquish the book. The same thought appeared to course through Joch's mind. But where Erril's offering made Elena hope, it only made Joch more suspicious. Her brother's eyes narrowed as he set down his torch and slipped closer. He hovered over the book with his staff raised, eyeing Erril with clear distrust. Joch slowly bent, then snatched the book from the floor and darted backward, away from Erril. But the plainsman made no move against Joch. Elena's eyes remained on Erril. Joch's continued suspicion held her back from revealing herself. Though the release of the book seemed contradictory to anything a dark minion might do, Elena knew her only safety lay in the spirit spell that hid her. "Take the book to her, Joch. The duty I swore so long ago is over. From here, Elena has no need of me." Elena carefully circled in front of Erril, studying him as he spoke these last words. Sorrow and relief were mixed in his eyes. But what did these emotions mean? She stood there, only an arm's length away, searching for an answer in his face. A single tear rolled down his cheek. Her fingers rose to wipe it away. In her heart, she suddenly knew the truth. Erril was not corrupted. Then Joch spoke behind her. "These pages are all blank." Elena lowered her hand and glanced over her shoulder at Joch. Her brother held the book in one hand and rifled through its pages. Even from where she stood, Elena could see the clean white pages. "This is not the blood diary," Joch spat out. "It's a trick." Elena turned to see Erril's eyes flash with anger. This sudden change was like a flare of wildfire, burning away the sorrow from a moment ago. Elena stumbled away. She cursed herself for being so blind. Why had she not even considered that the book might be a fake? Erril's voice was rough. "It is no trick, boy." Joch still held the book up by its cover. "And I am to take your word on this? You who stepped from my dreams with 2 arms? Errol shook his head, the fire dying to ash in his eyes. Believe what you want, Joach. There is nothing I can do to prove my heart more than giving you the book itself. Errol stepped away and returned to his lantern. Take the book to Elena. That is all I ask. He lifted the lantern and turned toward the ascending spiral of the catacombs. My brother is somewhere up there, weak now. I will take my war to him since my usefulness to Elena is at an end. Joach danced back as Errol moved past the entrance to the side passage. Once Errol was marching away, Joach slipped the book inside his shirt, grabbed his torch, and darted down the throat of the side passage, escaping from whatever threat he imagined in Errol. Elena, though, waited at the crossroads. She watched Joach's torchlight fade down the side passage while Errol's lantern glow disappeared around the curve of the catacombs hall. She stood fixed in place, unable to move. Which path should she take? She clutched the ward to her belly, begging it to reveal some sign. More than ever, she wished Aunt Mai were there. Right then, Elena could use the swordswoman's wise and practical counsel. Finally, Elena took a step toward the side passage. Surely here was the wisest path. Even if the book was a trick, it was best to rejoin Joach and the others. Even Aunt Mai would approve such a pragmatic decision. Or would she? Elena's feet froze at the threshold. Long ago, back in Shadowbrook, Aunt Mai had warned her that there must be a reason that a woman, rather than a man, had been destined to carry the banner of freedom. Aunt Mai had explained her own personal belief, that ultimately the fate of Odyssey would depend not on the capacity of magic in a woman, but on the strength of her heart. As Elena pondered her aunt's words, the two sources of light faded completely. Gloom descended on her. In the darkness, she pictured the single tear on Errol's cheek, shining like silver in the torchlight. Elena stepped away from the side passage and turned to the dark catacombs. Her mind attempted to justify her decision. Surely she should pursue Errol in order to discover the truth of his allegiance. But Elena needed none of these justifications for her decision. Her feet were already treading up the spiraling concourse, moving faster and faster. She had been won over already. Her heart would not let her leave Errol's side. And for now, that was enough. Through the streets of Aloha Glen, Merrick rushed ahead of Tolchuk and Mama Frida. Around them the city lay in chaos. Trails of smoke scarred the horizons. Cries and screeches echoed off the stone walls. The citadel atop Mount Ur still rumbled as bricks and sections of wall tumbled from the heights to crash and rattle into the lower streets. Overhead, the bloated bellies of warships hung in the skies, slowly circling like so many vultures. Under the pall of smoke, the sharp tang of lightning flavored the air, radiating from the ships above and from the recent pair of assaults. They mean to strike again. Tolchuk called to Merrick. One more blow and the castle be rubble. Merrick pulled to a stop and glanced overhead just as a score of frantic wings swept past. More panicked Skaltum. Since fleeing the catacombs, Merrick's group had spotted many such fragments of the Skaltum army. Torn into frightened scraps, the beasts sought to escape the arrival of the elven warships. So far none of the beasts had attempted to assault the trio. Merrick suspected the monster's eyes were fixed on the skies above. Once the Skaltum had flown past, Merrick saw that Tolchuk's assessment proved accurate. Another 5 thunderclouds were beginning to ring the top of the hill. The Sunchaser, his mother's flagship, still hovered over the smoking castle heights. He cringed at the sight. This was all his fault. We must move faster. Merrick cried out above the din of battle. Tolchuk crossed next to him. The Ojiri's face was purplish with exertion. He had carried Mama Frida most of the way. He pulled forth the trisil, the dwarf hammer, from its sheath on his back. We be close enough. Let's find an open plaza and try it. Merrick shook his head. They'll never see. Not unless we are right under their noses. Tolchuk pointed to the ships moving into position. We either try now, or we lose everything. Merrick sighed loudly. He knew the effort would prove futile, but the Ojiri was right. They at least needed to make the attempt. He could not let the land's hopes be dashed without first trying to signal the fleet, to warn the ships away. Merrick studied the skies for some clue, some way to redeem his mistake. His heart ached with the pain of his betrayal. Mama Frida spoke from near Tolchuk's elbow. Tikal has found a long plaza up and to the left. We could be there in moments. Let's go, Merrick said and ran ahead. Tolchuk slung Mama Frida under one of his large arms and loped after him. The old healer called out directions, and soon the trio reached the open court. They were almost under the very cliffs upon which the citadel perched. The square was in full shadow from the setting sun. Tolchuk set Mama Frida down so she could grab her pet Tamrink and retreat to the side of the plaza. Tolchuk followed Merrick to the center of the square. Hurry, Alvin. I know, Ojiri, Merrick snapped back, but then his eyes apologized for his harshness. Tolchuk was only expressing all their concerns. Raise the hammer high. I will do my best to create a good show. Tolchuk grunted and lifted his arms toward the skies, bearing the hammer aloft. Merrick touched his magic and gathered winds to his frame. Once insulated, he mixed dry and moist winds, creating a crackle of energy from their frictions. He gathered more power from the air. With the warships overhead, the winds were rich with energies. Soon his clothes snapped and danced with scintillating sparks. Be ready! Merrick called out. Hold the hammer steady. Hands raised high, Merrick gathered energy to his fingertips. It built into a sphere of lightning that slowly spun and shone in the shadowed plaza. But Merrick knew such a feeble blow would attract few eyes. He needed more of a show. He fed more and more power until his whole frame tremored with the power overhead. All the hairs on his body stood on end, quivering. A sheen of sweat glistened his face and arms. His fingertips began to burn from their proximity to the sphere of lightning. He had meant to shout one final warning to the Ojiri, but it was too late. He shifted his eyes to stare at Tolchuk. The Ojiri met his gaze. In a final wrench of shoulders and power, Merrick threw his lightning at the hammer. Its ball of energy smashed into the iron. The triscyl had been forged by lightning. It could withstand the force. It remembered its origin and shouted it skyward. From the head of the hammer, a brilliant silver-blue bolt shot toward the ships above. Thunder cracked across the plaza. Tolchuk was thrown backward, his arms scorched to the elbows. Merrick, protected by his winds, was buffeted backward also, but he kept his feet. He watched the bolt shoot between two of the warships overhead. See it, Merrick prayed. Look down. Tolchuk scrabbled off the cobbles with a groan, but Mama Frida was already at his side, smearing a bomb over the Ojiri's singed and smoking skin. Tolchuk seemed more annoyed than comforted by the old healer's attention. Did it work? Merrick tried to watch the ships above him. He saw no sign that the vessels had recognized the bolt as a signal. With the dance of lightning among the many keels, the crews must have thought little of Merrick's display. No, he said sourly. My people are too much creatures of air and cloud. It takes more than my little spark to get them to look down. Tolchuk rolled to his feet. Let us try again. Merrick shook his head. I used almost everything in me. I would need to rest at least a quarter moon to repeat even the same show. Then it'd be hopeless. Tolchuk's tired eyes swung to the 5 thunderclouds as they gathered around the crown of the peak. We should return to the catacombs, Merrick said. Try at least to get the others away. We'd never make it. A sudden rumbling roar shattered across the plaza from behind them. The trio spun around in time to see a massive black-winged shape skirt around a tower's top and dive toward them. It roared again, silver claws wide as it lunged toward the square. Merrick and the others ran out of its way. With a snap of its scaled wings, it slowed its descent to land with a screech of nails on stone. Merrick spotted the tiny rider atop the beast's back. Sigh 1. The tiny Mare woman seemed haggard and exhausted. It was almost as if she had lost substance during the day's horrors. Thank the sweet mother. I saw your flash and could only hope it was you. Then she glanced around the square. Where are the Witch and the others? Merrick rushed forward, ignoring the swing of the dragon's head in his direction. The beast's large black eyes seemed to drink him in. We have no time to explain. Can you get me to that large ship above the castle? Saiwon frowned. I've been trying to reach it since the fleet arrived, trying to get them to stop their assault. But between the lightning and that cursed woman's winds, I've made no headway. Merrick finally glanced to the dragon. If your mount will allow it, I can get us there. Saiwon turned to her dragon. A silent exchange passed between them. Ragnar K will allow it. But we must hurry. Saiwon nodded above. Merrick turned. Already the 5 thunderclouds were gathering energy to their keels. He swung back around to see the Mare offering her hand from the neck of the dragon. Climb behind me. With a brief nod of thanks at the dragon, who still stared at Merrick with clear disdain, Merrick crossed and took Saiwon's hand. In the moments it took to settle and wrap his arms around Saiwon's waist, the dragon spread its wings, pushing up on its stout legs. Hang tight. Saiwon called. Then the world swept out from under them. Ragnar K leaped upward, wings snapping, pulling them from the square. Tolchuk's voice bellowed from below, wishing luck and speed, but most of the words were lost as the dragon's wings fought to drag them into the sky. Ragnar K climbed above the highest towers, then banked to the west, circling around the cliffs atop Mount Or. The bellies of the warships were just overhead. Merrick smelled the lightning wafting from them. Ragnar K swung farther out, fighting to gain more height. Slowly, too slowly, he scaled higher and higher into the sky. Glancing behind, Merrick saw that the keels of the 5 thunderclouds now raged with energy. Hurry, Merrick moaned, both to himself and to the dragon. Ragnar K must have heard. The dragon suddenly wheeled back, tilting frighteningly on one wing-tip. Merrick saw the spread of city and ocean far below. As Ragnar K swooped around, the dragon's wings caught a sharp updraft and shot skyward. Soon they sailed above all the armada except the Sunchaser, the flagship. It hovered directly ahead. Ragnar K banked and aimed for it. Saiwon bent low over the dragon's neck, forcing Merrick to crouch, too. Ragnar K sped faster. Just get above the ship. Merrick yelled into Saiwon's ear. The dragon was now near enough to the ship that Merrick could spy the members of its crew. At the stern wheel, he spotted one crew member with a characteristic streak of copper in his silver hair. It was his older brother, Rickald. As they neared, Merrick saw the tall woman manning the prow of the ship. Her silver hair already glowed with power. Mother, he whispered. She seemed to have heard him. She glanced toward the dragon, but the expression she wore was not one of welcome. Fire blazed in her eyes even from there. She snapped a hand at them in clear irritation. Winds suddenly assaulted them. She does this whenever we draw near. Saiwon yelled into the winds as Ragnar K fought fiercely to hold his position. Merrick slipped one hand from around the Mare girl's waist and lifted his palm against the winds. He cast out his magic, weakening rapidly, and thrust against his mother's assault. The winds abated, but only slightly. From the back of the dragon, Merrick saw his mother's expression of surprise. Go! Merrick urged Saiwon, pulling back his magic. Ragnar K used the break in the gale to sweep at the ship, driving just over their masts. Once above the vessel, Merrick released his other arm from around Saiwon and rolled off the rear of the dragon. He tumbled toward the ship below as Saiwon yelled in surprise. Under him, the 5 thunderclouds suddenly blasted forth with flows of power, a brilliant star dawning below. Merrick fell toward the center of this fiery display. Stretching out his arms, Merrick shoved down with his magic to slow and guide his fall. His body straightened its rolling pitch. Merrick swung his legs under him and slipped past rigging and sail. He landed hard on the decks of the Sunchaser, pain lancing up his right leg. The limb crumpled under him. He crashed to his knees, broken bone slicing through his thigh. He bit back any complaint. He had been lucky to live. Merrick raised his face, lines of agony marring his features. He was already surrounded. One man shoved through the others. The man bore a long thin sword but lowered it when Merrick met his gaze. "Brother," the man said with calm surprise. "Rickald." Merrick nodded as if this were an ordinary meeting of brothers on a sunny day. Rickald glanced up and down his brother's body, his nose slightly curling at what he saw. Burned, scarred, and now broken-limbed, Merrick knew he hardly resembled one of the royal blood of their house. Merrick spoke into his brother's appraisal. "You must stop Mother. She must not strike again." Around them, the star of power winked out. Merrick could sense the energy now stored under the keel of the Sunchaser. It trembled the deck beneath his knees. The crowd of Elven opened before Merrick, and a woman shining with power stepped toward him from the prow. Her skin glowed, and her eyes shimmered too bright. His mother had linked to the storehouse of energy below. Her voice quavered with the suppressed might. "Why should I stop, my son? Is this not what you asked?" Merrick attempted to stare up at his mother, but the blaze in her gaze stung. "I was wrong, Mother. The fate of these people depends on what happens next on the island below. We must not interfere. I care not about the fate of these people." Merrick cleared his throat, his voice sharp. "But I do." His mother waved a hand as if to whisk away his statement, crackles of energy playing across her fingers. "You have been walking in the dirt for too long, my son." "Yes, I have. So I am the best judge to decide if these people are worth saving." His mother lowered her hand, pondering his words. Merrick pressed on. "And what of our own bloodlines?" His mother cocked her head slightly. "What are you saying, Merrick? If you care so little for these people, then consider our own. The last of our lost king's heirs struggles below. Destroy this island and you destroy half the heritage of the Elven." These words finally reached her, but she showed little emotion. She simply turned on a heel and nodded to Rickald. "Pull back the Sunchaser. We will discharge our load into the sea." "No. Wait." Merrick called to her. "I know where this energy can be best spent." His mother glanced back, eyes blazing. "Where?" Merrick did not answer. He waved for Rickald to assist him to the rail. Merrick stifled a cry as he was pulled to his feet. In the distance, he saw the black-winged form of Ragnar K swing around and sail back toward the ship. Once close enough, Merrick waved an arm to Siwan. He wind-spoke to her so she could hear him. "Lead us to the battle in the sea. Scout for the worst skirmishes that still rage. It's time to end this. We will use the might of the Sunchaser to smite the last of the attackers." Once he received acknowledgement from Siwan, Merrick sagged against the rail. The pain of his broken leg and his weakened state finally overwhelmed him. His mother slid beside him, still cool and passionless. "You care this much for these people of the land?" Merrick turned to her, this time not even flinching from the blaze in her eyes. "Yes, Mother, I do. I would give my life for them, Dot." Reaching to her son, Queen Trottal rested a palm over his hand. She gave him a quick squeeze of affection, then raised her other arm. On her signal, the Sunchaser heeled around and followed the dragon. "Then as you said, let's end this." Somewhere among the rubbled streets of Aloha Glen, Gresham leaned against the wall of an ancient distillery. His breath rasped and wheezed from between lips clenched with pain. The creation of the portal so soon after battling Shorkin had taken its toll on the ancient mage. As a creature sustained by black magic, to empty his well of power so thoroughly wasted him physically as well. At the moment, he felt every one of his over 500 winters. Even the air itself felt too thick to breathe. In the shadows of the crumbling old building, Gresham leaned his head against the cool brick. He had only been able to leap as far as the city. At full strength, he could have created a portal strong enough to transport him all the way to Blackhall, not that he would have dared. Eril's last words to him were true. Once Shorkin passed word of his betrayal to the Dark Lord, he was a marked man. Every demon hound and netherworld beast would be hunting him. Gresham eyed the edifice far above. The second strike by the flying ships had taken out the easternmost tower. The spire had been aptly named the Broken Spear due to its cracked parapet. Now it was just a smoldering pile of blasted stones. It'll have to be renamed the Smoking Heap, he thought sourly. A shame it wasn't Shorkin's tower, he groused aloud. If the ships had struck the Praetor's spear, most of Gresham's problems would have been solved. With Shorkin dead, Gresham's traitorous actions in the catacombs could have remained a secret. But today the gods had not smiled on him. All his careful plans had not only failed to bring the book into his grasp but had doomed him as well. Gresham pushed off the wall and moved down the avenue. He needed to get free of this island, but first he needed an infusion of magic. But from where? He crouched for a moment where the street of ancient alehouses ended in a wide square. He watched for any skeleton. All that remained of their immense legions were ragged bands of panicked beasts. In his weakened state, without even a staff, he would be easy prey for the monsters. Since he was one of the dark mages who had sent them to this slaughter, they would not treat him kindly. Gresham sidled around the corner, sticking to the deepest shadows cast by the setting sun. As he hurried, he caught a whiff that stirred his withered heart. He stumbled as the scent struck him to the core. He leaned his stumped wrist against the wall, panting. Dare he hope? Had it been his imagination? Once he collected his breath and calmed the clamor in his heart, Gresham lifted his nose like a hound on a scent. His eyes closed with the pleasure of the tang in the air. If he had not been so starved, he might have easily missed it. He sniffed again. He knew what he smelled. Black magic. Somewhere nearby someone or something reeked of power, raw and untapped. Gresham thought of Shorkin, but quickly dismissed it. Not only would the Praetor avoid the streets, but after crossing the mage ring and enduring their short battle, Shorkin did not have the amount of magic he sniffed now. But where was it coming from? Revitalized by the scent, Gresham shoved from the wall and began to hunt the trail. Pausing at every corner to sniff the breeze, the old mage tracked the whiff of magic. His legs began to hurry along the dusty streets as the scent grew richer and more potent. Famished, his weak sight blurred further, but he continued on, drawn by the smell. His nose became his eyes, leading him onward to the source. Finally, he scurried along a narrow street on the highest level of the city. Though the air was still fouled by smoke from the castle above, the tang of magic could not be obscured. Its source was just around the next corner. Caution slowed his feet. With the power he sensed, he could escape this tortured island. Gresham dragged himself along the square base of a tall statue, creeping carefully. Once at the corner, he closed his eyes and focused himself with a rattling breath. First, he needed to discover what lay ahead. Leaning forward, straining his old back, Gresham peeked around the corner. What he saw in the alley beyond almost tumbled him out of hiding. But he managed to pull back, one hand rising to throttle a shout of surprise and delight. It was the boy. His boy. The Witch's brother. How could he be so lucky? Maybe the gods were smiling on him after all. The view around the corner still burned in his mind. The lad stood in the center of the alley, staring up at the neighboring tower, lost in thought. But that was not all Gresham had spied. In the boy's grip was a staff. And Gresham would recognize that length of point anywhere. It was his own staff. He had thought it lost forever. The boy must have retrieved it. Gresham closed his eyes and drank in the scent of ripe magic in the staff. He licked his lips. He would have it again. He would have them all again, his staff, the boy, and his magic. But first he needed a plan. Gresham's mind spun with various scenarios. He could not just snatch the staff from the lad. It was clearly bound to him. Gresham had seen the spurts of dark fire skittering its surface. He clenched a fist in frustration. He had forsaken the staff, and to retrieve it now, the staff must be handed back to him freely. But how? How could he get the boy to relinquish the staff? The dark mage sent his thoughts probing around the corner and grinned when he discovered that the old strings of his woven spell remained in the boy's mind, frayed but still there. The boy had never had them removed, but then again, how could he? There were no mages left with the skill to do so. It would be a simple thing to retie those old knots and trap the boy again in his mind, making the lad a slave once more. But even that would not help much. To take the staff in this manner would be the same as snatching it from him. To keep the magic potent in the staff, it must be given freely from the heart. Otherwise, it was just an ordinary stick. Gresham coiled his thoughts around the puzzle. He needed to hurry lest more of the Witch's companions should appear. But how to get the boy to trust him? Then, like a light dawning after the blackest night, the answer appeared in his mind. He could not coerce the boy by enslaving him, but he could still use the fragments of magic embedded in the lad's mind. Gresham knew what he needed to do. It would take only the slightest touch of magic to reach to those familiar strands and tug on them. Maybe he couldn't get the boy to dance for him like a marionette, but he could tug hard enough to move the boy's heart. Knowing what he must do, Gresham reached out with the last dregs of his power. In his weakened state, even this small bit of magic weakened him as if he had cast a major spell. Gresham stumbled around the corner. He did not need to fake the groan as he fell to the cobbles in the alley. Joach swung around at the sound, eyes wide with threat. The staff burst with dark fire. To Gresham, the magic wafting from the staff was like heat from a hearth in the middle of a winter storm. Then, as quick as the flames had appeared in the staff, they died away. Joach ran at Gresham. He fell to his knees beside the old mage. The boy's eyes were bright with concern and worry as he reached to help him. "Elena!" The boy called out. "What happened to you? How did you get out here?" Gresham smiled as he pulled and tweaked the various strands of magic to maintain the illusion in the boy's eyes. "I don't know," he said feebly, not needing to feign weakness or confusion. Gresham knew that his voice sounded like the boy's beloved sister's in Joach's ears. "We must get off these streets," Joach said, reaching under his shoulders to help him up. Yes, we must hide." With the boy's aid, Gresham allowed himself to be led, half carried in his depleted state. His fingers secretly brushed the poiwood of the staff affectionately. Soon, he thought silently. Joach spoke, words tumbling from his mouth. "It seems Merrick was successful in getting the elven fleet to pull back. We need to get atop a tower and signal them." "To escape?" Joach nodded, gathering Gresham tighter to his side. "Save your strength, El." As they limped across the alley and headed toward the door of the neighboring tower, Joach's eyes met his own, a tired grin on his lips. "It seems we cannot avoid our fate," he said, then nodded to the doorway ahead. "We must go up." Not understanding the boy's cryptic words, Gresham craned his neck to stare at the parapet of the tower. He wrinkled his brow. Why did the boy think they needed to climb the spire of the departed? His heart heavy with despair, Errol shouldered aside the warped iron gate to the catacombs. He stared at the destruction in the central courtyard. Rubble and smoke filled the square. Fires still burned, mostly from the smoldering ruins of the ancient Coacona tree, now a cratered ruin. Errol winced at the destruction of the mighty tree. But like himself, the tree had lived long past its usefulness. Both of them were just hoary and ancient remnants of Alasia's past glory. With the blood diary free, his duty to the centuries was finally completed. From here the fate of these lands would now rest on shoulders younger than his. It would be up to them to wrest the Dark Lord from his seat of power. And if prophecy held true, the Witch in the book were the land's only hope. He would offer what strength of arms he could, but in the greater schemes of prophecy and destiny, the Witch must walk alone from here. At this thought, a sharp pang clutched his chest. He ground a fist against his ribs. He blamed the pain on the searing heat and smoke-filled lungs, but he could not entirely fool himself. He had come to define himself as Elena's knight, and some of this ache was from knowing that he would never share the same closeness with her again. He sensed that the book would replace his role. From this day forward, he would be as useful to Elena as the smoldering limbs of the dead Coacona. He stared at his new arm for a moment and swore a silent curse. He had gained so little and lost so much. Sighing and girding himself to continue onward, Errol studied the open court for any dangers or foes. Overhead, he spied a huge flying ship retreating from the citadel. Lightning danced along its iron keel. Errol guessed this was the source of the destruction here. Silently, he thanked the unknown allies. Their aid had broken the mage's control of the island. Ahead, the castle itself now seemed dead and deserted. Errol only hoped that Shorkin had not been driven away just yet. He eyed the towers as he stepped from the cool stone of the catacombs. The heat of the court instantly smote his bare skin, raising a sheen of sweat. From here, Errol surveyed the full destruction of the eastern tower. Through part of the shattered wing of the castle, he looked upon the city and ocean beyond. Even from here, Errol could see the ships embattled below. The war still raged in the seas surrounding the island. Only able to wish them luck from here, Errol turned away. His own goal was closer at hand. He faced the westernmost tower, Shorkin's lair. Atop its crown, in the last rays of the setting sun, Errol spotted a black figure perched among the tower's parapets. At first he thought it a living creature, but then he recognized it. It was the ebonstone statue of the Wyvern. And if Gresham was to be believed, it was also one of the 4 weird gates that opened to the source of the Dark Lord's power. Stopping to collect a long sword from the blistered corpse of one of the catacombs guards, Errol entered the courtyard. If he could not find Shorkin, he could at least topple that statue off its perch. Maybe a fall from such a height would crack the cursed sculpture. Passing the edges of the crater in the center of the courtyard, Errol avoided several dark-robed corpses that lay blackened on the blasted stone. He scowled at them. Disciples of the dark mages. As he moved on, he thought he heard a stifled gasp and the sound of something striking the stones a few paces back. He swung around, crouching, eyeing the nest of corpses. But nothing stirred. Errol straightened. The winds and the crumbling castle must be playing tricks on his ears. Studying the bodies for one more breath, Errol swung away. He hurried across the remainder of the open courtyard, fearful of any eyes in the hundreds of dark windows. But no arrows were shot at him, nor were any shouts raised against his intrusion. Soon he pushed through the charred and shattered grand doors to enter the castle proper. As Elena watched Errol disappear into the dark castle, she rolled to her feet, rubbing the knee she had twisted after tripping over a loose stone. A moment ago, Errol had come so close to catching her. When the plainsman had swung around, Elena had panicked and frozen like a startled rabbit, her face just a handspan above one of the blackened corpses. Even now the stench of charred flesh clung to her nose. Straightening, Elena took a step toward the castle. Her knee protested strongly, shooting lances of pain up her thigh. She could walk, but only slowly. Elena studied the looming mass of the edifice, the ancient citadel of Aloha Glen. Its black windows stared back at her nakedness. Though none could see her, she felt exposed. Sighing, she knew there was no way she could follow the plainsman, not as fast as he was moving now. Already he must be lost deep within the castle. She would never find him. If only she had paid more attention to her own feet a moment ago. Biting her lip against the pain of her injured limb, Elena hopped back. She craned her neck. Where was Errol heading? He said he sought his brother. But was this true? She swung her gaze to the tower that had captured Errol's attention when he had first entered the court. The setting sun's last rays painted the western tower's parapets in gold. Far above the blasted court, she spotted what had drawn Errol's attention. Atop the spire stood the familiar black-winged figure of the wyvern, the ebonstone statue of the dark mages. As she stared, a stray breeze shivered her bare skin. Elena wrapped her arms around her chest, trying to hug away the dread that had settled under her ribs. Though not certain of his true heart, Elena still feared for the plainsman. Tears suddenly rose in her eyes, blurring her vision. After almost losing Errol once already to the black magic of the statue, Elena could not face such a loss again. The wounds were still too raw. She watched the tower for some sign of the plainsman, some clue to guide her. "Be careful, Errol," she whispered as wind sighed through the blasted courtyard. "Come back to me." In the empty halls of the edifice, Errol increased his pace. Well familiar with the edifice, he knew the shortest path to the praetor's spear. His feet led him quickly toward his goal while he stoked the fires in his heart. In a battle with his brother, he must not let despair slow or weaken him. With Shorkin's black magic currently at an ebb, here might be his last chance to rid the lands of his evil. Errol leaped up steps 3 at a time and raced along dark halls. In short order, he found himself mounting the winding tower stair. He slowed his pace just enough to snatch glimpses from the slitted windows along the steep stair. He surveyed the battle around the island. By now, the sun had sunk into the western horizon, blazing the skies with fire. Below, the war in the seas continued. As Errol passed another window higher in the tower, a flash of brilliance caught his eye and stopped his feet. What was this? Twilight had begun to settle over the seas. In the growing gloom, Errol watched as bolts of lightning struck out from one of the large flying ships. Lances and spears of radiance blasted amidst the warring boats and dragons, taking out ships and flocks of skeleton. The ship glided languidly through the air, reaping a harvest of destruction from the enemy under its keel as it crisscrossed the battlefield. The rumble of thunder trailed its path. Thanking these unknown allies once again, Errol allowed himself to imagine victory. The despair in his heart lifted slightly. He mounted the steps with renewed vigor and soon reached the top of the staircase. The doors to the praetor's tower chambers lay open. Errol slowed and clenched his sword tighter in his fist. He did not trust such an open invitation. Cautiously, he slipped past the threshold into Shorkin's study. It was empty, its hearth cold. Holding the blade before him, Errol crept through the neighboring rooms. The small bedroom was also empty, as was the bathing chamber. He sensed that neither had been used in a long time. Maybe Shorkin had not come here after all. Ending back in the central chamber, Errol studied the room. He paused in the middle of the bright rug and strained to listen for any sign of the dark mage. He both saw and heard it at the same time. Along the floor, a section of the wall's tapestry fluttered slightly with a whisper of birds' wings. Errol crossed toward it, careful to keep his tread silent. He used the tip of his sword to shift the length of silk to the side. Behind the fold of tapestry stood a small oaken door, partially cracked ajar. Through the narrow opening, Errol smelled the ocean and smoke. Pushing the door wider, Errol discovered a secret stair leading up toward a trapdoor overhead. Light trailed down. Errol knew where it led, and his heart thudded louder in his ears. Not risking the creaky old hinges, Errol slid through the gap and mounted the stairs. He climbed one stair at a time, careful where he placed each foot. Overhead, a trapdoor lay flung open to the sky. Errol crept up to it and held his breath for a moment. Rolling the hilt of his sword in his right palm, Errol also loosened the dagger at his belt. Once both fists were armed, Erril leaped through the trapdoor and rolled across the stone roof of the tower. He shouldered himself upright and jumped to his feet, quickly taking in the scene. His brother, burned and blistered, stood on the far side of the tower. This high above the sea, the sun's light still bathed the spire's top. The stones of the parapet glowed golden, starkly outlining the ebonstone statue from its perch behind Shorkin. Above his brother's head, the ruby eyes of the statue glowed in the sun's fire. Wings of ebonstone rose to either side of Shorkin's shoulders, as if the wyvern were about to take flight. When his brother spoke, no fear etched his calm words. "Erril, it seems we meet one last time." Erril raised both sword and dagger. "It will be our last." Shorkin eyed his weapons with disinterest but cocked his head and glanced back and forth between Erril's two limbs. So that was the secret of the book's protection spell. Flesh. Shorkin shook his head. "I had never imagined old brother Kowlon could stomach such a sacrifice from you, Erril. No wonder it has confounded me for so long." Erril shrugged, circling around the trapdoor toward his brother. He eyed the wyvern statue warily. "What are you planning to do with the Weir Gate, Shorkin? What is the Dark Lord plotting with the other statues?" Shorkin's brows rose as Erril approached. "It seems a little bird has been singing in your ear, my brother. You seek answers to questions that are beyond your ability to understand. According to Gresham, the same could be said of you." Ire flashed in Shorkin's eyes. "Since you are my brother, I will give you one answer, something to keep you up at night." Shorkin waved his hand toward the wyvern statue. "The Weir Gates pose more of a danger to Alasea than does the Black Heart. You fight the wrong enemy, Erril. You have all along. You lie. Gresham already told me how the Weir is the Black Heart's source of black magic." Shorkin shook his head. "You understand so little. It truly saddens me. Was this the paltry information for which you traded the blood diary? If so, Gresham bought the book cheap. But he will pay for his treachery. Gresham doesn't have the book," Erril said, raising his sword higher. "It is on its way to the Witch as we speak." These words twitched the blackened skin around his brother's right eye. "Then where is Gresham?" "He's fled." Shorkin eyed Erril's sword as it flashed in the last rays of the sun. By now, Erril was only a few paces away. "Then so must I, my brother." Before Erril could move, Shorkin reached behind him and touched the wyvern statue. A spatter of dark fire played about Shorkin's fingers, and then the statue became a carving not of stone, but of shadows. Sunlight disappeared into its depths. Shorkin stepped backward between its wings and into its dark well. "Goodbye, brother." Erril lunged after him, but he was blasted backward by a force that deafened him. Only the stones of the parapet kept him from a long fall to his death. His head cracked the stones with a resounding blow. Ignoring the pain and dazzle from his bruised skull, Erril rolled to his feet. He searched the tower roof. It was empty. The statue and his brother had vanished. Standing, Erril crossed to the edge of the tower and searched the skies. Sunlight basked the towers of the citadel and a few of the tallest spires of the city. Where had Shorkin gone? Then, in a blink, an inky stain appeared just an arrow shot off the western edge of the tower. It was the shadowy wyvern, alive and gliding toward the golden spires of the city below. Erril now understood how he himself had been transported here. Just the thought that he had once been swallowed and transported within that darkness shuddered his spirit. "Curse you, Shorkin!" Erril called out to the retreating form. Suddenly, as if his brother had heard his cry, the wyvern seemed to twitch in the air and bank sharply around. It dove back toward the castle, sailing closer to one of the sun-touched spires of the city. Erril squinted to see what had so attracted Shorkin from his flight. Then he spied it, two small figures atop a spire nearby. Across the distance, Erril recognized the staff and the red-haired boy who bore it. "Joch!" As he recognized Elena's brother, Eril's vision suddenly twisted queerly, a strange sharpness tweaked his sight. This was Jocha's dream. He had thought that by leaving Jocha's sight he could turn fate's path. But even now, it was coming true. Eril leaned both fists on the stone parapet. He studied the other figure atop the spire. From Jocha's description of his dream, it had to be Elena. But as Eril studied Jocha's companion, his heart climbed into his throat. It was no woman that stood beside Joch. He saw the way the man's back was bent. Sunlight shone on his bald and leathered pate. But mostly Eril recognized the dark robe the man wore. Gresham! Eril's legs suddenly weakened under him as he remembered that he had left the blood diary with the boy. What was Joch now doing with Gresham? Had the boy been a traitor all along? Eril stumbled away from the tower's edge. Twisting around, he dove for the trapdoor. Something was direly wrong. He had to stop them. Eril tore through Shorkin's study and flew down the tower stair. As he ran, he knew the fate of Aloa Glen depended on his speed, but he also recalled Jocha's other revelation from his dream weaving. Upon the tower, Eril was doomed to die in a blaze of dark fire. Despite knowing his fate, Eril raced on. It seemed destiny was not done with him yet. In the courtyard of the castle, Elena clutched a hand to her throat. A moment ago, a whooshing blast had drawn her eyes upward, and she had seen the wyvern statue vanish from its tower perch. Now it had reappeared, gliding and circling just past the walls of a castle. What had Eril done? Was this his doing? As her heart pounded in her throat, Elena could not help but remember Jocha's dream. Her brother had insisted his nightmare was a prophetic weaving, and from Jocha's description, the first part of his vision was of an assault by a black shadow beast. Elena stared as the wyvern banked away. The dream was coming true. Somehow Eril had unleashed the beast. Whether he had triggered it with malice or by accident, Elena did not know. All she knew for sure was that Jocha's nightmare was beginning. She backed across the courtyard toward the entrance to the catacombs. She could wait no longer. She knew where she had to be. Fate called for her to fulfill her role atop the spire of the departed. She must be at Jocha's side. Overhead, the wyvern beast opened its black beak in a silent scream and dove beyond the castle wall, disappearing out of sight. It had begun. Elena turned and ran as fast as her injured knee would allow. Though Eril was somewhere in the castle behind her, Elena knew she was not abandoning him. In a way, she was running toward him. They were fated to meet atop the neighboring tower, and she would not miss this rendezvous. Jocha's dream played over and over in her head. She knew how it was destined to end, with the murder of Eril. Elena clenched her fist around the iron ward and ran harder. If their fates were set in granite, Elena meant to shatter that stone with her own magic. She would not let Eril be slain if he was still true of heart. This she swore. As determined as she was, a part of her still quaked with fear. How would she know for sure? How did one judge another's heart with certainty? Elena cast aside her doubts. She must find a way. 26. Joch stood amidst the sunset's blaze. To the west, the skies were still awash in a final fiery display as the sun dipped below the horizon. As Joch watched from the parapet, the sights below the tower trapped his breath in his chest. The oceans beyond the city lay cast in deep shadow, a promise of the night to come. All around the island, elven warships glided above the seas. Occasional spears of lightning shattered the gloom, reflecting off the waves, highlighting the sails and rails of their many ships. Merrick had succeeded. He had turned aside his people's attack on the island and directed their might to the war below. Upon the seas, victory was near. But what of the island itself? This sobering thought drew his eyes back from the views. He found Elena staring at him. She eyed his staff. He knew what she must be thinking. According to Jocha's weaving of this day, his staff would protect her atop the tower. It was up to him to make sure Elena remained safe. Even with her hands ripe with ruby magic, Elena was clearly too weak to defend herself. The climb up the tower stair had wasted her. He had never seen her so weak. On the way here, he had been unable to get Elena to talk much. She refused to speak of what had happened to her after they had separated. It must have been horrible, and she was too raw to discuss it yet. Still, he had to ask one more thing of her. "We need a signal, Elena," he said as he crossed closer to her. "Do you think you have enough magic to blaze a sign for Ragnar K?" His mention of the dragon jolted her from whatever reverie she had fallen into. "No, not now." She waved a hand limply at him. "Maybe your staff." "I dare not waste its magic," he said. "You know of my dream." His words only seemed to raise a look of confusion on her features. She reached weakly toward his staff. "Let me try." Joach pulled away the length of poi-wood. "You are stubborn, Al. You know this burden is mine." He shook his head at his sister's bravery and her willingness to sacrifice herself. This was her fourth attempt to take this responsibility from him. But he would not let her. It was his destiny. Holding the staff in his bandaged hand, he ran his glove along its length and drew the magic to the wood surface with his touch. Trickles of dark fire ran in small rivulets along the staff. He must be ready. Again he scanned the skies. Still no sign of the shadowy beast. From the corner of his eye, Joach saw Elena watch him manipulate the staff. Longing and anger were bright in her eyes. After wielding so much power, Elena clearly still refused to yield to the inevitability of fate. Joach spoke in an attempt to distract her. "I know what distresses you, Al." He glanced at her, then away again. "It's Erril. I know how much you wish him to be pure. But I met him, Dot." Elena startled beside him. "I'm sorry, but I didn't want to tell you. You were so exhausted, and I had hoped to keep this from you. But maybe it's better you know. Erril has been turned. He now serves the dark mages." He swung to face her. "So when I kill him, do not grieve. The Erril you knew would rather die than harm you. It must be done." "Erril? You've met Erril?" "Yes." Joach hated to hear so much hope in her voice. He lowered his voice as he revealed his last. "And he has 2 arms. He even tried to trick me with a fake copy of the blood diary. He foolishly thought such a prize would blind me to his treachery." Elena stumbled toward Joach. "The book." Joach patted his shirt where the tattered old diary still rested. Elena's hand rose to snatch at him, but a keening cry split the skies. Joach swung around, shoving Elena behind him. She landed hard on her backside with a curse on her lips. He did not have time to apologize. From behind the neighboring citadel, a monstrous black shadow swept toward him. He stared into the ruby eyes of his enemy. "Now it begins and ends," he said and stepped away from where Elena crawled toward him. This was not her battle. Joach lifted the staff over his head and called the magic in the wood to a full blaze. "Come to your death!" he screamed in defiance. "I will not let you near Elena." As the beast dove toward them, Joach saw the shape was indeed a wyvern. The black hooked beak, the glowing crimson eyes, wings of razor-sharp pinions. But he did not quail from the sight. He swung his staff and pointed its end at the streaking shadow. He recited the dreamcast words. His lips grew cold with each utterance. As he spoke the incantation, traceries of frost skittered outward through his heated blood to reach for the wood in his gloved hand. As the last word fell from his lips, a shaft of darkness jetted out from the end of his staff. Balefire! Crackles of energy danced along this spear of darkness. Joach grinned at the power. He would let no one harm his sister. He had given his promise to his father. He would not fail. The lance of balefire struck the beast full in the chest, halting its dive, holding it in the sky above the tower. Its sharp cry changed to an almost human wail of agony. It writhed, impaled on Joch's spear. The shadowy beast began to lose form, its edges blurred as the dark fire tore into it. A harsh laugh exploded from Joch's chest. He sensed when his magic was about to vanquish the beast, like a storm about to burst. Joch's lips ached as they stretched into a wide grin. He had never felt such power. Then something broke in the beast overhead. Joch sensed it. In a blink, the shadowy wyvern became stone again, a statue once more. And like any stone, it plummeted toward the streets far below. Joch dashed to the parapet to witness the end result of his handiwork. The statue tumbled toward the ground. "Die, demon!" he screamed after it. But the monster held one more trick. Just before it struck the cobbles, a brief flash flared in the shadows at the foot of the tower, and the statue vanished. The streets below remained empty. Pulling back, Joch raised his staff and searched the skies around the parapets, but nothing tried to attack again. In truth, he knew he would not be assaulted by the beast again. Joch sensed that the wyvern had jumped far from here. But more significantly, in his dream, the beast had only struck the one time and was driven away. "Joch!" Elena still crouched in the shadows of the parapet. He recognized the relief in her voice, but he held up a hand to hush her. It was not over. There was one more participant yet to appear. Joch swung to face the tower door. He spun the staff between his fingers. With a smile of triumph and a heart iced by his taste of magic, he waited. "Come to me, Eril." Atop the long stair inside the spire of the departed, Elena stood with her hand hovering over the latch to the tower door. She braced herself. Earlier, while racing up the stairs, the screeches and the sounds of battle had echoed down to her from above, firing her urge for speed. She had been determined to burst through the doorway and face whatever was attacking the tower and her brother. But as she had climbed the last few landings, the sounds had suddenly stopped. Beyond the door, she heard nothing. Caution again gripped her heart. According to Joch's dream, she herself was fated to be beside her brother, not climbing these endless steps. So what had changed? Her hand touched the iron latch. There was only one way to find out. Just before she shoved into the door, a hurried stamp of boots echoed up from below. She snatched back her hand and stared down into the tower's gloom. She carried no torch or lantern. Only the occasional window along the staircase had lighted her way. Sliding away from the door and down a few steps, Elena tried to pierce the shadows. But in her heart, she knew who came. She pressed herself against the far wall of the stairway and waited for Eril, holding her breath and clutching the ward between her breasts. Up from the darkness below, like a rolling storm, he came. Eril clutched a long sword in his right fist. His breath gasped between clenched teeth. His eyes shone with anger, the muscles on his arms and chest bunched with suppressed might. He almost glowed with an inner rage. Elena hugged herself tight to the wall, but Eril was blind to all but the door above. Even without the spell, she imagined he would not have seen her, such was his haste. He swept past Elena, so swift that the heat off his body was like a slap in her face. But he paused at the top of the stairs. Elena moved one step closer. He raised his sword's hilt to his brow, using its steel to cool his forehead. Elena moved closer still. She saw the pain behind his anger. He lowered his sword and took a deep breath. His eyes told her all she needed to know. Eril knew his death lay beyond the door but that he still must go. He grabbed the door's latch, his fist tightening on his sword. "Damn you, Joch! I'll kill you for betraying your sister." Elena froze, shocked by his words. He meant to kill Joch. Somehow Eril must have sensed her presence. He glanced behind him, his expression suddenly confused. Then, with a shake of his head, he tore at the latch and shoved the door open. After the gloom of the long stair, the brilliance of the sunset sky blinded her. It must have done the same to Errol. He raised his free arm to shade his eyes and stepped out onto the tower's roof. Elena followed, slipping around his back and moving to his side. A voice cracked out from beyond the doorway. "I've been waiting for you, Errol." Elena's eyes blinked away the glare. She saw her brother standing just a few paces back. He bore his staff in his half hand. But this was not the sight that startled a gasp from her throat. She spotted the crouched and robed figure of the dark mage Gresham behind Joach. Errol's angered words as he locked the tower door covered her own startled gasp. "Joach, you traitor! You would forsake your sister for mere power." These words had little effect on Joach. Her brother was preternaturally calm, especially with a dark mage at his back. Joach warded the mage away with his other palm. "Stay back, El. This must happen." Joach twisted his staff, and Elena felt the surge of power. Elena's eyes twitched to the dark mage, then flew wide. She suddenly understood the illusion behind Joach's dream. She leaped between her brother and Errol just as both men struck at each other. She felt Errol's sword pierce her back at the same time as Joach's spear of dark fire struck her between the breasts. She cried out at the agony as the blade scraped against her ribs. Bones broke. But even this was but a pinch compared to the flaying burn of the black magic's touch. Her skin burned, her breasts were charred to cinder. The touch of black magic blasted away the spirit spell. She saw the horror in Joach's eyes as she appeared. The font of black energies died instantly, and he flew toward her. But her brother was too late. Elena fell back into Errol's arms. The plainsman crashed to his knees under her, not from the heaviness of her body, but from the weight of his horror. He cradled her in his lap. "Oh, Elena, no," his voice was like nothing she had ever heard. He sounded like such a lost boy. "What have I done?" Elena stared up into his eyes. It was my choice, Errol. Let me have this blame, not you." She reached toward him, though the pain almost blinded her. She wiped away a tear that was not on his cheek. The horror of the moment and the shock had not allowed the plainsman any tears yet. But she remembered the glistening single tear on his cheek at the crossroads of the catacombs. She had known even then that it was for her. She wished to erase it. Errol leaned into her touch. "I can't live with this," he sobbed, tears finally breaking forth. "Not after so many winters. Not after. Joach interrupted them. "Elena, dot." She lifted her face toward her brother. He stood a step away, his eyes stricken. She knew that expression. His mind was in shock. He glanced from her, then back to the dark mage behind him. "It's a trick," the dark mage hissed. "They only seek to deceive you, Joach. You know I'm your real sister. They only strive to steal the book." Joach stepped away from both of them. His gaze still shifted between them, almost panicked by his confusion. "The blood diary?" "Yes," Gresham spat. "Bring it to me. I will use it to destroy their illusions." Elena coughed at the dark mage's deceitful words. Joach, but she had not the energy to argue. Errol did. He shifted under her. "Don't listen to him. It's Gresham that lurks at your back, Joach. He is the one masked in illusions of your sister. It is he who seeks the book." Joach continued to back away from both sides. "I don't know who to believe." He held his staff before him, threatening both. Elena added her voice. She knew how to convince her brother. She lifted an arm toward Joach. Remember, Joach the staff." She reached farther toward him, but this was too much. Darkness rose from the edges of her vision and swamped over her. She fell limp in Errol's arms and heard his cry of anguish. Elena struggled toward Errol against the rising tides of darkness, but she lost her battle. The currents here were too strong. She was carried away. Joch stared as Elena's singed and naked body sagged in the plainsman's arms. Surely this was not his sister. He could not have just slain Elena. Joch stared at the other twin. This one was clothed in the same light shift and leggings that his sister had worn to the island. This had to be his true sister. Did it not? Still, the earnestness of this other Elena seemed so real. She had begged him with her eyes. In the past, he had seen that same expression in his sister's face. Remember, she had insisted. But remember what? Something from his past? Some detail only brother and sister would share? Joch crinkled his brow as Eril grieved over the fallen girl. Joch saw that her chest rose and fell, but her breathing was ragged and faded fast. Joch turned to the other. If you are truly my sister, tell me why I was punished to shovel our family's barn every morning for a full moon. Elena smiled sadly. Must you test me? But considering the nefarious scheme being played here, I guess I can understand. The answer to your question was that you were punished for feeding a berry pie to Tracker. Joch's tense shoulders relaxed with relief. He smiled at Elena. He had been right all along. Here was his true sister. He glanced at the wounded woman, glad to know she was not truly Elena. He did not know if he could have survived the guilt of slaying his own sister. Eril, though, interrupted his relief. Answer the boy, dark mage. Joch turned to Eril, lifting his staff. Stop this charade, plainsman. Elena just gave me the correct answer. Eril scowled. He plays your mind like a fine instrument. No words were just spoken. He plied you with a trick to make you think you heard the right answer. The plainsman nodded toward the fallen twin of Elena. Here is your sister, Joch. Not that monster. Even now she dies. If you love her, bring the book to me. It may yet hold a chance to save her. Don't, Joch. Elena insisted. He struggles to trick you. By now, Joch's mind spun in dizzying circles. Whom to believe? If Eril meant to harm him, why did he still cradle the girl? None of it made sense. He clutched his staff in both hands. How was he to discover the truth? Eril looked up at him, not in anger but with eyes that beseeched him. Her death nears, Joch. You must decide. But my dream, he mumbled. Dreams are difficult to judge, Joch, and weavings are even more so. In your vision, you saw yourself defending Elena, but in truth, it was this sorcerer disguised as your sister. Dreams are fraught with illusions. He pondered Eril's words. The plainsman's arguments sounded familiar and struck Joch to the core. Had not someone just given him similar advice? But who? Then Joch remembered. He dropped his injured hand from his staff and fished in the pocket of his pants. It was still there. He palmed the object and drew it forth. Opening his fingers, he stared at the large black pearl, the one Xin had given him. The Zool Wizen had promised its power could connect them when the need was great. Joch closed his fist over the treasure and spoke his friend's name. Xin. Nothing happened. Joch opened his fist and stared at the pearl. He was a fool. Then words rose from the jewel's blackness. Joch, son of Morinstall, I sense a storm in your heart. Words tumbled from his lips in a rush. Xin, my dream. I can't tell what is real and what is false. Can you help me? Elena interrupted. Joch, what are you doing? Joch ignored her and listened. I cannot help you from here, Xin answered. But, Joch, your own heart can. How? Ignore what your skull tells you. Listen with your heart. There is where all truths lie. Joch had no words to answer Xin. He returned the pearl to his pocket. How could he follow advice he did not even understand? He glanced to the clothed Elena. Her face, her voice, her mannerisms all spoke true. She reminded him of home and farm, all he had loved dear. Here was the sister from his past. He felt nothing wrong about her. He then turned to the dying girl. What did he feel about her? He looked past her battered body. In her face and words, she had demonstrated bravery, selflessness, and a love that could even forgive her own murder. This was a woman Joach hardly knew. She was not from his past. The truth of the situation then dawned in him, almost blinding him with its clarity. Xin had been right. In Eril's arms was not the sister of his past, but of the present. The other Elena was a figment of old memories, familiar and comfortable memories, picked from his mind. But that was not who Elena was anymore. Joach hardly knew the woman whom Elena had become on her journey here. In his mind's eye, he still considered Elena just his younger sister, someone he had to protect. But that was true no longer. Elena was no longer just a girl of the orchards. The strange woman in Eril's arms was his true sister. Still, Joach needed to be sure. He glanced down to his staff and remembered Elena's last words to him, "Remember the staff." Even in this matter, his sister had surpassed him. Though in agony and near death, Elena had given him the key to the truth, the staff. Joach raised his eyes toward the false Elena. If Eril and Elena spoke truthfully, there stood Gresham, the man who had tormented him for almost 6 moons, enslaved him, debased him. Joach was tempted to use the staff one more time and slay the monster, but after harming Elena, Joach could not bring himself to touch black magic again. He just wanted to be rid of the foul talisman. But before he did that, the staff had one more duty. Turning, Joach tossed the staff toward the one who claimed to be Elena. One of her arms snatched the staff greedily from the air. She brought it down to her side. Even disguised as Elena, Joach could see how well the poiwood staff fit this figure. It was as if it were another limb. "Good, Joach," the false Elena encouraged. "I knew you wouldn't fall for Eril's tricks. Now bring me the blood diary." Joach slipped the book free of his shirt. "Eril." The plainsman raised hopeless eyes toward Joach. Eril did not say a word, clearly thinking himself defeated. Joach tossed the book to Eril. "Save my sister if you can." Eril deftly caught it, eyes wide with surprise. Cursing, Gresham shook free of his illusions. Elena's features fell away, and Joach found himself staring at the wrinkled, bent-backed fiend. The dark mage glanced between the two men as Joach stepped closer. How? Elena could not handle the staff. It seems the two magics, black and blood, repel one another. Gresham sneered and raised his staff. He pointed it at Joach's chest. Dark fire bloomed along its length. "Your cleverness will cost you your life." Instead of ducking away, Joach stepped even closer. When he was within an arm's length of the dire weapon, he shook off his deerskin glove and grabbed the end of the staff with his bare hand. Gresham laughed. "You've grown bold, boy. You think to challenge me in the black arts?" As Joach grasped his end of the staff, his blood entered the wood. The staff grew pale around his hand and spread down the length of the wood, dousing the spats of dark fire as it flowed. "I don't challenge your skill at the black arts, mage," Joach said with ice in his voice. "I will fight you with my own blood." Gresham stared as his staff paled. Joach saw the dark mage tighten his hoary grip upon his end of the poiwood. The flames of black magic grew taller and thicker, washing against the paleness like an angry black surf. Joach lost some ground, but not much. His blood continued to feed the hungry wood. White and black staff fought in its center. To continue to hold back the wall of dark fire, more and more of Joach's blood was needed. The usual small red rivulets in the pale wood grew in number and size. Now thick torrents of crimson pumped through the staff. Joach's heart beat like thunder in his ears. His vision focused down to a point. His entire world became just the staff. It was both his body and his spirit. Across the length of wood, Gresham fared no better. Sweat ran down the mage's face, and his breath grew ragged. Joach knew something must give soon. Either he would faint from lack of blood, or Gresham would collapse in exhaustion. What actually happened startled both combatants. The staff exploded between them in a spray of stabbing shards. Joach fell backward, as did the dark mage. Both men eyed each other, bloodied by stabbing splinters. The staff was gone. Its entire length was just so much kindling scattered on the stones. Eyeing the scraps, Gresham pushed off the wall. The flare of black magic from the destruction of the staff had revitalized him, but he still wobbled a bit on his feet. Their battle had taken its toll. Gresham spat in Joach's direction. "You will pay for this, boy. We will meet again." With those last words, Gresham waved a hand, and a portal appeared behind him. The dark mage stepped back into it, falling away and vanishing in a blink. Joach suddenly sagged, wasted and suffering from loss of blood. Suddenly Erril was at his shoulders. Joach could not even look up. He just glanced to where Elena lay sprawled on the stone. "I'm sorry." Erril's voice was gruff, but not unkind. "Her blood is on both our hands, Joach." We were equally deluded by fears of treachery. Erril gathered Joach under his arm and pulled him toward Elena. "It's time we put aside the past. If we are to have any chance of saving your sister, we must act quickly." Erril then gripped Joach's arm, hard. "And we must work together." Joach raised his eyes and met Erril's gaze without flinching. "What must I do?" With Joach's help, Erril spread Elena across a thin blanket from the boy's pack. Though the sun had set and the full moon had begun to rise, the stones remembered the day's heat and kept her warm. Her flesh, naked and bared to the stars, seemed carved of ivory. She was so pale. The seared circle in the center of her chest was like one of the dark mage's black portals. Erril touched her cheek. She was so cold. Her breathing was so shallow that Erril found himself holding his own breath between each rise and fall of her chest. She should be dead already, but her magic sustained her. Erril glanced to her hands. Only the softest pink hue remained of the deep ruby rose, only a dribble of magic remained. When that ran out, Elena would die. "What now?" Joach asked. Erril glanced to the boy's handiwork. As instructed, Joach had finished applying a bandage made from the boy's shredded shirt over the sword wound. Its rough cloth should help clot the flowing blood. Erril stared at the bandage, suddenly reminded that it was his sword that had stabbed into her. He could not look away. "Erril?" Joach touched his elbow. Leaning back, Erril shook his head. He had no time to dwell on his own guilt. It would do Elena no good. "We're ready," he barked hoarsely. "Grab the ward, Dot." Erril knelt nearer and placed the blood diary atop the blasted circle upon her chest. The gilt rose shone in the growing moonlight. Joach fetched the small iron fist from the stone floor and handed it to Erril. Erril shook his head. "I must not touch book or ward from here." "What are we trying to do?" Joach finally asked, but his question ended in a sob. His resolve was deteriorating. Erril could not blame Joach. After bandaging the deep wound, the boy's hands were fouled with his own sister's blood, and the air reeked of her charred flesh, harsh reminders of what he and Erril had done to her. "I'll try to explain." Erril waved for the boy to kneel on Elena's other side. When the book was first forged, the spell was incomplete. The boy mage, Denel, never infused his spirit into the book. Still, the presence of Shorkin and Gresham were enough to ignite the magic and bind me to it. To this day, the blood diary heals me and sustains me. If we can add Denel's spirit to the book, then the spell will start again. When it ends this time, Elena must be the one bound. The book's magic will then be available to heal her and protect her. Joach nodded, but his eyes had filled with doubt and fear. He lifted the ward. And the boy Denel's spirit is trapped in this iron fist? Not trapped. Stored. Denel gave his spirit freely. Joach studied the ward. What do I do with it? Just place the iron fist on the book. If the spell ignites, there will be a flare of white light, and the book will be flung open. We must each then take one of Elena's arms and guide her hands to close the book and complete the spell. Neither of us must touch it. With shivering hands, Joach reached across his sister's prone form and bobbled the tiny iron fist atop the book's cover. It kept rolling off until Joach found the right balance. Once done, Joach leaned back. Now what? We wait. And so they did. The passing of time grew agonizing. All they could do was watch Elena's breathing grow more and more shallow. Erril noticed Joach eye his sister's hands. Both were as pale as her arms now. Neither man spoke of it. As they waited, the moon continued to rise, full and bright. Once the moon crested the parapets and the light shone fully on the book, the fist began slowly to open, like a midnight rose basking in the moon's glow. Joach glanced to Erril and held his breath. Erril found himself doing the same, afraid to disturb what was happening. Soon the fist had opened fully and rested palm down on the gilt rose. Erril remembered how, long ago, the three mages had placed their palms upon the book, just as this iron hand did now. Erril could almost hear a whisper of chanting from far away. It was not just one voice but three. Winds kicked up around the tower. The book trembled slightly. As Erril watched, eyes unblinking, the small fist began dissolving away, sinking into the book. As it did so, the winds picked up, and the book's trembling worsened. The chanting grew louder. Erril met Joach's gaze over Elena's body. He willed the boy to be ready. Joach seemed to sense his thoughts and nodded his head once, very slightly. Both feared to move. Soon the ward was but a vague outline, a ghost hand, then it disappeared completely. No sign of the iron fist remained. Denel had joined the book. With the act complete, the book settled on Elena's chest, and the winds died. Erril's brow crinkled. Was that it? He continued to wait, but nothing happened. Joach finally released his trapped breath in a moan of sorrow. Then, as if this were some mysterious signal, the book suddenly jumped from Elena's chest to float a handspan above her blackened skin. Joach tumbled back upon his rear. Sweet mother, he swore. Its cover split open, revealing the empty pages within. From the white parchment, a blaze of brilliance shot high into the night sky. Erril glanced away from its blinding radiance. He was sure it lanced high enough to strike the moon. Under his knees, the tower shook. Erril? The boy's voice was edged with fear. Now's the time, Joach. Erril commanded sternly. Grab your sister's wrist and bring her hand to the book. Erril demonstrated with Elena's right limb, while Joach matched the movements with her left. The two brought her arms under the book, palms toward the covers. On my count, we use her hands to close the book. Then make sure you get clear. Erril recalled the last time he had performed this act. It had thrown him across the inn's room. Erril counted, and on 3, they slapped the book shut with Elena's palms. Both men quickly rolled away. They were lucky they did. The blast that followed split the night. Erril was thrown into the tower door, while Joach was tossed to the stones of the parapet. The boy ended down on his belly, his arms over his head. Erril did not hide his face. Rolling to one elbow, he saw Elena lifted from the stones of the tower. Still limp and unmoving, she hung in the air, bathed in a light that stung the eyes. It came from the book still caught between her two palms, a star fallen from the night sky. Elena blazed in its glory. From such a height, the sight would be visible all the way to the coast. Joach. See this. Slowly Joach lifted first his head, then his body. He sat up to bask in the glow. Elena's form slowly twirled in the brilliance. As Errol watched, he saw her stir. One hand moved from the book to rub at her face, as if she were simply awakening from a nap. Slowly the glow receded into the book. Elena's legs drifted lower until her toes touched the tower's roof. She settled to her heels, pulling the book to her chest in wonder. Her eyes were wide and reflected the remaining glow of the book. They were so alive. Even her hair was a drape of fire down her back. Errol had never seen her so beautiful. Elena turned to him, her lips curving in a gentle smile of relief and welcome. She lifted the book in both hands. The gilt rose on its cover still blazed sharply, but even this was fading. The Blood Diary. Errol bowed his head slightly, crossing his arms on his chest in the ancient honor of a liegeman for a mage. The Witch and the book are united at last. For all his postured reverence, he could not hold back a grin. To his delight, Elena matched his expression. As she lowered the book to her side, Errol's smile faltered. The blackened circle of charred skin remained on her chest. His gaze drew Elena's eyes. Frowning slightly, she fingered the damage. It came apart under her fingers, flaking away to expose soft and perfect skin. I'm healed, Elena said in amazement. The book will protect you from here, Errol said softly, not able to completely hide his regret. Mixed emotions stirred his heart. Though he would not change anything, Errol knew that from here Elena would no longer need him. Errol's honor to her a moment ago was also his goodbye. From this day onward, Elena would not age, while he would. The passing of the book marked the end of Errol's immortal life. As Joach moved forward to greet his sister and offer her a thin blanket, Errol raised his hands before him. He stared at the bones and veins of his hand. Already he could almost feel the weight of time descending on him. As brother and sister reunited, he hardly heard their whispered apologies and absolutions. Tears glistened on both their cheeks. Joach hugged his sister tight, needing to heal as badly as Elena, and Errol knew the boy would heal with time. Errol lowered his hand. Time. From here on out, his own was no longer limitless. He would age like any other man. After 500 winters, he had no right to complain of time's inevitable march. Still, as Errol stared at Elena, she met his gaze and smiled at him in the moonlight. And for once, Errol prayed that time would stop. Elena pulled free of Joach's grip and handed him the book. With her arms free, she took the thin blanket from her shoulders and wrapped it around her torso, tucking and cinching it in place. Elena felt foolish with this bit of modesty after running throughout Aloha Glen as naked as the day she was born. But as the fire of their trials died down, she sensed both Joach's and Errol's discomfort at the sight of her bare skin. Once she was done, Joach offered her back the diary, but she shook her head. Could you hold it a moment more? Are you sure? Joach asked doubtfully, holding the tome out as if it were a poisonous snake. I trust you, Joach, she said with a slight laugh. He returned her smile, then studied the diary's cover. The golden rose still glowed softly in the night. When do you think we should open it? Later. Another day. Elena had had enough magic and surprises for 2 lifetimes. We should wait until everyone is gathered. It's something they all deserve to share. Joach nodded and carefully tucked the book under his arm. He crossed to the parapet to watch the end of the war below. Elena stared out at the seas for a moment, too. With the dark mages gone, the island's defenders fled from all fronts. The remainder of the fighting was more housekeeping than battle. By sunrise, the War of the Isles would be over. Turning her back on the sight, Elena found Errol studying the moonlit skies and city, wary of any new threats. Always the guardian. In the moonlight, shirtless still, he seemed a bronze sculpture. She crossed and stood beside him, silent for a breath. "Errol," she said softly. He did not turn, keeping up his vigil. Elena reached and touched his bare right shoulder. She did what she had wanted to do in the catacombs while following him. She traced the tan line where his restored arm met his shoulder, where the new Errol merged with the old. She knew that from here, nothing would be the same between them. He had completed his task, and she sensed that in the future the book's power would grow between them. Her heart ached at such a thought. Was there not some way to keep the new Errol and still not lose the old? The plainsman shuddered under her touch. Elena lowered her hand to grasp his wrist. Gently she turned him from the parapet. "Elena?" "Shush," she scolded him. Taking his left wrist in her other hand, she lifted his palms toward her. She studied them for a moment, like an oracle in a village fair seeking some vision. Here were the new and the old. But they both looked the same. Who was he really? Errol turned his wrists in her grip and held her hands now, gently, tentatively. I thought I had lost you, Odot. And I feared the same for you." She leaned toward him, tears in her eyes. Always her protector, Errol slid his hands up her bare arms and wrapped her into his warm embrace, two arms circling her, holding her against the horrors of the day. She leaned against his broad chest. As her cheek touched him, Errol tensed for a moment, still a sculpture in bronze, then she felt him relax against her, melting into just a man. They held each other silently, both knowing that their embrace meant more than mere consolation but neither speaking of it, fearful of ruining the moment. Elena sank into his warmth, wrapped in both his arms, and she knew here was her answer. Two arms circled her completely. She could not say where one started and another ended. In his embrace, there was no new or old Errol. There was only one man. And she would not lose him, not even for the book's promise of immortality. Errol held her tighter. Thoughts of war and witchcraft seemed far off as she listened to the beat of his heart. Time slowed to a stop at that moment. The stars halted their endless dance, the moon froze in the night sky. For now, there was just the two of them. And for the first time since leaving her family's orchard, Elena knew she was home. Suddenly, from behind them, a roar shattered the peace of the moment. Elena and Errol twisted around, still in each other's arms. A black-winged shape skated from below to rush overhead. Across the roof, Joach swung to face them, his eyes bright with excitement. "It's Siwan and Ragnar K. The blaze of the book must have summoned them." Elena and Errol slowly pulled from each other's embrace. The world beyond called for them, trumpeted from the throat of a dragon. But before Errol turned away, Elena touched his chin, stopping him. She leaned and softly kissed his cheek, where once a single tear had glistened. She raised her face to his. "Thank you." They turned together and watched the dragon circle above. With the war ending here, Elena's thoughts turned to those friends unable to share this victory, Mycel, Kral, Mogweed, Fardale. How did they fare this night? Elena stared at the stars, praying they were safe. As the sun's last glow faded to the west, Mycel led her gelding down the final switchback of the mountain pass. The others in her party were draped along the trail behind her, moving slowly along the slick rocks. The Pass of Tears had been named for the glistening droplets sprayed on the boulders alongside the path from the nearby cataracts of the Mirror River. The rumble of the river had been a constant song for 3 days and nights. By now, the noise had set Mycel's teeth to aching. Even the tiny jungle snake around her wrist seemed agitated, writhing in slow circles around her wrist as if it sought some escape from the rumble. She soothed the Pakagolo with a finger as her gelding, Grisson, cautiously traversed the rocky terrain. Ahead, the forests of the western reaches spread across the landscape, stretching from horizon to horizon, an endless sea of green. As foreboding as the dark wood appeared, it was still a welcome sight. Not only did Mycel look forward to leaving behind the roar of the mountain pass for the quiet of the forest, but those woods had also once been her home. Lost under the green bower were many strange creatures and odd folk, including her own people, the Asilura. Mycel held up a hand and willed her flesh to flow. Her fingers responded, spreading and twisting in the moonlight like the tendrils of some nocturnal vine. With her shape-shifting abilities returned, she felt a renewed kinship to her own people, and it soothed her heart to know that she was about to re-enter her forest home. But a homecoming with her tribal clans would have to wait. First, she must honor her oath and join Tyrus in his fight against the Grimm. Only after Castle Mryl was recovered would Mycel's oath and debt be paid. Willing her hand back to its previous shape, Mycel lowered her arm. Once they reached flat ground, Mycel kicked her mount to a faster clip toward the woods. Though night had descended, Mycel refused to set up another camp within earshot of these roaring cascades. She scouted ahead of the others. Fardale kept her company, loping through the brush and scrabble like a dark shadow. Behind her, Mogweed rode alongside Prince Tyrus. Kral and the trio of Dro women guarded their rear flanks. Their party had spoken little since passing the wellspring of the Mirror River. After the many days of hard travel, everyone was saddle-sore and exhausted, tempers were short and attitudes sour. Except for Prince Tyrus. The former pirate seemed little fazed by the long trek. Even now, Mycel could hear his laughter echoing down the trail. While the others were worn down, the man seemed to thrive on the hardship of this march. His spirits seemed to grow with each league that brought him closer to his ancestral home, Castle Mryl, overlooking the North Wall. Scowling at his bright merriment, Mycel snapped her reins to move Grissom faster. The mount rounded a section of cliff face, and it was as if she had entered another world, a world of whispers and hushed noises. Blocked by the cliff, Tyrus' laugh and the fall's roar were instantly muffled. Mycel sagged in relief. She let Grissom slow to a leisurely walk. Fardale wandered closer to the edge of the forest, leaving Mycel a moment of rare solitude. As she enjoyed the peace, Mycel drifted away from the wolf. She encouraged Grissom to follow the wood's edge. Oaks and alders predominated here, a mixture of mountain and valley trees. A few maples were even scattered among them. Mycel drew in a long breath, taking in the scent of the forest, loam and leaf, bark and moss. Her eyelids slipped closed as she inhaled. Lost childhood memories returned, buoyed by these smells of the forest. As Grissom walked, tears flowed down Mycel's cheeks. She sniffed and wiped at her eyes, surprised by the depth of her reaction. Then, from somewhere ahead, a whisper of music arose. It took a moment for the sound to reach her consciousness. It seemed to sing more to her heart than to her mind, wrapping its notes in chords around the ache in her spirit, drawn to the pain of her lost childhood and home. Mycel cocked her head, unsure for a moment if the soft sounds were real or merely old memories. As she listened, straining for the melody, Mycel seemed to recognize this mournful tune. But where had she heard it? Grissom continued along the forest's edge. Around a corner of the forest, Mycel found her answer. Standing in a small glade, outlined in moonlight, was the singer. Cloaked and hooded in a patchwork of hues, the figure stood as still as the trees. Only the sweet voice rising in song from inside the shadows of the hood suggested life. Mycel knew this figure. She had encountered the singer once before, in the coastal wood on her way to Port Royal. Mycel knew that it was no man or woman who sang from within that motley cloak, but some shade or ghost. Slowly, Mycel slipped from her saddle and waved for Grissom to remain. She feared startling this apparition away. She wanted to discover why this ghost haunted her. As she slipped into the moonlit glade, the figure finally shifted in her direction with a rustle of leaves. As it kept its head bowed in shadows, a single arm lifted toward Mycel, beckoning her. Near enough, Mycel saw that the cloak was actually an intricate patchwork of green and autumn leaves. Even the shade's hand was gloved in foliage. Not a speck of skin showed. But Mycel knew no skin could show. Under the leaves was nothing but a hollow shell. Suddenly, from behind Mycel, a low whine arose. She glanced over to find Fardale standing at the glade's edge. His amber eyes were huge and aglow with an inner light. The melody of the song ended. Mycel swung around, fearful that the wolf's appearance had chased the apparition away. But she found the singer still standing in the glade center, silent now, but with an arm still stretched toward Mycel, palm up as if begging for a copper. Unsure what to do, Mycel turned to instruct Fardale to fetch the others. But instead she found Fardale wagging his tail with a strange whine flowing from his throat. Mycel stared into the wolf's amber eyes and opened her mind to him. She begged Fardale to tell her what his wolfish senses perceived. He might have some clue as to why this ghost persisted in haunting her trails. She only received one mental picture from the wolf, a black acorn. She blinked at this response, remembering the sprouting oak seed she had found in the discarded piles of leaves after she had first met the singer. Was the wolf trying to tell her that the apparition wanted it back? Frowning, she turned to find the singer still frozen with an arm outstretched. Fardale whined again, deep in his throat. Mycel backed to her horse, refusing to look away. Fetch the others, she ordered the wolf. Fardale hesitated, then spun away. Mycel searched her pack. How did Fardale or this apparition know she had not discarded the acorn? Mycel had thought of doing just that many times, but the tiny green shoot peeking from under the acorn's cap had always stopped her. It was a living thing, and Mycel could not simply cast it to the stone or into the trash. But where was the cursed seed now? As Mycel searched, she kept glancing back at the leaf-shrouded figure. The mysterious singer had not moved. Fishing through a side pocket of a pack, her fingers found the familiar shape of the smooth and oddly warm seed. Mycel slipped it free just as the others of her party came thundering around the forest's edge. She held a palm out to slow them, then waved them off their horses. Once they dismounted, she led the others toward the glade. Kral's gruff voice was ill-suited to whispering. "Who is that?" Mycel shook her head and stepped forward. Once near enough, Mycel reached out and placed her acorn in the foliage-wrapped palm. It shone brightly, limned in moonlight for all to see. Mogweed spoke from behind her, shock in his voice. "That's the acorn I gave to Elena. From the SP spider forest." The shade's fingers closed over the seed. The apparition raised its fist to its chest, head bowed over it. Again the song began, but its mournful overtures now ran with traces of hope. No one moved. As they watched, a soft glow arose from the figure as the song continued. Mycel stared and knew it was not the outer cloak that shone, but something inside. Its internal glow shone out from between the patchwork of leaves, like a distant hearth seen through trees. "What's happening?" Tyrus asked brusquely. Mycel hushed him. The song grew stronger and richer, less ethereal. The glow also grew sharper, almost blinding. Mycel lifted a hand to shield her eyes. Then, in a single heartbeat, the song ended, the brilliance winked out. It took a moment for the dazzle to fade from Mycel's eyes. She saw that the figure still remained in the glade, a sculpture in leaves. Suddenly, a sharp gust blew into the glade. The figure shuddered as if it found the breeze chilling. With this small movement, the apparition's cloak fell to the forest floor, scattering into leaves that whirled a bit in the wind. This time the singer did not vanish with the breeze. Among the discarded foliage stood a woman of simple beauty. In the moonlight, her skin was the color of cream. Her bowed face and upper body were draped modestly in long tresses the hue of warm honey. Posing in the moonlight, the woman's fist still lay clutched to her throat. Slowly she lowered her arm, opening her hand. The acorn was a hollow shell, split into halves. The singer dropped it to the leaf-strewn floor, then raised her face toward them all. In the starlight, her eyes were the deepest violet. Mogweed coughed and stumbled away. Naylan. 27. 2 nights later, Elena stood before a full-length looking glass and frowned. For the victory celebration, she had been primped and dressed like some porcelain doll. Her hair had been woven and pinned atop her head, with just the barest trickle of curl allowed to dangle alongside the small diamonds that now studded her earlobes. She was bound in a gown of soft green velvet with a deeper green sash and matching gloves. Her hem draped full to the woven rug and completely hid her silver slippers, which were each adorned with a single silk rose. Behind her, two wasp-thin women appraised her with pursed lips. Their silvery hair had long gone gray. According to Merrick, these were his two aunts. The pair were also the ones to blame for Elena's current predicament. "This will have to do," Ashman said with clear dissatisfaction. Carolyn smiled slightly at the other. "You judge too harshly. You just need to see it move." The older woman waggled her fingers at Elena, and a small breeze blew into the castle chamber and billowed the gown around her. "See? The dress is meant to move." Ashman sighed loudly. "If we were back in Stormhaven." "Of course, sister, then I would hide my head in shame to present even a servant girl in such attire." Tapping a finger against her chin, Ashman tilted her head. "Maybe we should try the pale rose gown again." Before Elena could scream, a knock at the door interrupted the aunts. "Elena!" a voice called out. It was Joach. "Everyone's been gathered in the hall now for almost a fortnight. I've been sent to escort you." Elena thanked the sweet mother for her salvation. "I'm coming now." She glared to her two torturers, daring them to object. Ashman threw her hands in the air. "It will just have to do." Carolyn grasped her sister's hand. "She looks lovely. You have worked wonders." Elena rolled her eyes and proceeded to the door. She wanted to run, but the gown and slippers forced her to a shuffling walk. She reached for the latch, but Ashman was already there. Elena frowned at the magical quickness of the woman's elven feet. Ashman lifted the latch and pulled the door wide. It was not done in courtesy or in respect for Elena's lineage to their ancient king, but for a more practical reason. "You mustn't soil those gloves. Keep your hands folded under your bosom as we showed you. You are an elven princess, child." Elena frowned but obeyed. The old woman's tone was too motherly to ignore. Beyond the doorway, Joach stepped forward from the hall. So far, he had remained speechless. His mouth hung open as his eyes traveled from her slippered toes to her pinned hair. "You're beautiful." His words would have been complimentary if they had not been spoken with such sheer disbelief. Still, Elena smiled. She was a princess after all. "And I see they scrubbed you enough to find a man under all the usual filth." Joach straightened his shoulders proudly, posing slightly to showcase his attire. His hair had been oiled and combed out of its normal tangle. The small reddish-brown beard he had started to grow had been clipped and contoured. If Elena had not known better, Joach could have passed as some rich lordling. His pants were a hue of green so deep they appeared almost as black as the boots he wore. Tucked into a thick black belt was a shirt of spun silver overlaid with a sleeveless green jerkin. Elena shook her head slightly. Joach's outer garment was the same hue as her gown. Clearly the two aunts had had some hand in his attire. If Joach was to be her escort, then of course the two must complement one another. Ashman bowed, stiff from the waist. "My prince," she said, formal and warm. "You are looking most handsome. My niece will be well pleased." Joach returned her bow, then slipped an arm under Elena's elbow. "Thank you, ladies. But our guests await." Joach guided her away. At a safe distance, Elena leaned to Joach's ear. "What did you do to win a civil tongue from Lady Ashman? What was that about her niece?" Joach smiled, though his lips had a twist of exasperation. "Since these elven learned that, as your brother, I also share the blood of their lost king, every elven mother with a daughter has found her way to my door." Elena squeezed his arm in sympathy. "I'm sorry, Joach. But at least I'm no longer the sole heir to half the elven heritage." She grinned at her brother. "Believe me, I'm glad to have you share this with me. Thanks, Joach said sourly. Too soon, they reached the double doors that led into one of the many halls of the edifice. This room had been chosen for the ceremony due to its lack of damage from smoke and bloodshed. But the rest of the castle had not fared as well. It would take many moons to repair a tenth of the damage. Elena sighed at how much work still lay ahead. But once done, it would be well worth it. The island would become a foothold against the Golgotha. For the first time in 5 centuries, Alloa Glen would once again be a bastion of hope. And they meant to keep it that way. Around the island, 3 forces kept constant guard. The seas themselves were watched from below by Marai outriders who searched and questioned any ship that neared. Closer to the island, the remaining fleets of the Drerendi rode the waves in armed patrols, daring anyone who challenged their dragon-proud might. Above the city itself were the ever-present warships of the Elven, plying the clouds and watching the skies for threats from above. For now, the island remained secure. Meanwhile, word of their victory had already spread. Boats from many lands were beginning to investigate. Elena had heard that a trading ship from the distant jungles of Irendel, the old homeland of Mama Frida, had even docked at the island to share information. The captain had heard tales of the return of Alloa Glen and had come to see for himself. At the castle itself, men and women had labored for the past 2 days and nights to prepare for the coming celebration. A feast had been planned for this night, to raise mugs and voices to their victory. And to mark the beginning of the festivities, Elena had a role to play. With the rising of the moon, she was to open the blood diary for the first time and read the prophetic words written therein. Supposedly her magic had the power to bring the blank book to life. But that was yet to be proven. So much was based on the words of long-dead prophets. Who knew for sure if it would even work? As the doors to the great hall were swung open before her, dreaded what might be revealed by the book suddenly constricted her chest. Elena found it difficult to breathe as the music in the cavernous hall washed over her. Distantly, Elena heard someone announce their arrival. Gentle clapping greeted their appearance. Joach led her inside. She was overwhelmed by the press of people. Walking arm in arm, the two passed down a narrow aisle between tables laden with wines and alish, cheeses and herbed breads. And a more sumptuous feast was still to come. At long last, the aisle emptied into a central court. Elena glanced around. Framing the 4 sides of the open space were long dining tables of polished mahogany. Seated at each table were the representatives of the various parties who had come to her aid. On her right, Elena nodded to Merrick, who sat beside his mother, the Elven Queen. Merrick's older brother, the regal Rickald, sat stiffly on the Queen's other side. Elena met Queen Treadle's eyes for a moment. The silver-haired woman bowed her head slightly, not with any warmth, just as one woman of the royal blood acknowledging another. Elena smiled more warmly at Merrick, quietly thanking him for saving the island by bringing the warships to their aid. Elena turned next to the more boisterous table on her left. Cass sat with Siwan among a party of bloodriders who were well into their cups of ale. Elena recognized one member, a striking man named Hunt. He had come to the castle to represent the Drerendi fleet. The man's father, a high keel, had been gravely wounded in the battle and still rested in Mama Frida's ward. From this table, Siwan smiled at Elena, as did Cast. But Elena noticed how the two held each other's hands. She sensed the pair's pleasure lay more in the company of each other than in this feast. As Joach led Elena to the center of the open court, she noted that the table across from her was only sparsely occupied. It seemed that even a feast could not lure many of the Marai from the sea. Among the few here, Elena recognized only one. She nodded to Linora, surprised to see the elder present for the feast. Elena had heard that Linora still sorely grieved the loss of her bonded dragon and the passing of her husband. But from the way her gaze kept flickering to her daughter, Elena could guess the woman's reason for coming. Through the cloud of sorrow behind Lenora's eyes, a glimmer of joy shone as she watched her daughter discover love. Elena left the Marai woman to her tiny island of happiness. As Elena drew near the last table, a full smile bloomed to her lips, and tears rose to her eyes as she greeted her friends. Tolchuk sat in the center, hulking and towering over the others. Someone had managed to outfit the Ojiri in finery that ill-fitted him. He seemed ready to tear the linens from his body at any moment, but so far had refrained. As their gazes met, Tolchuk rolled his eyes but grinned, exposing his fangs. Elena waved a hand across her own elaborate finery, indicating her understanding of his discomfort. They shared an amused smile. Beside the Ojiri sat Mama Frida. Her pet Tamrink sat crouched atop a wheel of cheese on the table, nibbling at his perch. The three Zool sailors sat on Tolchuk's opposite side with the boy talk among them. The small lad's eyes were wide at the pageantry of the night. Elena thanked them all with a nod. The Zool talk had sailed the pale stallion to the island after the war, delivering her mare, Mist, to a makeshift stable beside the docks. Elena visited the horse each morning with a bit of dried apple. The mare seemed happy to discover solid ground under her hooves again. Elena moved farther down the table. As she spotted the empty seats and settings, her smile faded and tears flowed anew. Places had been prepared for Flint and Morris as a remembrance to the two brothers' sacrifice. This castle had once been their home. They had given their lives to turn it over to her and the others. Swallowing back a sob, Elena had to turn away from the empty chairs. As she swung around and wiped at her tears, she saw one last figure step forward from the opposite aisle of the court. Erril carried the blood diary in his hands. But his hands might as well have been empty. Elena was blind to anything but the man himself. His hair, combed and curried like a stallion's after a run, shone with the rich hues of a raven's wing. His skin was ruddy from the heat of the hall, almost aglow with the hues of the setting sun. Under a midnight black jerkin, he wore a silvery gray shirt that matched his eyes. As he moved toward her, Elena watched how the silk slid over the firm muscles of his shoulders and arms. Not even this handsome attire could hide the man's power. He was something raw and wild. Erril crossed to stand before her. He suddenly knelt and offered her the book. The rose on its cover glimmered in the hall. "Accept your birthright, Elena." She took the book, then his hand. She pulled Erril to his feet. "Only if you swear to stand beside me, Erril, for all times." In the past, a mage needed a liegeman at his side, to keep him honest, to keep him humble. She stared into his eyes. "Be my liegeman." Shock froze his face, as if her words had stung him. His own words were strained. "Why you do not know what you ask?" She touched his hand. "I think I do," she whispered. He looked into her eyes, silent, as if about to say something. Elena suddenly knew he would refuse. He had already sacrificed 5 hard centuries of his life. He had earned his freedom. What right did she have to beg him to stay? She opened her mouth to rescind her offer, but then Erril knelt again on one knee. He reached to her hand and held it between his 2 palms. "My heart made its oath to you long ago. If you will have me, I will always be at your side." Tears again rose in her eyes. She pulled on his arms. "Rise, my liegeman." Erril stood and moved to his place at her shoulder. Elena found the other's eyes all staring at her expectantly. It was time. She lifted the book and took a step forward. She had delayed long enough. If Erril was strong enough to oath-bind himself to her once again, she could at least face her own responsibility. The dread she had felt before entering the hall was gone. With Erril at her shoulder, she could face anything, even the blood diary. Slowly she peeled off the green gloves, revealing her 2 hands ripe with the rose. Her palms seemed almost to glow in the torchlight. A murmur rose from the crowd at the sight. Elena ignored the onlookers and glanced to the book. In her bared hands, she felt the diary's power, a warm coal in her fingers. Before she lost the iron in her heart, Elena snapped open the rose-engraved cover. She gasped, stumbling back. In her grip, The book flared from a warm coal to a fiery agony, as if she clutched a flaming brand by its burning end. But she did not let go. She knew this pain. It was the same as when she had grabbed Jocha's staff. She felt blood magic rip from her palms, feeding the book. Still, Elena hung on. She sensed that to let go now would spell disaster. Tears ran down her cheeks. Elena? Errol took a step nearer. No, she choked out. Stay back. At her words, a sharp brilliance flared from the open pages, blinding her, searing into her mind. Then, as quickly as it came, the light vanished, taking the pain with it. Elena blinked away the residual glare. The book became a cooling balm in her hands. Relieved, Elena straightened, glancing down into the diary. What Elena found within the tome so startled her that she almost cast it away. Errol steadied her with a touch on her shoulder, then leaned to gaze with her into the book. She heard his sharp intake of breath. Elena spoke to the plainsman, hoping he had an answer. Errol, where are the pages? There was no book between the tattered covers, there was another world. The open book became a window to a landscape of black voids, dense packed stars, and clouds of gases in a rainbow of sharp hues. Suddenly an insubstantial figure composed of foggy light swept up and through the window and into this world. All around the room, chairs toppled as the celebrants retreated back. Weapons were drawn, but none dared approach. Errol pulled Elena back. Oblivious of their panic, the foggy form settled calmly to the hall's marble floor, swirling and spinning with an inner glow that whispered of moons and stars. Slowly, the mist drew tighter, fog becoming substance. Arms and legs stretched out, ablaze with the same fire that had marked the rose on the book's cover. The misty light grew even denser until actual features could be seen. Before the transformation was complete, Elena recognized the stern expression of the apparition. Soon what was once a glowing mist of scintillating light became a sculpture carved of moonstone. The apparition from the book faced Elena and the others. Elena's heart eased. She knew this woman, the thin, unforgiving lips, the small nose that tilted slightly up at its tip, the hair bound in a severe braid, woven out of harm's way while its owner labored at baking. Elena named their visitor Aunt Fila? After so much strangeness, this familiar face was most welcome. Then the shade spoke, and all sense of family and old homes shattered. The voice was cold, echoing up from some distant plane. Behind the words, stars died, and worlds were burned to ash. As Gresham had hidden behind the face of Elena a few days back, now something larger and even stranger hid behind Aunt Fila's face. We are Cho, the figure said, cocking its head and studying them as some bird might examine a spider for a meal. The void has been opened, she stated with a nod toward the book in Elena's hand, and the bridge has been sacrificed. Her other hand indicated the form she wore. Elena raised a fist to her throat. Who are you? What have you done to Aunt Fila? The apparition bent its head. We are Cho. We are Fila. The words were spoken with finality, as if this should be clear enough. Then the woman cocked her head as if she was listening to something from far off. We understand. Somehow Elena knew this last statement was not meant for her. As she watched with Errol at her shoulder, the carving of glowing moonstone seemed to relax, almost as if something warmer had entered the sculpture. When the apparition next spoke, Elena knew it was her dead aunt. Even Fila's familiar tired smile appeared. The eyes wandered up and down her niece's form. Elena, honey, you've grown since last we talked, but you'll have to explain how that happened later. Right now, I must be quick. Healing you earlier took most of this moon's power. Elena shook her head, trying to shake one of the 1,000 questions loose from her skull. What? Who was that other? As usual, Aunt Fila sensed her confusion. She raised a hand. Calm yourself. Not even I can explain everything yet. But I can answer your question. Cho is the being who has granted you your power. She is a creature of neither form nor substance. She is light in energy, magic, and power. As we live on this world, she lives in the void between stars and travels among them. Elena's eyes grew wide. I will give you more details later, my dear. For now, I must be brief. The book is your only link to communicate and understand Cho. And my spirit is the bridge between the blood diary and this being. She shares my spirit and uses it to travel from the stars to the book. But there are limits to even this, rules you must follow. Like what? First, you ignited the book under a full moon, so the path can only be opened during one of the 3 nights when the moon is most ripe. Otherwise, during the day or any other night, it is only a font of power. It will help protect and heal you, but only to a point. It is not limitless. Even on the night of a full moon, it takes power to maintain this connection. For this cycle, we used much of it to heal you, so now we must be brief until the next cycle of the moon. In the coming moons, Cho and I will use these nights to teach and train you for what must come next. And what is that? For now, just rest. You have done much. Use the autumn and winter moons to firm this foothold in the Black Heart's domain. It will be needed. But what is to come after that? When do we take the fight to Blackhall and the Golgotha? Aunt Fila glanced around the room at the gathered forces. Elena sensed that she was leaving much unsaid, especially in front of so many eyes. What is it, Aunt Fila? What are you holding back? There is much I still don't understand. Cho has just joined me, but she is so foreign that not all is clear. When she thinks about Chi, there is much I don't understand. Eril stepped forward, his voice bitter. What of Chi? What have you learned? Aunt Fila squinted and scratched behind one ear thoughtfully. It's confusing. Cho and Chi are somehow partnered. They are familial, like brother and sister or husband and wife, but then again not. They are also opposites. Man and woman, white and black, positive and negative. It's all very strange. Fila glanced to Eril. All I know for certain is that Cho returned to this world to find Chi. It took her 500 of our winters to return here after first sensing Chi's disappearance. Eril scowled. Then she came a long way for nothing, he commented sourly. She is gone. No, Eril. One thing is clear from Cho, she never left. He is still here somewhere. That is why Cho has returned and why she has granted Elena her power. The Witch was forged to be Cho's warrior upon this world, while the blood diary is Cho's eyes and ears. Aunt Fila's shade blew forth with a fiercer light. This is Elena's true purpose. Not to fight the Dark Lord, but to find Chi. Elena shook her head, confused. I don't understand. How? Before Elena could question the woman further, Aunt Fila's form began to dissipate into a fog. I can speak no longer. The connection wears thin for this cycle. Aunt Fila reached to Elena. You have done well, child. Rest now until the next moon. We will talk more then. The shade of Aunt Fila became mist and seeped back into the book. The glow spread over the blood diary, obscuring the view into the starry landscape. As the light faded, Elena found herself staring at blank pages in a tattered book. She closed the tome, flipping the cover up. Even the rose on its cover was dull, no longer shining with any inner fire. It was just plain gilt, flaking at its edges. Elena turned to Eril. The plainsman's face had grown pale. How are we supposed to find Chi? She whispered. He shook his head. We'll ponder such mysteries later, Elena. He waved to the crowd. For now, a party awaits. The banquet minstrels began tentatively to strike up their instruments. Elena frowned. Right now she wished nothing more than to be left alone. Too much had happened, too much to digest. Still, she took Eril's arm. Duty called to her even this night. As midnight passed, Errol stalked down the crowded passageway outside the great hall, searching for Elena. She had slipped away from him and vanished while he was momentarily distracted by a toast. But Errol could guess where she had gone. After the endless stream of courses during the feast, the hall had grown stifling. He had noticed how flushed and melancholy Elena had grown by the time dessert was served. Maybe she had sought fresh air. Finally reaching the renovated doors to the central courtyard, Errol pushed through. It was a warm evening, but after the press of bodies, the open air still felt refreshingly cool. Errol searched the court. Though the worst of the debris had been cleared from the yard, it would be a long time before even a glimmer of its former beauty could be restored. In a corner lit by torches, a foursome of minstrels played quietly. Since the residual reek of smoke in the yard was too potent a reminder of the war, the musicians had only one listener in attendance. Errol approached the single spectator. His large bulk appeared like a boulder fallen from the castle heights. The Ojiri did not turn as Errol approached, but he did speak. "If you be looking for Elena," he pointed an arm toward the westernmost tower. In his raised claw was his tribe's heartstone talisman. It shone like a faded rose in moonlight. Tolchuk lowered his arm, cradling the stone again in his lap. From the Ojiri's slumped shoulders, Errol sensed his melancholy. He knew the source of the Ojiri's distress. All the past day's victories, winning the war, recovering the book, retaking the island, had failed to help the Ojiri in his one goal, to free the heart of his people from the bane. His people's spirits continued to fade in the stone. Tolchuk. The Ojiri turned more of his back toward Errol. "I be fine, but she needs you, Errol. Go to her." Errol glanced to the tower's parapets. Far above, moonlight outlined a small figure leaning on the stone's tower. "She shouldn't be up there alone." Tolchuk grunted, half in amusement. "You don't need an excuse, Errol. He blinked. What do you mean?" Tolchuk just shook his head, exasperated. "Humans." Tolchuk waved an arm. "Go." Errol's feet were already moving. He needed to make sure she was safe. He re-entered the castle and wound his way toward the western tower. As he climbed the long stair, he thought back to the last time the two had been atop a tower together. He recalled the long embrace they had shared and cursed himself. He shouldn't have let his emotions rule him then. Errol touched the hilt of the silver sword in its new filigreed sheath. This is all he should be to her, her liegeman, and nothing more. It was time to dig out these other feelings that had taken root in his heart. They were weeds that would weaken him, choke his ability to protect her. He must be her sword, nothing more. With this new determination in his heart, he followed his way to the tower's roof. The trapdoor was open. He paused before stepping out. A sharp breeze flowed down the throat of the staircase. Errol took a moment to appreciate the fresh air. From the tower's height, the winds carried no smoke or banner of war. Errol closed his eyes and allowed the winds to rush over him, cleansing him. Once ready to face Elena, Errol climbed the last steps to the roof. Elena did not hear him. She just stared out to the skies beyond the parapet. Moonlight bathed her in silver, while starlight danced along her gown. Errol suddenly could not breathe. Sadness and loneliness shone from her as bright as the moon. His heart ached. At that moment, he knew he could never be content with being just her sword. He wanted to be her moon and stars, her sun and sea. He wanted to be everything to her. Errol gazed at her in wonder, and he knew he must lock away these desires forever. Elena had the weight of worlds on her small shoulders. He could burden her no further. But from here, he could no longer deny his own heart either. He loved her. It was that simple. Though he would never speak of his deeper feelings, he would strive to be more than just her sword, her liegeman. He would do his best to protect her even from the despair he saw in her now. Still dressed in her finery, Elena stood atop the tower once called the Praetor's Spear. Already it had been renamed the Witzch's sword after the sole occupant of its highest chamber. Overhead, elven ships glided silently by, blocking the stars, then moving on. She stared at the sky. The moon was on its descent. Midnight was well past. Still, the sounds of revelry echoed up to her from the streets and castle below. The whole city was in celebration and would be until dawn. She eavesdropped on the merrymakers, the strike of drum, the strum of lyre, the bawdy songs of men glad to be alive. But under it all, there remained a vein of sorrow. The laughter from below had a strained edge to it. Even the calls of the celebrants were often tearful. Done with her duties, Elena had retreated to her rooms as soon as possible, taking the blood diary with her. She needed a moment of quiet to contemplate Anfila's story of the twin spirits, Chi and Cho, whose destinies intersected with her own. She shook her head. It was too much to ponder for one night. She would simply take Anfila's advice to rest and wait for the next full moon. Hopefully then she would learn more. Glancing at the blood diary in her hands, she traced a finger along the twisting stem of the rose to the warm blossom in the center. So many lives had been lost for this. A voice spoke behind her. Elena? She turned to find Errol standing behind her. How long had he been there? He still wore the earlier fineries of the evening, but his eyes shone with a new light, something she could not name. The breezes atop the tower had loosened his hair, fluttering it over his face. I'm sorry to disturb you, he said, his voice quiet. But Tolchuk noted you from the courtyard below. It's not safe to expose yourself alone to the night like this. He moved near her. As your liegeman, I should always be at your side when you venture out. Sighing, Elena turned away. She glanced to the stars. Can't we ever have a normal moment, Errol? She asked sourly. Listen. Music is playing, and the night is bright. Must we always act as if we are about to be attacked? Can't I just have a moment to pretend I'm not a Witzch? Pretend that the fate of Alasi does not depend on where I take my next step? She turned to find him staring sternly at her, all iron and solidity. Under his gaze, she instantly felt like a churlish child. What right did she have to complain when so many others had lost so much more? She lowered her eyes. I'm sorry. He simply stepped toward her and held out one arm. She was unsure what he was offering. May I have this dance? He whispered softly to her. Elena failed to hide the surprise on her face. Only then did she hear a familiar Highland tune rising on the winds from street minstrels below. It was a common dance from her own lands. A smile haunted Erril's lips as he suddenly recognized the tune, too. It seems Tolchuk sensed the heaviness of your heart, too. Elena's cheeks flushed as the plainsman stepped nearer. Erril stood over her, arms out. The night's breeze carried his scent to her, warm and familiar. Before she could balk, Erril took her hand in his. He guided her gently into his arms. Tentatively, they began to move to the music. The first few steps were awkward as they danced cautiously across the stones. Soon, though, they found their rhythms and began to move in step, quicker and more joyous now. Elena allowed herself to be led, circling and turning in unison with the larger man. Erril's palm blazed like a flame at the base of her back as he guided her, teasing her to keep up. As he pulled her into a tight spin, a small laugh escaped her lips. The sound surprised her. For a Witzch with the fate of Alasi riding on your next step, you're awfully light on your feet, he said with a sly grin. Soon Elena could not stop laughing in his arms. They spun and spun with the stars whirling overhead. The world beyond the parapets faded away. There were just the two of them, the music and the moon. Then, after a final giddy twirl, with both dancers breathless, the music's cadence slowed to something more languid but no less passionate. Elena's laughter quickly died. Errol still held her, but again the awkwardness rose between them. He began to step back, but Elena tightened her grip on him. She did not want him to step away, not this night. He relented and moved nearer. As the music grew, Elena reached and pulled the pins from her hair. She shook out her fiery curls. For this one night, she no longer wanted to be a witch or a savior. She let all this drop away with the pins to the floor. She would just be a woman. Errol pulled her near, and they slowly swayed to the music from below. Elena did not know when she began crying, but Errol offered no words. None would have helped. He just held her close to his heart as the music played long into the night. And so as Errol and Elena slowly danced toward dawn, I must end this section of her story. With the War of the Isles won, it is time for the land to heal and prepare for the coming days of darkness, and, trust me, those days will come. So allow our friends a moment of well-earned peace. Pick a partner. Stroll the streets. Raise a mug of ale to their victory, and join the celebration. For it won't last long. Soon the dogs of the Black Heart will be loosed from their ebonstone shackles to ravage the land. And the gods themselves will learn to scream. James Clemens was born in Chicago, Illinois, in 1961. With his 3 brothers and 3 sisters, he was raised in the Midwest and rural Canada. He attended the University of Missouri and graduated with a doctorate in veterinary medicine in 1985. The lure of ocean, sun, and new horizons eventually drew him to the West Coast, where he established his veterinary practice in Sacramento, California. He is the author of Witch Fire, Witch Storm, and Witch War. Under the name James Rollins, he is also the author of the national bestseller Subterranean. Don't miss the next thrilling chapter of James Clemens' acclaimed epic, The Banned and the Banished. Witch Gate. One girl remains her realm's only hope against the forces of darkness. Turn the page for a sneak peek. The cloaked figure crouched motionless in the murk of the keep's courtyard. Her slender form was but another shadow amid the piled rubble of stone and twisted iron. She had been waiting, motionless, since midnight, spying on the play of lights atop the Witch's tower. She had watched the dragon alight on the stones of the parapet and vanish. Still she had not moved. Even when the glow of moonlight had faded from the tower heights, she remained frozen in her hiding place. Patience had been taught to her by her master. Those trained in the deadly arts knew that victory lay in the silence between battles. So she had remained throughout the night. Drops of morning dew collected in the folds of her midnight green cloak. A cricket crawled across the back of her hand as her palm rested in the dirt. While she watched the castle battlements, she felt the small insect scratch its hind legs together, heard a whisper of cricket song. The promise of dawn. Now was the time. She moved smoothly to her feet as if she had only paused to pick a flower from the newly planted garden. Her motion was so swift and smooth that the cricket remained on the back of her steady hand, still playing his last song of the night. She raised the hand to her lips and blew the surprised insect from its perch. If only her current prey were so unsuspecting. Without pausing, she moved from her cubby of fallen stones and fled swiftly across the courtyard. None would know she had passed. She had been trained to run the desert sands without disturbing a single grain. The main doors to the central castle were guarded. She could see the backs of the guards through the stained glass windows. But doors were for the invited. As she ran, she flicked her wrist, and a thin rope shot out from her fingers and flew toward the barred windows of the third landing. The trio of hooked trifling teeth, fastened to the end of her rope, wrapped around the bars. Without stopping, she tugged on the rope and tightened her grappling. The rope was strong, woven of braided spider's silk. It would hold her. She flew to the wall and up it. No one watching would have even suspected she was using her rope. The ancient stone was full of pocks and old battle scars. Climbing was as easy as scaling a steep stair. Without even raising a sweat on her brow, she reached the barred window of the third floor. From a pocket appeared a vial of black fire. She smeared the oil on 3 bars, top and bottom. The stench of scorched iron wafted briefly, but no glow marked the work of the black fire oil. Nothing must draw the eye, one of the first lessons taught apprentices. She ticked off the time. At the count of 10, she grabbed the bars and yanked them free. The black fire oil had eaten fully through. Carefully, she rested the free iron rods on the window's granite sill. She couldn't risk someone hearing the clatter of iron on stone if she merely dropped them. Reaching through the opening, she flicked her wrist and a thin steel blade appeared in her fingers. She passed it through the window's casement and slipped tail latch. She tested the old window hinges. An immediate rasp told her this particular window had not been opened in ages. Frowning at even this tiny noise, she reached into a pocket and oiled each hinge. Satisfied, she pushed the window a finger breadth wide, and used the polished surface of her steel blade to study the reflection of the hall. Empty. Without waiting, she squeezed through the narrow opening and rolled into the hall. She was on her feet and in the shadows within a single heartbeat. Still she did not pause. She raced down the passage and slid down 2 staircases, never even leaving a footprint in the dust. In a short time, she had reached her goal, the doors to the grand court. She crouched. A dance of tools and the lock was open. She cracked the door just enough to squeeze her life form past the threshold. At least these hinges were already well oiled. Once inside, she hurried to the long ironwood table. At its head was a tall chair on a raised step. Its high back was carved with twining roses. As she approached, a trace of misgiving threaded through her veins. Here was where the witch sat. Her feet slowed as she walked down the long length of the table and neared the seat of power. She could almost sense the eyes of the witch upon her. She knew such thoughts were nonsense, but still she shivered. Cringing slightly, she sidled around the table's edge and stood at its head. With her back to the tall chair, she reached inside her cloak and withdrew her weapon. In the dimness of the hall, the long black blade almost glowed. Her hand trembled slightly as she held it. "Don't make me do this," she whispered to the empty hall. But there was no retreat now. She had come too far, given up too much. If there was to be any chance, this cowardly deed must be done. Raising the long black dagger high in both fists, she prayed for forgiveness and drove the dagger down into the table. Its sharp point pierced smoothly through the ironwood, as if it were only warmed butter. Still a shock spiked up her arms as the hilt hit the table. Gasping loudly, she pulled her hands free and ground her palms on her cloak, trying to escape the feeling. She stared at the impaled blade. Its hilt protruded from the center of the handprint burned into the table, the handprint of a witch. As she watched, crimson blood welled up from the wood, spreading along the table's surface. The pool ran over the table's edge and flowed in rivulets to the stone floor. But that was not the worst. As she stood frozen, a distant cry of pain and shock rose from the spreading pool. Raising a fist to her throat, the cloaked figure backed away. "What have I done?" Turning on a heel, she fled out the door and into the maze of halls. But even the shadows could not hide her from the echoing cry of a wounded witch. "Gods above, forgive me." Witch fire grabs at your heart and tears a little hole, then tears another, and another, a brutal and beautiful ride. I can't put the book down. R.A. Salvatore.